I am Wang Lu. I was maliciously fired by my company in just one day, and my girlfriend of 6 years started dating a rich second-generation man behind my back. At the same time, I was also kicked out of my home by my landlord that in my anger, I planned to drown my sorrows in alcohol. But on my way home, I was knocked over by a beautiful female CEO in a Lamborghini, which unexpectedly awakened my God level system. And from then on, I soared to great heights. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in and been rewarded with a limited edition Ferrari SF90. From then on, whether it was a hotel worth hundreds of billions or a group worth trillions, or even items not belonging to this world, I could obtain them with check-in points. Showing off and slapping faces became effortless, and there were countless lowly and mature women. Chapter 1 in Suhai City. In the office on the 13th floor of Huijin Center, Wang Lu was frantically typing on the keyboard in front of his computer. As a top student who graduated from a 985 university, Wang Lu entered a software company as a programmer right after graduation. Now, at 25 years old, he had been coding for 3 years, but despite his hard work, he never got a promotion and was constantly exploited by his superiors. Wang Lu, come here for a moment. A crisp and magnetic voice reached Wang Lu's ears. Before Wang Lu could get up, whispers came from beside him. Hey, did you hear? Wang Lu is being called over by Supervisor Qin again, said his colleague Zhou Jia, who sat next to him. Yeah, when Supervisor Qin joined the company a year ago, it was Wang Lu who trained him. Now he has become our boss, said Su Ming, who sat across from Wang Lu. And it's said that Supervisor Qin used to follow Wang Lu around calling him master every day, but ever since he got promoted, he's been oppressing Wang Lu, Zhou Jia said, quietly as she watched Wang Lu walk to the supervisor's office. And oh wonder Wang Lu is a good person and handsome, but he just doesn't know how to play the game. Look at how flattering Supervisor Qin was when President Gu came. Then look at Wang Lu, who does the best work and has solid skills, but just codes without understanding the ways of the world. Su Ming shook his head as he glanced at Wang Lu's figure. Chapter 2 Wang Lu angrily rushed out of Qin Yu's office holding the termination notice, and the onlookers Su Ming, Zhou Jia, and other colleagues immediately turned their heads back to their workstations, pretending to be busy, but they were actually stealing glances at Wang Lu, all curious about what had happened to him. Wang Lu naturally noticed the strange looks from his colleagues, but he had no mind to argue with them. He opened his phone to send a message to his girlfriend to vent his frustration. As soon as he opened his phone, he saw 3 notification messages on WeChat. Wang Lu usually had few friends and rarely communicated, so it was highly likely that it was a message from Lin Xiaoxiao. Thinking about Lin Xiaoxiao reaching out to him made Wang Lu feel much better. After all, he hadn't seen his girlfriend for a month and missed her a lot. However, when he opened WeChat, Wang Lu was stunned. Lin Xiaoxiao had sent a message. Wang Lu, let's break up. I feel like you no longer deserve me. I'm already with Gu Kai. He can give me the life I want. Why aren't you replying? Lin Xiaoxiao was already used to Wang Lu's quick replies. Chapter 3 That night, Wang Lu was lying in his room in a daze when he heard a knock on the door. He got up to open it and found his landlady, Aunt Shui, standing outside. Aunt Shui, what brings you here? Wang Lu asked. Shui Fong replied irritably, what? As the landlady, I can't come? Besides, don't pretend you don't know today is the day your rent is due. Wang Lu, feeling apologetic, said, oh, I forgot. I've been so busy with overtime lately. It's a total of 4,500, right? I'll transfer the rent to you. After saying this, Wang Lu intended to go back to his room to get his phone for the transfer, but was stopped by Shui Fong. Hey, I'm not here to collect the rent. I'm here to inform you that I've sold this house. You have 2 days to move out. Wang Lu was stunned. Aunt Shui, where am I supposed to find a new place in 2 days? This notice is too sudden. Shui Fong smirked. I don't care when you find a place. You only have 2 days, and I'm not returning your deposit. Look at what you've done to my house. You need to hurry and move out. I'll need to find someone to tidy it up, so your 1,500 deposit will be considered your cleaning fee. Hearing this, Wang Lu was unhappy. Aon Kui, you need to be reasonable. Come in and see. I've always kept your house clean, and I hardly cook. Where did you see me dirtying your house? Chapter 4 Who's talking? Wang Lu suddenly sat up in bed, knocking over a pile of equipment. Foolish host, I am the godly rich system. Please respect my existence. The system's voice rang out again. System? Like in a novel? Wang Lu pinched his face, feeling pain, and quickly shouted, ouch. Great. This isn't a dream. So what about the sign-in earlier? Could it be? Let me try. System sign-in. Wang Lu was so excited he almost jumped up. Ding. Sign-in successful. Reward. 1 Ferrari SF90 Straight Ale Limited Edition. Ding. System reminder. The Ferrari SF90 Straight Ale will be delivered in 2 hours. Please check, host. The system's voice disappeared again. And no matter how Wang Lu shouted in his heart, there was no response. Wang Lu hurriedly took out his phone to check how much the Ferrari SF90 Straightdale Limited Edition was worth, but found his phone was shattered. Just as he was about to curse whoever broke it, a middle-aged man walked in from outside the door. "Hey, little brother, you're awake?" Chapter 5. Inside the Lu Group building in Suhai City, in the 9th floor office. Lu Yanran was reviewing documents at her desk when there was a knock on the office door. Lu Yanran frowned. She had already instructed that no one was permitted to disturb her unless it was something very urgent. But she still said, "Come in." The office door slowly opened, and Uncle Fu walked in with a bow. Mississippi, seeing Uncle Fu, Lu Yanran's frown relaxed, and a slight smile appeared on her face. "Uncle Fu, what brings you here?" Although Uncle Fu was just the housekeeper of the Lu family, he had been with them for over 20 years since Lu Yanran was born. At that time, her father Lu Qingfeng and mother Wei Shuyao had no expectations of her as they were busy with their second child and work, ignoring the feelings of the newly born Lu Yanran. Only Uncle Fu had taken her out to play, taken her to school, and traveled with her over the years, making him more important to Lu Yanran than her own parents. Mr. Wang has been discharged from the hospital without any issues." Uncle Fu smiled at Lu Yanran as he replied. Chapter 6. As Wang Lu approached, he realized that the woman with a good figure only looked good. She was around 165 centimeters tall, and but was pretty perky, probably padded. But her breasts were too fake. This woman weighed only about 100 pounds. So how could she have such a proud upper body? Looking again at her makeup, which looked like it had been painted on with white paint paired with bright red lips, Wang Lu found it hard to muster any interest. He approached and said, "Hey, can you not block the front of the car?" The beauty was still taking selfies in front of the car and glanced at Wang Lu with annoyance. Seeing his outfit, she couldn't help but smirk. "Where did this bumpkin come from?" "This is my husband's car. I can take pictures however I want." "Who are you to tell me what to do?" "Your husband?" Wang Lu was confused, with a head full of question marks. "When did I become her husband? What are you doing? Hurry up and leave. When my husband arrives, you won't be able to handle it." The heavily made-up woman waved her hand dismissively, signaling Wang Lu to leave. Wang Lu couldn't help but want to unleash all his rhetorical skills on this woman, but thinking that he was now driving a Ferrari, he decided to maintain some decorum and said, "Are you sure this car belongs to your husband? Or is the owner of this car really your husband?" Chapter 7. Wang Lu looked at his scattered belongings, filled with anger. He had always been polite to his landlady, having lived there for 3 years, and had developed a bond, even though Aunt Shui had raised the rent twice, from 1,000 to 1,500 a month. He had been comfortable enough to not change houses. But now, to have all his belongings thrown out because of the house being sold was something Wang Lu couldn't accept. However, there was no better solution at the moment. So Wang Lu planned to endure it for now and take revenge once he had money. He packed his suitcase and some items, went downstairs, and put them in the front trunk of his car. This made Wang Lu a bit frustrated, as the storage space in the Ferrari was too small to fit all his luggage. He planned to temporarily store it in Uncle Lu's security room and sort it out once he found a new house. Just as he was closing the front trunk, he heard the familiar voice of his landlady. "Don't worry, we've signed the contract. You requested to collect the house a day early, and that's fine. I've cleared out the tenants' belongings. Let me take you to see." From a distance, Wang Lu saw Aunt Shui bringing a young couple to the building entrance, completely captivated by the red Ferrari SF90. Chapter 8. Seeing Aunt Shui's shameless demeanor, Wang Lu felt both angry and amused. He hadn't done anything but naturally got into the car and started the engine, and now she was blaming him? "Don't be unreasonable. I haven't even settled the score with you for throwing out my belongings, and now you're coming to bother me?" Wang Lu looked at Shui Fang speechlessly. Gui Fang, unyielding and furious, retorted, "Who told you to drive this car? If they hadn't seen your car, they wouldn't have come to see it. If they didn't see this, how would Zhao Li have been so nice to you? And how would Yan Quan not buy my house? It's all your fault. You deliberately rented a car just to annoy me, didn't you?" Wang Lu was filled with question marks, not to mention whether this car was rented or not. Did she think a Ferrari SF90 could be rented just like that? Truly ignorant. "Haha, fine, come here, and I'll scan the code for you to pay." Wang Lu didn't plan to continue talking to this ignorant woman. Upon hearing this, Shui Fang quickly opened the WeChat QR code and walked to Wang Lu's car window, asking him to pay. "Oh, if you had been this straightforward earlier, you could easily compensate me a few tens of thousands since you're so wealthy." Chapter 9. Guokai happened to have 2 buffet vouchers for this hotel given by a friend, so he planned to bring Lin Xiaoxiao to try it out. Unexpectedly, they ran into Wang Lu, which was quite unfortunate. However, since Wang Lu was there, Guokai still wanted to find an opportunity to mock him. Wang Lu, of course, was not affected by Lin Xiao and Guokai's presence. He hummed a song all the way back to his room, turned on the TV, and started watching a drama. Wang Lu had been coding for years and had lost touch with many things. He hardly recognized most of the stars on the TV now. While watching, he couldn't help but complain that the stars from before acted better. As time slowly approached 10 o'clock, Wang Lu soaked in the bathtub to relax from his long-standing fatigue. However, Wang Lu didn't know if it was his illusion, but he felt that after acquiring the system, his physical strength, reaction abilities, and overall fitness had significantly improved. In the past, he would be extremely tired by 10 o'clock, but because he had to work overtime every day, he would get home very late, and after taking a shower, he would fall asleep immediately. Now, at 10 o'clock, he surprisingly felt wide awake and energetic. After soaking, Wang Lu, wearing a bathrobe, left the bathroom and looked at himself in the full-length mirror, only to discover that he had abs. Wang Lu was somewhat baffled. How could he have abs with his long-term lack of exercise? But he didn't want to think too much about it. Having them was better than not having them at all. Chapter 10. Although Wang Lu was not skilled in hotel management, he could still tell from Lu Jin's tone that Lu Jin was afraid he would replace him. So he prepared to give Lu Jin a strong dose of reassurance. Don't worry, Lu Jin. As long as you do your job well, I won't replace you. Remember, I won't interfere with past matters, but from now on, I won't tolerate any sand in my eyes. So if there's anything you don't want me to see, you have until this afternoon before I arrive at the hotel to clean it up. Wang Lu's words struck Lu Jin like thunder, but Lu Jin felt relieved. Fortunately, he had been diligent over the years without making any major mistakes, so he confidently said, "Don't worry, boss, I will definitely live up to your expectations." Let's talk more this afternoon. I need to eat now. After Wang Lu finished speaking, he hung up the phone, then plopped down on the bed and exhaled deeply. Phew, being a boss is really not easy. After freshening up, Wang Lu went downstairs to the restaurant. The hotel offered a complimentary buffet breakfast when he booked, and adhering to the principle of not wasting, he chose to have breakfast. However, as soon as he arrived at the restaurant, he regretted it. Had he known, he wouldn't have come. He was holding a tray and had just taken some food when he unexpectedly spotted Lin Xiao and Guokai also having breakfast in the restaurant. Chapter 11. Wang Lu coldly watched as Shunjie took out her phone and dialed Lu Jin's number. "Hello? I'm in the lobby. Come down for a moment." Upon receiving the call, Lu Jin immediately felt a chill down his spine. He glanced at his watch and saw it was only 1 o'clock. How could Wang Lu have arrived so early? He had planned to arrive at 1:30 and wait at the door. "Yes, boss, I'll be right down." After Wang Lu hung up, Lu Jin rushed out of the office, looking as disheveled as possible. Wang Lu, having hung up the phone, coldly looked at Shunjie and said, "You wait a moment. Lu Jin will be down soon." Do you think that by pretending and making a call, I'll believe you? I don't have time to waste with you. Xiao Su, let us go. Ignore this lunatic. Shunjie arrogantly pulled Su Man to leave, only to find that Su Man didn't move. "Sister Shun, you can't treat guests like this. President Lu has said before that all guests at Tianqiong Hotel, regardless of their attire or appearance, must be treated politely. I'm sorry, this guest. Manager Shun is not in a good mood today and may have offended you with her words. I apologize on her behalf." Su Man bowed slightly to Wang Lu to express her apologies. Chapter 12. In VIP 001 of Tianqiong Hotel, Wang Lu saw that Lu Jin and Su Man had both left and began to excitedly inspect his room. The large living room had sofas from brands he didn't recognize but were definitely top tier, providing a very comfortable seating experience. The living room was spacious, about 80 square meters, and the 150 square meter laser TV made him feel like he was in a small cinema. Wang Lu walked to the balcony and discovered that standing on the balcony of Tianqiong Hotel's top floor allowed him to see the entire cityscape of Suhai City, an experience he had never had before. However, the wind on the balcony was quite strong, and feeling a bit chilly, Wang Lu returned to the interior of the room. He opened the refrigerator to find it filled with drinks, many of which he had never seen before. The adjacent wine rack was also stocked with a variety of alcoholic beverages, including foreign wines, baijiu, and beer, although Wang Lu didn't know the prices. They must have been quite expensive, prepared by Lu Jin. Wang Lu opened a bottle of Remy Martin XO, poured it into a brandy glass, added a few ice cubes, gently swirled it, sat down on the sofa, and took a sip. The faint fruit aroma mixed with the fragrance of the liquor flowed down his throat, making Wang Lu feel as if everything was unreal. However, the sensation soon brought him back to reality. Wang Lu's alcohol tolerance was actually average, and after this drink, he already felt a bit tipsy. After lying on the 2-meter bed to rest for a while, Wang Lu decided to check out the property. Chapter 13. After hanging up the phone, Wang Lu sent a WeChat message to Su Man, asking her to come to his room. When Su Man received Wang Lu's message, her little face turned red. The boss wouldn't want to take advantage of me, would he? Although I just graduated from university and haven't dated anyone, asking me to come to his room without saying anything. Although the boss is quite handsome and wealthy, we just met. This doesn't seem appropriate. Should I agree or not? If Wang Lu knew that this little girl was so infatuated, he definitely wouldn't have agreed to let her be his assistant. What the hell? I have serious business to attend to. What does she think I am? Knock, knock. After knocking on the door, Su Man heard Wang Lu's reply and used her room card to open the door, walking in to find Wang Lu lounging on the sofa drinking foreign wine, which made her face flush even more. Drinking during the day, could it really be? What are you thinking about again? I called you here to ask if our hotel has any business vehicles available. Wang Lu could tell that this little girl was thinking about all sorts of nonsense, so he directly stated his purpose. Boss, we do have business vehicles at our hotel. There are quite a few, including Bentleys, Rolls-Royces, and also slightly less luxurious models like Audi A8, BMW 7 Series, and Mercedes S-Class. Do you need a vehicle? Su Man realized she might have misunderstood Wang Lu, so she hurriedly changed the topic to avoid awkwardness. Chapter 14. Hearing Xiaoqiu say this, Wang Lu smiled slightly. It was indeed as he expected. Although he had never dealt with banks before, he had seen many banks on Douyin using various financial products to attract wealthy clients to invest. Of course, some made money, but many lost money. Xiaoqiu could tell Wang Lu's concerns and quickly said, President Wang, you misunderstood. The products I've organized this time are all profit-making with no losses. The initial investment is quite large, so ordinary people can't afford it. Oh, all profit and no loss. Are you sure? Wang Lu laughed. He didn't believe Xiaoqiu's nonsense, so he didn't plan to invest. Just as Wang Lu was about to refuse, he heard a prompt from the system in his mind. Ding! Special task activated. Wang Lu was taken aback and quickly asked in his mind, System, I thought there was only signing in? Why is there a special task as well? Who told you that? The system is a rich man's system, and of course there are tasks to be released, but the host has too few people to interact with. So no tasks have been triggered, the system replied in a mechanical voice. Oh, I see. Then who exactly is the task for? Wang Lu is also looking forward to this task. After all, if there is a task, there will definitely be rewards. Chapter 15. The security guard was momentarily stunned after hearing Wang Lu's words, but still confirmed again. Sir, are you joking? Our villa, no. One has not been occupied for a long time, and how can you prove that you are the owner of Villa Number 1? Wang Lu nodded. This is normal. Yunding Manor is the top villa area in Suhai City, where the residents are either business tycoons or high-ranking officials' children. How could they just let someone in with a casual remark? Wang Lu took out the document bag and handed it to the security guard. Here is the property certificate and the key. Take a look. By the way, here is my ID card for you to verify. Seeing Wang Lu so calm, the security guard was already 80 convinced, but to be safe, he still needed to verify with the property management company, because if something went wrong, a small security guard like him couldn't afford it. The security guard took the document bag back to the security room and made a phone call. 5 minutes later, the security guard came out of the security room again, his eyes filled with respect and awe, and walked up to Wang Lu's car to salute him respectfully. Honorable owner of Villa Number 1, welcome home. He also returned the document bag to Wang Lu, who casually tossed it to Su Man. Well done. Let's go, shall we? Chapter 16. That's not what I meant, mister. Wang, I was just curious. Lu Yanran frowned, wondering why this man spoke so unpleasantly. Doesn't he know she is a woman? Or why is such a beautiful woman always retorting at her? At that moment, Lu Yanran began to doubt her own charm for the first time. Although she was not interested in Wang Lu, she was still full of curiosity. After all, this man had bumped into her, and there were many mysteries about him. It seemed that this rich man suddenly appeared in Suhai City, and previous information indicated that he was just an ordinary person. What's there to be curious about? I tell you, if it weren't for Uncle Fu being relatively polite to me, someone like you, I definitely wouldn't let off. Wang Lu snorted coldly and turned to get into the Rolls-Royce, and Xiao Li, understanding the situation, immediately drove away. Lu Yanran was left with a head full of question marks due to Wang Lu's attitude and then angrily said, "This Wang Lu really has no taste. Actually left me behind? Forget it. There won't be many opportunities to meet in the future anyway." Lu Yanran turned and got into her Lamborghini, leaving her villa. All the way, Lu Yanran didn't drive but called Uncle Fu. "Uncle Fu, I just saw Wang Lu." Chapter 17, however, after a change of thought, Su Man felt that she wasn't losing out either. After all, the boss was so handsome and treated her well. But it seemed a bit inappropriate to offer herself so quickly. Seeing Su Man not moving, Wang Lu frowned. "What are you dazed for? Hurry up. All right. Why be so fierce? I'll go." Su Man directly started taking off her clothes while walking towards Wang Lu's bedroom. Wang Lu was left with a head full of question marks by Su Man's actions. He just wanted to eat a winter jujube. Was it really this troublesome? Did she have to take off her clothes? However, Wang Lu didn't think much of it. Maybe it was some kind of quirk of Su Man's. And he didn't care too much, turning on the TV instead. 20 minutes later, Wang Lu glanced at the bedroom. Su Man taking so long to wash a jujube and taking off her clothes was fine, but why was she so slow? Wang Lu turned his head and found that the winter jujube on the wine cabinet hadn't been taken, feeling speechless. Just as he stood up, he saw a shocking scene. Su Man had her hair up, wrapped in a bath towel, her curvy figure fully displayed. Su Man was actually very beautiful, scoring around 90 points. But she had that cute type of charm. Wang Lu never expected Su Man to have such a good figure. Was it AC or AD? What are you doing? Wang Lu was stunned by Su Man's bold actions. Chapter 18. Wang Lu saw that it was already past midnight and instantly felt awake. Signing in every day was something he looked forward to because no one knew what kind of surprise this rich man's system would give him. "System, can I sign in now?" Wang Lu tried to inquire with the system in his mind. "Yes, host, you can now sign in and receive rewards." The system's mechanical voice echoed in Wang Lu's mind. Every time Wang Lu signed in, he felt that the system's voice was so wonderful. "System, sign in. Ding dong. Congratulations. Host, sign in successful. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 100 million in Douyin Experience Gold and a live broadcast gift cashback card." Douyin Experience Gold? Live broadcast gift cashback card? Were these? Wang Lu was full of question marks at this moment. This was the first time the system rewarded something that didn't exist in real life. Wang Lu opened the two items in the system rewards with his consciousness. Douyin Experience Gold 100 million. Can be used as Huaxia currency on the Douyin platform and gifted to streamers. The streamer can also withdraw, but cannot be used offline. It has already been credited to the host's personal account. Note, do not use it to brush for the host himself. If detected by the system, all assets of the host will be deducted. Chapter 19. Lu Wu Wei's bullet screen started to fly in Suhai Tutu's live broadcast room. Due to the previous 5 super fire effects, more and more people entered the live broadcast room. And at this point, Suhai Tutu's live broadcast room had already exceeded 2,000 people. Most of the bullet screens were praising Lu Wu Wei for being domineering, and Suhai Tutu also asked the audience, "So, dear boys in the live broadcast room, what program do you want to see? Singing or dancing?" Wang Lu nodded, thinking, Suhai Tutu's voice is still very sweet, and she is particularly beautiful, belonging to the type with charm. At this time, most of the bullet screens were requesting dancing. Suhai Tutu adjusted the camera and stood up. Her long legs paired with a pink dress were very alluring. However, what Wang Lu was very satisfied with was that Suhai Tutu asked everyone to wait while she changed into clothes suitable for dancing. Although Suhai Tutu was not the type of flirtatious girl, she had been live streaming for more than a year and was also very good at pleasing her audience. The viewers in the live room just wanted to see something. If they really liked singing and dancing, wouldn't it be better to watch celebrities? In just over 3 minutes, Suhai Tutu changed into a light blue fitted dress and walked in front of everyone in the live room, her long hair flowing behind her, a few strands of messy hair floating in front of her, making her look particularly charming. Chapter 20. At this moment, the number of viewers in Suhai Tutu's live broadcast room had exceeded 10,000, and the number was still rising, but the scene in the live room was very strange. Continuous super fire was constantly emitting special effects on the screen, but Suhai Tutu's expression seemed a bit dazed. This, has it already reached 1 million? That's right. The continuous super fire had already broken through 500 shots. Wang Lu's fingers were starting to feel sore, but super rockets, as a high-level gift, could only be sent one at a time, so he could only keep clicking. At this point, the live room had exploded. Wow, What kind of performance is this? Is it a gift performance? Host, are you just watching the big brother send gifts? The MO said in the live room. Yeah, host, you should show us something too. Sing a song or dance. Otherwise, it's so boring. Wei and I Shanyao said. Not boring. I love watching the big brother send gifts the most. Already 600 superfires. Wu Wei is mighty and powerful. I want to have your baby. The top big brother's leg ornament said. The person upstairs seems to be a man, right? The leak harvester added. By the way, what about that apocalypse crazy knife from earlier? Weren't you just teasing the great master Wu Wei? Now that Wu Wei has almost given away 2 million, why don't you share your thoughts? The rocket wholesaler said. Chapter 21. At this moment, Suhai Tutu, after ending her stream, was sitting cross-legged on her chair, nervously staring at her phone screen, wondering if Wang Lu would reply to her WeChat message. At this time, Hong Jia, having confirmed that Suhai Tutu had added Lu Wu Wei on WeChat, was relieved and went to rest, reminding her before leaving. Tutu, the great master Lu Wu Wei can give you gifts worth 5 million Huaxia coins. You should know what you need to give in return, right? All right, I'm going to sleep now. You've worked hard too. As for whether or not to accept this big brother, you could decide for yourself. Looking at the message sent by Hong Jia, Tu Qianqian sat silently in front of her phone, seemingly deep in thought. Suddenly, the phone vibrated, pulling her back to reality. Hello Tutu, I am Lu Wu Wei. Upon seeing Wang Lu's reply, Tu Qianqian jumped up happily, but then felt a bit guilty. If according to Hong Jia, I won't get anything from this big brother unless I give something in return, then I'm a bit hesitant about what to offer. What if this Lu Wu Wei is just an uncle with a face full of flesh? Or a man over 60? At this moment, Tu Qianqian was in a dilemma, but still replied, Brother Wu Wei, my real name is Tu Qianqian. You can call me Qianqian, or if you like Tutu. Chapter 22. Wang Lu, hearing that familiar voice, turned his head and saw Uncle Fu, who was smiling widely, and greeted him. Hello, Uncle Fu. What a coincidence. Uncle Fu, with his years of observation skills, could not be mistaken. Wang Lu's demeanor had actually gained a hint of dominance compared to before. What has this kid experienced these past few days to cause such a noticeable change in his temperament? Uncle Fu thought to himself, as temperament is generally not easily altered. Only through significant life events can a person's character undergo such changes. Young Master Wang, I heard the young lady mention that there was a misunderstanding between you before, and I hope you won't take offense. Our young lady is actually very kind. Uncle Fu slightly bowed in apology. Wang Lu raised his eyes to stare at Uncle Fu, who was somewhat confused by Wang Lu's gaze, but Wang Lu shook his head. Uncle Fu, you're overthinking it. Lu Yanran didn't offend me. I just don't like her arrogance. It's best if we avoid dealing with each other in the future. After saying that, Wang Lu turned and walked into the entrance of Villa Number 1 with Su Man. Oh, miss. Uncle Fu shook his head and sighed before returning to the villa. Chapter 23. Tua sat at her chair, stunned. I'll keep sending gifts for as long as you dance. Is this something a person would say? How extravagant must one be to say such a thing? Tua Ta then adjusted the camera and started the music. Wang Lu also activated the clicker, timing it to click every 10 seconds to send gifts. Tua Tuo's dancing was quite good. In terms of dance skills, she was significantly stronger than Suhai Tutu, though her looks were slightly inferior. If Suhai Tutu scored 90 points, Tua Tua would be around 85, which is still top-tier beauty for an average person. As Tua Tua danced and the super rockets floated in the live stream, her room quickly reached the third most popular live stream, with the number of viewers surpassing 20,000, even more exaggerated than Suhai Tutu's over 10,000 viewers from last night. Of course, Tua Tuo's popularity was inherently higher than Suhai Tutu's, mainly due to her perfect figure and alluring dance attracting many admirers. Wang Lu did not deny that he liked women. As the saying goes, the standard for judging whether a man is lecherous is to see if he breathes. If he breathes, he is lecherous. Chapter 24. From the very beginning, Gao Shuhua looked down on Wang Lu, believing that although he had some talent, it was only useful in university, and his job prospects weren't too good after graduation. In recent years, Gao Shuhua had been looking for a new boyfriend for Lin Xiaoxiao, but none seemed to compare to Wang Lu. Until Guokai's appearance made Gao Shuhua feel that Wang Lu was just like roadside weeds, easily discarded. The Guo family, while not a wealthy family, had some assets in Suhai City, amounting to at least tens of millions. Lin's mother was quite satisfied with Guokai's family. Even though Guokai was already in his 30s, significantly older than Lin Xiaoxiao, but who isn't tempted by money? In Gao Shuhua's eyes, as long as someone is rich, everything else is secondary. Time flew by, and soon most of the guests had arrived. Guokai and Lin Xiaoxiao also approached the stage, with Guokai's father, Guotao, standing beside them. Dad, is what you said true? The owner of the Tianxiong Grand Hotel, Mr. Wang, really agreed to come to our wedding? And he will even come up to congratulate us? It's true, it was Mr. Lu Jin himself who said it. There's no mistake. Guotao said, beaming with joy. The esteemed owner of the Tianxiong Grand Hotel coming to his son's wedding made Guotao feel proud. Chapter 25. Su Man sat opposite Wang Lu, watching him happily devour the dishes on the table. Su Man thought her boss seemed quite strange today. Boss, you seem really happy today? Really? Not much different, right? Wang Lu was indeed very happy. After downing a glass of red wine, he rarely drank and hadn't had much. But today he felt exceptionally joyful and had a couple of glasses. I don't want to be like those protagonists in other novels who, after taking revenge on those who betrayed them, act as if nothing happened. If it's nothing, then why seek revenge? Today I'm just happy. Wang Lu felt extraordinarily relieved at this moment. Seeing that Wang Lu was unwilling to elaborate, Su Man didn't ask further, quietly eating her food. After the meal, Wang Lu glanced at his phone. Damn, it's already 8:30? What's wrong, boss? Do you have something urgent? Su Man asked upon hearing Wang Lu's exclamation while tidying up the tableware. Oh, it's nothing. You can tidy up and go rest. I'll tell you what to do tomorrow. Wang Lu quickly opened the Douyin app and saw that Su Hai Tutu was currently in a PK battle with other streamers. Chapter 26. At this moment, Tu Chanqian was still immersed in that our Tutu remark, completely oblivious to the excitement in the public screen. Is Brother Wu Wei implying that Tutu is already his woman? Not necessarily. Oh, Brother Wu Wei might just be joking. But since he has sent so many gifts, who knows, Tutu might really have a connection with Brother Wu Wei. At this moment, Mo Ranjiangshan bit his lip in front of his phone. He had liked Su Hai Tutu for a long time, but no matter how he asked her out, he received no response. So Mo Ranjiangshan hadn't sent too many gifts. However, when he saw the relationship between Lu Wu Wei and Su Hai Tutu, he could only sigh helplessly. Even if he invested all his assets, it would probably only be enough for Lu Wu Wei to send a meal's worth of gifts. By the way, what event is today that requires so many PKs? With Xiao Yun heir's departure, Wang Lu also asked Su Hai Tutu in the public screen, but soon his message was drowned out in silence. Wang Lu helplessly shook his head and sent a WeChat message asking, what event is happening today, and why are there so many PK matches? Tu Chanqian also received Wang Lu's WeChat and replied, today is the New Year's rookie competition. Anyone with less than 2 years of live streaming can participate. If you win the championship, you could get a week of hot recommendation. Chapter 27. Wang Lu looked at the barrage in the live streaming room, which was filled with exclamations like a tidal wave. He didn't care at all. His goal of reaching 10 million was just to score as high as possible without attracting others' attention. At this moment, Tang Yu's expression was somewhat ugly. She thought her 3.8 million was a sure win, but unexpectedly, Lu Wu Wei alone brushed a whopping 10 million. 10 million. What does that mean? In Suhai, I could buy a pretty good large flat or small villa. Rabbit's sister is really lucky to have such a big shot. Tang Yu felt a bit embarrassed, but she couldn't let her cool sister persona collapse. However, what surprised Tang Yu was that she noticed her live streaming room welcoming the esteemed king, Lu Wu Wei. Soon after, Wang Lu sent 50 rockets in Tang Yu's live streaming room, leaving her dumbfounded. What kind of operation is this? Is she angrily sending 100,000 just because she lost? Before Tang Yu could thank Lu Wu Wei, he switched to Suhai Rabbit's live streaming room. The female streamers outside went into an uproar when they found out Suhai Rabbit received support from the big shot Lu Wu Wei without doing anything at all. They were all envious. Chapter 28. Wang Lu's gift speed showed no signs of slowing down, quickly increasing from 30 million to 40 million. To be safe, Wang Lu brushed up to 45 million before stopping. Suddenly, he switched from Suhai Rabbit's live streaming room to Qing Air's, looking at the desperate messages on the screen. Wang Lu grinned and started typing. Everyone, if you need to steal the tower, please hurry up, there's only 1 minute left. Wang Lu's words instantly stirred up dissatisfaction in the live streaming room. Damn, Lu Wu Wei is rich and impressive. Hurry up and get out. Qing Air's live streaming room doesn't welcome you. Some even didn't know their place. Even if Qing Air lost, so what? She would always be their goddess. Wang Lu looked at the barrage, cursing him with a helpless shake of his head, then sent another message. If you have guts, send gifts that exceed mine. Stealing the tower is fine, I don't care. But I have money, so let's see who can outdo me in gifts. After sending that, Wang Lu left Qing Air's live streaming room, and after the barrage disappeared, the screen fell silent. Xindong Shanha also left Qing Air's live streaming room, feeling dead inside. He had only earned over 3 million from this event. All gifts from the guild would ultimately have to be returned to the guild. Chapter 29. The next morning, Wang Lu was washing up and couldn't help but smile at his 8-pack abs. This was the reward for completing a special task last night. Remembering the system reward from last night made Wang Lu beam. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the special task of losing your virginity. Task reward. Overall physical fitness increased by 50 points. Wang Lu opened the system panel and saw in the physical fitness section. Host. Wang Lu strength, 70 speed, 65 mental, 60 constitution, 65 overall rating, 65, poor. Seeing the word poor made Wang Lu feel a bit disappointed. Is his physical fitness really poor? Just now, Wang Lu tried lifting the 300-pound sofa in his room with a little effort, which was already much stronger than some weightlifters. How is that considered poor? Wang Lu estimated that with his current physical fitness, he could easily take on more than a dozen people. He also felt that his vision had broadened a lot, and his mind was much clearer, with many problems easily solved. Wang Lu guessed it might be due to the improvement in mental strength. At that moment, the sound of a card swipe came from outside, and Su Man walked in wearing a tight-fitting professional outfit that didn't quite match her cute and shy demeanor. Chapter 30. In the VIP-001 presidential suite of the Tianqiong Hotel, Tu Qianqian stared blankly at Wang Lu, leaving him a bit puzzled. Did I say something wrong? Really? Brother Wang Lu, do you mean for me to come closer? But I can't afford the meals here. Tu Qianqian was very happy. She felt that Wang Lu saying that must mean he wanted her to be closer. She never expected to live with Wang Lu. After all, someone wealthy would have their own private space. This hotel is mine. You don't have to pay for meals. I just have to tell them. Wang Lu smiled, find her quite cute. The hotel is yours? Brother Wang Lu, this Tianqiong Hotel is yours? Tu Qianqian was shocked, although she wasn't from Suhai. She had lived there for over a year and knew what Tianqiong Hotel was. Just hearing the name made it sound very prestigious. Yes, I just acquired it. Wang Lu shrugged. Tu Qianqian was already so surprised that her mouth formed an O shape, speechless. She knew Wang Lu was wealthy, but she didn't expect him to fully acquire a hotel worth over 10 billion in Suhai. The Tianqiong Hotel was not just a hotel. It was also part of a commercial complex. Although it wasn't as large as the super-large complexes like Yida or Jiawang, it wasn't small either. Chapter 31. Yes. Wang Lu, our Xiao Xiao still loves you very much. You two should get back together quickly. We canceled the engagement with the Guo family yesterday. Xiao Xiao said her greatest love is you. Initially, we made Xiao Xiao get together with Guo Kai, but she didn't want to. Now she insists on being with you. We only have one daughter. You can rest assured that you will be our son in the future. Gao Shuhua was indeed a seasoned veteran. Her words were tightly woven. If someone who didn't know the situation heard this, they might think Lin Xiao Xiao was really innocent. Yeah, Wang Lu. It was my parents who forced me to be with Guo Kai. Actually, I've always loved you the most. Now, I convinced my parents. We can finally be together. We can get married right away, and I can have your baby immediately. Lin Xiao Xiao saw that Wang Lu didn't forcefully break free from her embrace and thought she had already gained his forgiveness. Get back together? Haha. You think you deserve it? Wang Lu gently pulled his arms away from Lin Xiao Xiao, quickly stepping back with Tu Qianqian. Lin Xiao Xiao, Lin Yuanzhou, Gao Shuhua. Don't say I'm not giving you face. Hurry up and get lost, or I'll call security. Wang Lu had no interest in interacting with this shameless family. Chapter 32. Hearing Tu Qianqian say this, Wang Lu's lips curled up. Is that so? I have something even better. Seeing Wang Lu smile, Tu Qianqian instantly understood what he meant, her face flushing red. Then, I'll come over tonight? Wang Lu smiled. No rush. I'll take you out to shop today. Tu Qianqian quickly waved her hands. No need. I don't lack anything. However, Wang Lu completely ignored Tu Qianqian's refusal, grabbing her hand and heading towards the elevator to the underground parking lot. System. Sign in. While waiting for the elevator, Wang Lu suddenly remembered that he hadn't signed in today, which was the most important thing. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in and received a cashback card that multiplies your rewards. Wang Lu frowned and opened the cashback card as mind. Cashback card. For offline use only. Time limit of 8 hours. Limit of 20 million. As the name implies, any consumption within 20 million accumulated within 8 hours will have a random multiple cashback, with a minimum of double and a maximum of 10 times. Please use it cautiously. Host. Huh. This thing is great. Getting something for nothing is the happiest. Wang Lu raised an eyebrow. Today he was going to take 2 Qianqian out to spend, so he wouldn't have to spend his own money and could still make money. Is there anything better than spending while earning in this world? Chapter 33. When Sister Zhu heard that Boss Gao was coming to look at bags, she immediately perked up. Oh, Boss Gao, you're just in time. We just received a few new bags in the store. I think they would suit your partner perfectly. Shall I show you? The heavily made-up woman's eyes lit up upon hearing about the new bags. Really? Hurry and take me to see. Saying this, she pulled Boss Gao toward the bag section, clearly someone who frequented the place. At this moment, Xiao Zhang was introducing to 2 Qianqian. This lady, I think this new tote bag is perfect for you. It's compact, lightweight, and practical. It's the best-selling bag we've had this year. 2 Qianqian saw the marked price of 18,200, which wasn't too expensive, and she quite liked the style, so she held the bag up to show Wang Lu. Before she could say anything, she heard a voice not far behind her. 2 Qianqian? What are you doing here? 2 Qianqian, puzzled, thought the voice sounded familiar and turned to see a heavily made-up woman looking at her in surprise, but she didn't recognize this person. Do we know each other? May I ask who you are? You don't recognize me? I'm Tian Tian, Tian Tian said proudly. Tian Tian? You are Tian Tian? 2 Qianqian was astonished. Tian Tian was her classmate from college. Their relationship wasn't very close. They could only be considered acquaintances, but the change was too drastic. Chapter 34. Laughter erupted in the LV brand store as Tian Tian and Gao Tianfu laughed heartily, and Sister Zhu couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh along. Xiao Zhang was lowering his head, about to turn around to put the bags back when he heard Wang Lu say, I'm not saying I'm not buying. What I mean is I never need discounts when I buy things. 136, 300, full payment by card. After Wang Lu finished, he used the cashback card in the system. And the system prompted, host has successfully used the cashback card. Remaining time, 7 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Xiao Zhang stood frozen, staring at the black card in Wang Lu's hand. Tian Tian and Sister Zhu were also incredulous. Only Gao Tianfu exclaimed in shock when he saw the black card. Black card. Tian Tian, puzzled, asked Gao Tianfu, honey, what is a black card? Gao Tianfu explained, I've seen black cards in the hands of the boss. It said that each bank has requirements for issuing black cards. The minimum is a net worth of over 100 million to qualify, but generally, you need a net worth of several billion to hold a black card. What? Several billion? Everyone was shocked, and the other staff members who had come over to check out the laughter were equally astonished. Chapter 35. The Patek Philippe staff entered Wang Lu's ID number in front of the computer, and soon Wang Lu's identity information appeared. Upon seeing Wang Lu's identity information, the Patek Philippe staff thought they had misread and mumbled. Actual controlling person of Tianxiong Hotel, 100 control, meets the requirements? In fact, this wasn't a secret, as it could be found online. The shocked Patek Philippe staff immediately approached Wang Lu, handed in their phone, and bowed slightly. Hello, Mr. Wang. You meet our purchasing qualifications. We just happen to have a watch that meets your requirements. Let me show you. It wasn't long before the staff took out a men's watch from the safe and placed it on the counter. Wang Lu immediately liked this watch, and the staff explained, Mr. Wang, this is our Patek Philippe 6300 G010 Master Chime, with a double-sided dial and over 20 functions, featuring a platinum case handcrafted over 10 years. Currently priced at 13 million Huaxia currency. Upon hearing 13 million, Tu Qianqian felt her heart skip a beat. 13 million Huaxia currency for a watch. Tu Qianqian thought she really didn't understand the world of the wealthy. Chapter 36. Su Man had just taken a couple of steps when Wang Lu called her, making her face turn even redder. She turned around and asked, Boss, are you not done yet? Do you need me? I'm just on my period these days. How about waiting until it's over? Stop. What are you talking about? I'm gonna sit down and eat. Wang Lu, holding his head, helplessly interrupted Su Man. What was this girl thinking? In the morning, she was so capable and decisive, but by evening, her mind was elsewhere. Oh, Su Man pouted and pulled out a chair to sit down. serving rice for Wang Lu and herself, then buried her head in her bowl to cover up the earlier awkwardness. Meanwhile, in the number 6 villa of Yunding Manor, Lu Yanran was having dinner when her phone suddenly rang. Lu Yanran frowned, wondering who would call her at this time. She picked up her phone to see it was Lu Bai. This kid rarely calls me. He only does when he wants money. I just gave him 100,000 at the beginning of the month, and it's only mid-month. Is he out of money already? After hesitating for a moment, Lu Yanran answered the phone and questioned, Lu Bai, are you done yet? It's only mid-September, and you're already out of money? Lu Bai, on the other end of the line, looked bewildered. What are you talking about? Sis, I still have money. Chapter 37. At this moment, Tu Ata had indeed guessed correctly. Wang Lu originally had no such intentions. But after experiencing the taste of being a predator yesterday, he thought, since it was a task reward anyway, why not take advantage of it? Tu Ata naturally understood this meaning, so she was considering whether to end the stream. Ending the stream would mean refusal. Not ending it would mean acceptance of Lu's gifts. Although Ta wasn't a naive virgin like Su Hai Tutu, she had only dated one boyfriend, so she was still relatively pure. Tu Ata was at war within herself, but remembering Su Hai Tutu's dazzling appearance yesterday, her resistance began to crumble. At this moment, Wang Lu had already sent over 1,000 King of the World gifts and suddenly noticed that his Douyin back-in friend list was buzzing. Wang Lu saw the friend who sent a message and smiled slightly. Good. He opened Tua Tuo's message and saw that Tua Tuo had sent her WeChat. Wang Lu added Tua Tuo's WeChat, and it was quickly approved. However, Tua Tuo did not send a message because she hadn't ended the stream yet. Wang Lu's gifts also did not stop. At this point, the gifts had exceeded 2,000, totaling 10 million that Wang Lu had just brushed out. Chapter 38. At this moment, Wang Lu was lying on the bed, staring dumbfounded at the phone in his hand. Wang Lu had a black line on his face. Pregnant? You want me to take responsibility? What does that mean? If it were Tu Qianqian asking me to take responsibility, that would be one thing. But what is Lin Xiao to make me responsible? Wang Lu speechlessly typed a text. Responsible? Responsible for what? This child is mine? Lin Xiao was closely staring at Wang Lu's chat window on the bed. Suddenly, when she saw Wang Lu's reply, she was excited. It's not yours, but it can be considered yours. As long as you are willing, he can be your child, and you can be called Dad. And it's no problem for him to take your surname Wang. At this point, Wang Lu was filled with question marks. This logic is a bit outrageous. What do you mean, as long as I'm willing, I can be called Dad? And taking the surname Wang, what does that have to do with me? You're really shameless, Lin Xiao. I'm busy and don't have time to waste with you. Hurry up and get lost. After Wang Lu sent this message, he blocked Lin Xiao on WeChat and all other communication methods. Lin Xiao replied and found that Wang Lu had actually blocked her, and even her phone number. She angrily hit the bed. Just as Wang Lu put down his phone, WeChat chimed again. He thought it was Lin Xiao using a different account to message him. But when he opened it, it turned out to be Brother Wu Wei, I'm off the air. Chapter 39. Wang Lu hesitated for a moment, as if he thought of something, and answered the phone. Hello? The other party, hearing such a young voice, was obviously taken aback, but still said, Hello, Mr. Wang. I am Hua Ying, the general manager of Longting Commercial Center. The voice on the other end belonged to a man in his 30s. I was just about to head to Longting when you called. Quite a coincidence, Wang Lu laughed. At this moment, Hua Ying was sweating coldly behind him. He was still at home preparing to go out when he received a call from the original owner saying that Longting had just been sold to someone named Wang Lu. This puzzled Hua Ying. How could the original owner let go of such a profitable business? Longting Commercial had managed to earn nearly 1 billion Huaxia coins each year in such a sluggish market over the past 2 years, making it a very valuable asset. But now, hearing that Wang Lu was coming to Longting, how could Hua Ying not be scared? Good boss, I'm on my way to Longting. Please wait for me if you arrive first. Hua Ying hurriedly prepared to put on his shoes and head out. Wang Lu, noticing the other party's reaction, naturally guessed the panic. No need to be so nervous. I'm not going to eat you. I haven't decided when I'll arrive. You can busy yourself with what you're doing. After saying this, he hung up the phone. Chapter 40, I guess so. By the way, what about you? Do you work here? Wang Lu didn't deny it. Su Man was indeed his assistant from the Tianqiong Grand Hotel, and he had chosen her. My company is here. My family is in the cosmetics business. After graduating from university, I took over the family business, and then last year, I made some money and moved here to the 10th floor. Want to come up and take a look? Wang Lu thought he had nothing else to do and was originally here to see how Longting Commercial was operating. So he agreed to Jiang Shuyue's invitation. Wang Lu and Su Man followed Jiang Shuyue to the 10th floor office building. As soon as they exited the elevator, the 5 prominent characters Qingmu Cosmetics caught their eye. Jiang, your company is doing well, renting the entire floor? And that sign is so big. Wang Lu thought Jiang Shuyue might be too aggressive. Such a sign could scare off potential visitors to the company. At this moment, Jiang Shuyue looked embarrassed and said, Qingmu is our competitor. It was already here when I came. We have about 300 to 400 square meters inside. Our company is called Huajianyu, not Qingmu. Wang Lu scratched his head and casually asked, Isn't Qingmu being too ostentatious? Don't you complain to the property management? Chapter 41. Zhou Qin took off the Huajianyu badge from her head and walked over to Bao Tong, bowing slightly as she said, Sorry, President Jiang. Actually, I was originally assigned by President Bao to be your secretary. You don't need to look at the contract. There are indeed issues with it. Jiang Shuyue's vision went dark, and she staggered back 2 steps, but Wang Lu caught her by the waist. This scene was noticed by Bao Tong, who frowned and asked, Kid, who are you to Jiang Shuyue? How dare you hold my woman? Wang Lu steadied Jiang Shuyue and then took 2 steps forward. You don't need to know who I am. As for you, I think trouble will be very big. At this moment, Bao Tong had a bad premonition in his heart, but seeing Wang Lu as a street vendor, he guessed he was not someone with a powerful background and coldly said, Kid, you're an employee of this company, right? I tell you, this company will either close today or merge into mine. I advise you to be smart and stay away from Jiang Shuyue or else. Wang Lu almost laughed out loud. Or else what? You're so fat and bald. Do you want to disgust me to death? You. I tell you, if you offend me, be careful you can't bear the consequences. Bao Tong felt insulted. Wang Lu, you should leave. I'm really sorry for letting you see this mess today. This has nothing to do with you. Bao Tong still has some influence. The property manager of Longting is his uncle, and we are not his match here. It's no big deal. If my company closes, I can just start over. Jiang Shuyue was worried about involving Wang Lu, as he was also working here. Offending Bao Tong could lead to problems for his job. Chapter 42. Bao Hai turned his head upon hearing the commotion and sat down on the ground with a thud. Bao Tong was startled by Bao Hai's actions. Uncle, what are you doing? What, General? Why are you here? Bao Hai was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Hua Ying ignored Bao Hai and walked straight to Wang Lu, slightly bowing and respectfully saying, Boss, sorry I'm late. Wang Lu waved his hand. No, you came just in time. You heard what I said earlier. Just execute it. At this moment, Jiang Shuyue was so surprised that she covered her mouth and almost fell to the ground. But fortunately, Wang Lu was quick to support her. However, this time Wang Lu was not polite. He held Jiang Shuyue's waist tightly against himself. Jiang, why don't you change into a pair of high heels? Otherwise, you'll think you're seducing me, and you keep falling, which seems inappropriate. Jiang Shuyue's face turned red, and she quickly hit Wang Lu's chest to stabilize herself. Her face flushed. Who is seducing you? You clearly deceived me and said you worked here. How could you be the boss here? Before Wang Lu could explain, a very overweight figure suddenly pounced and grabbed Wang Lu's jeans. Mr. Wang, please spare me. I can't leave Longting. If my client finds out my company isn't at Longting anymore, they will definitely terminate the contract with me. Moreover, my company just renovated, and I have already invested a large sum of money. I currently have no money to find a new place. Mr. Wang, please spare me. I'm begging you. Bao Tong's face was full of tears. At this moment, he felt hopeless. His company was actually able to keep costs much lower than ordinary cosmetics companies because of Bao Hai. If he left Longting, not only would he not find a good place, but his costs would also soar, leading to bankruptcy soon. Furthermore, according to the rules, he still owed Longting tens of millions in rent. If Longting demanded compensation at once, he would go bankrupt directly. Chapter 43. An hour later, Wang Lu and Su Man were waiting outside the airport arrivals hall. Many men and women passing by Wang Lu were looking at Su Man. Su Man was indeed very beautiful, with a cute and adorable style, making people want to pinch her cheeks. Wang Lu turned his head. Why don't you put on a mask? Su Man responded and silently put on her mask. Sure enough, after wearing the mask, the attention decreased significantly. In fact, Wang Lu also attracted quite a few gazes, but as soon as they heard him being referred to as a street vendor, those glances instantly disappeared. After waiting for 20 minutes, Wang Lu suddenly brightened up as he saw a woman with an excellent figure dragging a suitcase walking out, with two boys next to her trying to get her WeChat. The woman's body proportions were perfect, clearly the result of long-term dancing. The black hot pants made her long white legs look even longer, and her top was a big red, chest-hugging piece, accentuating her impressive bust. Wang Lu estimated she had at least a D-cup size, standing tall at about 175 centimeters. Her long wavy hair cascaded over her shoulders, swaying in the wind, exuding a strong, mature vibe. Unfortunately, with a mask on, Wang Lu couldn't tell if she was Toto. He had to wait for Toto to contact him. Suddenly, the woman picked up her phone and dialed a number. Within seconds, Wang Lu's phone rang. He answered the call. "Hello, I've arrived and I should be seeing you." Chapter 44. Toto glanced around the luxurious decor of the private room, suddenly feeling a bit delusional. Yesterday, Wang Lu had given her 10 million. And since Toto was a freelancer without any guild contracts, she could keep 60, which was 6 million Huaxia coins. Now she felt that this 6 million was nothing to Wang Lu. In Toto's eyes, Wang Lu was the perfect Prince Charming, tall, handsome, and wealthy, the kind of existence that many girls admired. Little did Toto know that just 5 days ago, Wang Lu had been in a pitiful state, fired from his job in one day, cheated on by his girlfriend of 6 years, and crashed into a greenbelt. Not to mention, even Wang Lu didn't expect to have such luck awakening a godly wealth system. Before long, the waiter brought out delicious dishes, and Toto's appetite increased upon seeing the beautifully arranged food. "Would you like some wine?" Wang Lu politely asked, feeling good after the success at the Longting Business Center and wanting to celebrate with a drink. "Sure, I like a bit of red wine." Since the hotel was all on Wang Lu, Toto decided not to hold back and save him money. Wang Lu smiled and opened a bottle of 1992 Lafite, pouring a glass for both himself and Toto. Wang Lu didn't have a habit of drinking much, but thankfully, the dishes at Tiancong Hotel were known for being delicious and paired well with wine. Toto had a decent tolerance. After 2 glasses, her petite face turned slightly red, making her look even cuter. Chapter 45. Brother Yun, please don't abandon us. At this moment, the 5 members of the Sun family panicked upon hearing Yun Shi referring to Wang Lu as just a regular friend. Without the Yun family, they were nothing. "Quiet. Just tell me how you offended Brother Wang Lu." Yun Shi couldn't grasp Wang Lu's background and could only suppress the matter for now. Hearing the commotion, Lu Jin came over and was surprised to see Yun Shi, Zhang Qian, and Du Kong. "Young Master Yun, Young Master Zhang, Young Master Du, what are you doing here?" "Mr. Lu, what brings you here?" Yun Shi was confused. How could the general manager of Tiancong Hotel be involved in a fight? Young Master Yun. My boss is here, of course. I have to come over." "Boss, are you okay?" Lu Jin respectfully asked Wang Lu. This one-word boss shocked Yun Shi, Zhang Qian, and Du Kong. "You're the new owner of Tiancong Hotel?" Yun Shi asked in disbelief. "What? Do I not look like one?" Wang Lu sneered, not in the mood to joke with Yun Shi, as he still had tasks from the system to complete. Meanwhile, the 5 people lying on the ground had completely lost hope. This was definitely a big iron plate. Although Tiancong Hotel was just a hotel, the connections made there were not insignificant. Many families would give some face to Tiancong Hotel. The Sun family was merely an obscure, small family in Suhai City. And without the Yun family's backing, they would just be a third-rate family. If they left the Yun family, their assets would be swallowed in no time. Chapter 46. At 3 p.m., Wang Lu drove his newly acquired Koenigsegg Jesko through the streets of downtown Suhai City. Sitting in the passenger seat, Toto was filled with excitement. It was her first time in a supercar, and she couldn't believe she was riding in such a high-end vehicle. Wang Lu's Koenigsegg Jesko was a limited edition supercar with only 30 units worldwide, priced over 30 million and extremely rare. In a quasi-first-tier city like Suhai, it was definitely a striking sight, and pedestrians on every street couldn't help but take pictures. Wang Lu parked the Koenigsegg in the underground garage of Meiluo, right where he had parked last time. As soon as he got out, the security guard was surprised to see the rich kid who had driven the Ferrari last time. And this time he was with a different woman. Toto had changed her outfit. The original red top was replaced with a pink one, and the super short hot pants were swapped for low-waisted skinny jeans, showcasing her long legs and perfect figure. Her looks were naturally stunning. Nearly a 90-point score that captivated everyone. Most importantly, Wang Lu was very satisfied with Toto's performance at the hotel, so he planned to treat her to some fun at Meiluo as a reward. Chapter 47. At this moment, the other salespeople in the sales hall also heard Wang Lu's words. Although Wang Lu's attitude was indifferent, his voice was loud enough for many salespeople and customers to hear. At this time, Lu Mei returned with 2 cups of coffee. The coffee Lu Mei had was different from the inferior coffee at the sales center. It was her usual practice. Upon receiving the 2 cups of Starbucks coffee, Wang Lu was somewhat surprised. Although it was the cheapest Americano, it showed that Lu Mei had put in some effort, and he nodded in satisfaction. My surname is Wang. Take me to see the model and give me a brief introduction. Sure, Mr. Wang. It's my pleasure to serve you. Lu Mei respectfully guided Wang Lu to the model display. Mr. Wang, let me introduce the advantages of our Tianjin Shangqing. First, our location is great. Although it's not in the city center, it's not far, about 5 kilometers in a straight line. There's a subway right at the entrance. And the surrounding commercial area is well developed, with Yida Mall and Darren City supermarkets within 1 kilometer. The commercial area at the community entrance hasn't been occupied yet, but has already secured tenants, mostly small supermarkets, restaurants, and foot massage shops to meet basic living needs. Lu Mei's introduction was very straightforward and did not mislead consumers like typical salespeople. Chapter 48. Han Yan actually had no significant interactions with Wang Lu. It was just that due to Lin Xiao, Han Yan had always held a grudge against Wang Lu. However, hearing that Wang Lu had been doing poorly recently made Han Yan feel a sense of presence again. Oh, how I'm doing is none of your business. Wang Lu replied coldly, not wanting to engage with him. At this moment, Lu Mei returned to the lounge area with the contract and payment receipt, just as Han Yan's wife, Feng Xiao, snatched it away. Upon opening it, she couldn't help but laugh. Humph, honey, your friend is really something, so arrogant. But he just bought the smallest 115 unit. Unlike us, we bought a 196 unit. Hearing this, Han Yan's face was filled with disdain. Wang Lu, you must have really put in a lot of effort to afford this small 115 unit, right? Unlike me, I'm the director of the technology department at Longting Business Center with an annual salary of 1.8 million. Buying a 196 unit is quite easy. In fact, Han Yan had also drained his savings and was still paying off loans for this house, having just signed the contract and paid the down payment. He was still regretting his impulsiveness earlier, but seeing Wang Lu made him feel that he had gotten a great deal with his purchase. Chapter 49. Feng Xiao realized now that Wang Lu was indeed the boss of Longting Commercial. A single phone call could get her husband fired, which meant that even if he wasn't truly the boss, he was someone not to be trifled with. Wang Lu ignored the situation completely, shaking off Feng Xiao's hand and continuing to walk forward. Lu Mei followed behind, only leaving once Wang Lu's car was out of sight. At this moment, the sales team at the Green City sales office was pointing and whispering about Han Yan and Feng Xiao. Han Yan was finished. Losing his job meant the end for the properties in Tianjin Shangqing. The huge loan was something the two of them could not repay at all. Han Yan felt an overwhelming sense of regret, never expecting that Wang Lu was actually the owner of Longting Commercial. Meanwhile, Wang Lu was on the phone with Su Man, instructing her to purchase a batch of furniture, appliances, and daily necessities for Tuata, who needed to move in immediately for a live stream event the next day. After receiving the order, Su Man quickly went to make the arrangements. It was easy to do as long as there was money, and Wang Lu also planned to stay there occasionally, so he specifically asked her to buy good quality items. After dinner, Tuata began her live stream in a hotel room that Wang Lu had prepared exclusively for her. Chapter 50. Today, Tu Qianqian did not do a live stream, but was busy handling the termination of her contract with Shindong Entertainment. She didn't want to worry Wang Lu when she contacted him earlier, so she intended to resolve it herself. However, the terms sent by Shindong Shanhe included a demand for half of Tu Qianqian's income during this period as a penalty. If she terminated the contract, she would indeed have to pay nearly half of her live streaming income from the past year as a penalty. Wang Lu had given Tu Qianqian nearly 70 million in commissions over the past 2 days, which is about 35 million. And now Shindong Entertainment was asking for 17 million as compensation, which was simply outrageous. However, Tu Qianqian had no other options, so she could only choose not to live stream for the time being. Meanwhile, Tuo's live stream was bustling with activity. Thanks to exclusive gifts, the number of viewers in Tuo's live stream quickly surged to 20,000. Initially planning to stream for just half an hour, Tuo found herself unable to end the stream and had to awkwardly chat with her audience. Wang Lu noticed Tuo's awkward situation after half an hour. Realizing she hadn't danced or sung because she lacked equipment, he stopped sending gifts and began chatting with the viewers instead. Chapter 51. Yunxiu was pleased with Yunshi's reaction and nodded. having managed the Yun family for many years. He could tell that Yun Shi had already thought of the terrifying presence behind this matter. Yun Xiu then began to pace back and forth in the room, while Yun Shi dared not interrupt. After a long time, Yun Shi finally couldn't hold back. Dad, do you know who the person behind the purchase of Buyu Shihu is? Maybe I know them. Yun Shi was clever and immediately linked it to Wang Lu, a mysterious figure who managed to take over the Tianxiong Grand Hotel without a sound. Well, you deal with a lot of second-generation rich kids, so you might really know him. Wang Lu does sound like a young person, Yun Xiu said after much thought. Indeed, Yun Shi's eyes widened in shock. He thought of Wang Lu but couldn't believe it was really him. However, it made sense, as Wang Lu had indeed exceeded his expectations recently. What, you really know him? Yun Xiu was astonished. He desperately needed information about Wang Lu. Yes, Dad, I know him. Do you know about the recent change of ownership at Tianxiong Grand Hotel? Yun Shi replied. Chapter 52. 10 minutes later, at the entrance of Tianxiong Grand Hotel, Lu Mei hesitated as she looked at the Grand Hotel before her. It was her first time here. After all, whether for dining or accommodation, the Tianxiong Grand Hotel was not something someone from her class could afford. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Mei stepped into the hotel lobby. Su Man had been waiting downstairs as instructed by Wang Lu to bring Lu Mei to the conference room on the top floor. Not long after Su Man arrived downstairs, she saw Lu Mei, dressed in a sales uniform, walking into the lobby. She approached and asked, "Are you Lu Mei?" Su Man said, looking at Lu Mei, who was simply dressed with light makeup. Lu Mei was momentarily taken aback by Su Man's cuteness and nodded. "Yes, I am. May I ask?" Su Man replied. "The boss asked me to wait for you here. He said to take you to the conference room when you arrived." Lu Mei was puzzled. "Boss? That should be Mr. Wang. But why did he call me to the conference room? Can a sales representative like me attend a meeting?" With questions in mind, Lu Mei followed Su Man to the 20th floor of Tianxiong Grand Hotel, entering a small conference room. Although it was small, it could accommodate up to 50 people for meetings. Chapter 53. Wang Lu added, "But Sister Lu, let me be frank. Whether you resign to do this or stay employed, I only care about results and money. I won't interfere with anything else. If you really can't handle it, then I'm sorry, but I will give it to someone else." Lu Mei understood what Wang Lu meant. Having so many property titles for Buyu Shihu while still employed made her a valuable asset. She was already planning to become a real estate agent again. Even though her previous company had closed, the business license was still valid. She could rent a small storefront and start operating right away. With these properties, her business would quickly thrive. "Mr. Wang, don't worry. I will go back and resign now. I have a real estate agency license that I can reactivate, and I will have all these properties arranged by tomorrow," Lu Mei assured him. Wang Lu nodded, as he was indeed hoping Lu Mei would resign to manage these properties for him. He had a system, and perhaps there would be even more properties in the future, making Lu Mei's approach beneficial. "Then go resign first. By the way, you can drive, right? Lu Jin, please rent her a less frequently used, cheaper car from the hotel. Let us rent her a Mercedes E-Class for 100 a day, just to show goodwill. Lu Dejia, you can head back now. I'm also going to Buyu Shihu. You can drive back, and we can meet at the entrance of Buyu Shihu. You can also check out the properties. By the way, you can take the property title back with you and put in the car." Chapter 54. The security guard was utterly shocked. After checking the ID, he found out that Wang Lu was only 25 years old and owned 576 properties in the community, with the largest building, number 8, all belonging to him. This made the security guard doubt whether he had lived for over 30 years like a dog. 5 minutes later, the property manager, Zhou Tao, rushed into the security room, panting. Seeing Wang Lu and his party, he was filled with confusion. He had always thought Wang Lu was a successful person, but he didn't expect him to be so young and dress so casually. However, the property manager had professional ethics. After taking the ID and property titles from the security guard, his expression became serious as he walked up to Wang Lu and said, "I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting, Mr. Wang. I am Zhou Tao, the property manager of Buyu Shihu. Would you like us to show you your properties?" Wang Lu nodded. "Sure, please guide me, Manager Zhou." Zhou Tao was embarrassed. "Mr. Wang, you're our owner. This is my duty." There was something Zhou Tao did not say. Wang Lu was their golden patron. You must understand that Wang Lu alone was equivalent to a homeowners association. As long as more than half of the owners agreed to replace their property management, it could happen in an instant. In other words, Wang Lu could do whatever he wanted without needing to heed the property management's opinions. Chapter 55. Wang Lu was taken aback. He indeed hadn't told Lu Mei what her commission would be. He quickly calculated in his mind that the management fee for one was only about 1.5 million a year, which was negligible for him. In fact, Lu Mei didn't earn much of Wang Lu's money, as managing Wang Lu's 520 properties required hiring people. She couldn't manage so many properties alone. Just managing the rental contracts required a lot of effort, and she mainly made money from rental clients. Wang Lu was quite satisfied with Lu Mei's approach. After all, it's better to clarify things in advance than to face unreasonable demands later. He then said to Su Man beside him, "Su Man, please add Sister Lu's WeChat later, and Sister Lu, you can draft a contract for Su Man." Lu Mei nodded happily. She actually wanted to sign a contract, since it would be unclear at the end if things weren't formalized. The group then exited the community. But Wang Lu never expected that as soon as he stepped out the door, he was surrounded by a crowd, making it impossible to leave. Wang Lu frowned and looked at the dozens of people in front of him, saying, "What are you doing? Planning to block the road and rob in broad daylight?" Chapter 56. Upon hearing Wang Lu's words, Yunshi breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, "Brother Wang, don't worry, I'm not far from Shihu. I'll come over now." Yunshi hurriedly hung up the phone, and as Wang Lu was pondering how to get out, the back gate of the community suddenly opened, and Zhou Tao rushed out with a dozen security guards, blocking Wang Lu's way. "What are you doing? What do you mean by making things difficult for our owner at the community entrance?" Zhou Tao was a smart man. As soon as he heard the security report that a large group of customers was making trouble for Wang Lu, he immediately rushed out with the guards. Seeing the crowd of security guards, the people were frightened and involuntarily stepped back. Jin Kuei shouted, "Don't retreat. They don't dare to do anything to us. We are legal citizens with a right to know. So please Shihu explain why this person can buy a house in advance." Zhou Tao looked troubled at this moment. It wasn't that he didn't want to say anything, but he genuinely didn't know. Hearing that the other party was a top lawyer, Zhou Tao also felt a bit stuck. The two sides were at a standoff, with Wang Lu feeling a bit anxious as he was protected by the security guards, mainly because he felt it was a waste of time. Fortunately, he saw a black G-Class parked across the street, and 3 young men got out: Yunshi, Zhang Qian, and Du Kong. Chapter 57. Yunshi drove the G-Class at high speed and arrived at a hotel. Once Wang Lu got out of the car and saw the hotel sign, he couldn't help but smile. "Young Master Yun, it's quite interesting to come to eat at my competitor's place." Wang Lu's words were naturally a tease. Tianqiong Hotel was one of the giants in Suhai's catering industry, and other dining establishments were indeed competitors. However, Wang Lu hadn't eaten at other hotels for a long time, so it was a good opportunity to try different flavors. The hotel Yunshi brought Wang Lu to was another catering giant in Suhai, Liuli Palace. Yunshi naturally understood that Wang Lu was joking, and hurriedly said, "That's just Brother Wang joking. I can't invite you to eat at your hotel. That would be embarrassing for my Yun family, right? Haha." Wang Lu smiled slightly and walked into Liuli Palace first, with Yunshi, Zhang Qian, Du Kong, and others following closely behind. Once inside the hotel, Wang Lu noticed that the decor of Liuli Palace was quite different from that of Tianqiong Hotel. Tianqiong was high-end and atmospheric with a hint of technological feel, while Liuli Palace had an ancient and classical style. As Wang Lu expected, Liuli Palace was favored more by older customers, especially male patrons. As soon as the 4 entered the hotel, 2 young women in kipeos bowed to them, one on each side, and they were quite attractive, probably scoring around 80 points. Wang Lu naturally didn't find them appealing, but to the average person, they were already considered beauties. Chapter 58. Suddenly, the private room Jiao Xiao fell into silence, where the sound of a needle dropping could be clearly heard. Qi Ming stared wide-eyed at this unfamiliar man. This was Qi Ming's first time facing defeat, and it was a kind of defeat he had never experienced before. Who are you?" Qi Ming pointed at Wang Lu, his hand trembling uncontrollably. Not only Qi Ming was surprised, but so were Yunshi, Zhang Qian, and Du Kong. They had never expected Wang Lu to be so skilled. It should be noted that Qi Ming's bodyguards, although not top tier, were retired soldiers from the battlefield, and in terms of combat ability, 3 to 5 of them could hardly get close. However, Wang Lu relied on his speed and strength, which were many times greater than average, to knock down 2 bodyguards in one blow. If the other side had been prepared, while Wang Lu could still win, it wouldn't have been so easy. "Brother Wang, you are so skilled?" Yunshi finally came to his senses and asked. Wang Lu chuckled, but didn't answer Yunshi. Instead, he stepped closer to Qi Ming. So you're the young master of the Qi family. How do you plan to compensate me for interrupting my meal today? Qi Ming looked at the two unconscious bodyguards on the ground, his legs already going weak. He had never anticipated such a situation, having been accustomed to dominating in Suhai. He had never encountered this kind of scenario. Chapter 59. Wang Lu opened the system panel and saw in the physical attribute section, Host, Wang Lu strength, 70 speed, 65 mental, 60 constitution, 65 overall rating, 65 poor. Wang Lu frowned as he looked at the system panel's top left corner, clearly seeing his attributes and feeling puzzled that despite already being strong, his overall rating was still poor. Looking further down, he found that the skills section was empty. So he asked, System, can I still learn skills? Yes, host. You have a chance to obtain skill rewards by checking in or completing special tasks. The system's mechanical voice responded. What skills are there? Wang Lu asked curiously, but the system remained cold and unresponsive. System, last time you said I would upgrade after checking in 10 times. What are the benefits of upgrading? Wang Lu continued to inquire. Host, you'll know after checking in 10 times. This time the system did respond, but it felt like a non-answer. However, Wang Lu didn't care much. After all, he had already checked in for 5 days, which was halfway through. Nonetheless, Wang Lu was indeed starting to look forward to what kind of upgrade he would obtain after the 10 check-ins. Chapter 60. The rich, spicy flavor and the grease from the pork belly spread in Shun Sahan's mouth, her eyes brightening as she praised. Boss, your twice-cooked pork tastes quite good. The boss was very happy to be complimented by a beautiful woman. This lady is too kind. I'm originally from Sichuan and have been running this place for over 10 years, so the taste is naturally decent. Please enjoy your meal. The boss then returned to cooking. Wang Lu also picked up a piece of twice-cooked pork and put it in his mouth. The familiar taste brought back many memories from his university days. By the way, Wang Lu, you had good grades in school. Where are you working now? Shin Sahan asked while eating. Well, I suppose I'm starting my own business now. Wang Lu thought for a moment. Does the system count as starting a business? It should count. Starting a business? That's not easy. It's impressive to be able to start a business just 3 years after graduation. Shun Sahan said approvingly, not probing further since Wang Lu's attire wasn't branded, and she had seen Wang Lu arrive on a small electric scooter, probably indicating that his business wasn't profitable. As dish after dish was served, the two chatted while eating, and before they knew it, an hour had passed. After both had finished eating, Shun Sahan settled the bill, which wasn't much, and Wang Lu didn't argue, as after all, it was his teacher, and he had to give some face. Chapter 61. Zoe. Wang Lu was pleasantly surprised to find that Zoe had actually added him. Most people who play Douyin might only know that Zoe was a washed-up female streamer. But Wang Lu had followed Zoe for a long time. Her real name, life.Wang, was the third-ranked model in the East China region of Huaxia during Wang Lu's university days. She was only 18 years old then, younger than Wang Lu. After entering Douyin, she quickly became popular due to her tall figure and stunning looks. However, for some unknown reason, she disappeared for a while and then made a comeback. But after her return, she became a washed-up internet celebrity. Sometimes Wang Lu would check in on her, but since Zoe rarely streamed anymore, reportedly looking for offline opportunities, he didn't pay much attention. Nonetheless, he was still quite interested in this once famous female model. After clicking to accept, Zoe's message popped up. Hello, Lu Wei. I'm Zoe. Wang Lu frowned because ever since he became famous, very few people directly called him by his online name, Lu Wei. It seemed that this goddess-level washed-up internet celebrity still maintained her aloofness. However, it made sense if life.Wang was really that good at flattering older men or bosses. She wouldn't have faded away. Chapter 62. In fact, Xindong Shanhua was very simple, even if they couldn't get first place this time. As long as they defeated Lu Wei and knocked him off his pedestal, Xindong Entertainment would surely become a legend. So Xindong Shanhua began to contact its shareholders and reserve funds, concentrating their efforts on dealing with Wang Lu. 5 minutes of preparation time quickly passed. Wang Lu originally wanted to brush a few Wu Wei decrees to gauge the strength of the opponent, but unexpectedly, the opponent hit him with a big one right away. Wang Lu's Wu Wei decree was suppressed so much that he couldn't even see the color of the gift bar. At this moment, the Tuatao livestream was in an uproar, and then Qing Air directly brushed 5 million, which was contributed by several kings and a few managers and shareholders from Xindong Shanhua. As Wang Lu clicked on the auto-clicker, the effects of the Wu Wei decree crazily swept through the live stream, and the viewers in the chat were all posting the number of gifts. 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. Wang Lu felt like the auto clicker was about to smoke. In just 1 minute, he had brushed out 10 million in bonuses. However, at this time, the number of gifts from Xindongqing Air had already reached over 25 million, and the gifts were still rapidly increasing. Chapter 63. Wang Lu looked at this message and couldn't help but smile, exclaiming, "Being rich is really great. The beauties I could only dream of before are now all coming to me one by one. Luckily, my body has been enhanced by the system and far exceeds that of ordinary people. Otherwise, I might have faced an early demise." After quickly adding Zoe on WeChat, Wang Lu's thoughts were no longer on her, and his attention turned back to 220's live stream. After entering the 6th round, it was actually not as intense as the 5th round against Xindong Entertainment. Wang Lu casually brushed 500 Wu Wei decrees, and the opponent had already announced their surrender. By the 6th round, aside from Wang Lu, the others in 220's team had no fighting power left. Without Wang Lu, 220 would likely have stopped at the 4th or 5th round. Wang Lu understood this, as did 220's consortium, and 220 understood it even more. At this moment, 220 was filled with gratitude towards Wang Lu, although she had traded her own position for this result. Ever since she met Wang Lu, whether it was his handsome looks or his unfathomable background, she was deeply enchanted. Of course, entering the ranks of first-line or even super first-line streamers was also her dream, so she didn't refuse this time. Chapter 64. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in you, old 8. Wang Lu's words were shocking and relentless, causing an uproar in 220's live stream. While in Xuanai's live stream, curses began to flood in. Wu Shuangfeng's expression was also quite grim. He was actually unclear about 220's appearance since he had never seen her, but Xuanai's look were not considered top-tier offline, barely reaching around 85 points. And that was a stretch. However, her skills were indeed impressive, and Feng Yu, being a straightforward guy, had also been subdued by Xuanai. Of course, it wasn't just Feng Yu who had been subdued by Xuanai. The top 3 wealthy individuals in Xuanai's consortium had also been charmed by her, including Wu Shuang Shuiyi and Wu Shuang Pao Pao, though they were all unaware of each other's affections. Otherwise, who would spend their entire fortune on gifts for a female streamer? At this moment, after being insulted, Xuanai had a dark expression and coldly said, "Brother Wu Wei, please do not insult me. Or else what? Brother Wu Wei is mine. You openly try to dig my corner, and not only that, but you also want to threaten me?" 220 stepped forward to defend Wang Lu. "You." Xuanai glanced at the live stream, where there were over 20,000 people. Plus 220's stream also had over 20,000. With so many people watching, it wasn't convenient for her to lose her temper, so she coldly smiled. "All right then. May the best win and the loser be the bandit." Chapter 65. Wang Lu frowned when he saw the arrival of Zhong Yu Xingwan. This looks can rival 2 Qianqian. Although it's still a bit lacking, she definitely has around 90 points, and her figure is good. She should have an F cup. But being this thin with an F cup, is she the legendary chosen one? Zhong Yu Xingwan smiled sweetly upon seeing her opponent. "Sister 220, this is our first meeting." 220 naturally understood Xingwan's implication. Xingwan was hinting at how 220 had been obscure before, not even qualified to collab with her. However, 220's stream had only a few hundred viewers back then. How could she compete with Xingwan's big stream with 50,000 viewers? But how deep the waters were in the streaming industry, others might not know, but she certainly did. Without a big shot supporting you, good luck trying to rise to prominence. "Yes, Sister Xingwan, I finally have Brother Wu Wei's support. I'm not the same as you, so please go easy on me," 220 politely replied. Xingwan then covered her mouth and smiled. "Indeed, Lulu Wu Wei is a rare big spinner on Douyin, but our brothers in Zhongyu are not bad either. I said, I will take first place for 220. The others are up for grabs," Wang Lu sent a comment. Chapter 66. 220's gift bar seemed to have been injected with adrenaline, crazily pushing towards Xingwan's direction. In just over a minute, Wang Lu brushed out 20 million, and at this point, both sides were almost even. Zhongyu's guild had a slight lead of over 1 million, but this advantage vanished in 10 seconds. Seeing that she was actually surpassed, Xingwan stood still in disbelief. She couldn't believe that Lulu Wu Wei could still brush gifts, and so many at that. She couldn't understand why Zhongyu Shiguang had stopped brushing. At this time, both sides' gifts had exceeded 90 million, but the advantage was now with Wang Lu, who showed no signs of slowing down in his gift-giving speed, while Zhongyu's side only occasionally sent out a few treasure maps. "Xingwan, maybe you should give up this round. Xing received a message from Zhong Yushiguang, but this message felt like a hammer smashing down on Xuanai's heart, as if her heart had been roughly squeezed. No, I don't want to. You promised me. I will be first. I must take this first place. Xing shouted in disbelief in the live stream. What is up with Xing? I don't know. Did she get stimulated? Sigh. This Lulu Wu way is too strong. I feel like Zhong Yu won't be able to hold on. Chapter 67. Wang Lu took a comfortable bath and glanced at the time, realizing it was already 11 p.m. She sent a message to Su Man, asking her to instruct the kitchen to prepare some late-night snacks and deliver them to her room, then leisurely lay on the bed watching TV. Half an hour later, the doorbell rang. Wang Lu frowned and got up to open the door because Su Man had a room card. But considering it was late and Su Man might find it inconvenient, Wang Lu still decided to open the door. As soon as she opened it, a familiar figure with a delightful fragrance hugged her tightly. Wang Lu looked down and said, "What are you doing here? Are you live streaming?" Indeed, it was Tu Ata. She kept rubbing against Wang Lu like a little kitten. Seeing Tu Ata silent, Wang Lu patted her well-shaped bottom and said, "Wait a minute. Su Man is bringing some late-night snacks. Let's eat together, okay?" Hearing that Su Man was coming, Tu Ata slowly released her hands and nodded with her watery eyes, "Sure." The two then sat on the sofa and watched TV for a while. Not long after, Su Man delivered the late-night snacks and left with a look of envy at Tu Ata. Of course, the oblivious Wang Lu didn't notice. At this moment, Wang Lu was already so hungry that he could feel his stomach against his back. So he picked up a bowl of crab roe noodles from the tray and started eating, which was what he had ordered for his late-night snack. Chapter 68. Meanwhile, sitting in the Deep City Penguin headquarters office, Ma Xiaoting was becoming increasingly impatient. Over the years, there were not many people he could talk to like this. But now that Wang Lu was his major shareholder, he could only swallow his grievances. "Mr. Wang, I learned this morning that you own 30 of our Group S shares. So I have something to ask of you." Ma Xiaoting stated his purpose. "Hey, I know what you're getting at. You want to ask if I'm selling my shares, right? You want to offer me a high price, but I don't want to sell for now. I'm not short on money. Getting a few $100 billion a year is pretty good." Wang Lu understood Ma Xiaoting's intentions. Anyone would feel uneasy if 30 of their company suddenly fell into the hands of a stranger. "Mr. Wang, aren't you going to listen to my offer first?" Ma Xiaoting knew Wang Lu wasn't short on cash, but still wanted to push for a better deal. "Not interested, but you don't need to worry too much. As long as you don't affect my profits, I won't interfere with any decisions. But you must ensure I don't earn less." Wang Lu truly had no interest in managing Penguin Group. Since Little Ma was managing it well, why would he need to meddle? Chapter 69. Wang Lu was quite surprised to see Qin Yu. Hadn't Guokai already been driven out of Suhai City by him? How is it that Qin Yu seemed to be doing well? "Wang Lu, you can still come to a place like LV? Oh, I get it. You're here to rent clothes, right? Did you lose your job and are now planning to hook up with a rich woman?" Haha. Qin Yu laughed so hard that she was almost doubled over. In fact, with Wang Lu's tall, handsome, and fair appearance, he really was the type to attract rich women. But Qin Yu had no interest in poor guys. Wang Lu frowned, feeling a bit displeased. He hadn't found a chance to deal with Qin Yu yet. But now she had delivered herself right to him. However, it seemed that Guokai hadn't told Qin Yu about what happened with the Guo family. In just a few days, had Qin Yu managed to latch onto a new rich guy? "What? It sounds like you weren't fired or something?" Wang Lu sneered, certain that the Guo family would definitely fire Qin Yu. After all, it was her who had gotten him fired when he left. Qin Yu seemed to have received some kind of stimulus and angrily shouted, "You're talking nonsense. I resign on my own. Don't spread lies." She glanced nervously at the middle-aged man beside her, who was Huang Bo, the CEO of a software company she had just joined after being fired. He had just taken her out to pick out a bag when unexpectedly, they ran into Wang Lu, this calamity. Chapter 70. However, before they could even meet Tu Qianqian, Huang Bo was kicked to the ground by Wang Lu. Wang Lu stepped forward, placing his foot on Huang Bo's chest and pointing at his face. "Old man, if you say anything about me, I can tolerate it. But if you dare to touch my woman, do you believe I'll make you disappear in Suhai City?" Seeing Wang Lu's dominating presence startled Qin Yu, who quickly wanted to call security, but as she opened her mouth, Wang Lu slapped her down to the ground as well. "And you, I can't be bothered to settle the score with you right now. Just stay put, and I'll deal with you later." Qin Yu was slapped hard, her right cheek swelling up instantly as tears filled her eyes. Meanwhile, Huang Bo, who was pinned to the ground by Wang Lu, struggled to push Wang Lu's foot away, but found that Wang Lu's strength was beyond him. So he gritted his teeth and threatened, Wang Lu, you really want to die, huh? Do you know what my status is in Suhai City? Do you still want to get by? Hurry up and move your foot. Otherwise, I'll make your whole family suffer. Wang Lu, seeing Huang Bo still being so stubborn, coldly snorted and took out his phone from his pocket to call Ma shouting. The phone rang twice before being answered. Hello, Mr. Wang, what's wrong? Is there a problem with the evening banquet? Chapter 71, at 6:50 p.m., Wang Lu drove alone to the conference hotel in the center of Suhai City. In the afternoon, Ma Shouting had sent an invitation message to Wang Lu. Originally, Wang Lu wanted to bring Tu Qianqian with him, but since she had an appointment with Heartbeat Entertainment to discuss the termination of her contract, he decided not to bring her along. Upon entering the lobby, Wang Lu followed the signs to the entrance of the banquet hall. After the security verified Wang Lu's invitation letter, he let him in. As soon as he walked into the banquet hall, Wang Lu saw some familiar faces: Zhang Qian, Yin Shi, Du Kong, and Lu Bai. Yin Shi also spotted Wang Lu and immediately brought Zhang Qian and the others over to greet him. Brother Wang, I didn't expect to run into you here. What a coincidence. Wang Lu was also surprised. ISNT your family in real estate? How did you get invited here? Yin Shi scratched his head awkwardly. Well, Zhang Qian's family is in the internet business, which is quite reputable in Suhai City. Our Yin family has also been paying close attention to big data and AI lately, so I came along with Zhang Qian. Wang Lu nodded slightly, his gaze landing on Lu Bai. What about you? Is your Lu family here too? Chapter 72, in the entire banquet hall, there was a dead silence. And even Xue Qingshan was shocked. Then congratulations in advance, young Master Qi and Miss Lu. Lu Bai, your sister is marrying Qi Feng. Yin Shi turned to Lu Bai, realizing this was no small matter. Although the Lu family was not as strong as the Yin family, they were still a first-class family several years ago and had been slowly regaining their status under Lu Yinran's leadership. Once the two families joined, they could potentially become the second family under the Morong family. I don't know. My parents never told me. Lu Bai was filled with questions. He had no idea what was happening and why his sister was suddenly marrying that jerk Qi Feng. Qi Feng, don't talk nonsense. When did I agree to marry you? Lu Yinran glared at Qi Feng, who had been trying to get close to her earlier. Due to the Qi family's influence, she had held back her anger, but now Qi Feng had publicly declared his intention to marry her, which she could not tolerate. Oh, Yinran, your parents have already agreed to this. Didn't they tell you? Besides, our families are a good match. You can't go against your parents' wishes. Qi Feng had a sly smile at the corner of his mouth. He had long set his sights on Lu Yinran, whose abilities were outstanding and whose looks and figure were top-notch. Chapter 73, Bang. Qi Feng's body suffered a heavy blow and crashed into the nearby tables and chairs, with scattered wine glasses hitting him. Qi Feng let out a miserable cry as he felt a sharp pain in his waist. The crowd in the banquet hall gasped, and Lu Yinran beside him covered her mouth in disbelief. He actually kicked Qi Feng away? Wang Lu clapped his hands and said, "Oh, sorry. My foot isn't as easy to control as my hand. It was a bit heavy." This statement sounded to others like the whispers of a devil. What do you mean not easy to control? You kicked someone away. What kind of monster are you to have such strength? At this moment, Qi Feng struggled to get up from the ground, his exquisite suit splattered with red wine and champagne. Seeing everyone staring at him, he felt a great humiliation, his eyes glaring fiercely at Wang Lu. All right, Wang Lu, if you want to die, don't blame me. Where is everyone? Are they all dead? Didn't you see me getting beaten? Qi Feng shouted toward the door of the banquet hall, and as soon as he finished speaking, 4 men in black rushed in, clearly bodyguards. Wang Lu had been wondering why Qi Ming always had bodyguards when going out, but Qi Feng didn't he? It turned out they were waiting outside. Chapter 74, Watch Out. Hearing Lu Yinran's cry of alarm, Wang Lu sensed someone attacking him from behind. He quickly turned, raising the baton in his hand to block the attacks of 2 bodyguards. With a punch from his left hand, he struck one of the bodyguards on the cheek. The bodyguard reacted quickly and defended with his left hand, but due to the difference in strength, he was still sent back by Wang Lu's punch. Another bodyguard attempted to punch Wang Lu, but Wang Lu pushed upward with the baton, directly deflecting the bodyguard baton and then swung the baton toward the bodyguard's leg, hitting him hard. The bodyguard was struck and suffered a fracture. Wang Lu followed up with a knee strike to the bodyguard's face, leaving him bloodied and unconscious on the ground. The bodyguard who had been pushed back by Wang Lu's punch was now filled with terror. He couldn't understand why there was such a formidable person in Suhai City. Even the military's elite soldiers weren't a match for this guy. But the situation at the scene didn't allow him to think further. He steeled himself and charged at Wang Lu with a baton, ready for a desperate fight. However, Wang Lu easily blocked the bodyguard's attack with a baton and then kicked him in the chest. The bodyguard, blood oozing from his mouth, clearly couldn't hold on much longer. Wang Lu then turned and struck the bodyguard's temple with an elbow, knocking him out cold. Chapter 75. Wang Lu looked around at everyone's expressions and felt a surge of delight in his heart. Damn. It turns out that the most enjoyable thing besides getting something for nothing is showing off and then slapping faces. Look at how surprised Lu Yanran, who once acted so arrogantly, looks now. It's quite funny. Wang Lu restrained his desire to mock these young masters and young ladies who had never seen the world and calmly said, "Director Shui, how about now? Do you believe it?" Shui Qingshan was pulled back from his daze by Wang Lu's words and quickly responded, "I believe it. Just now, President Ma said you're the largest shareholder of Penguin Group. How could I not believe what you say? Welcome, welcome. By the way, President Wang, I have a good relationship with Director Zhao from the City Bureau. When it comes to the Qi family, I will handle it to ensure they won't cause you any trouble. Also, after the relocation, I can speak to the Tax Bureau about a 70 tax reduction for Penguin Group in Suhai City. What do you think?" Hearing Shui Qingshan offer so many benefits at once, Wang Lu felt quite happy, especially at the thought of a 70 tax reduction. That would mean a lot more money earned in a year. It's worth noting that taxes in Huaxia are quite high, with nearly half of 1's earnings going to the government, so a 70 reduction is indeed significant. Chapter 76. Lu Yanran ignored Wang Lu's words and instead focused on the table of grilled skewers and beer. Lu Yanran had never eaten street food in her life, let alone dressed in an evening gown while eating barbecue. However, seeing Wang Lu devour skewer after skewer and smelling the delicious aroma of the grilled skewers made her stomach growl a little. After hesitating for a moment, she picked up a lamb skewer and imitated Wang Lu, taking a bite. The fragrant, oily, and spiced lamb instantly awakened her taste buds, and her beautiful eyes widened as if she had discovered a new continent. She exclaimed, "It's delicious." Wang Lu laughed. "It seems Miss Lu is eating barbecue for the first time. No wonder people like you and T come to eat street food." After saying this, Wang Lu felt a bit strange. He was also considered a wealthy person in Suhai City now, but since becoming wealthy, it was his first time eating street food. The last time he had street food was a week ago when Lu Yanran knocked him over. Speaking of which, fate is indeed strange. Both times he ate street food were related to Lu Yanran. Wang Lu sighed inwardly. Chapter 77. Shadow Hunter. Qi Chuan, Qi Xiao, Qi Kai, and Yi Qiushui all looked at Qi Yun with puzzled expressions. They had never heard of anything called Shadow Hunter or a killer list. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. That's because the security in Huaxia is too good, and families in our second-tier cities generally don't need it. I only got in touch with it through a friend in Magic City. That Shadow Hunter will take about a week to arrive in Suhai City. By then, it will be Wang Lu's death date, just as Fenger needs 1 or 2 months to rest after being injured. Let Wang Lu enjoy his last moments of pride during this time. Qi Yin looked at Qi Feng, filled with resentment. Meanwhile, Wang Lu was lying in bed, ready to sleep soundly, when suddenly his phone rang. Seeing it was Su Man, he picked up the phone and said, "What is up, Su Man? What's going on so late?" Su Man's tone was clearly a bit jealous. "Boss, there's a beautiful girl downstairs, really gorgeous, saying she has something to find you." "A beautiful girl? Looking for me? What would she want at this hour?" Wang Lu was confused, glancing at his watch. "I don't know. She said her name is by Yamong," Su Man said, clearly with a hint of jealousy. Chapter 78. Wang Lu was a bit confused upon hearing the reward. He already had the Tianqiong Grand Hotel. Why would the system reward him with a restaurant? What is a restaurant worth? While Wang Lu was lamenting that the system didn't always reward him with valuable assets, Bai Yameng had also woken up. Seeing the peach blossom patterned bedsheet, she shyly said, "Wang Lu, can you ask the hotel to buy this bedsheet later?" Wang Lu looked bewildered. "Buy a bedsheet? For what? Do you like this bedsheet? Why do you want to buy it?" Bai Yameng, with her head down and blushing, quietly said, I want to keep it as a memento." Wang Lu finally understood and nodded, saying, "If you want to keep it, then keep it. What is the point of buying it?" Bai Yameng was filled with question marks. "Not buying? Just taking it? Won't the hotel ask you for compensation?" Wang Lu then realized that Bai Yameng didn't know the hotel was his. "Don't worry. This hotel is my property. How could they ask me for compensation? Hurry up and change your clothes. I'll take you out for some good food." Bai Yameng was stunned. What did she just hear? Wang Lu said this hotel was his. This was a 5-star hotel, and it was definitely not inferior to the famous hotels in Magic City. In fact, it might even be better. Its market value was probably over 10 billion. Chapter 79. Wang Lu suddenly remembered that today was Friday. He opened his WeChat and indeed found a message from Zhang Yun notifying him about a high school reunion that evening. Old Wang, Zhou Yunlong, said it's at the Tianxiong Grand Hotel tonight. Wang Lu showed an awkward expression. Wasn't Tianxiong Grand Hotel his territory? Zhou Yunlong really knew how to pick a place. Wang Lu continued to ask, do you know how many people are coming? Zhang Yu replied immediately. I don't know the specifics, but I heard from Zhou Yunlong that many classmates are rushing back to Suhai from out of town. It's Friday anyway, and since no one has to work tomorrow, many want to have some fun in Suhai for a couple of days. Our high school isn't only here. It's just because this reunion was organized by Zhou Yunlong, whose family is from Suhai. By the way, our class beauty will be there too. Wang Lu raised an eyebrow, suddenly thinking of Jiang Shuyue, whom he met a couple of days ago. However, Wang Lu actually only felt like she was an ordinary classmate, without any romantic feelings. After confirming the location, Wang Lu closed his phone and looked at Bai Yumeng, who was sitting across from him. I have a class reunion tonight. Do you want to come with me? Bai Yumeng thought for a moment and shook her head. I won't go, since I'm returning to the streaming industry. I want to do a live stream tonight to build some popularity. Chapter 80. Inside the Golden Star restaurant, it was dead silent. No one dared to speak. Even Tiger's woman looked terrified as she covered her mouth and stared at Wang Lu. At that moment, Wang Lu exuded an intimidating aura. Just his overwhelming presence rendered everyone speechless. However, Tiger was not a pushover. After such a heavy blow, a normal person would have fainted, but Tiger, with blood on his head, was still unwilling to accept it. Damn it, kid. Do you know who you messed with? Xiaoling. Get someone in here to beat this bastard to death. Upon hearing Tiger's words, the blonde woman immediately shouted outside, come quickly. Tiger got beaten. A dozen of Tiger's underlings, armed and waiting outside, rushed in. Upon seeing Tiger pinned down by a young man, they were all surprised. The leader, a guy with yellow hair, pointed a steel pipe at Wang Lu and said, kid, you're dead. Do you know who Tiger is? Zhang Hu of the Red Alliance. The entire central area is our Red Alliance's territory. You've gotten yourself in trouble. Wang Lu lazily scratched his ear with his pinky finger and said, shut up. Do you guys always like to announce such long nicknames before fighting? Chapter 81. Ha 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 ha. Kid, you still want to be the owner of this restaurant? Do you know how much this place is worth? The land alone is worth at least 2 billion. Do you even have 200 bucks on you? Ha ha. You're killing me. You look like a kept boy by this beauty. Zhang Hu laughed heartily, clutching his stomach. Wang Lu leaned in and whispered a few words to Bai Yumeng, who then left through the back of the restaurant. Zhang Hu wanted to send someone to stop her, but seeing the injured people all over the ground, he figured it wouldn't work. He turned to Lin Guodong and said, old Lin, hurry up and call the police. When they arrive, we'll send this kid to jail together. How about we enjoy his woman together then? Ha ha ha. At this moment, Lin Guodong didn't even register Zhang Hu's words. He had repeated Wang Lu's name countless times today. Just a while ago, he had been notified that the owner of the Golden Star had changed and was about to call the new owner when this incident happened. Just then, Bai Yumeng returned with a document bag in her hand. She handed the document bag and car keys back to Wang Lu. After taking them, Wang Lu opened the document bag and waved the contents in front of Lin Guodong and Zhang Hu. This document shows that all the shares of this restaurant belong to me, Wang Lu, as of 10/16 today. So, Lin Guodong, do you need to verify it again? Chapter 82. Everyone knows that for any restaurant, whether Chinese or Western, the most important thing is the head chef, no matter how many Michelin stars it has. If the chef doesn't cook well, it's worthless. Chinese restaurants are even more sensitive. Many places have closed down because the head chef switched jobs. If it were a hotel, it wouldn't matter as much since it's not just about food. Damn it, whatever. If I'm going down, I'm going down. Wang Lu thought and shouted, this main dish is too terrible. It tastes like dog poop. Call the head chef over. Bai Yumeng and the waitress nearby were stunned. Boss, are you crazy? Didn't you just say it was delicious? Why are you suddenly saying it tastes like dog poop? Wang Lu pretended to glare angrily and said, what? My words don't matter? Hurry up and call the head chef. If he can't cook, tell him to get lost. Tell him exactly that. The waitress was startled by Wang Lu and hurried to the kitchen. Chef Smith was drinking tea in the kitchen, enjoying the rare, quiet moment since the restaurant was empty due to the earlier commotion. Suddenly, he saw the waitress rush in and quickly asked in broken Chinese, Xiao Xiao, what is the matter? Why are you so flustered? Chapter 83. After pointing out some issues to Smith for half an hour, Wang Lu and Yang finally left the Golden Star restaurant. However, due to the earlier interruption by Smith, they hadn't had any drinks. So Wang Lu drove his Ferrari SF90 to the nearest 4S shop. It was 2 p.m., and there weren't many pedestrians on the road. While driving, Wang Lu asked, "What kind of car do you like?" "Anything is fine, BBA would do," Yang replied after thinking. She didn't seem to have any particular car in mind. After all, as someone who had once been glorious, she had owned luxury cars before but was now in a more downcast state. Wang Lu nodded. He understood Yang's psychological state. He had seen many once popular internet celebrities who were making a fortune years ago, even stepping into high society. But now those internet celebrities were either reduced to playthings of the wealthy or, like Yang, returned to their starting point, or even lower than before. Wang Lu drove the Ferrari SF90 to the Porsche 4S shop, a brand he liked, but he hadn't received any rewards from the system yet. Since he had time today, he wanted to take a look. Chapter 84. Inside the Porsche showroom, Zhang Cheng was patiently showing Jin Guangxiu and Lin Xiaoxiao a Porsche 718. "Mr. Jin, this Porsche 718 is perfect for your wife to drive, and there are plenty of colors in stock. With your wife's beauty, driving this car will definitely turn heads," Zhang Cheng said. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't know much about cars, which was normal for women, but she was quite satisfied with the appearance of the 718. She then asked, "How much does this car cost?" Zhang Cheng smiled. "If bought normally, it's 610,000. Jin Guangxiu was quite satisfied with Zhang Cheng's performance. A car costing 610,000 was not a big deal for him, especially since he earned several million a year as a senior executive at Yunlong Real Estate. However, Lin Xiaoxiao frowned. "Does Porsche really have cars that cost hundreds of thousands?" Zhang Cheng was taken aback. He realized Lin Xiaoxiao didn't understand cars, so he politely replied with a smile, "This car is still quite good. Mainly because we don't have other models in stock right now. They all need to be ordered for 3 months. Actually, I think the price isn't that important. What matters is whether you like it or not. This model is available now, and the white color suits your elegant temperament quite well." Chapter 85. Zhang Cheng looked at Wang Lu with a sneer. "Kid, our manager, Zhu, usually wouldn't let out Long Jing tea. How dare you steal manager Zhu's tea? Hurry up and get out, or I won't tell manager Zhu, otherwise I'll call the police." Zhang Cheng naturally knew that Zhu's tea was for high-end guests. This kid, dressed in cheap goods, how could he possibly afford a high-end Porsche? Even Jin Guangxiu only bought a 718. Meanwhile, Jin Guangxiu also realized that Wang Lu might have stolen the high-end tea for the Porsche and coldly said, "Kid, considering you are Xiao Xiao's ex-boyfriend, I'll turn a blind eye this time. Hurry up and leave, or you might really get taken away by the police for theft and end up spending a few days in jail, huh?" Lin Xiaoxiao, who was watching Jin Guangxiu laugh, frowned. She didn't believe Wang Lu would steal tea from a 4S shop, since Wang Lu was the owner of the Tianxiong Hotel. How could he steal tea? So she pulled on Jin Guangxiu's shirt and said, "Honey, don't mind him. Let us pay the bill and leave quickly." Lin Xiaoxiao didn't want to embarrass herself. She was a smart person and suspected that Wang Lu might have been lying to her. After all, the owner of the Tianxiong Hotel could very well be Wang Lu himself, or it could be his parents' business. If it weren't for her being bewitched by Guokai, she would now be with Wang Lu. Based on Wang Lu's previous attitude towards her, he had been very accommodating. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaoxiao felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Wang Lu was young, handsome, and wealthy. Now, although Jin Guangxiu had money, he was just a middle-aged uncle and couldn't be compared to Wang Lu at all. Chapter 86. At this moment, Jin Guangxiu was not as terrified as Zhang Cheng. After all, he was a senior executive at Yunlong Real Estate and had seen the world. However, he still frowned at Wang Lu. "I didn't expect you to be more than an ordinary person. Looks like I misjudged you. Let us wait and see." After saying this, Jin Guangxiu turned and walked towards the door. However, Wang Lu would not let Jin Guangxiu leave so easily. "Wait, did I let you go?" Jin Guangxiu turned around and scoffed. "What do you want to do to me? I'm a senior executive at Yunlong Real Estate. Have you heard of it? That's the Yin Family S Group in Suhai City. What are you? Be careful, or the Yin family will make you regret it." Wang Lu stood up, looking disdainfully at Jin Guangxiu. "The Yin family? I didn't expect the Yin family to have scum like you." After saying this, Wang Lu took out his phone, switched to speaker mode, and dialed number. A moment later, the call connected, and he heard a voice on the other end. "Brother Wang, actually called me? Is there something you need my little brother to help with?" Before Wang Lu could respond, upon hearing Yun Shi's voice, Jin Guangshu immediately sat down on the ground. Coincidentally, Jin Guangshu and Zhang Cheng were sitting side by side. Jin Guangshu could easily tell that the voice on the other end was none other than Yun Shi, the young master of the Yun family, who was calling Wang Lu Brother Wang. Who exactly was Wang Lu? Jin Guangshu almost wet himself. Chapter 87. Since high school, Wang Lu had always been among the top 3 in his class. He even got into the 985 Suhai University during the college entrance exam, while Zhou Yunlong, the class monitor, only managed to get into an ordinary second-tier university in Suhai, which made Zhou Yunlong very unhappy. For 3 whole years, as a rich second generation, Zhou Yunlong had always been overshadowed by Wang Lu, this poor kid. In high school, there wasn't too much of concept of money, and most teachers favored students who performed well academically. Wang Lu was tall, handsome, and had good grades, making him popular among teachers and girls. It was said that the school beauty, Jiang Shuiwei, also liked Wang Lu, which made Zhou Yunlong grit his teeth in hatred. However, Wang Lu didn't care. To not let his parents' efforts go to waste, he devoted himself to his studies, which meant that he didn't start dating Lin Xiaoxiao, his first love, until university. 6 years later. However, now the tides had turned, at least in Zhou Yunlong's mind. After graduating from university, with his parents' support, Zhou Yunlong started a software company. And the purpose of organizing this class reunion was to pursue Jiang Shuiwei and to let these high school classmates know that what happened in high school had no bearing on society. Chapter 88. When Zhou Yunlong finished speaking, his gaze remained fixed on Jiang Shuiwei's face. But Jiang Shuiwei didn't pay attention to what Zhou Yunlong was saying and kept her eyes on Wang Lu. Wang Lu was eating bite by bite, thinking, this doesn't taste very good. Why does the food at the Tianxiong Hotel seem not as good as what I make for myself? In fact, Wang Lu didn't know that the meals delivered to his room at the Tianxiong Hotel were meticulously prepared by the head chef, while the food for ordinary private rooms was made by the second chef, which naturally couldn't compare to what Wang Lu ate every day. Seeing Jiang Shuiwei's gaze fixed on Wang Lu, Zhou Yunlong felt a pang of jealousy, but he couldn't do anything to Wang Lu at the moment. So he had to find an opportunity to belittle him. Suddenly remembering something he had heard recently, he said, "By the way, Wang Lu, I heard you got fired from your company. Why don't you come work for me? I can offer you 30,000 a month. How about that?" Everyone's gaze turned to Wang Lu, filled with envy. 30,000 a month was quite a substantial income in today as society. Zhou Yunlong's intention was obvious, to suppress Wang Lu. If Wang Lu really agreed, he certainly wouldn't be able to pursue Jiang Shuiwei, since Wang Lu, as his employee, couldn't compete with his boss for women. Chapter 89. Jiang Shuiwei looked awkwardly at the 9 in her hand, thinking how unlucky she was. Just as she was about to retort, those who hadn't drawn a 9 or 10 started egging her on. "Kiss, kiss." Wang Lu shouted as Jiang Shuiwei was unwilling to admit it. "Who's number 9? Hurry up and come out for a kiss." No one said they disagreed just now. "You can't go back on your word now." Now it wasn't just Jiang Shuiwei who felt awkward. Wang Lu was regretting it as well. If he had known it would turn out like this, he wouldn't have changed his card. There was nothing Jiang Shuiwei could do but place the 9 on the table. When everyone saw it was Jiang Shuiwei, they exclaimed, "Wow, Shuiwei, who are you going to kiss?" If it's a guy, wouldn't that be a huge win? This might even be Jiang Shuiwei's first kiss. Yeah, who was number 10? Panning naturally knew Zhou Yunlong's plan, so she was the first to ask. Zhou Yunlong didn't even look at the card, knowing Wang Li's technique, and thus stood up gentlemanly. "Shuiwei, it seems we are fated. I am number 10. Everyone exclaimed. "No way. Zhou Yunlong wants to kiss Jiang Shuiwei? And it's a French kiss." Wang Lu frowned, thinking, so Zhou Yunlong is playing this game. If he really got that number 10, with everyone pushing them together, Jiang Shuiwei might really end up kissing Zhou Yunlong. Chapter 90. In the snack street of New Town, Suhai City. This is a gathering place for various snacks in Suhai City. People living in or near the city center love to come here for late-night snacks. Not only because they are delicious, but also because the prices are low. Wang Lu and Jiang Shuiwei were sitting in front of a stall called Old Chow's Authentic Northeast Barbecue, chatting casually. The owner brought over an iron tray filled with sizzling skewers and said to Wang Lu and Jiang Shuiwei, "These fried peanuts are on the house." Wang Lu smiled and said, "Thank you, boss." The barbecue stall owner, Old Chow, waved his hand, indicating no need to be polite. After the owner left, Jiang Shuiwei picked up a beef skewer, brought it to her nose, and took in the aroma of the beef, which made her even hungrier. Then Jiang Shuiwei began to eat the skewer slowly. Wang Lu saw this and handed 2 tissues to Jiang Shuiwei, saying, "Wipe your mouth. The spices are sticking to the corners." Jiang Shuiwei awkwardly accepted the tissues, wiped her mouth, and said, "Thank you. By the way, this barbecue is really delicious. It's my first time eating barbecue here. I usually go to restaurants." Wang Lu opened 2 bottles of beer with a bottle opener and handed one to Jiang Shuiwei, saying, "How could a young lady like you come here for skewers? And it's not safe for a beautiful girl like you to be here alone without a guy. Although this is the city center, there are many thugs and hooligans around. A beauty like you could easily get into trouble here." Chapter 91. At this moment, Fire Brother was covered in blood, dazed for being hit on the head by a beer bottle thrown by his own subordinate. Seeing Fire Brother in such a sorry state, his gang members all brandished their beer bottles at Wang Lu, shouting angrily but dared not step forward, fearing they would accidentally hurt their boss again. Fire Brother regained his senses and said to Wang Lu, "Damn it, if you have the guts, let me go. I guarantee I'll kill you." Wang Lu smiled meaningfully and nodded. "Sure, I'll let you go." Then Wang Lu released his grip. Fire Brother didn't expect Wang Lu to actually let him go, and he kept rubbing his wrist, which felt nearly broken from Wang Lu's grip, until the pain eased after a while. "Hey, are we still fighting? If not, pay for the boss's meal and get the hell out of here," Wang Lu said, growing impatient. The barbecue stall owner approached Wang Lu, wanting to persuade him to take Jiang Shuiwei away quickly, but Wang Lu didn't take it seriously and casually picked up a folding stool. Swinging it around a couple of times, not bad. As they say in the movies, a folding stool is the best weapon. It's quite handy. Jiang Shuiwei rolled her eyes at Wang Lu, thinking, "What time is it? And you're still in the mood to joke." Chapter 92. Wang Lu held a steel pipe with a stern expression, his clothes torn to shreds. Looking at the more than 20 thugs lying on the ground without continuing to take action, he turned to see Zhang, who's still wailing not far away. Zhang, who looked at Wang Lu in terror and exclaimed, "I was wrong. I really know my mistake this time. Please let me go." Wang Lu didn't actually plan to do anything serious to Zhang Hu. He just wanted to teach him a lesson. However, since Zhang Hu was so frightened, he thought it might be better to escalate things a bit. Wang Lu pretended to look fierce, lightly brushing the steel pipe across Zhang Hu's arm. Zhang Hu felt the pipe glide over him and got goosebumps all over. He felt warmth in his pants as he wet himself. Wang Lu sneered, "Zhang Hu, this is the price you pay for bothering me. You just said you want to break both my hands, but I've only broken one of yours. What do you plan to do about the other one?" Zhang Hu was terrified to the extreme. He didn't want to suffer the pain of having his hand broken again and immediately begged, "No, please don't break my hand, Mr. Wang. I'm begging you." Seeing this, Wang Lu lightly tapped Zhang Hu's chubby face with a steel pipe. "All right, I'll give you a chance to roll away. If I see you again next time, it won't be as simple as breaking a hand." Chapter 93. At the Tianxiong Grand Hotel, Wang Lu woke up groggily from bed, reaching out with his left hand, but finding nothing. Suddenly awake, he sat up and looked around the room, calling out, "Shuiwei?" Wang Lu picked up the phone on the nightstand and saw it was already 10 o'clock. He stretched, yawned widely, and went to the bathroom to wash up, returning to the bedroom to change clothes and head to the dining room for breakfast. He sighed when he saw the peach blossoms on the bed. This really isn't what I wanted. 10 minutes later, Wang Lu arrived at the dining room and noticed a note on the dining table. Curious, he walked over and picked up the note, which was a message from Jiang Shuiwei. "I'm off to work. From now on, you are my man. Don't worry, you don't have to take responsibility. Just treat me well." Wang Lu looked at the note and muttered, "I didn't plan to take responsibility either. Forget it, let it be." After fiddling with his phone for a few minutes in the dining room, Wang Lu suddenly realized he hadn't checked in yet and shouted in his mind, "System, check in. Congratulations. Host, check in successful. Reward, 5 kilograms of mother tree to Hong Pao tea, expected to arrive within 30 minutes. Wang Lu was puzzled. He didn't drink tea, so why would he need tea leaves? However, he was still interested in the value of this mother tree to Hong Pao, which should be quite high according to the system's past patterns. Chapter 94. After finishing a cup of tea, Wang Lu suddenly noticed that Su Man and Yi Wei were looking at him with eager eyes. Wang Lu suddenly understood and smiled. "If you want to drink, just drink. Why are you looking at me?" Su Man and Yi Wei exchanged excited glances. 1,000,000 yuan per brew of tea, and it's priceless in the market. How could they not be thrilled? While drinking tea, Wang Lu fiddled with his phone. Yesterday, 2 Qianqian, 2 Ata, and life.Wang had all sent him messages, but he hadn't had time to reply. Now, while drinking tea, he could reply to them all at once. After Wang Lu replied to life.Wang, she immediately responded, mainly mentioning the upcoming mid-year gala. The mid-year gala was a great opportunity for life.Wang to rise recently. Wang Lu simply replied that she just needed to inform him once it was confirmed. After sorting out the replies from several girls on WeChat, Wang Lu, having nothing to do, thought about what to do today. Although he now had many businesses, he didn't have to manage them himself. He just needed to collect the money. After pondering for a while without any results, Wang Lu was about to turn on the TV to kill time when suddenly his phone rang. Wang Lu picked up the phone and found it was an unfamiliar number. Curious, he answered the call, and a woman's voice came through. Wang Lu was taken aback and blurted out, "Teacher Shun?" He was puzzled about how Shun Sahan knew his number, suddenly recalling that he had added her on WeChat and left his number after dinner last time. Chapter 95. Zhong Xiaoyu looked at Wang Lu with a cold gaze and squinted his eyes, saying, "Is he the one you mentioned?" Shun Sahan deliberately moved closer to Wang Lu and confidently said, "That's him. I agreed to meet you today to tell you that I'm with him now, so our engagement is off. As for my parents, I will explain it myself." Wang Lu remained silent, observing Zhong Xiaoyu and the middle-aged man behind him. Although Zhong Xiaoyu didn't like Wang Lu, there was no danger from him. However, Wang Lu sensed a dangerous aura from the middle-aged man since their first meeting. It was instinct. Shun Sahan nodded affirmatively. "That's right, it's him. Let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Wang Lu. What needed to happen has happened. And even if you don't agree, there's nothing you can do about it, so you might as well give up." Upon hearing Shun Sahan say this, Zhong Xiaoyu's previously indifferent expression turned slightly angry. The Shun and Zhong families were both century-old families in the Magic City, with the Zhong family being a powerful family that could shake the entire city with a tremor. Ever since Zhong Xiaoyu fell in love with Shun Sahan at first sight in college and vowed to win her over, the Zhong family had been exerting pressure on the Shun family, who had no choice but to agree to Zhong Xiaoyu's demands. Chapter 96. At the entrance of the Shengshi Huading Hotel, after settling the bill, Shun Sahan linked her arm with Wang Lu's as they walked towards the parking lot. While Wang Lu pouted with a somewhat dissatisfied expression, Shun Sahan naturally knew why Wang Lu was like this, but she hadn't decided yet whether to do it or not. So they walked slowly together. When they reached the parking lot, Shun Sahan pointed at her Mini and said, "Where are you going? I can give you a ride." Wang Lu pointed at the Koenigsegg across from the Mini and said, "I'm driving." Shun Sahan widened her eyes and opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss. As the daughter of the Shun family, how could she not recognize a Koenigsegg? This was a top-tier sports car brand worldwide, and this particular Koenigsegg was clearly not an ordinary one. Its all-black body, carbon fiber rear wing, and the expensive-looking body kit were all too obvious. After the shock, Shun Sahan looked at Wang Lu with a resentful expression and said, "Wow, you really keep a low profile. Did you really have such a hard time in college?" Wang Lu shrugged. "It's a long story, but Miss Shun, you did say you would reward me. When will that be?" Shun Sahan let go of Wang Lu's hand, her soft, boneless hands resting on Wang Lu's face. Wang Lu was taken aback, his body stiffening. Although he didn't know what Shun Sahan was planning to do, the fragrance wafting toward him and the touch of her hands on his face caused a reaction in a certain part of him. Chapter 97. After hanging up the phone, Wang Lu looked at the excited Zhang Yu beside him and said, "I happen to have a position available, working as a property manager at Longting Commercial Building. The annual salary is about 500,000 or so. You can go directly to Find Hua Ing over there. He will arrange everything for you. I just sent you his number on WeChat, so you can go on Monday." Zhang Yu's eyes widened. Having worked in property management for so long, he certainly knew the caliber of Longting Commercial Center. Although it couldn't be called the top company in Suhai City, it was still among the best. "Longting Commercial is also yours?" Zhang Yu couldn't believe it, but when Wang Lu nodded, he finally understood how deep this brother of his was. However, since Wang Lu was unwilling to say more, as a brother, Zhang Yu didn't press further and fell silent. A few minutes later, Wang Lu parked the car in a roadside spot, and the two walked to a small shop in an alley. Even though it wasn't mealtime, the shop was doing quite well, indicating that the food there was likely very good. Wang Lu and Zhang Yu found a vacant spot, ordered 2 bowls of wontons, a basket of soup dumplings, and some fried snacks, and waited on the side. After about 15 minutes, a tall and delicate-looking girl brought over the food for Wang Lu and Zhang Yu. Wang Lu didn't have any particular feelings about it. Although the girl was good-looking, she couldn't compare to Wang Lu's beautiful acquaintances who had a more refined aura. Chapter 98. Lin Xiaoqi and her parents turned pale when they heard Yang Ling say this. They had always worried that Yang Ling would ruin their business, but he had never done so until now. Lin Xiaoqi thought Yang Ling was avoiding conflict since they grew up on the same street. But today, it finally happened. Hey, Xiaoqi, calling the police 1T help. We're just eating wontons, not doing anything wrong, right? Yang Ling smiled at Lin Xiaoqi, who looked very distressed and pale. She didn't want to put her parents in a difficult position, but she also didn't want to face Yang Ling, that bastard, every day. However, Lin Dong angrily shouted, Yang Ling, Uncle Lin has watched you grow up. Is it really necessary to act like this? Xiaoqi doesn't like you, don't you know? I'm telling you, at worst, we'll just move the shop. You can't threaten me. Yang Ling didn't expect Lin Dong to react so strongly. His expression darkened as he stood up and looked at Lin Dong. Lin Dong, if Xiaoqi follows me, you'll be my Uncle Lin, and you can even call me Dad. If she doesn't follow me, what are you? Do you believe I'll go to Xiaoqi's school to block her? Are you going to transfer her? Where can you transfer her to? Xiaoqi will have to worry about walking home alone at night. Facing Yang Ling's further threats, Lin Dong could no longer hold back and raise his right hand to strike Yang Ling. Chapter 99. After Yang Ling and his gang left, Zhang Yu, unable to support himself, was about to collapse when he suddenly felt a soft body supporting him. Smelling a faint fragrance, Zhang Yu turned around and saw Xiaoqi. Thank you. Xiaoqi's face was full of anxiety. You go, sit on the chair. Thank you so much today. I'll go get some medicine for you. Xiaoqi helped Zhang Yu to a chair and hurried inside to get the medicine. At this moment, Lin's parents also came to Wang Lu and Zhang Yu, expressing their gratitude. Wang Lu waved his hand, signaling it was nothing, then said, they won't come back in the future. You can rest assured to do business. When Lin's parents heard this, they were overjoyed and repeatedly thanked Wang Lu and Zhang Yu, inviting them to stay for dinner that night to show their gratitude. They knew that Yang Ling had caused a lot of trouble for their small shop, so if he wouldn't come anymore, it would solve a big problem. Wang Lu didn't intend to be a third wheel. He glanced at Zhang Yu. Are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital? At this time, Lin Xiaoqi was applying medicine to Zhang Yu, who gritted his teeth in pain and said, it's nothing, just some superficial wounds. There's no need to go to the hospital. A few days of rest will be fine. Chapter 100. At this moment, the most awkward one was Wang Lu. Tu Qianqian and Tuo were tightly gripping his left and right hands, leaving him unsure of what to do. Many guests in the hotel lobby who were checking in or attending a banquet turned their attention to them. Some even began to discuss. Wang Lu felt a bit embarrassed and quickly pulled the two girls into the elevator. As they left, he reminded Zhang Yu to rest well before departing. At this moment, Zhang Yu, having eaten a mouthful of dog food, had no thoughts of resting. He decided to turn his frustration into appetite and quickly said to Secretary Su Man beside him, Secretary Su, hurry and order some good food for my room. I need to vent. Su Man rolled her eyes at Zhang Yu. You want to vent? I want to vent too. That damn boss has so many women and doesn't even think of bringing me along. I'm such a delicate beauty, and I'm stuck in an empty room every day. Don't you have any pity for me? Su Man was filled with resentment, but she still ordered the kitchen to prepare some food to send to Zhang Yu's room. At this time, Wang Lu brought the two girls into the suite, but the two girls showed no intention of letting go of him. The three of them sat together on the sofa, and Wang Lu sighed, looking at the two girls. What is going on? If you hold on to me like this, I can't get anything done. Chapter 101. Before Lu Yanran could speak, Lu Bai couldn't hold back any longer and stood up to say, why does sister have to marry that bastard? You didn't see it back then. If it weren't for Brother Wang saving sister, she would have been taken away that night. Lu Yanran snapped back to reality at Lu Bai's words, and the imposing and handsome figure appeared in her mind. If Lu Bai hadn't mentioned Wang Lu, Lu's father and mother would have been furious. Lu's mother questioned Lu Yanran. Yanran, what background does that Wang Lu have? You should know that the Qi family is not to be trifled with. If they really take out their anger on our Lu family because of Wang Lu, our future days won't be easy. Although Lu's father didn't speak at that moment, his expression clearly indicated he agreed with Lu's mother. Lu Yanran didn't immediately refute. Instead, her heart ached. She knew that Lu Qingfeng and Wei Shih didn't love her as much, but she never expected that her parents would regard her as a pawn for marriage out of fear of the Qi family. At this moment, Lu Bai could no longer hold back. Although he was a spoiled rich kid, He was very good to Lu Yanran. After all, Lu Yanran had cherished her younger brother for 20 years. He angrily said to Lu Qingfeng and Wei Xiao, "All right, I give up the inheritance of the Lu family to my sister. She is more suitable than me to manage the Lu family." Chapter 102. If it weren't for the fact that Wang Lu couldn't hit anyone right now, he would have used his American-style front kick to deal with that woman. What time is it that she's still thinking about being the boss lady? Wang Lu weakly sat in the bathtub that had already been filled with water, raised his hand, and waved it casually to signal them to leave quickly. Su Man could only reluctantly say, "Oh, I'm leaving then." After lying in the tub for a while and feeling some strength return, Wang Lu began to clean himself of the dirt. He noticed that the dark brown mud felt a bit like some kind of impurity, but didn't think much of it and quickly cleaned it off. An hour later, Wang Lu, wrapped in a bathrobe, walked out of the bathroom looking invigorated. Su Man had also cleaned up the messy living room that Wang Lu had made dirty and looked up to see Wang Lu with wide eyes and open mouth. "Boss, did you get plastic surgery?" Wang Lu frowned, wondering what this girl was talking about, but suddenly realized something as he touched his cheek and found that his skin had indeed improved a lot. Although Wang Lu was already quite handsome and fair, he seemed even more delicate now, as if the small particles on his skin had disappeared, looking like a peeled egg. Wang Lu then returned to the bathroom to look in the mirror, becoming more and more incredulous. Although there wasn't a significant change, it was clear that his skin had become crystal clear, and his physique looked more robust, feeling like he had grown a few centimeters taller. Although there were no obvious changes to his face, his features seemed more three-dimensional. Chapter 103. What? Can you say that again? Boyfriend? Wang Lu was a bit confused, and even Su Man looked shocked, opening her mouth not knowing what to say. Wang Lu was also filled with question marks. Have I been having bad luck or good luck lately? Yesterday, Shin Sahan wanted me to be her boyfriend, and today Lu Yanran wants me to be her boyfriend. Not really. I just want you to pretend to be my boyfriend because, as you know, due to business reasons, the Lu family and the Qi family have reached a marriage agreement between me and Qi Feng. But I don't want to marry Qi Feng, so I need to find someone better than him. After thinking it over, I think you're the most suitable, Lu Yanran said somewhat shyly, as this was indeed a difficult request. After hearing this, Wang Lu didn't know whether to be happy or to feel unlucky. It was really not easy to be praised by Lu Yanran for being excellent, but pretending to be a boyfriend and offending the Qi family seemed a bit not worth it. Although I have already offended the Qi family, they haven't come to find me in the past 2 days, not even a phone call, which means they don't want to offend me either. So, why should I agree to you? It doesn't seem to benefit me at all. Wang Lu thought for a long time and wanted to refuse. Chapter 104. In the gym on the 18th floor of the Tianxiong Hotel, Wang Lu cleared out everyone in the hotel gym. Uncle Fu and Wang Lu went to the area for practicing Sanda. The area wasn't very large, only about 40 square meters, but it was enough for their usual training. Wang Lu and Uncle Fu stood facing each other on either side of the area. Wang Lu looked serious as he watched Uncle Fu, feeling no pressure from him, and asked, "Uncle Fu, why can't I sense any of your aura or strength?" Uncle Fu smiled and said, "Actually, over 20 years ago, I fortuitously obtained a secret technique that allows me to conceal my strength and hide my aura. When not in combat, ordinary people generally cannot sense my martial artist aura, but those who are 2 major realms above me can. It is thanks to this secret technique that I escaped that pursuit. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here today." Wang Lu nodded. "I understand, then let's begin." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Lu unleashed all his speed, taking 3 steps and then leaping into the air to deliver a flying kick towards Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu, with his hands behind his back and aura bursting forth, sidestepped Wang Lu's flying kick, causing Wang Lu to feel a tangible aura that made his hair stand on end, and he quickly retreated. Chapter 105. In the suite, Wang Lu and Lu Yanran sat face to face eating. Lu Yanran was feeling very anxious at this moment. After all, although Wang Lu was nominally her boyfriend, it was fake. Wang Lu saw Lu Yanran eating while scratching her ears and felt it was a bit funny, quickly stopping her. "All right, stop scratching. You'll tear your face apart. You're so anxious. I won't do anything to you. You said you wanted to follow me, and I plan to just watch TV in the room today. If you can't take it, you can go back to your own room." Wang Lu had already arranged for Su Man to vacate a place, swapping it with the room Su Man originally stayed in for Lu Yanran. Wang Lu added, "By the way, I need to set some ground rules with you. First, I am indeed your boyfriend, but you know it's fake. Honestly, I have quite a few female friends, so don't think you can use the boyfriend label to interfere with me. Second, after we get through the Chi family's crisis, we will automatically terminate this agreement. Third, I'm only protecting you, so don't expect me to help you deal with the Chi family, of course. If they really provoke me, that's another matter. Lu Yinran naturally understood Wang Lu's situation. Before coming, she had investigated the women related to Wang Lu, and there were at least 3, one of whom was an already past or prime model by Yumon. Chapter 106. Little did they know, the changes that the system brought to Wang Lu were indeed significant, not only in his physique, but even in some facial features. Seeing that it was really Wang Lu, Wang Shui finally relaxed her heart, constantly patting her small chest. Bro, you scare me to death. Do you know that people can actually scare each other to death? In fact, Wang Shui didn't have such deep feelings for Wang Lu at first, but now Wang Lu looked too handsome. Handsome guys have privileges wherever they go, and even his sister Wang Shui had a much better attitude towards him. Wang Lu affectionately rubbed Wang Shui's head. Hey, you came alone to Suhai, and Auntie is about to call the police, do you know that? Wang Shui had initially been quite happy to see Wang Lu, but upon hearing that it was her mom who sent him, her face immediately fell, and she pushed Wang Lu's hand away, saying, Bro, I'm here to pursue my own love. If you're going to help my mom, then I won't acknowledge you as my brother. Wang Lu sighed inwardly. Sure enough, this kind of adolescent second child syndrome is really incurable. Just after becoming an adult, she is already pursuing love. Wang Lu shook his head. All right, you can pursue love. I won't oppose it, but at least let your mom know you're safe, or else Annie will really call the police. And then how will you pursue your love? Chapter 107. At 5:30 p.m., Wang Lu and Wang Shui sat downstairs in the community where Ni Jun lived. Wang Lu originally planned to go directly to the company to find Ni Jun and see his work abilities, but Wang Shui said not to go directly, fearing it would affect Ni Jun's work. So, Wang Shui planned to wait at Ni Jun's house. However, the address Wang Shui provided was one she had previously sent something to Ni Jun. So the two sat in a pavilion not far from the building Ni Jun lived in, waiting for him. However, Wang Lu wasn't very confident that they would definitely wait for Ni Jun today. After all, young people nowadays have rich nightlife after work, and a single man's entertainment options are numerous. Wang Shui insisted on waiting, and Wang Lu could only wait as well. However, to Wang Lu's surprise, a white BMW 3 Series slowly drove from the entrance of the community to the building downstairs. Wang Shui was extremely excited at this moment because this was Ni Jun's car. She had seen Ni Jun's license plate in photos before. Just as Wang Shui was about to approach, Wang Lu pulled her back. Ni Jun was driving the BMW, but there was a woman sitting in the passenger seat. Due to the tinted windows, most people couldn't see inside, but Wang Lu's eyesight was not that of an ordinary person. He vaguely saw a woman sitting in Ni Jun's car, which startled him. Could this guy already have a girlfriend? Wang Lu thought that if Ni Jun really had a girlfriend, then Wang Shui might be the third party. Wang Shui was still so young. He wondered if she could handle such a big blow. Chapter 108. Su Mei saw that Wang Lu was ignoring her and even said he was an old A8. She was instantly filled with rage, her heavy makeup unable to conceal the wrinkles on her face. She stepped forward as if to slap Wang Lu as a lesson. Wang Lu caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye that Su Mei was actually making a move. He quickly sidestepped, and Su Mei stumbled forward, falling flat on her face. Wang Lu's expression didn't change at all, but Ni Jun was different. Although Su Mei was an old A8, she could help him rise in status, and Ni Jun instantly got angry and rushed to confront Wang Lu. Wang Lu sneered and didn't hold back. He kicked Ni Jun in the chest with a force of 45 yards, sending him flying over 4 meters and crashing against the wall. If someone had passed by at that moment, they would have marveled at what it meant to be slammed against the wall. Wang Lu sighed, realizing that after reaching the 10th level of body refinement, his strength had indeed increased significantly. Just as Wang Lu was still contemplating, he caught a glimpse of Su Mei and Ni Jun embracing each other in pain, especially as Su Mei pointed at Wang Lu and said, Kid, let me tell you, don't think you can fight and be justified. We are from Yunlong Group, and I am the director of the design department. Our Yunlong Group will definitely not let you off. Do you know who is behind Yunlong Group? The Yin family, ranked in the top 5 in Suhai City. You can't afford to mess with me, understand? Chapter 109. The Golden Star is a purely French restaurant. Didn't look particularly luxurious compared to some 5-star hotels. But those in the know could see that every brick and tile, and even a cup, was worth a lot. However, to Wang Shui, who had never left the county. This place was the top-tier venue she had never seen before. "Brother, you said this restaurant is yours?" Wang Shui's mind was somewhat in a daze. Didn't she hear her aunt say that her brother had not been doing well outside all these years? Although his salary was not low, earning $20,000 a month. That wasn't much in a city like Suhai. How could such a large restaurant actually belong to her brother? What had happened in these years? Wang Lu naturally understood Wang Shui's thoughts, but he could only briefly explain, "Xiao Shui, for now. Promise me not to tell uncle and aunt about everything you see in Suhai. I'll explain when I go back home in a while. Just know that everything I do is legal and compliant." Wang Lu could only say this. After all, it's hard for ordinary people to understand things related to the system. And probably no one in this world could comprehend it. Chapter 110. Not just Yin Shi and the others. Even Lu Yinran's eyes were filled with shock. The Golden Star was not an ordinary restaurant. It was a Michelin 3-star establishment and the only Michelin 3-star restaurant in Suhai City. Although its market value might not be as high as that of the 5-star Tianqiong Hotel in terms of restaurant revenue, the Golden Star could outshine the Tianqiong Hotel by several streets. The consumption here was truly not low. A single meal could easily start from tens of thousands. And one might not even eat well. "Wang, brother, you said this restaurant is yours?" Yin Shi stuttered a bit while speaking. Wang Lu nodded. "Yeah, what's wrong? I just acquired it a few days ago. Do you like it?" Yin Shi waved his hands repeatedly. "I like it, no, I like the food here." Yin Shi had decent psychological quality and could still speak, but Lu Bai, Zhang Qian, and Du Kong were still in shock. To ease the awkwardness, Yin Shi quickly changed the topic. "By the way, Brother Wang, I arranged for the second venue. Let's go to that newly opened Ms. restaurant." Wang Lu didn't know what Ms. was, so he didn't react, but Lu Bai, Zhang Qian, and Du Kong cheered in unison. Their cheers made Wang Lu curious, and he asked, "Is Ms. really that fun?" Chapter 111. Sun Hao's eyes were filled with greed and desire for Wang Shui. He had seen girls scoring 80 points before, but none had such a pure aura as Wang Shui. The saying goes that after tasting all kinds of delicacies, one might crave something simple, and Wang Shui's pure and fresh aura greatly intrigued Sun Hao. At this moment, Wang Shui was filled with despair. She had already shouted many times, but due to the loud music and chaotic environment of the bar, she wasn't sure if her voice could reach Wang Lu. At this time, seeing Wang Shui's helpless and tear-streaked face made Sun Hao even more fond of her. His previous women were all heavily made up and alluring. Encountering such a white lotus made it hard for Sun Hao to resist. He instructed his lackeys, "Take her away, bring her upstairs." Meanwhile, Wang Lu had already noticed that Wang Shui was being taken upstairs by a group of people. However, due to the overwhelming crowd on the dance floor, his group couldn't reach her in time and could only watch helplessly as Wang Shui was taken to the second floor. They passed through the second floor and directly arrived at the third floor, which was off-limits mainly due to some bar transaction documents and secrets. However, there were several luxuriously decorated rooms on the third floor, typically reserved for some big shots, as dealing with matters on-site was much more interesting. Chapter 112. At this moment, Wang Lu also felt a bit puzzled. Previously, when facing Zhang Hu and his group, he had been beaten several times, and there were over 20 people last time. But now, why did this group of people feel incredibly weak? The reason was simple. Wang Lu's combat experience was continuously enriching, and his strength had also significantly improved. Realizing this, Wang Lu stepped forward, gripping the already bent machete, and walked towards Sun Hao. Though Sun Hao was dazed from Wang Lu's slap, he had clearly seen the previous fight and quickly shouted, I was wrong. I don't want these two women anymore. You can take them away. I advise you not to harm me. My uncle Sun Shanha will definitely not let you off." Sun Hao began to mention his uncle Sun Shanha again. Wang Lu sneered. "Since we come this far, do you think it will help to keep bringing up people?" Then Wang Lu stomped down, and Sun Hao, clutching his groin, began to scream in pain. Outside the door, Yin Shi, Zhang Qian, Lu Bai, and Du Kong all covered their groins, feeling an excruciating pain just from watching. At that moment, they swore never to offend Wang Lu. Otherwise, one day, their own lives might be at stake. Chapter 113. Ding. The system detected that the host system space had been cleared and began a system upgrade, with an upgrade time of 14 hours. During this period, the system would be unavailable. Please be patient, host. After the system finished speaking, it disappeared, and no matter how Wang Lu shouted in his mind, there was no response. Wang Lu held the Tao scripture in his hands and began to flip through it after a moment. After a while, He realized that this scripture was not the Tao Te Ching he expected, but rather a manual for cultivation. To be precise, this scripture only contained the first half. And according to the guidance, just the first half was enough to cultivate to the celestial stage or even beyond. However, when Wang Lu saw the celestial stage, he could still manage, but as he continued reading, his eyes began to hurt, so he couldn't ascertain much. Damn it, whatever, the system shouldn't be misleading me. Let's try cultivating first. Wang Lu decided to attempt cultivation right from the beginning. An hour later, Wang Lu opened his eyes, looking somewhat frustrated at the scripture. How strange. According to the cultivation guidance, I don't feel any sensation of energy entering my body at all. He frowned in confusion. Wang Lu then picked up the scripture and flipped through it several times, puzzled, as he believed he should have at least some reaction. Chapter 114. Wang Lu scratched his ear. What's wrong with you? Barking like a dog right away. I've indulged you. At this moment, Wang Lu's phone rang again, and seeing that it was Sun Shanhe, he answered. Before Sun Shanhe could start shouting, Wang Lu hung up again. Furious, Sun Shanhe smashed his phone to pieces, and after calming down, he took out his spare phone, inserted a SIM card, and called Wang Lu again. Wang Lu didn't indulge Sun Shanhe. As long as Sun Shanhe's tone was off, he hung up immediately, which left Sun Shanhe utterly exasperated. Finally, Sun Shanhe held back his murderous rage and got through to Wang Lu. Mr. Wang, this is Sun Shanhe. Wang Lu laughed. What's wrong? Finally learned to speak nicely? Thinking about how he had hung up on Sun Shanhe's calls over a dozen times, Wang Lu suppressed a smile. After all, he was professionally trained and wouldn't laugh no matter how funny it was, unless he couldn't help it. Hearing Wang Lu's laughter on the other end of the phone, Sun Shanhe gritted his teeth, holding back his anger since there was important business to discuss, and said seriously, Yes, Mr. Wang. I wanted to discuss yesterday's matter regarding Sun Hao with you. Wang Lu sneered inwardly. Discuss? More like trying to cause me trouble. However, he pretended to be confused. Oh? Discuss? I'm not holding a grudge against Sun Hao anymore. After all, I already punished him yesterday. As for compensation, if you want to pay me a few billion, that's fine. If not, it doesn't matter. I'm not short on pocket money. Chapter 115. At 7 o'clock in the evening. Since Wang Lu had promised Bai Yameng to support her a bit, he logged into his Douyin account, which he hadn't done in several days. As soon as he logged in, he was greeted with a pile of friend requests and private messages. Wang Lu ignored the friend requests, after all, with thousands of them. He had neither the patience nor the time to go through them one by one. He took a quick glance at the friend information. Since private messages had long been closed, they were mostly from online friends, mainly from Tuatao and Tu Qianqian's wealthy group, who sent him messages, mostly asking some trivial greetings. Only one message caught Wang Lu's attention, from a member of Tu Qianqian's wealthy group, someone he had added as a friend but never chatted with. The message read, The big shot Wu Wei appeared yesterday on the TU live streaming platform. A big shot named Lu Wu Wei, using the name of the wealthy Lu Wu Wei to deceive female streamers. I don't know if it's you, but it doesn't seem like your style, so I wanted to ask you. Wang Lu frowned immediately. Someone was using his ID to scam people on another platform? Chapter 116. After understanding the system issue, Wang Lu picked up his phone and entered Zoe's live streaming room. Zoe streamed every night at 7, which Wang Lu had been informed of long ago. As soon as the notification that Lu Wu Wei had entered the streaming room popped up, Zoe's live streaming room erupted with excitement. Although there were only a little over 100 people in Zoe's live streaming room, almost everyone had heard of the legend of Lu Wu Wei, and when the special effect of the Supreme Emperor appeared, who wouldn't know it was the real Lu Wu Wei? As soon as Bai Yameng saw Wang Lu enter the streaming room, the fatigue on her face instantly vanished. For the past few days, she had streamed for 5 hours without any improvement. Even though Bai Yameng was as beautiful as a goddess, she had no exposure. The live streaming room didn't even have a high-ranking title. Only some viscounts and barons were holding up the scene. The effect of the Lu Wu Wei account was even stronger than sending gifts. After so many days of being offline, he appeared in Zoe's live streaming room. And people searching for the Lu Wu Wei account began to enter Zoe's live streaming room as well. Wang Lu didn't have much time today. He had to head to the Letian bar to find Hongling by 9, so he didn't say much and directly typed on the public screen. PK. I guarantee you. Bai Yameng smiled knowingly and immediately initiated the PK. PK was a mainstream way for streamers to make money in various live streaming rooms. Not only did it require participation during competitions, but it could also be done casually, though winning or losing wasn't as crucial at ordinary times. Chapter 117. Zoe frowned upon hearing what Fei said. That cost seemed a bit too high, although she was very confident that as long as Wang Lu was there, she couldn't possibly lose. There was always the possibility of something going wrong. It was mid-September, and the weather was still a bit hot, especially since female streamers often went live in just lingerie and a sexy outfit. If they took off one piece of clothing, would they only be left with lingerie? Although life.Wang, as a professional model, could accept live streaming in lingerie, the platform would definitely ban her live streaming room. Seeing Zoe lost in thought, Fei's lips curled into a cold smile. What's wrong? Are you scared? Zoe, if you're scared, just admit defeat. Zoe was about to refuse. Admitting defeat once wouldn't be too bad, but then Wang Lu's message came through with just one word. Do it. Zoe smiled, incredibly happy. She enjoyed the feeling of having support, especially from her man. Fei, if you want to play, then let's play, but don't be a sore loser if you lose. Zoe sneered. She had long been annoyed with Fei, who used to call her sister Zoe, but now Fei naturally wasn't afraid. She knew Zoe's situation better than anyone. The once phoenix of that live streaming room was now merely a sparrow. Chapter 118. The matter of Xing Yao. Fei taking off her clothes was of no concern to Wang Lu. Women of that caliber were no different from passersby to him. After the PK ended, Wang Lu told life.Wang he had something to attend to and logged off, while life.Wang continued her live stream. Changing into a clean outfit, Wang Lu drove to life.Tian Hotel. At this point, it was already 9:10. Wang Lu sped up a bit. Although Hong Ling usually stayed the whole night once he arrived, there was no telling if something else might come up. So he hurriedly made his way to the entrance of life.Tian bar. As he entered the bar, Wang Lu was immediately overwhelmed by the smoke and noise, making it hard to open his eyes. However, after a few minutes, he got used to it. Still, in such a chaotic environment, finding Hong Ling was difficult. Wang Lu thought about using the inquiry feature, but one check-in point could be exchanged for 1 billion Huaxia coins. Thinking that he couldn't be so extravagant, Wang Lu went to the bar to order a drink and asked around. At first, the bartender was reluctant to tell him. But after Wang Lu handed over 10 red Huaxia coins, the bartender cheerfully said, Sister Hong is on the second floor, but brother, I advise you not to look for her. Her mood isn't very good today. Chapter 119. Wang Lu smiled calmly and snapped his fingers, causing Wu Ying to disappear immediately. Wang Lu then said, Sister Hong, don't worry. It's just a martial artist. I can handle it. As for the other shrimp soldiers and crab generals, it depends on whether you are interested, Sister Hong. If I go to deal with this group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, your future attempt to reclaim the territory of the Mountain River Gang is likely to fail, because once I reclaim it, it will become my own territory. I will definitely find someone to manage it. As for you, you might become my enemy, or you might not. But since you have helped me now, I assure you that you will get what you want, and we will always be friends. Wang Lu's words deeply moved Hong Ling, especially his mysterious methods, which left her in awe. She had never seen anyone appear before her like this. After thinking for about 5 minutes, Hong Ling nodded. Okay, I agree. You can tell me what I need to do. At that moment, a brilliant smile finally appeared on Wang Lu's face. In fact, he was right. A single person could certainly deal with the Mountain River Gang, but it would be much more troublesome. He had no intention of getting involved in the underground forces of Suhai City, so why stir up this muddy water? It would be much more comfortable to become a bystander after dealing with Sun Shanhe. Chapter 120. However, due to the fish being a bit hot, Tuatawa couldn't speak for a moment, fanning her mouth with her small hand to cool it down. Tu Chanqian hesitated to eat, glancing at Tuatawa to see how she felt. Tuatuo's eyes were filled with admiration and appreciation for Wang Lu. Hubby, it's so delicious. How did you do it? I swear, even when I was in Tianfu, I never had such delicious boiled fish. It's so authentic. Tu Chanqian was somewhat surprised. But when she added a piece of Kung Pao chicken to her mouth, she was equally amazed and speechless because it was simply too delicious. Wang Lu smiled and pointed to the dishes on the table. This boiled fish is made for you. Chanqian, you can't eat spicy food, so this egg yolk chicken wing is made for you. Give it a try. Hearing that the egg yolk chicken wings were made for her, Tu Chanqian eagerly picked up a piece and put it in her mouth. The golden chicken wing, with its thin and crispy shell mixed with the aroma of egg yolk, made Tu Chanqian feel as if she were intoxicated. Seeing the expressions of Tu Chanqian and Tu Ata, Wang Lu nodded. Judging by their reactions, it was indeed delicious, and he began to eat as well. The 4 dishes were regrettably without soup, but the 3 of them were already full, especially Tu Ata, who had trouble getting used to the food in Suhai City since coming from Tianfu. Today, she was lucky to have such delicious hometown dishes, and she enjoyed it immensely. Chapter 121. After putting down his phone, Wang Lu had some plans in mind. His safety actually didn't need Lyran security to be responsible for it. After all, having someone like Wu Ying, a bug-level guard, was much more effective than the top bodyguards of Lyran security. However, he didn't have enough check-in points to exchange for so many Wu Yings, so his parents, family, and women needed the protection of Lyran security. That was the main reason why Wang Lu agreed to meet Andre in Huaxia. Additionally, his Yunding Manor Villanelle. One also required the involvement of Lyran security to create an extremely safe and highly functional residence. With that in mind, Wang Lu sent a WeChat message to Su Man, asking her to temporarily withdraw the renovation team at Yunding Manor and settle their wages based on what had been completed, saying that someone would take over. After arriving in the living room, Wang Lu sent another message to Su Man, asking the Tianxiong Hotel to deliver some breakfast to the Tianjin Upper City. Wang Lu didn't want to cook in the morning, and he didn't have any ingredients anyway. After washing up in the bathroom, Wang Lu sat on the sofa, looking at his phone and thinking about things. Not long after, Tu Qianqian and Tua came out of the bedroom with unhappy expressions. Wang Lu saw the two of them and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? You both seem unhappy." Chapter 122. Wang Lu was puzzled. He had never seen Zhang Yu so focused during school. He then walked into the office and approached Zhang Yu, clearing his throat twice. At that moment, Zhang Yu noticed someone beside him and looked up in shock. "Wow, you scared me. Oh, Wang, what are you doing here?" Wang Lu chuckled. "What? Are you already struggling on your first day of work?" He patted the dusty materials. Zhang Yu shook his head, not really struggling. It's just that the previous person left a mess that needs to be cleaned up first before it can be managed properly. Wang Lu nodded and asked, "Is your injury okay? I heard you didn't return to the hotel yesterday. Where did you go?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu blushed and began to fidget. Well, actually, it's nothing. Didn't I go to meet Lin Xiaoqi yesterday? We went out for dinner and then watched a movie, and finally, well, you know." Wang Lu's eyes widened. Ever since he awakened the system, he rarely encountered things that surprised him. But today he was shocked twice. Once for acquiring such a huge entity as Lyran Security, and once for Zhang Yu actually going to a hotel with Lin Xiaoqi at night. Chapter 123. Just the day before, Zhang Yu had seen Wang Lu embracing two stunning beauties entering their hotel, and now he was with his high school crush. What was going on? You two? Zhang Yu pointed at the two of them with a trembling hand. Wang Lu rolled his eyes at Zhang Yu. "What are you asking for? Let's sit down and eat. The dishes are already ordered." Zhang Yu sat down opposite Wang Lu and Jiang Shuhe, continuously sipping the lemon water in front of him without saying a word, while Wang Lu and Jiang Shuhe enjoyed their meal. Not treating Zhang Yu as a person at all, Jiang Shuhe even kept serving Wang Lu the delicious dishes. After a few minutes, Wang Lu and Jiang Shuhe noticed something was off. Jiang Shuhe curiously asked, "Zhang Yu, what's wrong? Why aren't you eating? Don't you like hot pot?" Jiang Shuhe recalled that during high school, Zhang Yu always liked to drag Wang Lu to eat hot pot. Although Jiang Shuhe didn't have substantial interactions with Wang Lu and the others back then, she naturally knew some of Zhang Yu's habits because she paid attention to Wang Lu. Zhang Yu took a sip of the lemon water. It wasn't that he didn't want to eat, but he just didn't have the heart to do so. He was someone who felt uncomfortable if he kept things bottled up, but he couldn't embarrass his good brother, especially since Wang Lu had helped him so much. Chapter 124. Wang Lu looked at the red dot and asked, "System, what does this red dot mean? Is it the actual location?" The system then replied, but the response made Wang Lu's heart sink. "Yes, host, this dot indicates the specific location. But red means that the person is in a life-threatening situation or has been harmed. If it's yellow, there may be danger, while green represents temporary safety." At that moment, Wang Lu's mind exploded. Life-threatening or harmed. His anger surged instantly. Wang Lu immediately activated the engine, searching for a specific location based on what was in his mind, and found an abandoned factory on his phone's navigation. Seeing that it was an abandoned factory, Wang Lu floored the gas pedal and drove toward the suburban abandoned factory. Inside the abandoned factory, Shun Sahan was wearing a black dress. Her hair was not messy, but the dress had been ripped in places, revealing her snow-white skin beneath the torn fabric. At this moment, Shun Sahan's cheeks were streaked with tears, and there were marks from whips on her arms and calves. Her legs and hands were tied with hemp ropes. A tall, crew-cut man sitting opposite her held a whip and coldly said, "What a pity. Young Master Zhong ordered me not to harm you, but I can still torment you. Haha. Chapter 125. Wang Lu had no intention of listening to Zhong Xiaoyu's barking and walked straight toward Shin Sahan. Zhong Xiaoyu knew he was no match for Wang Lu and shouted outside, "Where is everyone? Are they all dead? Hurry up! Come and take this kid down." After shouting for a long time with no response, Zhong Xiaoyu looked at Wang Lu in horror and said, "What? What did you do? Where are my people?" Wang Lu snorted coldly. "Those trash are already dead. Don't worry, you'll be joining them soon." Wang Lu picked up Shin Sahan. Noticing her black dress was torn and her underwear was exposed. Looking at her injuries, Wang Lu's gaze grew even colder. "Wang Lu, let's go quickly. I don't want to stay here anymore," Shin Sahan whispered, burying her head in Wang Lu's shoulder. Wang Lu nodded silently and slowly walked out of the warehouse. Under the glaring sunlight, apart from a Koenigsegg, there were a few vans and a Rolls-Royce, while the ground was littered with corpses. Wang Lu placed Shin Sahan in the passenger seat of the Koenigsegg and spent 1 point from his space to exchange for a recovery pill for her to swallow. After taking the recovery pill, Shin Sahan fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 126. In a Western restaurant on the outskirts of Suhai City, Wang Lu was messaging Jiang Shuiwei, telling her that he would be back later and suggesting she either go shopping or have dinner first. "Are you messaging your little girlfriend?" Shin Sahan, sitting opposite at the table, looked at Wang Lu. Wang Lu was a bit flustered and didn't know what to say. Shin Sahan covered her mouth and laughed. "All right, I won't make you say that you'll only love me in this lifetime, but you have to promise me not to abandon me, or I'll be very sad." Wang Lu felt a bit frustrated at this moment, doubting whether he had too many women. Every time he was pounced on, it seemed a bit passive. As a prominent figure, it didn't seem right to be frequently tackled by women. Moreover, every woman seemed to understand him not being responsible, which was absurd. Novels wouldn't even dare to write this. Shin Sahan looked at Wang Lu with a smile, clearly noticing his thoughts. "You don't need to feel uneasy. Although I don't know how many women you have, I know they all love you deeply. Of course, women hope to belong to one man or that one man belongs to them. I wish for that too, but since I've fallen for a fickle person like you, I can only accept it. After all, leaving you would hurt me even more, so it's better to embrace it, right?" Chapter 127. On the city streets of Suhai, Wang Lu was driving the Koenigsegg, while Jiang Shuiwei sat beside him, looking gloomy. Wang Lu asked, "What's wrong?" "Not happy. You were fine just a moment ago." Jiang Shuiwei nodded. "I felt a bit sad seeing you add Lu Qingqing on WeChat." Wang Lu raised an eyebrow. "I only added her because of you. Otherwise, why would I add her? I can delete it later." Jiang Shuiwei shook her head. "No need. After all, she is my best friend. If you delete her, I'd feel embarrassed. Just don't do anything you don't want to do because of me." Wang Lu acknowledged her point. Just as Shin Sahan was tidying up at home, the doorbell rang. When she opened the door, she saw 3 cleaning staff in uniforms from the Tianxiong Hotel standing outside. It was clear they were sent by Wang Lu. During their in-depth conversation in the afternoon, he had told her about his identity, including the assets of Tianxiong Hotel, Longting Commerce, and Tencent, which were all public matters, so there was nothing to hide. Although it wasn't Wang Lu personally helping her clean, it showed he cared about her affairs, which was enough. With the help of 3 cleaners, Shin Sahan could relax and lay on her bed playing on her phone. Why hadn't she contacted Wang Lu? She had guessed that since he hadn't come home with her, he must have plans for the night. Though she didn't know whether it was for business or pleasure, and it didn't concern her. Chapter 128. When Lu Bai announced his name, it scared the two into a panic, and they hurriedly crawled up and ran towards the exit of the mist bar. Unbeknownst to them, while Lu Bai was announcing his and Lu Yinran's names, a small-time thug nearby had already rushed upstairs to the mist bar. Lu Bai quickly helped the somewhat intoxicated Lu Yinran up, saying, "Sister, why did you come to the bar alone today? If my friend hadn't said he saw you at the bar, I wouldn't have believed you would come to such a place alone. Where's Brother Wang? Why isn't he with you?" Lu Yinran, who had been drunkenly unresponsive, suddenly reacted when she heard Wang Lu's name. "Don't mention that fickle guy. He drives me crazy." Lu Bai raised an eyebrow. "Wow, you really have something going on with Brother Wang, right? Did he cheat on you?" However, Lu Yinran didn't respond to Lu Bai, who sighed and helped her slowly walk towards the bar's exit. As they neared the door, a small-time thug guarding it stopped Lu Bai. "Sorry, our boss has ordered that young Master Lu and Miss Lu are not to leave the bar." Chapter 129. Hearing Wang Lu say this, Hong Ling felt somewhat unhappy. After all, she had taken over the Hong gang for 10 years, and no one had dared to threaten her like this. However, thinking of Wang Lu's unpredictable skills, She sighed inwardly, realizing that Wang Lu indeed had such strength. After hanging up the phone, Wang Lu began changing into clean clothes to prepare to go to the Miss Bar. Meanwhile, in the office on the third floor of the Miss Bar, Lu Yanran had begun to sober up. She opened her eyes to find herself tied up on the sofa, with Lu Bai, who was also tied up, looking at her in confusion. Xiao Bai, what are you doing here? Where's this place? Lu Bai looked at Lu Yanran with a don't you know expression. Still on the phone. Lu Bai didn't have Wang Lu's number, only Yun Shi's, but for some reason, he couldn't get through to her now. Sitting at the desk opposite, Sun Shanha was casually leaning back, watching Lu Yanran and Lu Bai, and took a puff from a cigar, saying, Miss Lu, you're finally awake. It's not easy, huh? As the person in charge of the Lu family, seeing such a scene and still being so calm, I underestimated you. Lu Yanran was surprised that he knew her, which made things more complicated. Someone who dared to kidnap her knowing her background was either fearless or had a force stronger than her family's, and possibly much stronger. Chapter 130. Yes, over the years, Sun Shanha's Shanha gang often had territorial disputes with the Wild Wolf gang, but for the Hong gang, Sun Shanha's strategy was to avoid trouble unless the Hong gang initiated it. Thus, the Hong gang had developed relatively stably over the years for two reasons. The first reason is that Hong Ling's looks, figure, and personal style are all to Sun Shanha's liking, although she may slightly fall short in looks compared to Lu Yanran. Her stunning figure and enchanting charm leave Sun Shanha utterly captivated. The second reason is that the Hong gang, being the oldest gang in Suhai City, has many retired big shots backing it. If he insists on exterminating the Hong gang, he will surely offend those senior figures who have retired. Although they may be retired, they still have considerable connections and fame. If the Hong gang is completely wiped out, those older generations will definitely hold a grudge against the Shanha gang, leading to a situation where the losses outweigh the gains. As for the Wild Wolf gang, it doesn't matter. That kid Wu Feng is just a hot-headed rookie. Thinking of this, Sun Shanha immediately called Hong Ling. When the call was connected, he suppressed his anger and said, Boss Hong, you know my thoughts very well. Why did you bring your people here to cause trouble, and with so many of them? What exactly do you mean? Chapter 131. Two middle-aged men exchanged stunned glances, as they were also considered top practitioners among their peers since childhood. However, now nearing 40, they were merely at the third stage of the yellow level. In contrast, the opponent, despite his young age, had already surpassed them in strength, making them doubt whether their years of training had been in vain. At this moment, Wang Lu was feeling relaxed. His first battle against a yellow-level opponent led to an unexpected discovery. Even with only 50 to 60% of his strength, he could easily crush a third-stage yellow-level fighter. This proved that although he was a fourth-stage yellow-level fighter, his combat ability far exceeded the average fourth-stage fighters. Thanks to the uniqueness of the Tao Sutra, the Tao Sutra solidified his foundation, while the Gene Evolution Potion transformed his body, allowing his strength to surpass that of ordinary practitioners and even fight beyond his level. Just in time, these three men could serve as good practice for Wang Lu. Without waiting for their reaction, he charged directly at the two middle-aged men, unleashing his full power and maximizing his speed. Even Huang Ming was shocked at Wang Lu's speed. He was about to intercept him, but Wang Lu's speed, enhanced by the Tao Sutra, was now on par with Huang Ming's. In one exchange, Wang Lu struck both of the third-stage yellow-level men on their arms with his fists. Chapter 132. As Hong Ling and the three hall masters entered the third floor, they were greeted by a strong smell of blood. At this moment, more than 10 corpses lay in the corridor of the third floor. Hong Ling frowned, thinking, is Wang Lu this ruthless? He killed them all? However, as they passed several underlings, they noticed no bloodstains, suggesting they had just been knocked unconscious by Wang Lu. The four of them followed the bloody scent to the private room where Wang Lu was, finding him pale and sitting on the sofa, while Lu Yanran and Lu Bai sat obediently on the other end of the sofa. You're here? Wang Lu looked up at Hong Ling and the others. Hong Ling nodded and entered the private room, noticing 3 corpses in the corner, one of which was only half a body, making her feel a bit nauseous. However, Hong Ling and the 3 hall masters were somewhat used to violence, so their reactions were much better than Lu Yanran's and Lu Bai's. Then Hong Ling asked, Where's Sun Shanha? Wang Lu pointed to the side of the wine cabinet with his right hand, revealing Sun Shanha tightly bound and clearly unconscious next to the wine cabinet. Hong Ling frowned and looked at Wang Lu. What are your plans now? Wang Lu stood up. What plans? The rest is up to you. I've handed son Shanha over to you. You decide how to deal with him. As for the Hua family, if they give you trouble, you can notify me again. I am responsible for after-sales service. Chapter 133. In the conference hall of the Hua family's old mansion, there was a dead silence. No one dared to speak further, fearing to anger the family head, Wang, and face punishment. Overnight, the underground force of the Shanha gang, which the Hua family had operated for decades, was wiped out with almost no remnants. Wang's index finger tapped continuously on the armrest of his chair, and the anger in his eyes gradually faded. He sighed. Forget it. Let's put this matter aside for now. First, we need to find out who eliminated the 3 yellow-level experts, and then plan our response. Our cooperation with the Gongsun family in Magic City is imminent. If successful, our strength will increase significantly, and we won't have to fear the Morong family anymore. Wang suppressed his inner anger. The Hua family had thrived in Suhai City for nearly a century for a reason. Every family head was composed and calm. In the corridor, the various heads of the Hua family nodded in agreement, and the meeting was dismissed. However, Huashan was kept behind by Wang. Wang looked at his most valued younger brother. Second brother, what do you think of this matter? Huashan had always played the role of strategist in the Hua family, due to his sharp intellect. He was once designated by the previous generation's family head as the next family head. However, despite his intelligence, Huashan lacked the decisiveness required. So Wang ultimately became the family head. Nevertheless, because Huashan was very smart, he understood that Wang was the one most suited to be the head of the Hua family. Chapter 134. Wang Lu frowned at the words. Your dad wants to see me? Why? Yin sure felt a bit awkward. I can't lie to you. The noise from yesterday was too big. My father wants to get to know you. After all, how can a person who single-handedly wiped out the Shanha gang not be taken seriously by the families? However, my father is on your side. He has always told me not to offend you. Wang Lu then understood why Yunshi had been deliberately trying to befriend him all along, and why he was unusually enthusiastic. It was a command from the head of the Yun family. Realizing he had misspoken, Yunshi hurriedly explained, Brother Wang, although I initially approached you with a purpose, later it was because of your personal charm and strength that I became deeply convinced. Even if my father now forbids me from befriending you, I would still be undeterred. Hearing Yunshi's anxious tone, as if afraid he would be angry, Wang Lu smiled. It's fine. I didn't take it to heart. All right, I'll drop by tonight, and I might bring someone with me. You don't mind, do you? Seeing Wang Lu agree, Yunshi was overjoyed. Of course not. It's settled then, Brother Wang. I'll wait for you at the Yun family tonight. I'll send you the address over WeChat shortly. We must meet. Chapter 135. Who? Lu Qingfeng exploded with rage upon hearing someone insult him. Turning his gaze towards the door where a young man in short-sleeved sportswear stood. Wang Lu. Lu Yanran was incredulous. She never expected Wang Lu to appear here. Suddenly realizing something, Lu Yanran turned to look at Lu Bai, who was sitting in the corner on the sofa with a smile on his face. Without needing to think, it must have been Lu Bai who notified Wang Lu. However, regardless of whether it was Lu Bai or not, Lu Yanran was just happy that Wang Lu had come. So he still cares about me. Seeing the blush on Lu Yanran's cheeks, Chi Chuan and his wife immediately turned pale. They had thought that Lu Yanran was merely using this Wang Lu kid as a shield. But the current situation clearly indicated that it was more than just a shield. There was obviously something more intimate going on. Bang! Chi Chuan, filled with rage, slammed the table and stood up upon seeing Wang Lu. Wang Lu, how dare you show up here? You put my phone in the hospital, and she's still recovering. Yet you dare to appear before our chief family. Wang Lu turned to Chi Chuan, but did not respond immediately. Instead, he walked straight towards the tearful Lu Yanran. What's wrong? Are you too excited to see me? Don't you like this divine presence? Chapter 136. Wang Lu dialed Ma Xiaoting's video call, and after a few rings, the call was answered, revealing Ma Xiaoting's smiling face. President Wang, long time no see. What made you think of contacting me today? Wang Lu paused and turned off his camera, gesturing to Chi Chuan and Lu Qingfeng. The couples of Lu Qingfeng and Chi Chuan were stunned when they saw Ma Xiaoting. Their mouths agape. After a moment, Wang Lu turned the camera back on. The camera was just malfunctioning. By the way, I don't know if you've heard of the Lu Group in Suhai City. Ma Xiaoting frowned upon hearing the Lu Group, thought for a while, and shook his head. No, it shouldn't be a big group. At this moment, Lu Qingfeng, Wei Shuyun, and Lu Yanran all showed awkward expressions. Although the Lu Group's market value had exceeded 10 billion, Its actual liquid assets were only a few billion cash flow, which was indeed nothing compared to a giant like Penguin Group. If it were someone else, Lu Qingfeng would have exploded long ago. It's indeed not that big, with a market value of around 1 or 200 billion. I have an idea. Can we let them handle some game development or AI modeling projects in Suhai City? Their capabilities are absolutely reliable. When mentioning capabilities, Wang Lu instinctively looked at Lu Yanran, who nodded seriously to indicate no problem. Chapter 137. At this moment, Lu Yanran could hardly speak. She never expected Wang Lu to have such great capabilities that even the general manager of Live Security, Andre, came personally to meet him. Wang Lu did not stand up but nodded. Yes, take a seat. The coffee I just brewed is ready. Let's chat while we drink. Andre nodded and sat across from Wang Lu. Boss, the first reason I came here is to meet you in person. After all, I will be far away in the Citigroup and may not have the chance to witness your brilliance again. Zhang, and who are our main responsible persons in Huaxia. Zhang is in charge of the south, and who is in charge of the north. If you need anything in Huaxia, you can contact them. Andre pointed to two straight-backed men in black suits standing at the door of the reception room. Hello, boss. I am Zhang Kuei, mainly responsible for the southern region. If you have any instructions, you can find me anytime. Sang Kui Bovet. Boss, I am Hu Liang, responsible for the northern region. You can contact me directly in the north. Hu Liang also bowed. Wang Lu nodded and used the query function to check the identities and strengths of Zhang Kuei and Hu Liang, discovering that both were at the 5th level of the Xian rank. Wang Lu was somewhat surprised that they were so strong. Zhang Kuei and Hu Liang both appear to be around 40 years old, much younger than Uncle Fu, indicating exceptional talent. Chapter 138. Without hesitation, Wang Lu directly registered an account. Although he had never logged into the Rabbit Tooth live streaming platform before, most live streaming platforms are quite similar nowadays. The differences lie only in the types of GIFs and some filters used in the live streams. When Wang Lu registered the name Lu Lu Wu Wei, the system prompted him. This nickname has been used, please change it. Wang Lu, feeling frustrated, had no choice but to change it to Lu Lu Wu Ming. Once online, Wang Lu saw a number of female streamers featured in the hot recommendations, as well as several popular male game streamers. After all, Rabbit Tooth Live is primarily a gaming live streaming platform and competes with Flying Fish Live to become the two major gaming traffic live streaming platforms. It started as a gaming platform and gradually began to include other forms of live streaming. Wang Lu casually chose a female streamer named Xiao Linglong, who had a decent popularity of around 30,000 viewers, making her a quasi-first-tier female streamer. Therefore, the probability of encountering the impersonator Lu Lu Wu Wei would be relatively high. Chapter 139. Meanwhile, Zheng Hui was unaware that Wang Lu had already reported to the police. The internet police began to verify Wang Lu's real identity and started to search for Zheng Hui's IP address and location in the police system. After reporting, Wang Lu exited the live stream room and selected another live stream room named PP Tang, who was playing King of Glory from the hot recommendations. Once he entered, Wang Lu directly sent 10 treasure maps, igniting PP Tang's live stream. What the hell is going on? Just like that, sending 10 treasure maps without saying a word? Our boss finally made a name for himself. A big shot has come. PP Tang was also a bit confused. Although he was a game streamer with a popularity of 10,000 viewers, his income was lower than that of average streamers who had 3,000 to 5,000 viewers, mainly because he was a male streamer. 10 treasure maps were equivalent to his earnings for several days, and he was caught off guard by the arrival of a big shot. When he saw the ID Lu Lu Wu Ming, he was suddenly puzzled. This big shot named Lu Lu Wu Ming. What is your relationship with Lu Lu Wu Wei? Chapter 140. However, things did not go as Wang Lu wished. After registering, he wandered through various live stream rooms on Flying Fish for 3 hours without finding anyone impersonating him. Could it be that they got the news and have already run away? However, Wang Lu had no choice but to keep searching through various live stream rooms for the fake account. By 7 p.m., after finishing dinner, Wang Lu was browsing Flying Fish Live when he suddenly received a call from Tu Chanqian. Hello, husband. Were you looking for someone impersonating you on the live streaming platform this afternoon? Wang Lu nodded, unable to hide his surprise. Yes, what happened? After confirming, Tu Chanqian said, after you asked us this afternoon, I asked some streamer friends, and just now, one of my childhood friends who streams on Flying Fish said that for the past few days, there's been a big shot named Lu Lu Wu Wei who has been sending her gifts in her live stream. and privately hinting that he wants to take her out and help her win the championship at the upcoming mid-year gala. Upon hearing this, Wang Lu instantly became energized. He had been searching for several hours since the afternoon without any results, and unexpectedly, it was Tu Qianqian who helped him in the end. Chapter 141 at this moment. The impersonator Lu Wu Wei's mental state could be imagined. He only had one thought: to leave. What was he thinking? So what if he spent over 100,000? How could a small boss like him provoke someone who could easily spend millions? Indeed, the person impersonating Wang Lu on the flying fish platform was much better than Zheng Hui. In reality, he owned an advertising company, which, although not large, could still earn a substantial amount annually. He usually deceived some naive female streamers to satisfy his own desires. It was only this time that Chi-Chi's looks made him a bit unable to hold back, leading him to spend over 100,000, while normally he would only spend tens of thousands at most. After closing the flying fish platform, the impersonator thought he was safe and vowed not to log in a flying fish for the next month. If he felt the urge, he could just change to a small account. Just as he was lying on the sofa, relieved to have escaped a disaster, the doorbell suddenly rang. With a sense of confusion, the impersonator went to open the door, only to see 4 men in hats holding credentials. "Hello. We received a report that you are suspected of defaming others and committing fraud online. Please come with us to the police station for assistance in the investigation." Half an hour later, Wang Lu suddenly received a system notification ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the special task, the dignity of a godly rich man within 72 hours. The host will receive a special reward, skill, God-level medical skills. Chapter 142. The next morning, after waking up, Wang Lu felt incredibly refreshed. Looking out at the dawn light, he got up and moved around. Due to sitting cross-legged for a long time, his joints were a bit stiff and made cracking sounds. He felt very satisfied with the changes he had undergone through his cultivation. Opening the system interface, he saw the astonishing changes. Host, Wang Lu strength, 585 speed, 560 spirit, 540 constitution, 590 overall rating, 569, yellow level. 5th stage, cultivation technique. Tao scripture, fragment. After an entire night of cultivation, Wang Lu had reached the strength of the yellow level, 5th stage, and was already in the mid-phase, approaching the late phase. He was very pleased with his improvement overnight. Glancing at his watch, it was only 5 o'clock. Feeling wide awake, Wang Lu remembered he hadn't signed in yet and called out in his mind, "System, sign in, ding, sign in successful." Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 sign-in points and the reward. Ancient 8 Extremes Fist Manual. Ancient 8 Extremes Fist? What is this? I only know the 8 Extremes Fist, which doesn't seem to be a very powerful martial art, right? Wang Lu wondered as he looked at the ancient-looking manual in his hand. Foolish host. First of all, the current 8 Extremes Fist has been simplified over the years and no longer possesses much power. What you usually see is the children's version of the 8 Extremes Fist. Even if the real 8 Extremes Fist is indeed powerful, the ancient 8 Extremes Fist is the true form of the 8 Extremes Fist that existed 3,000 years ago. It is a truly top-tier martial art. However, ordinary people cannot cultivate it, which is why it evolved into the simplified 8 Extremes Fist over 300 years ago. Chapter 143. Wang Lu rode a stationary bike, continuously traversing the streets of Suhai City. Riding a bike is quite enjoyable. Those who drive and those who ride experience different things. Riding allows one to better appreciate the surrounding scenery, unlike driving, which feels like a blur with nothing but a gust of wind. As he rode, Wang Lu suddenly stopped in front of the First People's Hospital of Suhai City. At the hospital entrance, he saw a long red flag car, and an elderly man got out accompanied by a beautiful woman. It was this woman who made Wang Lu stop, as she was extraordinarily beautiful, around 22 years old, seemingly still in school, wearing a flowing white long dress. Her appearance was the most stunning Wang Lu had ever seen. No celebrity or woman he had encountered in real life could compare to her beauty. Her beauty was not seductive, but rather had an air of coldness, keeping others at a distance. The elderly man, about 70 years old, had a slightly hunched back, but didn't seem to be due to age. His complexion was pale, clearly indicating insufficient blood flow. Chapter 144. Wang Lu looked down at the hand that the cold woman was holding. The woman realized it was inappropriate. My name is Murong Chinga. What do you call yourself?" Wang Lu nodded. "Wang Lu. Let's go into the hospital first. Your grandfather should have already been taken to the ward." You don't need to worry about saving him. After saying this, Wang Lu stepped towards the hospital. At this moment, in the VIP ward of the hospital, besides Murong family's driver, there was also the young doctor who had mocked Wang Lu earlier. Suddenly, a commotion of footsteps could be heard outside the door, indicating that many people were running in. Then, the ward door was pushed open and 2 doctors, around 50 years old, along with several medical staff, entered. The leading doctor saw many silver needles inserted into the chest of the elderly man, confused. Yang Ming, has Director Xiao been here? Yang Ming turned to see the crowd outside and replied, Director Run, you finally arrived. Director Run was the deputy director of the First People's Hospital and an expert in cardiology. He had been treating Murong Yu's long-term illness. Director Run nodded. You still haven't answered my question. Has Director Xiao been here? Director Run was referring to the chief expert of the hospital's traditional Chinese medicine department, who was also the former hospital director. Chapter 145 at this moment, Murong Chinga, who had been standing by, anxiously asked, Grandpa Xiao, what's going on? Is there something wrong with my grandfather's health? Murong Chinga regretted allowing Wang Lu to perform acupuncture, but the next word from Director Xiao shocked everyone present. Impossible. This can't be. Why has he improved so much? Director Xiao was still checking the pulse, considering Murong Yu's age and years of illness. He should have had little time left to live. Even if they saved him today, there was no guarantee for the next time. However, after Wang Lu's acupuncture, his condition had improved significantly. Although it was far from being completely healed, there was now a possibility for treatment, which left Director Xiao in disbelief. Everyone turned to look at Wang Lu. Even Yang Ming, who had been provocative, was shaking his head in disbelief, shouting, impossible. Just as Director Xiao was puzzled and wanted to touch the silver needles, Wang Lu stepped forward and grabbed Director Xiao's hand. Director Xiao, if you don't want old Yu to die immediately, you must not pull out those needles. Chapter 146. The doctors and nurses in the ward were astonished. What is going on? Our Director Xiao, a renowned master of traditional Chinese medicine, is now looking to a 20-something kid as a teacher? Wang Lu, with great strength, immediately helped Qiu Yuan up. Director Qiu, I heard what you just said. You want to learn the Xian Yuan 12 needles, right? Having his thoughts exposed by Wang Lu, Qiu Yuan's face turned red, and he awkwardly smiled. Ha ha. Mr. Wang, you have keen insight, but the Xian Yuan 12 needles is indeed a dream for us studying traditional Chinese medicine. Wang Lu shook his head. Director Qiu, it's not that I won't teach you. It's that you won't be able to learn it. The Xian Yuan 12 needles requires inner energy, and I observe that you don't seem to be a martial artist, so even if I teach you, you won't be able to learn it. Upon hearing this, Qiu Yuan's expression dimmed, and he sighed. So it seems I'm fated to be unrelated to the Xian Yuan 12 needles in this lifetime. Wang Lu smiled. Although you're not fated to the Xian Yuan 12 needles, if you have any medical questions in the future, you can contact me anytime, and we can discuss them together. Hearing this, Qiu Yuan's spirits lifted, and his wrinkled face broke into a wide smile. Great, great. That is really wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Chapter 147. Wang Lu thought without a doubt that it was Yang Ming, the jealous man, who reported him to the police. However, there was nothing he could do. He indeed did not have a medical practice license. Just as he was about to follow the police, he was stopped by Murong Chinga. Zhou Yang looked at Murong Chinga. Ma'am, please step aside, or we have the right to pursue you for obstructing our duties. However, Murong Chinga refused to budge. Officer Zhou, I know you're a diligent police officer, but please understand one thing. First, neither we as the patient's family nor the patient himself are pursuing Wang Lu for not having a medical practice license. Second, my name is Murong Chinga, and our Murong family will not allow him to be taken away. It is simply not allowed. Murong Chinga's attitude was very firm and unquestionable, which put Zhou Yang in a difficult position. However, they had to investigate the report thoroughly. Murong Chinga was right. As long as the patient's family and the patient didn't mind, the lack of a medical license wasn't really important. Secondly, how could the official law enforcement personnel not know about the Murong family? They were the #1 family in Suhai City, a presence that even the Hua and Qi families wouldn't dare provoke. For a police officer to go against the Murong family was practically asking for trouble. Chapter 148. After bidding farewell to Murong Chinga and Xiao Yuan, Wang Lu suddenly felt a bit hungry, so he rode his bike through the streets, looking for something to eat, as treating Murong Yu earlier had consumed some of his energy. Before he knew it, Wang Lu found himself at the entrance of Suhai University. Looking at the university sign, he thought of a familiar figure and called Shun Sahan. Just after class, Shun Sahan answered his call, saying, "What made you think to call me today? Miss me?" Since the kidnapping incident, Shun Sahan had been thinking of Wang Lu but was afraid to disturb him, so she had refrained from calling or messaging him. Wang Lu's initiative to contact her proved that he still had her in his heart. Wang Lu chuckled, "Yeah, I'm hungry and just happened to be at the school gate. You're done with class, right? Let's go eat." Hearing that Wang Lu was at the school gate, Shun Sahan perked up, returned to her office, put down her textbooks, and started to freshen up. Half an hour later, Wang Lu saw Shun Sahan walking towards him in high heels and waved. He had to admit that Shun Sahan was a natural beauty. Every gesture of hers was captivating. Chapter 149. Actually, Shun Sahan didn't teach Lin Xiaoxiao and Jean Xin during her university years. But she was so famous at Suhai University, not only for her stunning looks and impressive figure, but also for being accepted as the youngest English teacher at the age of 22 due to her strong qualifications. She became a widely recognized goddess in the school, overshadowing many campus beauties. Now this goddess was with Wang Lu. Even Lin Xiaoxiao and Jean Xin couldn't accept it. It was Shun Sahan's first time meeting Lin Xiaoxiao. Although she knew Wang Lu's girlfriend was Lin Xiaoxiao, she had never seen her before and looked at Wang Lu, asking who they were. Wang Lu shrugged. "This is Lin Xiaoxiao and her friend Jean Xin." Shun Sahan smiled at Lin Xiaoxiao. "Thank you, Xiaoxiao, for letting Wang Lu come out." Upon hearing Shun Sahan's words, Lin Xiaoxiao felt as if her heart was stabbed with several knives and reluctantly asked, "Teacher Shun, I don't understand. Why are you with Wang Lu?" Chapter 150. Lu Jin expressed that there was no problem at all, although he wasn't a professional lawyer. He understood the law, and such a small matter didn't require the top legal team in Suhai City. Even a legal department of Tianqiong Hotel could handle it. After settling this matter, Wang Lu took Shun Sahan's hand and started shopping. In one afternoon, Wang Lu took Shun Sahan around all the luxury stores in Dayue City. Even someone like Shun Sahan, who loved shopping, could hardly keep going. Halfway through, she pulled Wang Lu to sit down. "Let's take a break. My calves are sore." "Do they look thicker to you?" After saying this, Shun Sahan placed her long legs on Wang Lu's lap. Wang Lu caressed her slender and fair calves, saying, "Not at all. They look great. Aren't you having fun shopping today?" Shun Sahan rolled her eyes at Wang Lu and retracted her legs. "Who spends like this? We spent nearly 5 million in one afternoon. You're such a spendthrift." Wang Lu laughed and pulled Shun Sahan in his arms. "Money is just a thing. Why save it? By the way, I've been meaning to ask you, did the Zhong family not come looking for trouble after Zhong Xiaoyu's death?" Chapter 151. Wang Xiaoyu. "Miss Lu has been waiting for you for a long time." Yin Chuan saw a hint of surprise in Wang Lu's eyes. He had thought Wang Lu might look like a wealthy young master, perhaps the heir of a family from Yanjing, but he never expected Wang Lu to appear so simple. Wearing a short-sleeved shirt, sports pants, and a pair of ordinary sneakers, he looked quite ordinary except for his extraordinary appearance. Wang Lu was a bit surprised that Yin Chuan, the head of the Yun family, would lower himself to call him Xiaoyu. However, since the other party was being so courteous, he accepted it gracefully. "Hello, Uncle Yin. It's my first time meeting you, and I brought a small gift as a token of respect. I hope you won't mind." Yin Chuan took the snacks from Wang Lu's hands, weighed them, and found them extremely light, almost as if there was nothing. Nevertheless, he remained calm. Wang Lu was not someone without discernment, as he had already learned from Yin Shi that he wasn't a thoughtless person. After handing the gift to the butler, Yin Chuan smiled. "Let's go. I prepared some good food and wine today. Although it can't compare to the top chef at Tianqiong Hotel, it's still pretty good. Come and try it." The group went to the dining table, which had a large round table with just 4 people. Yin Chuan and his son, Wang Lu, and Lu Yinran. Chapter 152. After taking care of the most important matters, the next things were much easier to discuss. Wang Lu mentioned the cooperation in real estate he had promised Lu Yinran to seek from the Yun family yesterday. Yin Chuan laughed. "What's so difficult about that? Since Miss Lu took charge, the Lu family has been improving day by day. Now, they're just lacking some opportunities. That's easy to fix." "Yin Shi, you can coordinate with Miss Lu on the real estate projects, as you two are quite familiar. Young people can just play together. There's no need to treat it as a formal matter." Yin Chuan's keen insight allowed him to see that this was Wang Lu's intention, so he smoothly facilitated the situation, doing Wang Lu a favor. Lu Yinran was excited. The Lu family already had a foundation in real estate, and with the support of the Penguin Group and the Yun family, Returning to the top 10 families in Suhai was not impossible. Lu Yinran felt this wouldn't take too long. Thinking of this, her gaze fell on Wang Lu beside her, admiring his perfect profile. She felt a sweetness in her heart. Wang Lu had always been helping her. Although it started as a promise to Uncle Fu, Lu Yinran could now clearly feel that Wang Lu genuinely wanted to help her. Chapter 153. Again, Zhao Gongfeng shouted and charged at Wang Lu once more. This time, he used all his strength to attack, but didn't aim for a vital point. Wang Lu's expression shifted from a smile to seriousness. After all, Zhao Gongfeng was also a 5th-tier yellow-level martial artist. Although his actual combat power might not match Wang Lu's, he couldn't be careless. Wang Lu also threw a punch, colliding with Zhao Gongfeng's fist. Both felt a tremendous force strike their arms. After the exchange, they both retreated. Wang Lu took 3 steps back, while Zhao Gongfeng took 4. Yin Chuan was astonished. Wang Lu actually has more strength than Master Zhao? Zhao Gongfeng himself was equally surprised. As a martial artist, he naturally understood how difficult it was to cultivate to the 5th level of the yellow rank. Although his talent was not top-notch, it was still decent, which is why he reached the 5th level of the yellow rank at the age of 40. He didn't expect a young man in his 20s to also be at the 5th level of the yellow rank, and even in the mid-stage of it, which was more powerful than his early stage. Driven by the competitive spirit inherent in martial artists, Zhao Gongfeng did not give up and continued to attack Wang Lu. And this time the attack was even fiercer, while Wang Lu remained cautious and defended without any gaps. Chapter 154. Wang Lu first went to find Tu Qianqian and Tu Ta. After each spent 5 million on gifts, they greeted each other and left, causing the fans in both live streams to shout in amazement. They came in and showered gifts before running away, leaving no words to say except for their extravagance. After leaving the 2 women's live streams, Wang Lu entered Bai Yuming's live stream. Wang Lu was not particularly satisfied with Bai Yuming's current popularity. After Tu Qianqian and Tu Ta received continuous exposure from hot recommendations, their popularity was consistently over 50,000 per live stream, and in higher cases, it was approaching 100,000. At this moment, Bai Yuming's popularity was still less than 10,000, indicating that substantial exposure was still needed for faster growth. After entering the live stream, the Supreme Emperor effect immediately appeared in Bai Yuming's room. When Bai Yuming saw Wang Lu had arrived, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. After all, it had been a few days since they last met, and she missed Wang Lu quite a bit, considering he was her first man and likely her last. After entering the live stream, Wang Lu saw Bai Yuming pouting and typed on the public screen, "What's wrong? Who made our Zoe unhappy?" Chapter 155. The next morning, Wang Lu woke up from his cultivation. Tu Qianqian and Tu were still asleep. Wang Lu had not cultivated for long yesterday, only for a little over 5 hours, but he successfully broke through to the 6th level of the yellow rank. However, this time it was just a barely successful breakthrough. Wang Lu had a premonition that his future cultivation speed might slow down increasingly, but this was understandable. As a stronger one became, the slower the cultivation would naturally be. If a powerful martial artist could hear Wang Lu's thoughts, they would almost want to kill him. "You little brat, do you know what you're saying? You've only been cultivating for less than a week, and you've gone straight from body refinement to the 6th level of the yellow rank. What more do you want?" Wang Lu opened the system panel and looked at his current physical attributes with satisfaction. Host: Wang Lu strength, 623 speed, 602 spirit, 600 physique, 615 overall rating, 610, yellow rank. 6th stage, cultivation method, Tao scripture, fragment, martial skills. Ancient 8 extremes fist if Wang Lu were to fight Zhao Gongfeng from the Yun family with his current strength. He was confident that he could easily defeat him even without using martial skills. This was the difference in levels. After feeling his own power, Wang Lu couldn't help but marvel at how terrifying the Tao scripture provided by the system was. Generally, cultivation methods could only enhance attributes like strength, agility, or physique, while cultivating spiritual power was much more difficult. Many martial artists never broke through because their spiritual power was not strong enough, leading to repeated failures. The strength of the Tao scripture lay in its ability to cultivate spiritual power, and the speed of improvement in spiritual power was also very fast. That was the power of the Tao scripture. Chapter 156. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Why are you in a daze?" Wang Lu found Yun Shi's silly and dazed expression particularly amusing. Yun Shi pinched his arm in disbelief. Ouch, it hurts. Brother Wang, where did you get this absolute black warrior from? Wang Lu was somewhat surprised that Yinshi recognized this car, which even he had to search online to identify. You're not simple. You know this car? Yinshi nodded while stroking the smooth body of the black warrior. Of course I know. I'm a car enthusiast. I basically know all cars, whether they're common or rare. Whether it's the SF90 limited edition or the Koenigsegg Speed version, they're all my dreams. It's not that I don't have money, but even with money, I might not be able to get them. Plus, this black warrior is no joke. I estimate that there's probably only this one in all of Huaxia. Wang Lu looked at Yinshi with some approval and then operated on his phone before getting out of the car with 2 Qianqian and 2 Ta'a. He pointed to the parking space beside him. Just authorize it on your phone. Parking is up to you. Chapter 157. Zhang Yin understood what Yinshi meant and immediately summoned a maid to take 2 Qianqian and 2 Ta'a to a room to start their beauty services. Wang Lu and Yinshi followed Zhang Yin's guidance and entered 2 different rooms. Just before 2 Qianqian and 2 Ta'a entered their room, a young man in a black suit walked out from another private room. When the 2 maids saw the young man in the black suit, they bowed their heads. Young Master Hua, have you rested well? Huiyin nodded. Mem. His gaze swept over the 2 maids without any expression. But when he saw 2 Qianqian and 2 Ta'a beside him, he was shocked. Wow, beauties! And 2 of them? However, Huiyin still remained composed and made a mental note, then brushed past 2 Qianqian and 2 Ta'a. After entering the room, 2 Qianqian and 2 Ta'a found it spacious and luxuriously decorated. In addition to 2 beauty beds, the cabinets were filled with various skincare and beauty products, masks, and so on. After entering the room, the 2 women changed their clothes under the guidance of the maid. The clothes for full body care were very thin and transparent. 2 Qianqian felt a bit uncomfortable, while 2 Ta'a was fine since she usually wore less during her dance live streams. After changing, the 2 women lay on the beauty beds and waited for about 5 minutes before 2 young and beautiful technicians came into the room to start their services. Chapter 158. Qi Ming nodded in fear. Although Wang Lu had not attacked him fiercely at the Tianqiong Grand Hotel, his older brother, Qi Feng, was still lying at home. Having just been discharged from the hospital, Qi Ming did not want to provoke this disaster named Wang Lu, especially since his grandfather told him not to mess with Wang Lu. He would handle it. Thinking of this, Qi Ming hurriedly ran towards the door, but was grabbed by Huiyin. Why are you in such a hurry? My family's bodyguards are outside. Why are you afraid of Wang Lu? Qi Ming shook his head. I can't touch his woman. I'm leaving, brother Hua. Huiyin, already filled with desire, couldn't help but look at Qi Ming leaving and coldly snorted. Useless. You're leaving just in time. Both are mine. Then, Huiyin quickly stepped in front of 2 Qianqian and 2 smiling. Ladies, my bodyguards are at the door. Do you think you can escape? After saying this, Huiyin lunged at 2 Qianqian, grabbing her arms. At that moment, Wang Lu vaguely heard Tatuo's screams, and without even putting on his shoes, he rushed out of the room. He saw 4 bodyguards blocking 2 maids from entering the room diagonally across. The 2 maids shouted, You can't do this. This is illegal. Chapter 159. Wang Lu. Once again, Wang Lu was almost furious in Huashan's eyes. Wang Lu was no stranger to the Hua family, having already eliminated 3 of their yellow-level masters, one of whom was a yellow-level 5th stage expert. This was enough to make the Hua family feel the pinch. If it weren't for the imminent cooperation with the Gongsun family, the Hua family would have already taken action against Wang Lu. Now that this incident had occurred, Huashan wished he could skin Wang Lu alive, but he could only endure it for now. Tomorrow, just tomorrow, and it would be over, Huashan comforted himself. At Suhai International Airport, a man wearing a cap and a mask walked out of the airport. He hailed a taxi at the airport exit, heading towards the city center of Suhai. This was the assassin named Hunter Shadow, who had finally arrived in Huaxia after several days of travel. After more than half an hour's drive, Hunter Shadow got out of the car in the eastern suburbs of Suhai. He walked for another 20 minutes until he arrived in front of a dilapidated low house. After comparing the location on his phone with the appearance of the house, and confirming it was correct, Hunter Shadow pushed the door and walked in. Half an hour later, Hunter Shadow pushed an old Chunfeng 450 motorcycle with a rectangular iron box strapped to his back and rode towards the city center of Suhai. Chapter 160. The upper city at twilight at 7 p.m. Wang Lu stepped out of the elevator and turned back with a smile, saying, Just kidding, I'm a yellow level 6 stage master. You 2 little girls want to squeeze me dry? Dream on. thinking of how Tu Qianqian and Tu Ata were already sound asleep when he left. Wang Lu felt quite pleased. It seems that cultivation is quite useful. At least I don't have physiological pressures when finding more wives. Humming a little tune, Wang Lu arrived at his black knight and opened the car door to sit down. Just as he started the engine and was about to leave, he suddenly felt as if someone was watching him. Wang Lu looked around through the car window, but didn't see anyone. Doubtful. He continued to drive out of the neighborhood. However, what Wang Lu didn't notice was that, not far away on the second floor of another building, a figure suddenly appeared. Watching as Wang Lu's car slowly left the neighborhood. Once Wang Lu was completely gone, the figure quickly climbed over the wall and rode a motorcycle, swiftly chasing after Wang Lu. At 10 p.m., after finishing the nourishing health package sent by Su Man, Wang Lu contentedly burped, "Ah, great." Su Man looked at Wang Lu's satisfied expression and pouted, saying, "Boss, do you really need a supplement recently?" Wang Lu's eyes turned red as he rushed to Su Man's side, hugging her tightly. With a wave of his hand, he exchanged a recovery pill at a sign-in point and fed it to Su Man. Su Man was already unconscious and couldn't swallow, so Wang Lu had to blow the pill into her throat with his mouth. As Su Man swallowed the recovery pill, Wang Lu finally felt a bit relieved. He saw Su Man's gunshot wound on her left shoulder healing visibly to the naked eye. In less than 2 minutes, Su Man woke up and immediately hugged Wang Lu tightly, crying, "Boss, run. There's a gun." Wang Lu laughed helplessly. "It's okay. The assassin is dead. Besides, you're holding me so tightly. How can I run?" At that moment, there was a commotion outside the door. The security at the Tianqiong Hotel noticed something was wrong with the surveillance and quickly gathered a large number of security personnel to Wang Lu's door. When they arrived, the security staff were stunned at the scene. The hotel manager, seeing the scattered shards of vases and the corpse of the assassin, stuttered, "Boss, what happened?" Wang Lu glanced at the hotel manager, "Call the police. Someone tried to kill me, but I killed them instead." Chapter 162. As it approached 4 o'clock, Wang Lu suddenly remembered that he hadn't completed his sign-in for the day, so he shouted in his mind, "System, sign-in, ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in. Reward, 10 sign-in points and 100 shares of Huaxia Shenglong Group. The rewards will be delivered within 2 hours. Please check promptly." Boom! Wang Lu's mind exploded. What damn? Shenglong Group. Wang Lu excitedly jumped out of bed, bouncing around his bedroom. Fortunately, he was in his room. If he made such a loud noise outside, it would definitely attract attention. Shenglong Group. Wang Lu didn't even need to search online. Its reputation was well known in Huaxia and even worldwide. Strictly speaking, Shenglong Group was a state-owned enterprise, as it was previously jointly controlled by the government and some large private enterprises, including Yida Group, Alibaba Group, and even Penguin Group and Baosteel Group. With a market value in the trillions and branches across the country, the headquarters located in Modu. The business scope of Shenglong Group covered most advanced industries, including AI intelligence, semiconductor chips, finance, real estate, and insurance, all under their control. Chapter 163. When the Black Knight arrived at the entrance of the Qi family manor, it faced no obstacles. With its imposing appearance, anyone could tell the owner's identity was extraordinary. After parking, Wang Lu and Lu Yanran walked to the front of the manor, handing their gifts to the butler at the entrance. The two then started to wander around. Today's Qi family manor was indeed luxurious, covering over 2 acres with a villa. The appropriate lighting made the entire manor appear very upscale, with 2 huge screens flanking the main gate, showcasing cranes flying amidst peonies. The most eye-catching being 2 gigantic characters for longevity. The villa's exterior was made of wooden structures, exuding a rustic charm, while the interior was resplendent and magnificent, with the main hall accommodating hundreds of people. In the courtyard, a symphony orchestra played elegant music, elevating the atmosphere of the birthday banquet. While Wang Lu and Lu Yanran strolled in the courtyard, they happened to encounter Yun Shi and Yun Chuan chatting with a middle-aged man and a beautiful woman. Seeing Wang Lu, Yun Shi quickly waved him and Lu Yanran over. When Yun Chuan saw Wang Lu approaching, his smile widened even more. "Wang Lu, let me introduce you. This is the current head of the Murong family, Murong Honyuan, and this is the eldest daughter of the Murong family, Murong Chinga." Chapter 164. Qian did not take a seat at the main table, but instead picked up the microphone on the main stage. "Today is my 80th birthday. I sincerely thank all my friends for coming to the Qi family ancestral home to celebrate with me. I have been in Suhai for almost 70 years, and many family heads know that I, Qi Yun, have come from nothing, struggling to where I am today, all thanks to your support. Today, taking advantage of my 80th birthday, I will announce a decision. Qi Yun paused, and everyone focused on him, while his gaze shifted to the head of the Hua family, Wang, and a few unfamiliar faces at the main table. Qi Yun smiled and looked at everyone. Next, our Qi family will cooperate with the Hua family of Suhai for mutual development. Before Qi Yun could finish, everyone present showed expressions of surprise and disbelief, including Lu Yanran and Murong Hanyuan. Wang Lu, however, narrowed his eyes as he looked at Qi Yun. He felt that things wouldn't be that simple. If it were just a cooperation between the Hua family and the Qi family, it wouldn't be enough to shake the Murong family's position. Such cooperation was meaningless. Qi Yun lightly cleared his throat. Ladies and gentlemen, I haven't finished speaking. Today we have invited the second head of the Gongsun family from the Magic City, Gongsun Hao, to attend my birthday banquet. I announce that the Gongsun family will support our Qi family and the Hua family to become the #1 family in Suhai City in the future. Chapter 165. The venue was originally very quiet, but Wang Lu's words made it even quieter, with not a sound to be heard. Everyone was looking at the unfamiliar young man, as very few people recognized Wang Lu. However, Qi Yun and Hua Guang knew Wang Lu, and not just knew him, they would recognize him even if he turned to ashes. If it weren't for Wang Lu, the Qi family and the Hua family wouldn't need to join forces with the Gongsun family to deal with the Murong family. Therefore, Hua Guang and Qi Yun hated Wang Lu to the bone. Even if they had never met Wang Lu, the information about him was already deeply engraved in their minds. What did you say? Gongsun Hao did not know Wang Lu and couldn't understand why a young punk would have the audacity to criticize him. Are you an old man without any shame? Can't you understand? Wang Lu waved his hand and walked out from the edge of the table, facing Gongsun Hao on the stage. You, which family are you from? How dare you speak to me like that? Gongsun Hao was very angry. No one had dared to speak to him like that for many years. Wang Lu smiled and said, I'm not from any family. I am my own family. Boom! Such a bold statement caused an uproar in the venue. Everyone guessed that Wang Lu might be the direct descendant of some family. But those who knew Wang Lu understood that he was right. He was indeed a family on his own, and there was nothing wrong with that. Chapter 166. In the banquet hall of the Qi family's old residence, everyone was staring at the young man making such bold claims. Gongsun Hao, Qi Yun, and Hua Guang were gritting their teeth in hatred towards Wang Lu. To break a person, one needs to find their weaknesses, which are typically money, power, and women. The most direct way to crush a man is through money. If a man has no money, it is equivalent to having no women, no power, no social status, and even no dignity. However, this is also the hardest point to break Wang Lu, as on the surface. Gongsun Hao and the others did not know that Wang Lu was the boss of the Shenglong group. If they had known, they would have fled long ago. However, even just with Wang Lu's position as the largest shareholder of the Chia-Run group with 30 of the shares, it would be impossible to bankrupt him. If Wang Lu sold his shares, his total assets would exceed that of the Gongsun family by a significant margin. Additionally, his other two assets, the Tianxiong Hotel and the Longting Commercial Center, were also substantial holdings that were not easy to acquire. Therefore, Gongsun Hao was currently quite troubled, looking at Qi Yun and Hua Guang with a pleading expression, but Qi Yun and Hua Guang exchanged glances and shook their heads. If they had the ability to deal with Wang Lu, they wouldn't need Gongsun Hao at all. Chapter 167. When a large group of armed men in black entered the banquet hall, everyone present was stunned. They couldn't believe that the Gongsun family would dare to do this, as Suhai is a key city in Jiangnan province, and the police force is incredibly strong. They would never allow a family to bring such a large armed force into Suhai City. But the facts were right in front of them, which only proved that the Gongsun family, along with the Qi family and the Hua family, had done their homework for this collaboration, to the extent that even the Suhai police had not intervened. Murong Hanyuan, seeing this scene, also protected his daughter Murong Chinga behind him, as he clearly sensed that these individuals were not ordinary bodyguards, especially the leaders, who were already at the peak of the yellow level first or second stage. Additionally, they were all at the body refinement level. Although their strength wasn't very strong, the sheer number made Murong Hanyuan a bit uncertain. His own strength at the first stage of the profound level was among the top 3 in Suhai City. But dealing with this group of yellow level and body refinement assassins would still take some effort. Boom! Gong Sun Hao also unleashed his true strength at this moment. As the second head of the Gong Sun family, how could he not be a martial artist? Wang Lu had already noticed that Gong Sun Hao possessed the peak strength of the yellow level 9 stage, just one step away from entering the profound level. Chapter 168. Wang Lu nodded and said nothing. In fact, the situation had developed beyond his expectations. He originally thought that having the Shenglong group pressure the Gong Sun family and the Lijian Security's military intervention would allow him to resolve the conflict without having to take action himself. However, the current situation was that the Gong Sun family, Qi family, and Hua family all knew that if they let him escape today, with Wang Lu's current background and strength, it was not impossible to bring the 3 families to bankruptcy or even prison for a few years. I sensed that Gong Sun Yima's aura was actually similar to mine, probably at the first stage of the profound level. I could handle him, but the others were hard to say. Murong Honyuan looked at the few middle-aged men behind Gong Sun Yima. Although they had not reached the profound level, they were also experts at the yellow level 7th and 8th stages. With Gong Sun Hao, there were more than 5 of them, which was not something Wang Lu could deal with. Wang Lu nodded. Uncle Murong, you just need to hold off Gong Sun Yima. Leave the rest to me. Before Murong Honyuan could respond, Gong Sun Yima and Gong Sun Hao, along with a number of yellow level experts from the Qi and Hua families, rushed over. Chapter 169. Wang Lu relied on his extraordinary perception from the Tao Sutra to successfully evade one person's attack. However, due to a lack of speed, he was still hit in the back by a punch. The opponent's martial skills were clearly not of high quality. Although Wang Lu felt some internal damage, it was still within bearable limits. After taking the hit, he stepped back a few paces but steadied himself without giving the 2 opponents time to react, launching himself at one of them with the ancient 8 Extremes fist. The yellow level 8 stage fighter facing Wang Lu, having learned from the lesson of the previous fighter who was sent flying, tried to dodge. However, Wang Lu would not give him the chance to evade and quickly change direction, continuing to throw a punch at the retreating opponent. This yellow level 8 stage martial artist gritted his teeth and threw a punch to meet Wang Lu's fist, but just like the previous fighter, he felt no power from Wang Lu, even wondering if Wang Lu had used any martial skills. But the next second, a wave of energy surged from Wang Lu's fist, instantly shattering the yellow level 8 stage fighter's arm, while the remaining energy wreaked havoc in his body, damaging his internal organs. The yellow level 8 stage fighter immediately spat out blood and fell unconscious. Facing the last remaining yellow level 8 stage fighter, Wang Lu looked over and flipped his right hand, and the Liakong sword reappeared in his grasp. It wasn't that Wang Lu didn't want to continue using the ancient 8 Extremes fist, but using it consumed too much of his internal energy. Even though Wang Lu was currently at the yellow level 7th stage, he could only use it 3 times at most, and his energy could not be replenished with recovery pills. He could only recover slowly, so Wang Lu had to save one use in case any unexpected situation arose. Chapter 170. Wang Lu looked at the Gongsun brothers and said, "Don't say I'm the boss of Shenglong Group. Even if I weren't, just relying on Lijian Security. You are not my opponents. So what will it be? Surrender or die. Surrender and hand over 90 of your Gongsun family's assets, and you will disappear before us from now on. If you choose death, your Gongsun family's wealth will still fall into my hands. The choice is yours." Wang Lu actually wanted to leave the Gongsun brothers a way out, as the ones truly provoking him were the Qi family and the Hua family. The Gongsun family was merely being used as a shield by the Qi and Hua families. Gongsun Yima and Gongsun Hao exchanged glances, then both brothers sighed. "We surrender." Wang Lu laughed and said, "Good, you know your place. Just wait here, someone will bring the transfer contract to you soon." Wang Lu looked at Murong Honyuan and said, "Uncle Murong, please keep an eye on them, don't let them run away." Murong Honyuan nodded to indicate there was no problem. Wang Lu then had Lu Yanran draft a contract and didn't bother with it any further. He trusted that Lu Yanran could handle this small matter well. His gaze shifted to the Qi family and Hua Guang's group. The Qi family had few people due to historical reasons, while the Hua family had many members who were now scared out of their wits by Wang Lu. Chapter 171. "Brother, you actually?" Qi Ming couldn't believe it. His elder brother, who had taken care of him since childhood, actually wanted him to take his place to go die. Meanwhile, Qi Feng, in a frenzy, looked at Qi Ming as if he saw hope. In his current understanding, as long as Qi Ming agreed to his request, he could survive. So Qi Feng looked at Qi Ming with his blood-red eyes. Brother, please save me, save me. If you agree to die in my place, I can live. I promise I can make the Qi family rise again. Okay? Upon hearing this, everyone at the scene gasped. Such statements even made the Qi family members sigh in disbelief. Just then, Qi Yun, dragging his aged body, trembled as he stood up. Grandpa, save my Qi Ming. Qi Ming seemed to see a lifeline as he looked at Qi Yun. You agree to your brother, okay? What your brother said is not wrong. He is indeed more suitable to stay. A hint of determination appeared in Qi Yun's eyes as he struggled to say these words. After he finished speaking, he seemed to age several decades instantly, his posture becoming hunched. Chapter 172. Lying in a room at the Tianqiong Grand Hotel, Wang Lu stared at the ceiling. Today was quite a profound day for him. If Murong Hanyuan hadn't been there, he might have fallen into crisis. A Shenji master was still something he wasn't entirely confident about. Wang Lu didn't expect Gongsun Yima to be so ruthless, knowing the strength of the Shenglong group and their targeting of the Gongsun family's entire assets. He still dared to gamble everything to try to kill him and break the deadlock. No wonder they were a top family in Modu. They truly had guts. However, today's events also served as a wake-up call for Wang Lu. His strength was still insufficient. Dealing with a top 5 family in Modu was so laborious. Relying solely on assets and commercial pressure was not enough. He needed to enhance his own strength. After calming down, Wang Lu decided to start cultivating. Just as he was about to enter a state of cultivation, the door suddenly opened, and he saw Su Man bringing a large pile of food. Wang Lu then remembered he hadn't eaten dinner. He had planned to fill up the Qi family before causing trouble, but unexpectedly, the Qi family didn't give him the chance to eat and had caused chaos on an empty stomach. Chapter 173. In fact, Wang Lu's only distress now was that there were too few sign-in points, only 87 points. He wondered when he would be able to accumulate 100,000 points to exchange for the second half of the Tao scripture, not to mention that there were many places that required sign-in points. Speaking of sign-in points, Wang Lu hadn't opened the system mall in a long time and wanted to see if there were any new items for purchase. So, he opened the system mall and indeed found new products that he had never seen before. System mall. Recovery pill. 1 sign-in point, shadowless yellow grade. 50 sign-in points, shadowless Xian grade. 500 sign-in points, Xian grade weapon. 50 sign-in points, mirror breaking pill. 10 sign-in points, protective talisman. 20 sign-in points, bone cleansing pill. 100 sign-in points, 1 billion Huaxia coins. 1 sign-in point. Wang Lu looked at the newly added items in disbelief. Not to mention the usefulness of the new items. Why did the Xian grade weapon suddenly increase from 10 points to 100 points? System. The Liakong Jin I bought before was only 10 sign-in points, right? How come now the Xian grade weapon is 50 sign-in points? Are you running a black market? After a moment of silence, the system finally replied. This system's pricing is fair and honest. The previous 10 sign-in points was a friendship price for the host's first purchase. Now it has naturally returned to the normal price. Chapter 174. Wang Lu was amazed by the spectacular corporate park. Before he got the system, he had seen the Shenglong Group's branch building in Suhai City, which was basically just a whole building with over 30 floors and less than 10,000 employees, but it was indeed one of the top enterprises in Suhai City. However, even so, no one in Suhai dared to challenge Shenglong Group's Suhai branch. First, it's not about whether they can afford to provoke them. Even if they could, what about the headquarters? They could probably wipe you out in no time. Wang Lu looked at the Shenglong Group headquarters with a hint of excitement. Although he already knew this company was his, seeing such a scene was incredibly thrilling. This was a super giant group with over 200,000 employees nationwide. And this number didn't even include the holding subsidiaries and part-time workers established by Shenglong Group in various industries. If those were counted, it might reach 1 million instantly. Wang Lu drove his Black Knight into the Shenglong Group's park, but was stopped by a security guard at the entrance. Hello, please show your employee badge. The security guard said politely, although he didn't know what kind of car Wang Lu was driving. He could tell it was very expensive and definitely not something an ordinary person could afford. Chapter 175. Brother, you're really too interesting. I've never met someone as interesting as you. Xie Yun is someone who can get the security guard to let you in, and you think she'll come to the East Gate to pick you up? Who do you think you are, the boss of Shenglong Group? You can't even pretend properly. You're making me laugh. Well, we're all simps, so I won't mock you. Come on, step aside and have a smoke. Let's chat. Chao Ji took out a box of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one for himself, and handed another to Wang Lu. Wang Lu didn't take the cigarette handed to him by Chao Ji and said lightly, "I don't smoke." He then stopped looking at him. He could tell that while Chao Ji wasn't a bad person, the quiet Rinzhong beside him gave him a feeling of being very deep and inscrutable. Just as the security guard was about to advise Wang Lu to step aside, a car suddenly drove out from the company. It was an Audi R8, and the security guard instantly stood upright and saluted the Audi R8. However, the Audi R8 stopped less than 10 meters from a gate. A beautiful woman in a light purple professional suit and a white fitted skirt stepped out of the car. Wang Lu's eyes brightened, and he quickly scanned the purple professional outfit beauty with the system. Chapter 176. At this point, Xie Shiyun became a bit nervous. Although her abilities were strong, the overall strength of Shenglong Group was already stronger than 99 of the enterprises in Huaxia. This made her own commercial abilities seem less impressive. If she were to be replaced, although she wasn't too afraid of not having another job, she was afraid she would have to return to that home she didn't want to go back to. Wang Lu noticed the change in Xie Shiyun's expression and waved his hand. "I don't mean to replace you. I just want to take a look at the current situation of Shenglong Group. As long as there are no unexpected issues, it's not a problem to leave Shenglong Group in your hands. I'm a lazy person, and I don't like to manage too many things. In fact, I have more than just Shenglong Group. I manage all my companies in a trust format. But one thing, do not betray me. If you need more money, you can come talk to me. I've given you all the power. If you betray me, the consequences will be dire." Xie Shiyun was taken aback for a moment, feeling a chill down her back. However, she was relieved that she had never done anything out of line. Wang Lu's words had the most impact on her, mainly because she could still fully manage the operations of Shenglong Group in the future. Chapter 177. In fact, Wang Lu didn't have any strong feelings about whether Xie Shiyun considered him a friend. It didn't matter to him. "All right, I'll be leaving now. Shenglong Group is in your hands. If you encounter any difficulties that you can't resolve, come find me. Remember, I only care about seeing your loyalty and the results of managing the group." Wang Lu stood up, ready to leave. Xie Shiyun nodded. "Boss, don't worry. I won't let you down." She then escorted Wang Lu to the underground parking lot. As she watched Wang Lu's back as he left in the Black Warrior, a glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes. Wang Lu drove the Black Warrior through the streets of the Magic City, attracting a lot of attention. Just after leaving the Shenglong Group's campus, he called Bai Yameng, who happened to be hosting an offline auto exhibition at that moment. Bai Yameng had done quite a few auto exhibitions as a model since her debut at 18, so she was very familiar with the processes and content of such events. Recently, due to Wang Lu's connections, Bai Yameng had gained some prominence on Douyin, leading to many offline exhibitions inviting her again. Initially, she didn't plan to accept, as being a model lacked depth, but this time the investors wanted her as a host, which piqued her interest. She had studied hosting and broadcasting during her modeling days, so it felt like returning to her old profession. Chapter 178. At this moment, another charming figure walked out of the lounge, and upon seeing Bai Yameng and Guolin Yu, smiled. "Oh, Wuxiao, you're here to see Yameng again? Yameng, I envy you so much. You have such a great person sticking to you every day." Wang Lu, watching from a distance, immediately felt a strong scent of green tea wafting through the air. Bai Yameng glanced at the woman. "Zhou Xiao, if you're so envious, why not be with Wuxiao? I don't need it." Zhou Xiao shyly replied, "Oh, Yameng, don't say that. I'm just admiring you, not trying to steal Wuxiao from you. Look how great he is. You should just agree to him. He has been pursuing you for several months now, and you've known each other for over 2 years. It's about time you got together." Guolin Yu nodded repeatedly. "Yeah, Yameng, your best friend Zhou Xiao knows I've been pursuing you for several months. Just agree to me, and I promise I won't let you down." Bai Yameng still firmly refused. "I've said I don't like you, and she used to be my best friend, but she's not anymore." Chapter 179. Wang Lu nodded and continued. "You need to send someone to take over now and notify them within 5 minutes." Although Xie Shiyun was a bit confused, she still gave a positive response. After hanging up, she looked at Bai Yameng, who was now looking at him with admiration. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" Bai Yameng linked her arm with Wang Lu's and gave a sweet smile. "Nothing. Just think you look so domineering on the phone, just like the powerful CEOs in novels." Wang Lu gently pinched Bai Yameng's little nose. "Only you would understand." Meanwhile, Guolin Yu was fuming with anger, wondering when Bai Yameng had become so affectionate. For so many years, she had always treated him coldly and never considered him. Hearing that Bai Yumeng had been going through a tough time recently and almost considered quitting, Guilin Yu thought it was the perfect time to pursue her. However, he was shocked to see Bai Yumeng smiling so sweetly at a pretty boy while completely ignoring him. He glared at Bai Yumeng and Wang Lu with resentment. Wang Lu couldn't help but chuckle at Guilin Yu's expression. Guishao, just wait 5 minutes, just 5 minutes. Chapter 180. After exiting the exhibition hall, Bai Yumeng linked her arm with Wang Lu's as they walked a bit further. Wang Lu suddenly stopped and looked at Bai Yumeng. If you have anything you want to ask, just ask. You're my woman. There's nothing you can't ask. Hearing this, Bai Yumeng felt happy in her heart. Actually, it's nothing much. I just find you really mysterious. There are so many things I feel I can't see through, and it makes me feel insecure. Wang Lu smiled helplessly. Sometimes he couldn't explain the things happening around him to those close to him. Bai Yumeng nodded and stopped asking, as she knew that asking too much wouldn't yield any answers. Even if Wang Lu had to find a reason to deceive her, she might as well just enjoy being Wang Lu's woman. However, when Bai Yumeng saw the Black Warrior, her worldview was once again refreshed. How could there be such an imposing car in the world? It was incredibly impressive. Wang Lu opened the car door for Bai Yumeng, and the two of them left the exhibition center amid the envious gazes of many. However, after driving for a while, Bai Yumeng realized they weren't heading to his place. She glanced at the navigation and found the destination was Tangshan Shangping. Chapter 181. At this moment, the security captain was a bit dumbfounded, caught in a dilemma. If Wang Lu was a fake, that would be fine, but looking at the car Wang Lu was driving, it was hard to judge whether it was real or not. However, the fact that he owned 90 properties was quite intimidating. Moreover, if it were true, not only would his job be at stake, but the jobs of the 4 security guards would also be in jeopardy. After all, the property management would definitely consider the implications of having an owner with 90 properties in Tangshan Shangping. This was no joke. It meant over $1 million in property fees every month. This wasn't just an owner. This was their bread and butter. After careful consideration, the security captain decided to lower his stance and said humbly, "Sir, we were wrong before. Please give us another chance. And we guarantee we won't make the same mistake again. You don't need to pay for that barrier. We'll cover it ourselves. It was our fault and has nothing to do with you." How does that sound? Wang Lu snorted coldly. What? Aren't you going to call the property manager? Do you want me to call? Wang Lu was not someone to be trifled with. Although he didn't plan to actually have them fired, since it was just a small matter, he felt that they needed to be taught a lesson. Did they really think they were above everyone else, just because they were security at Tangshan Shangping? Wang Lu never held any prejudice against them. He just wanted them to do their jobs properly. Chapter 182. Wang Lu took Bai Yumeng to the 4502 unit in Building 3 via the elevator. As soon as he opened the door, he was very satisfied with the scene before him. A first-line river view, with the entire living room and balcony connected, and large floor-to-ceiling windows that did not obstruct the beautiful scenery of the Huangpu River. The interior decoration was extremely luxurious. The reason Wang Lu did not choose 4501 was that although the river view position of 4501 was slightly better, it had previously been occupied, which was informed to him by Xiao Xing. In contrast, 4502 had never been lived in after renovation. It was said to have been the residence of a high-ranking executive in the Magic City, who ended up in prison for corruption before he could move into this mansion. This turned out to be a bargain for Wang Lu. He estimated that the decoration of this duplex flat was worth at least $10 million, which was indeed very luxurious. Even several times better than the presidential suite of his Qinxiong Grand Hotel. Not only Wang Lu was surprised, but Bai Yumeng was too. Although she had heard many times about how luxurious Tangshan Shangping was, being one of the top luxury residences in the Magic City, seeing it in person was far more impressive. "Do you like it?" Wang Lu asked. Chapter 183. As Wang Simon gazed at Bai Yumeng, Luo Jiao felt even more jealousy. However, she temporarily buried this jealousy in her heart. Wang Lu naturally did not notice this and led Bai Yumeng into the clothing section. The Chanel store in the National Gold Center was somewhat different from the Chanel store in Mero, Suhai City. At least, the quantity and area were more than double. No wonder the staff had said that besides Yanjing, the first store to get new products was the one in the National Gold Center. After accompanying Bai Yumeng for a while, Wang Lu, like Wang Siming, found a vacant spot to sit down. Once women started shopping for clothes, their stamina seemed limitless. Bai Yumeng was wholeheartedly selecting clothes, while Wang Lu played on his phone, completely unaware that Luo Jiao Jiao had also entered the clothing section. Meng, you'll definitely look great in this. The staff showcased a purple dress in front of Bai Yumeng. Bai Yumeng nodded, took the dress along with two others she had selected, and entered the fitting room. 10 minutes later, Bai Yumeng walked out of the fitting room. Wang Lu looked up and was pleasantly surprised. Bai Yumeng's clothing taste was actually quite good. It was just that she usually wore some lesser-known brands. Wearing Chanel clothes indeed enhanced her aura. Chapter 184. Seeing Luo Jiao Jiao being stubborn, Wang Lu did not linger but asked the staff, "You should have cameras everywhere in the store, right?" The staff was momentarily taken aback and nodded. Wang Lu said, "Then just pull up the surveillance footage from the fitting room door. Everyone will see." Luo Jiao Jiao quickly intervened. "Wait." She panicked upon hearing Wang Lu mention pulling the surveillance footage because she had placed the ring into Bai Yumeng's pants pocket right at the fitting room door. If the footage was reviewed, the truth would be revealed. Luo Jiao Jiao quickly devised a plan, wrapping her arms around Wang Siming's arm and pouting. "Siming, look at him. He wants to bully me. You have to stand up for me." Luo Jiao Jiao understood Wang Siming somewhat. He was very concerned about his reputation. If his girlfriend framed someone and it backfired on him, he would definitely be unwilling. So, no matter what, Wang Siming would likely protect her today. However, Luo Jiao Jiao did not expect Wang Siming to shake off her hand and slap her hard across the face. "Damn it, you scheming bitch. You want me to back you up after framing someone? You must be tired of living." Chapter 185. After returning to Tangshan Shangping, Wang Lu asked the property manager to bring in a few people to help organize Bai Yumeng's room. Since Bai Yumeng had been in the Magic City for a long time, her personal belongings were too numerous, and Wang Lu was too lazy to deal with it. So, he preferred to spend money to get things done rather than trouble himself. It wasn't until after 5 p.m. that everything was finally sorted out. When Wang Lu saw that Bai Yumeng seemed a bit nervous, he walked over and pulled her in his arms, asking, "What's wrong? You seem a bit off." Bai Yumeng shook her head, hesitating before saying, "Tonight is the year-end gala, and I'm a bit nervous. After all, it's a pivotal moment in my career." Wang Lu shook his head and smiled. "What's wrong? Do you not have confidence in me?" Bai Yumeng was taken aback. "How could that be? I can have doubts about others, but never about you." Wang Lu said nothing, just gently stroked Bai Yumeng's hair, his gaze fixed on the river view outside the window. After dinner, Bai Yumeng sat in front of the makeup mirror to start her makeup, while Wang Lu went to the live stream rooms of Qianqian and Ta, each spending 10 million. Chapter 186. Xingyao Guqing certainly understood what 0 degrees of stars meant, but he had already thought of a solution. Xingyao Guqing, it's actually quite simple. If one of our guilds can reach the end, my suggestion is to distribute all the recommended resources to the contributing guilds. How's that sound? The various guilds had no major objections to Xingyao Guqing's suggestion, since who could reach the end depended on luck. Xindong Shana. Okay, I agree. Given our guild's current strength, the chances of us winning first place are slim. While with Fantion, I can also consider it. Now that our 5 major guilds can work together, I believe defeating a Lu Wu is not a problem. Fanxing Lingdu. Let's do that, but there is one issue. What if we encounter each other? Are we supposed to fight each other? Xingyao Guqing. Everyone doesn't need to worry about that. I already have a specific solution in mind. It's actually quite simple. If we encounter allies from our alliance, the weaker side can simply forfeit or just do a symbolic show of effort. This way, we can avoid internal strife. As for the conditions for forfeiting, we can follow the guild rankings from last quarter. Does anyone have any objections? Chapter 187. While Wang Lu was frowning over the sudden provocation, the public screen suddenly erupted. What the hell? Isn't that Mo Chung? The former #1 tycoon on the ZZ platform. Why is he here on Douyin? Haha, didn't you see that he's Shin Man Man's #1 big brother? He must be Shin Man Man's new big brother. Shin Man Man is really impressive. She's almost 30 and can attract a big shot like Mo Chung. I have to say, Shin Man Man really is charm. I used to think she was fresh and cute, but now she has this mature vibe. If I could enjoy a moment with her, I'd be willing to live 10 years less. Although Wang Lu didn't know how powerful Mo Chung was on a ZZ platform, he had heard of Shin Man Man's story. Shin Man Man started live streaming in the early days of the Douyin platform and was rumored to have had romantic entanglements with several second-generation rich kids, some of which even made headlines. The more people pursued her, the more they wanted to experience what it was like to be with Douyin's #1 gold digger. But very few managed to walk away unscathed. The most famous case is undoubtedly the son of a certain chain jewelry store tycoon in Huaxia. who not only bought Shun Man luxury homes and cars offline, but also spent over 10 million Huaxia coins on her just to marry her, only to be ultimately dumped by Shun Man for another oil tycoon. In Chapter 188, the final result was that Zoe won the first PK with a gift amount of 110 million, successfully advancing to the top 500. Although the Douyin platform did not announce this result, many live stream rooms were incredulous upon hearing the news. What? 110 million in the first round? How is that possible? Indeed, it's just the first round and already 110 million. My goodness, how can these rich people spend so much on a live streaming platform? This world is too crazy. However, I heard that it was the result of a battle between Lu and the Mo City Tycoon. You know Mo City, once the richest on the ZZ platform. Of course, I know Mo City. The female streamer he supported before was not abandoned after he slept with her. Now she is just a second-tier streamer. Hey, isn't it normal for these rich people to play around with female streamers? Of course, accepting so many gifts means you must accept the consequences of being slept with. At this moment, the Douyin Union Group was also buzzing with discussions. Heartfelt Mountains. This Lu is really too perverse, spending 110 million just to get through the first round. Blooming Splendor. Isn't it? I checked with my secondary account. It's really too perverse. It's only because she met Shin Man, otherwise, she wouldn't have spent so much. I heard Mo City emptied all his company's liquid assets. In Chapter 189, Shin Man was also quite surprised. This was her first failure. When using this tactic before, relying on her sweet talk and looks, she could usually get the other party to agree without any issues. However, Shin Man didn't expect Lu to refuse without any hesitation. Nevertheless, Shin Man did not intend to give up and continued. Brother Wu Wei, are you afraid Zoe might mind? Don't worry, I just want to apologize sincerely. I mean no harm, please don't mind. Wang Lu shook his head. This woman really knows how to play innocent and acts like she is completely innocent. Since Shin Man said so, Wang Lu felt it was a bit awkward to refuse. However, this was for an average person. Wang Lu had no interest in women who appeared glamorous on the surface, but were a mess inside. He still rejected her. It's fine, I just simply don't want to meet you. Shin Man was stunned by this response. If it weren't for the live stream, she would have almost cursed. What do you mean you don't want to meet me? I made it so clear, and you still don't get it? In Chapter 190, they were all rich second-generation individuals who had never been outdone financially in real life, but they were thoroughly defeated by Wang Lu on Douyin. After finishing 1,000 sets of 10 consecutive gifts, Wang Lu directly spent 100 million, stunning everyone present. Even a usually calm Blooming Splendor was a bit surprised. Even if his father wanted to take out 100 million, it wouldn't be difficult, but to spend 100 million on gifts was unimaginable, especially since Wang Lu had already spent 110 million before. This time another 100 million, coupled with the previous tens of millions, meant Wang Lu had already spent over 250 million by the sixth round, enough to build a building in real life. Blooming Splendor bit her lip, feeling very unwilling. But with the PK time ending, the outcome was unchangeable. As she left, Blooming Splendor took a deep look at Zoe and chose to end the live stream. President Sheng Jing did a great job, actually consuming another 100 million of Lulu's funds. Starry Zero gave a thumbs up. This was unavoidable. Lu was indeed a bit perverse, spending 100 million just because he felt like it. Not only had no one done this before, but I estimate no one will be able to do it in the future either. In Chapter 191, at this moment, Xingyao Guqing was still very confident about the finals. After all, Lu had already spent 5 billion Huaxia coins, which was truly astonishing. However, Xingyao Guqing also estimated that Lu might still have at least 200 million in cash remaining. On his side, he had prepared 300 million Huaxia coins in gifts, which, including rebates, could reach at least 400 million. What does 400 million Huaxia coins in gifts mean? Throughout the entire live streaming industry, there has never been an event that surpassed 400 million Huaxia coins. Only during Douyin's first annual gala did all the big spenders work together to achieve 200 million Huaxia coins, which shocked the entire live streaming industry. Therefore, Xingyao Guqing had absolute confidence in the final outcome of this event. It was no longer just about the first place reward. Xingyao Guqing absolutely could not allow Zoe to rise again. For Xingyao Guqing, Bai Yumeng was a thorn in his heart, a woman he could not have as the president. He had already determined that Zoe would be his woman when he discovered her. He thought that after years of silence, Yumeng would eventually compromise and return to his embrace, but he never expected someone like Lu to emerge, and that this person would be so powerful. In Chapter 192, however, the fans in Zoe's livestream room were not panicking at all. After all, Wang Lu alone could match thousands of troops. As the countdown of 54,321 ended, both side screens were filled with gift effects. First, in Xingyao's livestream, the gift bar broke 10 million in just a few seconds, displaying all kinds of gifts from small stars to 10 consecutive treasure maps, a dazzling array. However, Wang Lu was not to be outdone. Although apart from a few small gifts, only Wang Lu was spending, he directly set the clicker to maximum speed. Although it was still not as fast as the growth in the Xingyao livestream, it wasn't too far off either. In less than 30 seconds, Wang Lu had also spent over 10 million, and the speed showed no signs of slowing down. At one point, both live streams experienced a slight lag, as if the server was about to crash, but it recovered afterward, presumably due to the officials increasing the server capacity. The number of viewers on both sides was also rapidly increasing, with Zoe's side reaching 200,000 and Xingyao's livestream exceeding 300,000, the highest number of viewers for an individual livestream this year. In Chapter 193, in fact, the two women initially did not participate in this mid-year gala, as Wang Lu had declared he would take first place, so the two women would definitely not compete, as they couldn't earn more than him anyway. It was better to leave a good impression on their husbands. After seeing the messages from the two women, Wang Lu replied with 2 words, "No need." However, Wang Lu continued to methodically send gifts, but the gap between both sides was growing larger. Soon, the number of gifts in Xingyao's stream reached 500 million, shocking even the officials at how high the gift value was. Wang Lu barely reached 3.5 billion. Seeing such a large gap, Xingyao Guqing felt much more at ease in the union group. "Thank you all. Heartfelt Mountains. I spent over 90 million. Remember to pay me back. Blooming Splendor. I also spent 10 million. Starry Lone City had nothing more to say except for expressing gratitude. With 100 million in his hands, it meant that Starry Yi's live broadcast room was very likely to break 600 million, which would be unprecedented. However, at this moment, Zoe's live broadcast room was in chaos because everyone noticed that Wang Lu had stopped donating after reaching 500 million. Starry Lone City felt a bit anxious when he saw Lu effortlessly reaching over 500 million. So he immediately spent the 100 million worth of gifts he had on hand, directly pushing Starry over the 600 million mark, reaching over 630 million. Chapter 194. Wang Lu knew that this might be the most sincere thank you from Yumeng, but it didn't matter. At this point, Yumeng's favorability had already reached the maximum value of 100, meaning she was completely devoted to Wang Lu to the extent that even if asked to die, she might comply. Of course, Wang Lu would never do that. However, since they were in this situation, a lonely man and a woman alone in a room, Yumeng and Wang Lu completely released their desires. The next morning, Wang Lu got up early from bed, glancing at the time, which was just past 5 a.m. He hadn't practiced yesterday mainly because Yumeng kept asking him for things, and he only fell asleep around 3 a.m., so he felt a bit tired and slept for a while. After getting out of bed, Wang Lu went to the living room to start his practice. Today's practice was mainly for recovery. Although, at his current level, staying up all night wouldn't have much impact, he still needed to adjust his breathing a bit. Wang Lu practiced until 8 a.m., and now he felt that he was getting closer to the Xian level. Checking the system panel, he found that all the values had reached 999, indicating that he was at the critical point of a breakthrough. Chapter 195. Seeing Jiming's serious and surprised expression, the secretary immediately understood the gravity of the situation and executed the orders. Within 20 minutes, the conference room was filled with all the senior lawyers of the law firm. Even those preparing for court had been temporarily replaced by other lawyers, and everyone except those currently in court was present. Jiming walked into the conference room under everyone's gaze and cleared his throat twice. "Is everyone here?" "Except for those in court." All the heads responded. Jiming nodded. "First, I need to announce something. The equity holder of Juno Law Firm has changed. The current owner is Mr. Wang Lu. As for the owner's identity, you don't need to guess. You wouldn't be able to guess it anyway. Just focus on your own work." There was an uproar below. Everyone understood the significance of Juno Law Firm. So many had doubts, especially since quite a few senior lawyers were close to qualifying for partnership. Now that the equity had suddenly been bought out, many people's psychological state was unbalanced. However, Ji Ming's next sentence silenced everyone. The boss has given us a task to arrange a dedicated legal team to enter the boss's own enterprise. Chapter 196. Hearing Wang Lu say this, Bai Yameng was also tempted. After all, Wang Lu was the most important person to her now. However, after much thought, Bai Yameng still refused. I think not. I'm already very used to living here. And besides, Magic City is not far from Suhai. We can meet often. Mainly, I'm afraid my sisters can't handle it. Wang Lu felt a bit awkward. He knew Bai Yameng was referring to Tu Qianqian and Tua, but what she didn't know was that there were also Jiang Shuiwei, Su Man, and Shun Sahan in Suhai. Speaking of Shun Sahan, Wang Lu suddenly remembered that he had sent a message to her last night, but she hadn't replied. Curious, he quickly took out his phone to call Shun Sahan. But after 3 attempts, all he got was her phone turned off. Wang Lu had a bad premonition. He called Xie Shiyun. Hello. Do you know if there are any recent developments with the Shin family? Xie Shiyun was a bit confused. She didn't know which Shin family he was talking about. Boss, are you referring to the Shun family in Magic City, the one that has a marriage alliance with the Zhong family? Wang Lu nodded. Yes. Xie Shiyun suddenly understood. Oh, today I received an invitation from the Zhong family, saying that the young lady of the Shun family is returning. And today she is going to get engaged to the Zhong family's eldest son, Zhong Xiaoxiu. But it's strange. I heard before that Shun Sahan was engaged to Zhong Xiaoyu, the second son of the Zhong family, and now suddenly there's news that she is getting engaged to the eldest son, Zhong Xiaoxiu. Chapter 197. Wang Siming was also very surprised to see Wang Lu here, because with the Zhong family's capabilities, they shouldn't be able to invite someone like Wang Lu. The reason Wang Siming was invited was that the Zhong family had some business cooperation with Yida Group, and Wang Wulin didn't think much of the Zhong family. So he sent Wang Siming to attend. What are you doing here? Wang Lu walked into the banquet hall and noticed a group of people surrounding Wang Siming, talking animatedly. When Wang Siming saw Wang Lu, he was also surprised and asked. Wang Lu shrugged. I'm here to stir things up. Wang Siming frowned. He didn't understand what Wang Lu meant, but from his tone, it seemed that the Zhong family had offended Wang Lu. However, Wang Siming didn't care. He was too lazy to get involved in such trivial matters. It wasn't too important to him. Of course, Wang Lu wouldn't care about Wang Siming's feelings. Regardless of whether Wang Siming was there or not, he had to make a scene today. The young masters invited by the Zhong and Shun families were curious about who this young man was when they saw Wang Siming chatting so happily with him. Coincidentally, Wang Lu's invitation card had him seated right next to Wang Siming. When Wang Siming saw the nameplate on his seat, he looked at Wang Lu in surprise. You are from Shenglong Group? Chapter 198. Tears flowed slowly from Shun Sahan's eyes. The host, seeing this, quickly said, It seems our Miss Shun is very emotional, unable to hold back her tears. No wonder, Mr. Zhong is so outstanding. It's normal for Miss Shun to be excited. Shin Sahan choked back her sobs and trembled. I am willing. Before she could finish her words, a voice came from one side of the banquet hall. I disagree. As soon as the words fell, there was an uproar. Not only were all the attendees shocked, but even the Zhong couple and the Shun couple looked at Wang Lu in disbelief. No one expected that someone would refuse at such a moment. Shin Sahan's eyes widened in shock and gratitude. She hadn't expected Wang Lu to actually come. Yes, she had been looking forward to Wang Lu's appearance. But she understood this was just a fantasy, and yet that fantasy had come true. Everyone was surprised, except for Wang Siming, who covered his forehead and said helplessly, My goodness, this brother is really something. He said he came to stir things up, and he really did. Wang Lu left the dining table and walked step by step toward the stage. Chapter 199. Wang Lu felt Shin Sahan trembling slightly in his arms, clearly due to excitement. He gently patted her back. It's okay, it's okay. Shin Sahan looked up at Wang Lu. Little rascal, why did you come to save me? Don't you know it's dangerous? Wang Lu shook his head and remained silent, then hugged Shin Sahan and walked towards the exit of the hall. As the two walked to the center of the banquet hall, Zhong Hui received a phone call. After finishing the call, he immediately shouted, Stop them. Instantly, dozens of men in black rushed in from outside, all armed. Wang Lu turned coldly to Zhong Hui and said, You don't want the Zhong family's assets anymore? Zhong Hui sneered, Wang Lu, right? My son was killed by you, wasn't he? Wang Lu was somewhat surprised that Zhong Hui suddenly knew that Zhong Xiaoyu's death was his doing. Zhong Hui shook the phone in his hand and said, I just received news that my son's phone was found outside an abandoned warehouse in the suburbs of Suhai City. At that time, Shin Sahan's phone signal was also here. And Shun Sahan only knows you, a martial artist in Suhai City. Xiaoyu had brought a martial artist there, and the only person who could kill so many martial artists and my son is you. Chapter 200. In a cafe in the National Financial Center of Magic City, Wang Lu and Shun Sahan sat facing each other. They had been sitting in silence for half an hour. At this point, Shun Sahan's mood had improved considerably as she looked at Wang Lu and said, "Little rascal, aren't you afraid of not being able to go back after coming to find me all alone today?" Wang Lu shrugged indifferently. "I'm quite confident about that. Besides, even if I weren't, I would still come. After all, I definitely wouldn't want my woman to become someone else's wife." Hearing Wang Lu's words, Shun Sahan's eyes started to well up again. "You jerk, with so many women, having one more or one less doesn't make a difference. I'm not worth you doing this." Wang Lu shook his head. "That's not true. You are unique. Don't compare yourself to others. Besides, if you don't feel worth it, then is there anyone in this world who is?" Shun Sahan smiled. "You're so sweet. Now that I have no home, I guess I'll have to rely on you in the future." Wang Lu hesitated, and Shun Sahan was taken aback. "What? You went through so much trouble to save me and don't want me anymore?" Wang Lu rolled his eyes. "What are you talking about? It's just that we still need to strive for reconciliation with your parents. I can see that your dad and mom still love you very much. Just now in the banquet hall, I saw your father and mother holding you, but still protecting you behind them. If they really didn't care about your safety, they could have prioritized themselves. There's no need for that, right?" Chapter 201. The two women exchanged glances and looked at Wang Lu simultaneously. A flicker of anger flashed in Shun Sahan's eyes as she pinched the soft flesh at Wang Lu's waist. "Oh, you even took my junior high school classmate?" Bai Yameng was initially taken aback, but then covered her mouth and laughed. Wang Lu winced in pain. "Ouch, that hurts. How was I supposed to know she's your junior? Since you two know each other, isn't that a good thing?" Shun Sahan was somewhat confused. "What good thing? What are you talking about?" Wang Lu teased. "Just perfect together." The next day at noon, after a whole night of training, Wang Lu was feeling quite hungry. He took out his phone and found two WeChat messages. The first was from Xie Shiyun, informing Wang Lu that most of the Zhong family's assets had been successfully reclaimed, and that a dedicated person had been arranged to liaise with the Shun family. The second message was from Ji Ming, who had already arranged for personnel to enter the Zhong family's industry. Wang Lu was quite satisfied with the execution of these two. He rubbed his stomach and helplessly said, "This is the downside of being in Magic City. I still have to find my own food every day. Cooking is too much hassle. It would be better to stay in a hotel." Suddenly thinking of something, Wang Lu hurriedly called the property manager, Xiao Qing. When the call connected, Xiao Qing was very attentive. "Mr. Wang, how can I assist you?" Chapter 202. Riding the Coma No. 1 along the Buns Promenade. Wang Lu checked the value of the Coma No. 1 commemorative edition while waiting for the elevator, but couldn't find any relevant prices. The reason was that the Coma Company manufactured the Coma No. 1 commemorative edition specifically for its 120th anniversary, with only 12 units made worldwide. Each car was handcrafted from special alloys and individually numbered. In terms of value, it was definitely heavily marked up. Professional personnel had assessed that the Coma No. 1 was the most expensive of the 12 commemorative editions, with an estimated value of $10 million. Wang Lu was taken aback when he saw this information. A bicycle worth nearly 60 million Chinese yuan, which was even more expensive than a Bugatti. However, since this was a reward from the system for signing in, it was the cheapest prize he had received since acquiring the sign-in system. Nevertheless, Wang Lu was very fond of it and rode for more than half an hour. It was autumn, and although it hadn't officially cooled down yet, the breeze on the street was somewhat refreshing. After riding for a while, Wang Lu felt a bit thirsty and parked the bike at the convenience store entrance. He walked in and bought a bottle of sports drink to quench his thirst. Chapter 203. 15 minutes later, a car with an insurance company logo stopped across the street. A man in a suit got out, glanced around, and walked over to the bicycle in the crowd. "Excuse me, is Mr. Wang Lu here?" the suited man asked those around him. Wang Lu replied, "I am." The suited man approached and handed Wang Lu a business card. "Mr. Wang, sorry to keep you waiting. My name is Zhang Lin, and I am responsible for your insurance assessment and claims." Wang Lu nodded and pointed to his Coma No. 1 commemorative edition. "Where's the car?" A piece of paint fell off the body. "Can you assess how much it will cost to fix?" Zhang Lin nodded, took out a pair of white gloves from his pants pocket, and carefully inspected the Coma No. 1. After a few minutes, Zhang Lin took off the gloves and looked at Wang Lu. "Hello, Mr. Wang. May I ask where the person who damaged the vehicle is?" Wang Lu initially wanted to say it was that middle-aged woman, but before he could finish, the middle-aged woman snapped, "It's my child. Are you guys crazy? It's just a bicycle, and you're making it seem like a big deal. I don't have much time. Just tell me how much I need to pay. And let's not waste my time." Chapter 204. After a brief silence of a few seconds, the ensuing response was a furious shout from a middle-aged man. "Damn it. Are you an idiot? What'd you grow up eating? You can't even take care of your child? Pay $3 million. Are you worth $3 million? Get lost. I'll tell you, my wife just found out about us. You can keep the child, sell that apartment, and get lost." The middle-aged man immediately hung up the phone, and bang, the middle-aged woman's phone smashed to the ground. She didn't expect to be abandoned, but the surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. Wow, this woman is a mistress and even has a son. Being a mistress and acting so arrogantly, she deserves to be abandoned. Wang Lu also didn't expect this woman to be so haughty and still be a mistress. Wang Lu shook his head and looked at Zhang Lin. "I'll leave the rest to you. The car is yours, and you're responsible for getting it fixed." Zhang Lin bowed respectfully. "Don't worry, Mr. Wang. Leave everything to me. I promise to complete the task." Wang Lu nodded and was about to call a taxi to leave when two police officers approached him as if they wanted to say something. Wang Lu frowned. "Is there anything else, officers?" Chapter 205. When Wang Lu and Bai Yuma appeared in the banquet hall, various discussions arose. Some were jealous of Wang Lu's shabby outfit, which cost less than 200 yuan, while others were drooling over Bai Yuma. Just as the discussions were ongoing, a voice came from behind. "Oh, you came quite early." Wang Lu didn't need to turn around to know it was Wang Siming speaking. At this moment, Wang Siming walked up to Wang Lu, accompanied by a female companion whom Wang Lu found somewhat familiar, and even Bai Yuma thought she looked familiar. Suddenly, Wang Lu remembered. Wasn't this the actress Chen Ziding who had been acting in dramas? Chen Ziding was considered a top-tier actress in China, with poor acting skills, but like Bai Yuma, came from a modeling background. Her figure and appearance were impeccable, though she was slightly less attractive than Bai Yuma, still reaching a score of 9. Wang Lu looked at Wang Siming and said, "You changed partners quite quickly. What happened to the last one?" Wang Siming suddenly coughed and glanced at Chen Ziding, who had been with him for a long time. Although he always knew Wang Siming had other women, it was never openly discussed. Today, Wang Lu brought it up, causing the usually calm Wang Siming to cough uncontrollably. "If you can't speak properly, then don't say anything, okay?" Chapter 206. In the banquet hall on the first floor, Bai Yuma was drinking red wine alone, her gaze wandering around the hall. She wasn't observing anything in particular. She was just a bit bored. Suddenly, someone gently tapped her from behind, startling her, and she quickly turned around to look at the person who had tapped her. In front of her stood a short, unattractive, and stocky man, about 170 centimeters tall, even a few centimeters shorter than Bai Yuma. Bai Yuma frowned at the chubby man and asked, "What do you want?" The fat man grinned and said, "Beautiful lady, are you here alone? Let me introduce myself. I'm Jiang Long, the owner of Shangsha Steel in Magic City." Bai Yuma looked at Jiang Long warily and asked, "Is there something you want?" Jiang Long took a step closer and said, "Beautiful lady, let us be friends. I'm quite well connected in Magic City, and many top families respect me. We can have a good chat." After saying this, Jiang Long expected Bai Yuma to show some compliance upon hearing his identity, but to his surprise, Bai Yuma didn't say a word and turned to leave. This made Jiang Long feel a bit embarrassed. He had never been rejected by any woman he wanted in Magic City, and even if he initially didn't get what he wanted, no one had ever disrespected him, except for a few top families. Chapter 207. Jiang Long never expected that Bai Yuma would decisively reject his offer of 10 million a month when she learned of it. After all, 10 million a month could basically support a second-tier or even quasi-first-tier actress. In Jiang Long's eyes, Bai Yuma was not worth this price. He thought that not getting her was the best outcome. Jiang Long planned to give her the money and then toss her aside once he grew tired of her. However, Bai Yuma didn't even give him a chance, which made Jiang Long even angrier. Losing his rationality, Jiang Long slapped at her, but by coincidence, Chen Ziding tried to block the slap for Bai Yuma and ended up getting hit instead. Slap! The crisp sound struck Chen Ziding's face, and Bai Yuma was shocked, immediately smashing her wine glass over Jiang Long's head. Jiang Long, in pain, clutched his forehead and stumbled back, looking at his bloodied hand and angrily shouted, "You filthy bitch! How dare you hit me?" Bai Yuma didn't have time to care about that. She helped Chen Ziding up and asked, "Are you okay?" Chen Ziding, a bit dizzy from the heavy slap, waved her hand and said she was fine. Chapter 208. Jiang Long pulled out his phone and frowned when he saw the caller ID. It was the president of Magic City Bank, Zhou. Jiang Long quickly answered the phone. President Zhou, what brings you to call me at this hour? Is there something you need? Zhou's tone was very calm. Mr. Jiang, I am officially notifying you that the loan you took from Magic City Bank must be repaid within 3 days. Otherwise, we will take legal action, and you cannot blame us for liquidating your company's assets. Jiang Long was shocked. He had already overdue his loan from Magic City Bank. However, due to his good relationship with Zhou Wan and the collateral of a lot of steel from his company, the bank had granted him a 3-month grace period. Now, just a month later, Zhou was asking for money. He knew that his steel needed to be delivered to his clients before he could receive the final payment. But thankfully, he would be able to deliver it in a day or two. However, Jiang Long was quite displeased. Thus, Jiang Long replied with a somewhat unfriendly tone. President Zhou, saying that seems a bit unreasonable. You promised me 3 months, and now it's only been a month and you're asking for it? Is Magic City Bank no longer willing to loan me money? Chapter 209. After this commotion, Wang Lu brought the still recovering Bai Yuma to the car. After using his inner strength to eliminate the alcohol, Wang Lu started the car and headed toward Tangshan Shangping. As the Black Warrior drove down the road, Wang Lu felt a bit heavy-hearted. Although today was an accident, women like Bai Yuma, and indeed all his women, could face such dangers. After all, each of his women possessed extraordinary beauty. Even if one was slightly less impressive, combined with her charming temperament, she would still score at least a 9. Not to mention someone like Shan Sahan, who was simply stunning. After much thought, Wang Lu decided to exchange for a yellow-level shadow to protect them, as this would maximize the protection of his women. However, the yellow-level shadow required 50 points, which was quite expensive. While driving, Wang Lu contemplated and ultimately purchased 3 shadows from the system store, one to protect Tu Qianqian and Tua Ta, as these 2 sisters were usually together, one to protect Jiang Shuiwei, and another to protect Lu Yanran. Wang Lu decided to use the last one to protect Shin Sahan, while Bai Yuma would be safer with him around. As for Su Man, who rarely left the hotel, a few members of the Blade Guard could protect her, and they could discuss further arrangements once he had enough points later. Chapter 210. Inside the private room, there was a heavy silence. Jin Kuei's words reminded Hu Lianjie and Chui Xian that the Gongsun family had been destroyed by the Shenglong group. The top 5 families in Magic City are the Zhan, Hu Chui, Jin, and Gongsun families. Now that the Gongsun family had been wiped out by Wang Lu, only 4 families remained. However, Hu Lianjie, being the top young figure of the Hu family, quickly turned his attention to Jin Kuei and Chui Xian and said, the business world is like a battlefield, but it's not an actual battlefield. In business, the Hu Chui and Jin families combined would at most reach a stalemate with the Shenglong group. Instead of wasting resources like this, it's better to capture the leader first. Wang Lu only has peak yellow-level strength, resolving him 1 TB particularly difficult. Chui Xian frowned and replied, what if he ISNT at the yellow level? But at the Shen level? From a video, it's very possible he didn't use his full strength, which suggests he could be at the Shen level. Hyulianji laughed heartily, saying that Wang Lu was at most 25 years old. A 25-year-old reaching the peak of the Huang level was already quite shocking. How many years had it been since anyone under 30 had broken through to the Xian level? Apart from one person from the Zhan family who appeared 30 years ago, there had been no others. Chapter 211. Wang Lu heard the sound of the door slamming shut and felt a bit helpless. However, thinking about the task the system had issued earlier, Wang Lu decided to renew the leases for the tenants today. He arrived at the property management office, where Xiaoqing brewed him some fine tea and then handed him a list. Wang Lu took a look at the list, which contained the names and phone numbers of all the tenants in Building 3. He noticed that one lease was about to expire next week. Wang Lu made a call to check if the tenant was home. After a few rings, the call connected. Is this Miss Lu Fongfong? The person on the other end seemed a bit wary and cautiously asked what it was about. Wang Lu said, I'm your new landlord. I'm Wang Lu, living in 1201 of Building 3, right? I wanted to ask if you'd like to continue renting the house. Lu Fongfong seemed confused. You're the landlord? But the previous landlord wasn't you. Wang Lu didn't like having to explain himself and replied, I bought the entire Building 3. If you don't believe it, you can call your previous landlord to confirm. Lu Fongfong was clearly taken aback. The entire Building 3 had been bought? It sounded unbelievable, but the other party accurately revealed her phone number and address. With some suspicion, Lu Fangfang called her previous landlord after hanging up, and she indeed received a confirmation. Chapter 212. Zhang, he was a bit confused since no one had informed him that the house had been sold, and there hadn't even been anyone to show him the property. Zhang, he hesitated and asked, "Do you have any proof?" Wang Lu replied, "I have the property certificate in my hand. If you don't believe me, you can ask the property management, or you can call your landlord. My name is Wang Lu." Zhang, he was somewhat skeptical, but didn't he call to confirm. He said, "All right, come over now and remember to bring the property certificate." Wang Lu hung up the phone and took the elevator to 3202. He exited the elevator and rang the doorbell. After about a minute, the door opened, revealing a thin man who clearly looked unwell, as if he had been drained of energy for years. Wang Lu nodded. "Hello, let us go inside and talk." Zhang, he stepped aside and then sat down opposite Wang Lu at the coffee table. "Let me see the property certificate." Zhang, he was direct and asked for the property certificate. Wang Lu naturally handed over the property certificate and his ID. After Zhang, he carefully examined the documents. He finally believed Wang Lu's words. He then nodded. "Name your price." Chapter 213. The woman's impressive figure was very firm. Her slender waist could be grasped with one hand, her hips were perky, and her legs were long and straight. Clearly the result of long-term training that led to such a perfect physique. The woman seemed accustomed to being looked at by men and didn't blame Wang Lu for his gaze. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes when she looked at Wang Lu, but it was only a fleeting moment before her expression returned to normal. Wang Lu regained his composure and sat across from Zhang Wuxuang. "Here, that's the property certificate and my ID, and here is the contract for you to review." Wang Lu placed the materials on the coffee table, but strangely, Zhang Wuxuang didn't take them. Instead, she fixed her gaze on Wang Lu. "Let's talk. I want to buy your house. I can pay any price, as long as you name it." Wang Lu rolled his eyes, wondering why everyone wanted to buy his house. Did he look like someone who needed money? Wang Lu sighed. "Miss Zhang, I'm sorry, but I don't want to sell. So you only have two options, either rent or leave." A hint of surprise appeared in Zhang Wuxuang's eyes. Growing up surrounded by many men, including her brother Zhang Wutian, she had always gotten what she wanted. The last time, she simply hadn't had time to come back from abroad to buy this apartment. So she told the housekeeper to rent any available one. Chapter 214. After successfully renting out the property for 12 million, Wang Lu was elated and didn't care about Zhang Wuxuang, who still looked unsatisfied behind him. He left 4,302 directly. As soon as he exited the door, he received a system notification. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully renting out a property and earning 10 sign-in points." Ding. Critical reward triggered, earning 100 sign-in points. Wang Lu was even happier. "Wow, another 1,000 sign-in points. I'm rich." Wang Lu didn't lack money. What he needed were sign-in points, after all. Sign-in points equated to money. Those 1,000 sign-in points were worth 10 billion Chinese yuan, money he couldn't possibly spend all of. Wang Lu looked at the list in his hand, contemplating whether to visit another place. However, after glancing at the time, he dismissed the idea as it was almost 5 o'clock. Wang Lu wanted to prepare some things for his visit to Shun Sahan's home, as it was his first time visiting and he couldn't be too impolite. For Wang Lu, the only impressive gift he had was the mother tree to Hong Pao he received from the system, which was certainly valuable, but the quantity seemed a bit small. Since there was still time, Wang Lu decided to check out the Wajin Center to see if there was anything worth buying. Chapter 215. The voice of the middle-aged staff member in his 30s startled the other employees. Fortunately, there were no other customers in the store at the moment. Otherwise, this voice would have surely scared them away. Xiaoli carefully placed the wine jar on the counter and wiped the sweat off his forehead. "Sister Qian, this customer wants to see the most expensive wine." Sister Qian angrily walked over and pointed at Xiaoli. "Xiaoli, do you have any brains? Just because he wants to see it, you show it to him? Do you know how much this wine costs? If it gets stolen or broken, can you afford to compensate?" Xiaoli lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. In fact, Sister Qian's words also applied to Wang Lu, implying he was not someone who could afford it. However, Wang Lu didn't mind. He could settle the accounts later. Wang Lu glanced at the 2 bottles of wine, which looked quite good, and nodded in satisfaction. "All right, introduce them to me. If they're suitable, I'll take them." Xiaoli was flustered, glancing at Sister Qian, not daring to speak. As a newcomer, she didn't want to go against her senior. Sister Qian stood with her arms crossed, looking down at Wang Lu. "Humph. You want an introduction? Can you even afford it? Hurry up and leave. We don't have time to entertain you." Chapter 216. Wang Lu was still very interested and nodded. Okay, then remember to call me. Here is my WeChat. You can scan it. Zhao Yang excitedly took out his phone and quickly scanned Wang Lu's WeChat QR code before seeing him off. After Wang Lu left, he hurried to the luxury goods section of the Guijin Center, casually picked out a few bags, clothes, and shoes from Hermes, Chanel, and LV, and rushed to pay, taking no more than 20 minutes. By the time Wang Lu placed all the items in the trunk of his Black Knight, the time had already reached 6 o'clock. Wang Lu immediately drove to the Shun family villa. The Shun family's villa is not too far from the city center, just half an hour's drive. When Wang Lu entered the villa area and followed the signs to Shin Sahan's house, he saw Shin Sahan waiting for him at the door, wearing a wine-red bodycon dress. After Wang Lu parked the car at the entrance, Shin Sahan immediately threw herself into his arms, saying, "Little rascal, I miss you so much." Shin Sahan's strong fragrance filled Wang Lu's nostrils. It must be said that a woman older by 3 years is like holding a gold brick. Among all of Wang Lu's women, Shin Sahan is undoubtedly the most alluring one. Chapter 217. That night, under the bright starry sky, Wang Lu drove his black warrior car swiftly down the road, and Shin Sahan was in a very good mood, smiling all the way. Wang Lu, seeing the smile on Shin Sahan's face, curiously asked, "You seem very happy today?" Shin Sahan was nearly laughing out loud. "Of course, everything has come to a conclusion, so I'm really happy." Wang Lu nodded, agreeing that it was indeed a reason to be happy. But then he thought of something and looked at Shin Sahan. "What about your teaching job at Suhai University? What are you planning to do?" Shin Sahan had already thought it through. "I quit. Since I don't have to run away anymore, there's no need to work at Suhai University. But teaching is a profession I love, so I've decided to teach at Modi University. It will be more convenient." Wang Lu agreed. And since Bai Yumeng was alone here, and he couldn't always be by their side, while Suhai's Jiang Shuyue, Lu Yanran, all had family companions, and Tu Qianqian and Tu Ata could rely on each other. Only in Modu could he not keep everything under control. "What, do you disagree?" Shin Sahan looked at Wang Lu with curiosity. Wang Lu shook his head. "How could I? Your idea is great. It's just a bit of a pity that I can't be with you all in Modu often." Chapter 218. After searching the address online, Wang Lu drove directly to Walker Media, which is located in an office building in Modu Xinyiandi. The entire floor, about 3,000 square meters, is the headquarters of Walker Media. Walker Media also has offices and branches in first-tier cities like Kyoto and Yangcheng, making it a relatively large entertainment company. When Wang Lu arrived at the underground parking lot of the building and parked, he was immediately noticed by several talent scouts. "Hey, handsome, are you interested in acting? I'm a top talent scout at Walker Media. If I hadn't happened to come out of the company, you wouldn't have met a top scout like me." Wang Lu frowned at the man in front of him, who was about 1.7 meters tall and speaking carefully. "Handsome, let me tell you, with your looks and temperament, I guarantee you can definitely become famous. You may not have heard of Walker Media, but we have signed quite a few first-tier male and female stars like Yang Kai, Mi Xiao Xiao, and Guai Yusin, all from our company. Trust me, you can definitely make it." Wang Lu pretended to be very interested and said, "Really? Why don't you take me to take a look?" Chapter 219. Yuan Li interrupted Han Jie's thoughts. "All right, Han Jie, focus on what's in front of you. If you can't think of anything, just don't." Han Jie suddenly remembered Wang Lu was still there and stopped thinking. She then handed Wang Lu her business card. "Hello, I'm Han Yun, a top agent at Walker Entertainment. Since you're with me, I have a few requirements for you to follow. The trial period is 3 days, and if you satisfy me, I can officially sign you. The artists I sign usually earn at least $1 million a year. How about it? Think it over?" Wang Lu didn't mind at all. As long as it wasn't an immediate contract, it was fine. After all, how could a boss sign a contract with his own company? "All right, Han Jie, please go ahead with your requirements," Wang Lu replied calmly. "Oh, your mental state is good. Very nice. The requirements are simple. First, you must do whatever I ask you to do, and you can't go against my wishes. You can only go against them if you become famous enough for me to rely on you for a living. You might have that opportunity, but not now. Second, I'm not the kind of lousy agent who will cut your commission, but my share is not low, so you have to agree whether you want to or not. Unless you become famous, and even a low percentage can make me a lot of money, then I'm willing. And the last point, which is the most important, I hate betrayal the most. You can only accept the gigs I let you take. If I don't let you, you cannot take them. Do you understand?" Han Yun said seriously, making Wang Lu admire her. She must have a significant position in the entertainment industry. Chapter 220. Han Yun was about to knock on the door. her hand raised and ready to push the door open. But after hesitating for a moment, she put her hand down and pulled Wang Lu out of the filming set. The two walked to the edge of an artificial lake at the film base. Seeing that Han Yun seemed troubled, Wang Lu asked, "Han Jia, what's wrong? Why don't you want to go in?" Han Yun gazed at the lake and sighed. "Xiao Lu, is it okay if I call you that?" Wang Lu nodded in agreement. "Sigh, the entertainment industry is really complicated. Last year, we at Walker Entertainment were able to make a profit. We have so many first-tier male and female stars. Why do people always think our male stars are famous while our female stars are a bit lacking? It's all because of that damn general manager, Sun Mingho." Han Yun angrily threw a stone into the lake, creating ripples. Wang Lu frowned, but remained silent. Sun Mingho is an old pervert. Last year, we filmed many dramas and movies at Walker Entertainment and took on quite a few gigs. But Sun Mingho only uses those female stars who are willing to go along with his rules. Because of this, most of the female stars coming out of Walker Entertainment lack acting skills and only have a pretty face, while the male stars are all talented. That's the reason. For example, the actress you just saw, Ruashi, is clearly a first-tier star. She won a Best Actress award at just 22 years old. However, because she refused to be coerced by that old pervert Sun Mingho, she was completely shelved for 4 years. During those 4 years, except for a few gigs I managed to get for her through personal connections, Walker Media provided no resources to support Ruashi. Yet, Ruashi managed to maintain her status as a second-tier star through her own hard work, even without resources. Chapter 221. Han Yun was also filled with anger, raising her hand to slap Sun Mingho, but surprisingly, he dodged it. His flabby face trembled with laughter as he said, "Huh, you know what to do, you Xin? Let's go." Xin ran over from the rest area, linking arms with Sun Mingho and sticking her tongue out at Ruashi. "Wait, did I let you go?" Wang Lu's face turned cold as he called out to Sun Mingho. Sun Mingho turned to look at Wang Lu, disbelief on his face. "Who are you? Did Han Yun bring you?" Xin was momentarily stunned when she saw Wang Lu, exclaiming, "So handsome." Everyone on set looked at Wang Lu in surprise, not knowing where he had come from. Wang Lu sneered, just about to say something when Han Yun pulled him back forcefully. "Xiao Lu, don't get involved. You're just a newcomer. Do you want to be completely blacklisted?" Hearing Han Yun say this, Sun Mingho couldn't help but mock. "Kid, you really have guts. Is today the day Han Yun signed a new artist? I announce that you are fired and completely banned. Don't think about receiving any notifications in the Magic City in the future." Chapter 222. Junhe, is it? Fine, since you like Junhe Law Firm so much. I'll let them deal with you. Wang Lu sneered, not taking someone like Sun Mingho seriously at all. Sun Mingho couldn't believe that the legendary giant of the legal world, Junhe Law Firm, would follow Wang Lu's orders. With a 100 win rate, even the once undefeated legend of Nanshan was no match for Junhe. Wang Lu was merely the owner of an entertainment company. How could he have such power? Who knew that Wang Lu would slide his phone to reveal a shareholding certificate in front of Sun Mingho? "I'm the boss of Junhe, and whatever I want them to do, they must do it. If you don't believe me, you can try." Sun Mingho, in disbelief, kept zooming in and out on the document on Wang Lu's phone, trying to find a trace of forgery, but after a few minutes, he helplessly dropped his hand and sat down in a defeated manner, as if submitting to the other party. Wang Lu gave Han Yun a look, and Han Yun understood and directly called the police. Then she pointed at the already somewhat unhinged Xin and said, "Boss Wang, what should we do with this person?" Chapter 223. Wang Lu wouldn't care about this and continued to pour cold water over Jiang Kai's head with a shower head until Jiang Kai begged for mercy after a few minutes. Back in the living room, Wang Lu, Han Yun, and Ruashi finally found a spot where all three could sit together, albeit a bit cramped. Wang Lu and Ruashi's arms were pressed closely together, and Ruashi was wearing a sleeveless dress, and Wang Lu was in a short-sleeved shirt. They could clearly feel each other's body temperature and scent. This was in Ruashi's first close contact with a strange man. Although she had done similar scenes before, including kissing, it was always with some mental preparation, and filming was different. This kind of situation was her first experience. So she felt as red as a monkey's bottom and remained silent. Wang Lu, on the other hand, appeared natural. The only discomfort being that he couldn't cross his legs due to the lack of space. A few minutes later, Jiang Kai, cursing and wrapped in a towel, came out of the bathroom. After a shower, he obviously looked much better. Upon seeing Wang Lu, Jiang Kai immediately exploded with anger. "You brat. Who do you think you are? I'm telling you, get out now, or I'll call the police." Chapter 224. Wang Lu thought it was Han Yun again. But when he turned around, he was surprised to see Ruashi. Wang Lu asked in confusion, "Missin, what's the matter?" And Ruashi glanced at the time. "Boss Wang, do you have time to have dinner together?" Although Wang Lu was not the kind of man who was easily swayed. Facing such a delicate female star, especially one who looked so pure, he found it hard to refuse. Wang Lu nodded. "Sure, let's go." Wang Lu drove the Black Knight and took Ruashi to a private restaurant called Qingyaoxiaozhu, which he learned about from Wang Siming. Wang Siming highly recommended this private restaurant, saying it was exclusive, membership-based, and had extremely delicious dishes, and most importantly, it was not far from Wang Lu's location. After parking the car, Wang Lu and Ruashi saw the name Qingyaoxiaozhu written on the gate of an ancient residence. Wang Lu approached, but was stopped by a waiter at the entrance. "Hello, sir. Do you have a membership?" After Wang Lu provided Wang Siming's phone number, he and Ruashi were guided by the waiter into the inner hall. In fact, providing Wang Siming's phone number was not just for dining. It was because this restaurant required a member's recommendation to apply for membership. Chapter 225. Wang Lu smiled and nodded. "How about this? Is it enough?" Gu Xian nodded repeatedly. "Little brother has such high martial arts talent. I am truly impressed." "Someone, bring the black card." The waiter who had just served them brought a pure black card to Wang Lu. Upon seeing the black card, Wang Lu was a bit surprised. Although it was called a black card, it was more accurately a black gold card. The card was entirely black, and the text was embroidered with golden thread, making it very exquisite. Wang Lu found the card quite charming and accepted it. However, he didn't notice that as he played with the black card, a glimmer of hope appeared in Gu Xian's eyes. Then Gu Xian composed herself and said, "Congratulations, Wang Lu, for becoming the 7th black card member of Qingyaoxiaozhu. Today, I will cover all your expenses, and you won't need to make any deposits. It is our honor to have someone with your background and talent as a member." Wang Lu was momentarily stunned and surprised. The boss was quite unconventional. Didn't want $1 billion in funds? But Wang Lu understood that free things in this world are often the hardest to come by. Who knows what might happen in the future? Chapter 226. Ding. A special mission has been issued. Do not let the top beauty down. Mission content. As a god-level rich system, it is not allowed to let a top beauty cry. The host must agree to Ruashi's request and ensure it is fulfilled. Otherwise, the system will eliminate the host, as the host has embarrassed the system. Wang Lu's mind was filled with countless expletives for the system. Anyway, if he couldn't describe it, he wouldn't write about it. He really wanted to tell the system, this damn system is truly protective of beautiful women. This is something. And Ruashi's tears kept falling, and suddenly she felt Wang Lu stop walking. Turning around, she saw him facing away from her, but not continuing to walk out. A glimmer of hope surged in her heart as she stood up and looked at Wang Lu. Did you agree?" And Ruashi had only this thought, as Wang Lu's character meant he wouldn't stop if he didn't agree. At that moment, after cursing the system 1,000 times, Wang Lu calmed down and turned to Ruashi. "Your bargaining chips are still not enough." And Ruashi lowered her head in disappointment, her eyes suddenly losing their sparkle. "So it's still like this." But then she seemed to think of something and suddenly raised her head. "What if I add my sister?" Chapter 227. Tu Qianqian and Tu Ata were also stunned when they saw Bai Yameng and Shun Sahan. "What is going on? There are women in the house." And 2 such beautiful women. The 4 of them exchanged glances and then looked at Wang Lu simultaneously. Wang Lu scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Didn't you 2 say yesterday that you couldn't handle it? So I let Tu Ata and Tu Qianqian come." The 4 women were speechless. Wang Lu chuckled and joked, mainly because Yameng, Tu Ata, and Qianqian were already quite famous in the live streaming industry. It was time to venture into the entertainment industry. After all, I have Walker Entertainment, right? I'll have the top agent Han Yun take care of you. Upon hearing this, the 4 women suddenly realized. And then Bai Yameng suddenly thought of something. Walker Entertainment? And it's Han Yun who will take care of us? Wang Lu nodded and smiled. "What? Do you know her?" Bai Yameng nodded excitedly. "Yes, I participated in some talent shows before, and one of the events was judged by her. However, the organizers also wanted to exploit me, but I rejected them, and then I was eliminated." Wang Lu was not surprised by such things. They were too common in the entertainment industry. Chapter 228. The Hu family in the Demon City. Hu Yinjia, Jin Kuei, and Chui Xian were discussing how to deal with Wang Lu in a room. As the only top strategist among the 3, Chui Xian was well aware of all of Wang Lu's recent movements. At this moment, Chui Xian looked at Hu Lianjie and Jin Ke and said, Wang Lu caused a scene at Walker Entertainment yesterday, directly sending President Sun Mingho to prison, where he is unlikely to ever come out. What's more important is that he took in Ruoshi to Qingya Xiaozhu last night. Upon hearing the name Qingya Xiaozhu, Hu Lianjie and Jin Ke exchanged glances filled with doubt. Although Qingya Xiaozhu was not well known among the general public, it was quite famous among the children of top families like theirs. Compared to Wang Lu, the three of them were even more afraid of Qingya Xiaozhu. Qingya Xiaozhu? Hu Lianjie's expression turned serious. Although he had been there many times, he had never caused any trouble at Qingya Xiaozhu. His father had told him to avoid offending Gu Xian at all costs. Hu Lianjie's memory flashed back to a few years ago when Qingya Xiaozhu had just opened. His father had warned him that the person he must not offend there was Gu Xian. Chapter 229. Su Qimin, seeing Wang Lu's confidence, believed him to some extent and said, All right, I'm not at home right now. Why don't you come over tonight? I'll be home after 7. Wang Lu replied, Okay, I'll come over at 7:30. After hanging up the phone, Su Qimin called his previous landlord and property manager, Xiao Qing, to confirm Wang Lu's identity. After verifying, he completely believed Wang Lu's words. Wang Lu suddenly remembered that a tenant named Guo Ruo had previously scheduled to renew the lease, but he had forgotten due to the Walker Media incident. He quickly found Guo Ruo's phone number from the list for room 1801 and dialed it. The call was soon answered, and a deep voice came from the other end. Hello, who is this? Wang Lu noticed that the other party was probably still asleep. Glancing at the time, which was almost 1:30, he was surprised they were still sleeping. However, this was not Wang Lu's concern, so he directly said, I'm your landlord. Wang Lu, sorry for the delay. I had something come up. Are you home today? Upon hearing it was Wang Lu, Guo Ruo's remaining sleepiness vanished, and his voice became much more energetic. Oh, Mr. Wang, I'm at home today. If it's convenient for you, you can come over now. Chapter 230. If Wang Lu had investigated Guo Ruo, he would have known that Guo Ruo was actually quite capable. However, in this era, having ability does not necessarily mean it is useful. Years ago, Guo Ruo, due to his outstanding abilities, reached a position in the basic management of Southern real estate. During a company gathering, Guo Ruo brought Cheng Yun for the first time. Unexpectedly, both Guo Ruo and Cheng Yun drank quite a bit, and Cheng Yun was spotted by the former president of Southern Real Estate, who took her to the hotel where the party was held and assaulted her. When Guo Ruo woke up in the middle of the night, he searched for his new bride and found her in the president's bed. At that moment, Guo Ruo felt like killing the president, but after some struggle, he decided to use Cheng Yun as the key to unlock his career advancement. In his 5 years, Cheng Yun transformed from a youthful girl into an intellectual young woman. Under Guo Ruo's guidance, she constantly mingled with the private lives of various executives in the group. Initially, Cheng Yun could not accept this at all, but eventually, she ended up enjoying it. Guo Ruo also rose from a grassroots manager 5 years ago to the current executive vice president of Southern Real Estate, achieving a meteoric rise. Chapter 231. Wang Lu felt a bit frustrated by the visitor Xiao Guwei and decided not to continue with the rent collection today. Just as he walked out of room 102, he received a system notification. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully renewing a tenant's lease. Reward, 10 sign-in points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for triggering a special reward. Reward, 100 shares of Romanikani Winery. The share certificate will be delivered within 30 minutes. Please wait patiently. Wang Lu initially thought that such an unpleasant tenant would not earn him a special reward, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be significant. Romanikani Winery is one of the top wineries in the world. Although its production is limited, its value is extremely high, with each bottle worth over 1 million Chinese yuan. Wang Lu began to check the market value of Romanikani Winery online, and to his surprise, the winery's market value reached 100 billion Chinese yuan. This was a bit unexpected for Wang Lu, considering that the winery's annual production was only a few thousand bottles, and in good years, it might reach tens of thousands. Moreover, Romanikani Winery was actually a private winery, although he didn't know how the system acquired the shares. Whether they could be sold or not depended entirely on the subjective will of the winery owner, unlike Burgundy, where shares could be traded or acquired. Chapter 232. Zhan Wushuang didn't care about Wang Lu's theory. The Zhan family had their own set of beliefs. Stop with that nonsense. If you don't want to fight, why are you practicing martial arts? What is the point of training? If you're so cowardly, you might as well not be a martial artist. Just go be a warrior. Wang Lu felt that this woman was being unreasonable. Miss Zhang, do you think practicing martial arts is just for competition? Many of our predecessors in Huaxia fought for the prosperity and peace of the nation. If everyone were as belligerent as you, wouldn't the world be in constant conflict? And how would the common people live well? I don't care if you accept my theory, but that's the truth. If practicing martial arts isn't about competition, but rather about protecting our country and families, then I truly hope martial arts is just for fitness. Zhang Wushuang's eyes widened, as she had often heard her grandfather use these words to scold her and her brother Zhang Tian. At this moment, she fell silent. Seeing that the other party had stopped, Wang Lu bypassed Zhang Wushuang and opened the door of the Black Knight's car, intending to get in and drive away. Chapter 233. Wang Lu's first move was a super invincible red envelope worth 20 million, which could give lucky recipients a month as salary, instantly winning the favor of all the employees. Wang Lu smiled and said, "All right, take me to find Han Yun." Yuan Li nodded repeatedly, "Okay, boss. But Sister Han is currently giving a class to 3 newcomers." Wang Lu nodded, "It's all right, just take me there." Yuan Li quickly walked a few steps ahead of Wang Lu to lead the way. Passing through the work area, Yuan Li brought Wang Lu to a transparent dance studio, where he saw some people practicing their posture, including by Yumeng, Tu Qianqian, and Tu Ata. In front of the 3 stood a very fit instructor who was correcting some of their bad habits one by one. However, it seemed that Tu Qianqian was having the hardest time, as by Yumeng and Tu Ata both had dance backgrounds, so their foundation was already good, but Tu Qianqian had none. However, Wang Lu believed that as long as she worked hard, Tu Qianqian would definitely be fine. The 3 girls were very focused and completely unaware that Wang Lu was watching them from outside. Wang Lu also had no intention of going in to find them, as seeing them work so hard made him feel pleased. At least the arrangement was not wasted. Chapter 234. Wang Lu pondered for a moment, considering whether it was worth it. If it was just someone trying to cause him trouble, then this news wasn't important. After all, the other party would eventually show up. However, hearing it from Guxian made Wang Lu feel that it wasn't that simple. At this time, Guxian also fell silent, waiting for Wang Lu's decision. After a long while, Wang Lu sighed and said, "All right, I agree. In the future, whenever you need help and I can do it, I will definitely assist you." Guxian then said, "Thank you, brother. However, it's better to discuss this in person. Do you have time to come to Qingya Cottage?" Without saying a word, Wang Lu started the engine and drove out of the underground garage of Walker Entertainment. Half an hour later, Wang Lu arrived at the entrance of Qingya Cottage. With a black card, he entered smoothly and followed the staff to a private room deep on the 2nd floor. Wang Lu pushed open the door and saw a quiet and elegant tea room, where Guxian was cleaning the tea set at the main table. Upon seeing Wang Lu, Guxian smiled and waved, "Brother, you're here. Come and sit." Wang Lu walked over and sat on the bamboo chair opposite Guxian, patiently waiting as she leisurely prepared the tea. Chapter 235. Wang Lu was certainly aware that Guxian was testing or probing him, but for now, he still needed to rely on her connections and abilities. Whether this was exploitation will be discussed later. After 3 rounds of tea, Wang Lu stood up to bid farewell. Guxian initially wanted to invite Wang Lu to stay for dinner, but Wang Lu smiled and said, "No need for dinner. There will be plenty of time. I need to hurry back and make some arrangements. So, please take care of things here in Magic City, Sister Xian." Guxian nodded in agreement and did not insist on keeping him. On the way back to Tangchun Shangping, Wang Lu arranged for Zhang Kuei to secretly deploy some security personnel to protect his parents, as well as Jiang Shuiwei, Lu Yanran, and Su Man. Although there was a top-tier shadow at their side, Wang Lu still felt uneasy. Although a peak yellow-level shadow could barely contend with a first-tier Xin-level expert, it could only last for a minute or two, which might provide some escape time, but was not secure. However, Wang Lu speculated that initially, the Hu Jin and Chui families might not arrange for Xin-level experts to deal with a few women, considering that these 3 families were top-tier and wouldn't stoop to such a level. Chapter 236. On the other end of the phone, the caller hung up before Wang Lu could even agree. Soon after, Wang Lu received a text message with an address. He searched for the location on his phone and found it was only about a kilometer away from Lu Yanran and Jiang Shuyue's addresses. Seeing this, Wang Lu sneered. Without the system's search function, he might have fallen into the traps set by these people. Once Jiang Shuiwei and Lu Yanran are rescued, I'll settle accounts with the 3 families. Wang Lu pressed the accelerator and sped toward the location where Lu Yanran and Jiang Shuiwei were being held. Meanwhile, at the Hu family, Cui Xian put down his phone and looked at Hu Lianjie and Jin Ke, saying he should be headed there. Old Hu, how's your arrangement coming along? Hu Lianjie was very confident. Don't worry. Once he goes there, he will have no way out. If he dies, then Shenglong Group will lose its backbone, and it will be easy for our 3 families to split it up. At that time, who in the entire East China region can stand against us? Even the Lin family can't compare. Hee, Brother Jie is impressive. Jin Ke chuckled foolishly. Kui Xuan nodded. While Hu Lianjie might not be as wise as him, he was still much better than his peers, being meticulous and reliable, which was why Cui Xian was willing to be his advisor. As for Jin Ke, he was just a bonus. Chapter 237, however. This scene frightened Jiang Shuiwei and Lu Yanran. Even from several meters away, both women could smell the blood in the air. And Wang Lu appeared like a battle-hardened killer returning from the battlefield, instilling fear in both of them. Wang Lu understood that the two were frightened. He first entered a room and took out a clean set of clothes from his ring to change into. After washing his face with some clean water, the smell of blood dissipated significantly. After returning to the 2 women, Jiang Shuiwei and Lu Yanran felt relieved upon seeing that Wang Lu no longer looked as terrifying as before. Wang Lu then drove Jiang Shuiwei and Lu Yanran back to Suhai City. That night, considering the anxiety of the 2 women's families, he dropped Lu Yanran and then Jiang Shuiwei off at their homes. When Wang Lu returned to the Tianxiong Hotel, just as he opened the door, a graceful figure rushed towards him. Wang Lu didn't need to look. Feeling the softness against his chest, he knew it was Su Man. He gently patted Su Man's back, asking what's wrong. Su Man pointed to the living room. There's someone there. I don't know if they came from the next room, but when they entered, they tried to grab me. But suddenly, a man in a black robe appeared beside me, and in just a few moves, he killed that person. It was the first time I saw someone die so horribly. I was so scared. Chapter 238. Wang Lu had just finished his meal when the hotel manager called him, saying someone was looking for him. Wang Lu was puzzled. He had only returned to the Tianxiong Hotel last night. Who in Suhai City had the power to know he was back? Wang Lu changed into a new outfit and went to the lobby, only to be surprised to see an elderly man waiting for him in the VIP area, accompanied by a middle-aged man and a stunning beauty. Coincidentally, he recognized all 3. They were Murong Yu, Murong Hanyuan, and the coldly beautiful Murong Chinga from the Murong family. Wang Lu quickly walked over to the VIP area, cupping his hands in greeting to Murong Yu and Murong Hanyuan. Old you, Uncle Murong, long time no see. He then nodded at Murong Chinga. Miss Chinga, long time no see. Murong Chinga remained silent, but nodded in return, a gesture Wang Lu was used to and didn't mind. Murong Yu smiled. Young friend Wang. It's been a while. Murong Hanyuan also nodded. Wang Lu maintained his composure. It seems the 3 of you are here for something. Let us move to the tea room and chat over tea. Chapter 239. Only then did Wang Lu understand why, despite his secrecy, he was still discovered. No matter how discreet he was, he could not escape the surveillance of the Dragon Pavilion. Seeing Wang Lu deep in thought, Murong Yu continued explaining, actually, young friend, you don't need to worry. Since the incident with the Gongsun family, I have recommended you to the Dragon Pavilion. They said they needed to observe you for a while. They didn't intend to invite you to join so soon, but after your stunning performance in yesterday's battle, you truly amazed them. To be able to kill so many martial artists by yourself, they have decided to make an exception and invite you to join the Dragon Pavilion. What do you think? Wang Lu shook his head after hearing this. There's nothing to think about. I refuse to join. Hearing Wang Lu's resolute refusal, Murong Yu, Murong Hanyuan, and Murong Chinga were all surprised, especially Murong Hanyuan. The Dragon Pavilion was the place he had longed for. It was the continuation of the family and a place of dreams. Wang Lu actually refused so firmly. Murong Hanyuan was furious. Wang Lu, do you know what you're saying? Do you know how many people want to join the Dragon Pavilion but have no hope for a lifetime? Wang Lu sighed. Uncle Murong, I understand your feelings. The rise and fall of a nation is everyone's responsibility. If Huaxiao is in trouble, I, Wang Lu, will not hesitate to risk my life and blood. However, I am not a saint. Joining the Dragon Pavilion means losing my freedom. I might have to hide my identity and become a nameless hero, ultimately forgotten by the world. I believe there are many ways to serve the country, not just this one, so I refuse. Chapter 240. For such a traffic accident, Wang Lu naturally could not shirk responsibility, so he said, it can be done, but I am not in Magic City right now. Let's do it tomorrow. I will go to the Magic City police station early in the morning. Lan Lan, Seeing that Wang Lu was quite upright, coldly said, "Fine. I'll give you another chance, but if you don't come tomorrow, don't blame me for coming to get you." Lan Lan hung up the phone angrily, and Wang Lu felt somewhat baffled. Is the police this angry? What Wang Lu didn't know was that Lan Lan was originally a police officer in the criminal police team of Magic City. But due to a problem with a task, she was temporarily transferred to the traffic police team as punishment, so she was extremely resentful. However, Wang Lu didn't know the situation, so he had no need to inquire further. After returning to the room, Su Man was already awake, washed up, and having breakfast at the dining table. When she saw Wang Lu come back, she took his arm and sat down, even picking up a piece of beef to feed him. Wang Lu waved his hand, indicating that he had already eaten, and told Su Man to eat by herself. Seeing that Su Man was downcast, Wang Lu asked, "What's wrong? Are you unhappy?" Su Man poked at the fried dough sticks on her plate with her fork. "Aren't you leaving soon?" Chapter 241. The two of them were also watching Wang Lu from a distance, especially the middle-aged man, whose eyes were filled with envy and admiration. Yinshi looked at the middle-aged man with a mischievous smile. "Mr. Shi, are you interested in my sisters-in-law?" The middle-aged man was startled by Yinshi's words and quickly waved his hand. "Young Master Yin, what are you joking about? This is not a joke to make. If President Wang hears this, I might as well close my Yunming's resort and run away." Yinshi laughed. "Just kidding. All right, make sure to perform well later. My brother Wang is very easy to talk to. As long as you don't offend him, you'll be able to get his help in the future." As Yinshi said, Wang Lu had a good temper. As long as others were polite to him, he would reciprocate without putting on airs, which was quite rare for someone of Wang Lu's status. Wang Lu, accompanied by the three girls, walked to the entrance of the resort, where Yinshi and Mr. Shi came down the stairs to greet them. Yinshi called out, "Brother Wang, it's been several days since we last met, and you look even more handsome." What Yinshi said was true. Ever since Wang Lu entered the Xian level, his temperament had changed somewhat, becoming deeper and more reserved. Chapter 242. Wait. Dukong picked up a wooden box and saw the words 1945 written on it. Zhang Qian also stepped forward and saw the words on the box. Wow. Are there hundreds of bottles of 1945 Romanicani here? There is not even one on the market, and if there were, it would at least be several million a bottle. My God, so many. And they're all from 1962, a legendary vintage. There are also 1978 and 1990. Each bottle must be worth tens of millions. Dukong exclaimed while holding another bottle. Everyone looked at Wang Lu in shock, and Wang Lu shook his head with a smile. "Why are you all looking at me? These are all good years. Each bottle is worth at least $1 million. Shi Kai's eyes widened. At least $1 million? Then, these wines combined would be worth hundreds of billions. My God, that's enough to buy my Yunming's resort. Wang Lu smiled, right? Let us go in and drink. Only then did Shi Kai come back to his senses from the shock. Okay, I'll get them to move it in right away. Saying that, he called for the staff of the resort to hurry and move the wine, but Wang Lu waved his hand. No need. Then Wang Lu walked over to the 20,000 bottles of Romanicani. In front of everyone's eyes, he swept his right hand, and all the Romanicani were stored in Wang Lu's storage ring. Red wine can be stored in a storage ring because its cellar aging requirements are not as high as those of white wine. And these wines have been aged in the Romanicani winery for many years, already being at their most delicious vintages, so they didn't need further aging. Chapter 243. Zhou Xiang crawled over the railing, and Wang Lu signaled the security not to stop him. Zhou Xiang patted Wang Lu. "Wang Lu, it really is you. Long time no see. Have you married Xiao Xiao?" Wang Lu shook his head. "I graduated from university 3 years ago. Let's not talk about her. How do you end up here?" Zhou Xiang scratched the back of his head. "Well, my family is from Liangxi, and these are all my friends. We came here to race cars, but we didn't know this place was booked. Are you working here?" Wang Lu nodded. "Today I booked this place. As for you, forget it. You and your friends can come in, but I hope you just race cars, all right?" Zhou Xiang was very grateful. "All right, Wang Lu, thank you so much. I didn't expect you to be working here. I'll definitely treat you to a meal another day." Wang Lu shook his head with a wry smile. He had already said that he booked the place, but Zhou Xiang still didn't believe it and thought he was working there. However, Wang Lu didn't bother to explain. Zhou Xiang was a dorm mate during university, had average grades, but managed to graduate, and was quite nice to Wang Lu. Since his family was well off, whenever Wang Lu needed money while dating Lin Xiaoxiao, Zhou Xiang would help him out. So Wang Lu felt he should give him a favor. Chapter 244. Everyone at the scene was stunned. The bumpkin brought by Zhou Xiang actually dared to race against Feng Liang? Feng Liang nodded when Wang Lu agreed. Good. You got guts. If you win, I'll agree to any request you have. See, even my girls, you can take them away and play however you want. A girl in a leather skirt pretended to be angry and threw herself into Feng Liang's arms. Hey, Feng Xiao, how can you do this? He asked your woman. How can you let your woman be played by someone else? Feng Liang laughed heartily. Don't worry, babe. He can't win against me. Wang Lu nodded. Sure. What do you want if I lose? Wang Lu knew he wouldn't lose, but for the sake of fairness, he had to ask. Feng Liang sneered. If you lose, I want to make it hard for you. You definitely can't afford to pay, but since your mouth is so cheap, if you lose, let each of us slap you 10 times. What do you think? Feng Liang was confident he would win, and he figured this poor guy probably didn't have any money, so it was better to insult him with slaps. Zhou Xiang stepped in at this moment to mediate. Brother Liang, this is too much. I assent it? How about I pay for him? 30,000. What do you think? Chapter 245. Unbeknownst to him, Feng Liang's self-righteous driving skills, in the eyes of Wang Lu, who possessed god-level racing skills, were basically no different from a child's driving. If it weren't for Wang Lu wanting to have some fun with Feng Liang, he would have already overtaken him. However, in Feng Liang's eyes, he still had hope. Wasn't he focused on the rearview mirror? My car is fast in a straight line. As long as I keep him behind me, there won't be any problem. Wang Lu was yawning with one hand on the steering wheel, while Zhou Xiang in the passenger seat was so nervous that his heart was racing. Big brother, are you drifting with one hand? Are you even human? Wang Lu shot Zhou Xiang a glance. It's mainly because I'm bored. This guy is driving too slowly. Zhou Xiang was speechless, silently shouting in his heart. Is it others who are slow? Clearly, it's you driving recklessly. At this speed, you still dare to drive with one hand? I'm the only heir of the Zhou family. If I die, our family will be extinct. As the next turn gradually came into view, Wang Lu intended to end this farce. He gripped the steering wheel with both hands, accelerating to the limit. In fact, during the previous 4 turns, Wang Lu was testing the vehicle's performance to aid in his drifting, but now, after those 4 turns, he had developed a deep understanding of the road conditions, the vehicle's acceleration capabilities, the center of gravity for drifting, and the tire grip. Chapter 246. Wang Lu walked into the hot spring, feeling the warm spring water, and sighed in relief, asking, where Lu Yin ran and the others. Yin sure smiled. I had the female attendant help them into their rooms to rest. They should still be sleeping. Wang Lu nodded and stopped talking. Yin Shi, puzzled, asked, Brother Wang, where did you go just now? Why did it take so long? Wang Lu recounted his encounter with Feng Liang, and both Yin Shi and Shi Kai were furious, especially Shi Kai, who knew Feng Liang. Damn it. Did that kid really say that? His father does have some skills, but how dare he talk to me like that? I'm going to deal with him now. After saying that, Shi Kai was about to leave the pool, but Wang Lu stopped him. Hey, it's fine, he is probably still running laps. I've already punished him, and it's not a big deal. Shi Kai nodded, quickly flattering. Yes, it's still President Wang with a broad mind. However, Shi Kai still planned to call Feng Liang's father later to prevent that kid from provoking someone he shouldn't in the future. After all, Feng Liang's father had some connections with Shi Kai, and he had to give some face. Chapter 247. The middle-aged man looked Wang Lu up and down, then nodded. Not bad temperament. You weren't flustered when you saw me. No wonder you were invited into the Dragon Pavilion. Wang Lu clasped his hands behind his back. Old senior, you've said so much, but I still don't know who you are. The middle-aged man glared. Who are you calling old senior? I'm only 60. No manners. Now, it was Wang Lu's turn to be surprised. This middle-aged man looked at most around 40. He had joked about calling him old senior, but he didn't expect him to actually be 60 and look nothing like it. The middle-aged man smiled. It seems you don't know yet. After martial artists break through to the yellow level, their lifespan will be extended accordingly. Yellow-level martial artists can generally extend their lives by 20 to 30 years. Shunji martial artists by 50 to 80 years, and DG at least 100 years. As for Tenji, it's even more common to see them living to 200 or 300 years old. Wang Lu stroked his chin. So that is why so many people want to practice martial arts. It must be partly for this reason. After all, breaking through a major realm can grant a significant increase in lifespan. Even considering the 20 years from the yellow level, that is quite a substantial gain. Chapter 248. After the previous battle, both Wang Lu and Xiang Chong were injured. However, although Wang Lu's injuries were lighter, The energy from his 8 extremes fist had been completely exhausted. To defeat Xiang Chong, he would need to use the Lei Kong Jian. If the Qing Kong sword technique was unleashed, Wang Lu feared that Xiang Chong would die instantly. Despite it being their first meeting, Wang Lu didn't want to do that. Xiang Chong waved his hand. No more fighting. I'm already injured. While I still have the strength to fight, I predict we're both equally hurt. No more fighting. You a peak Shanji kid, tied with me, Agiji has already proven your talent. Currently, I rate you as a silver dragon. You'll know what rank you get tomorrow. After saying that, Xiang Chong left the open space without looking back. Of course, Wang Lu had no intention of chasing him. His speed wasn't faster than the other S, and if the other party wanted to escape, he had no way to pursue. Wang Lu sensed the energy within him. There was still some internal strength left, but all his energy had been exhausted, and his internal injuries weren't severe. He then headed straight back to the resort. Upon returning to the private room, seeing that everyone was discussing something, Wang Lu asked, "What is up? Why aren't you drinking?" Chapter 249 Dragon Pavilion, Suhai City Branch. In the conference room, at a large conference table, an elderly man with graying hair was listening to Xiang Chong report on Wang Lu's test results. When the elderly man heard Xiang Chong say that he had tied with Wang Lu, he was taken aback. "What did you say? He tied with you? Is he a first or second tier DG?" Xiang Chong pressed his hand. "All right, Galao, you're so old. Don't get too excited, or you might kick the bucket. Didn't I tell you? Based on my assessment, he is still at peak Shanji." Galao was surprised by this. "Peak Shanji? A 25-year-old peak Shanji? How can I stay calm? How can I stay calm? How many 25-year-olds in Huaxia have reached peak Shanji? Not to mention you. I've never seen one. How can I not be excited? Have you reported this to headquarters?" Xiang Chong looked at Galao speechlessly. "Seriously? If I don't die from your shock, I must be lucky. I reported it. The next generation has talented individuals. What is wrong with a 25-year-old peak Shanji? Just because there hasn't been one in the past doesn't mean there won't be one in the future. Look at that kid from the Xiang family. He has 30 and also at peak Shanji." Chapter 250 The ancient gate of Qingyuan opened, and a young man poked his head out, looking around. When he saw Wang Lu, his eyes lit up. "Are you Wang Lu?" Wang Lu nodded and approached the door. The young man opened the door and invited Wang Lu into Qingyuan, coming quickly. Once Wang Lu entered Qingyuan, the door closed behind him. At this moment, Wang Lu found it a bit strange. Why did this Dragon Pavilion branch feel like a thief? It seemed reminiscent of scenes in certain movies where streetwalkers solicited customers. The young man, however, showed no discomfort and spoke as he walked. "Galao is waiting for you inside. Follow me." Wang Lu nodded and quietly followed behind the young man, passing through a lotus pond and a rockery forest. Wang Lu couldn't help but admire that working in a garden like this at the Suhai branch was indeed something. After passing through a long corridor, Wang Lu entered a new area. The interior of the ancient pavilions was surprisingly modernly decorated, and there were many young and middle-aged people inside. Upon Wang Lu's arrival, they all smiled politely. Wang Lu also nodded in acknowledgement. After crossing the hall, the young man led Wang Lu to the door of a private room, opened the door, and gestured for Wang Lu to enter, but he had no intention of going in himself. Chapter 251 Wang Lu and Gu Changqing each stepped off the competition platform, standing about 5 meters apart. This distance wasn't far for Wang Lu, who could cover it in a breath, but he believed the same was true for his opponent. Although Gu Changqing appeared to be older, Wang Lu did not let his guard down. "Come on." Gu Changqing waved his hand at Wang Lu, with a hint of provocation. Wang Lu nodded, clenched his fists, and bent his knees slightly. As he exerted force, he left a residual image and quickly attacked Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing's eyes brightened. From this speed, he could tell that Wang Lu had indeed entered the Earth level. Although it was only first stage, it was real Earth level. Wang Lu closed in directly, attacking Gu Changqing's right shoulder with his left hand. Gu Changqing showed no expression and slightly sidestepped to avoid it. However, Wang Lu had anticipated that Gu Changqing would easily dodge. Transforming his punch into a palm strike, he executed a move from the ancient Bajiquan, sending a surge of energy towards Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing didn't expect Wang Lu to have a follow-up. It was too late to evade. He raised his right hand to block, but Wang Lu's energy was not so easily blocked. Gu Changqing was directly hit by the powerful energy and was pushed back several steps before stabilizing himself. Chapter 252 Wang Lu frowned and did not take the energy-conserving pill. Eating is one of life's great pleasures. Besides, I can afford it. Moron laughed. I know you have plenty of money and can afford it, but you need to understand that the human body's internal organs have a limit. When you were at the Xian level, you could supplement with food, but once you reach the Earth level, your energy consumption will be very high. You must rely on energy-conserving pills to replenish energy. Otherwise, you'll either be eating or on the way to eat, which is too troublesome. Wang Lu pondered, as he felt that after advancing to the Earth level, the sensation of hunger was even more pronounced than before. Just take this breakfast. This little bit of noodles couldn't possibly meet his energy needs. Wang Lu nodded, took the energy-conserving pill from Gu Chongqing, and swallowed it without hesitation. After the pill entered his stomach, he instantly felt a warm energy entering his spleen and stomach, then reaching his internal organs. His appetite significantly decreased, but Wang Lu still felt he could eat enough for 2 people. Gu Chongqing stroked his beard and said, "Feeling it, huh? Normally, a yellow-level warrior can satisfy half a month's energy needs with 1 energy-conserving pill. A Xian-level warrior can last about a week, while an Earth-level warrior might need 1 a day, and a Heaven-level warrior even more, possibly 2 or 3 a day." Chapter 253. The ambulance driver approached the middle-aged man and began to negotiate. Bystanders thought the middle-aged man would drive away, but unexpectedly, he grabbed the ambulance driver's collar and said, "I won't let you pass. I'll tell you, not only at this traffic light, but even at the next one, I still won't let you through. If you have the guts, call the police." Wang Lu heard everything clearly from the car and frowned, as the bystanders' curses became even more numerous. "Damn it. What the hell? They're saving lives, do you know? Hurry up and move. Can you afford to compensate for a life?" The Maybach owner laughed loudly. "A life? What do I care? Let me tell you, you losers. Do you know what Maybach is? A car worth over $1 million. If you have the guts, come and move it. I'm not leaving today. How about that? Sir, this is not a joke. If you really obstruct our rescue efforts, you will bear legal responsibility. Do you understand?" The Maybach owner sneered. "Sure. You kneel down and beg me, and I might show some mercy." Hearing the Maybach owner say this, the ambulance driver felt a deep sense of helplessness. But he had no choice but to kneel on 1 knee. "Please, sir, hurry and move." Chapter 254. In the scene, a handsome young man stood next to a powerful black SUV, saying something to a wealthy man with a gold chain. Then he got into the car, started the engine, and smashed a Maybach into a pile of scrap metal. Wang Lu was a bit stunned. Isn't this what just happened? How is there already a video? It's trending? However, the distance was a bit far and only captured Wang Lu's profile and back. His front was hardly seen. After watching, Wang Lu breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Yanran, Jiang Shuiwei, and Su Man gathered around. Jiang Shuiwei was the first to ask, "Is it really you? I knew it was you the moment I saw it. That black SUV looks exactly like yours." Wang Lu nodded, mentioning that he had encountered a small issue earlier, not expecting the news to spread so rapidly in just half an hour. Lu Yanran said with a smile, "Yeah, the power of the internet is still very strong. By the way, are you planning to go back to Magic City today? Can't you stay a few more days?" Suman poted, grabbing Wang Lu's arm with a reluctant expression, but she still didn't say anything. However, Wang Lu could see that she was very reluctant to let him go. Wang Lu nodded. "I indeed have to go to Magic City. I need to settle the matter of the kidnapping." Chapter 255. Wang Lu snorted coldly. "You're asking for a lioness share. That car of yours is just a Honda Accord, right? A new car is only worth less than 200,000. Now you want 1 million from me?" Although 1 million was not a lot of money for Wang Lu, he wasn't a fool either. Should he just agree to whatever price the other side threw out? How could he maintain his reputation if word got out? Lan also didn't expect Zhang Xiaolin to be so unreasonable. "Mr. Zhang, is your demand for 1 million compensation too high?" Zhang Xiaolin coldly snorted. "Officer Lan, I advise you not to meddle in this. Your police only handle liability, not compensation, right? So my request for 1 million is justified. He crashed in my new car. I suffered mental distress, and it delayed my work. Do you know how much I earn a year? Over 200,000. I'm in so much pain right now. I can't work at all. I feel like I can't work for 5 years. So a year as 200,000 for 5 years compensation equals 1 million. Lan was left speechless by this fat man. But Zhang Xiaolin was not wrong. The traffic police indeed only had the power to determine liability, not the power to assess damages. Seeing that Lan couldn't handle this fat man, Wang Lu sneered. "What if I don't compensate? Do we have contract?" According to the law, besides the normal assessment of damages, Any other compensation requires negotiation between both parties. You think you could just open your mouth and demand 1 million? Get real. Chapter 256. Since you are a warrior, how come I've never seen you before? Lan asked. Wang Lu scratched his head, unsure of what Lan meant. I just arrived in Magic City a few days ago. Lan nodded and then said seriously, don't you know that warriors can't just attack ordinary people? Wang Lu shook his head. I don't understand what you mean. Lan looked at him with a strange expression, as if he were an alien. Haven't you joined the Warrior Association? This was the first time Wang Lu had heard of the Warrior Association. And seeing the dazed expression on Wang Lu's face, Lan finally realized that Wang Lu was truly a novice who didn't even know about the Warrior Association. Lan explained, the history of the Martial Artists Association is quite long, but its main achievements occurred after the establishment of the new Huaxiao Nation. To facilitate the management of martial artists located in various regions, a Martial Artists Association was established, which is further divided into county, city, and provincial levels. Each city's Martial Artists Association has a president and 3 vice presidents to oversee operations, with the aim of managing martial artists and resolving disputes between them and ordinary citizens. The Martial Artists Association is ultimately governed by a mysterious organization under the official authority. Since you're not a member of the Martial Artists Association, I can't share too much with you. However, I advise you to join the Martial Artists Association as soon as possible. Otherwise, if something happens in the future, no one will have your back. Chapter 257. What? Miss Jean, don't mess around. We haven't even held hands, and I have several women at home. I'm not interested in being your boyfriend. Wang Lu repeatedly refused. He would rather be harassed by Zhang Wushuang every day than become her boyfriend. My goodness. This is a violent person. If they ended up in bed together, and Zhang Wushuang found something displeasing, she might just take him out. You might as well be a clean and fresh sea king. I know you have a girlfriend. Are you really unwilling to be with me? Zhang Wushuang's expression was very serious. Wanted to hear Wang Lu's response. Wang Lu, pressured, could only step back and wave his hands. While waving. He felt 2 very soft areas, which felt quite nice and bouncy. Wang Lu didn't know what it was and squeezed twice, finally realizing what it was. His expression froze, and he immediately let go of his hands, his gaze starting to look up, not daring to meet Zhang Wushuang's eyes, as he sensed a palpable killing intent emanating from her. Does it feel good? Is it nice to squeeze? Zhang Wushuang almost bit out the words. Chapter 258. Niuo Mountain is located in the southern suburbs of Magic City, with a relatively low elevation, ranking only 3rd in the area, but it has the largest area. The winding mountain roads are wide and numerous, and the roads are rarely 4-lane, making them very suitable for racing. In the past, some even suspected that this place was specifically built for racing on mountain roads, although no one would admit it. After driving for more than an hour, Wang Lu finally saw the road leading up to Niuo Mountain. The road was long and smooth, perfect for drifting. At the highest point of the winding road, several sports cars were parked in the rest area, and many young people were chatting nearby, with several attractive girls mingling with the wealthy second-generation men. Wang Lu drove up to the top of the mountain and realized that this was a gathering place for racing, but it seemed strange that he was the only one with an off-road vehicle among so many sports cars. When Wang Lu reached the parking area, many wealthy second-generation and girls were looking at him, and once he got out of the car, everyone turned to him, as he was a new face who had never appeared before. Chapter 259. As the sports cars sped down the road, Niuo Mountain formed a scenic line of luxury sports cars. To exaggerate a bit, the passing wind carried a hint of money. Wang Siming and Wang Lu were positioned 3rd among all the vehicles. After testing the road conditions, all the vehicles returned to the top of the mountain. Wang Siming looked at Wang Lu and asked, "Are you going to join me?" Wang Lu shrugged. "Sure, I have nothing to do anyway." Wang Siming laughed. "All right, I'll show you my driving skills later. In the past, I was known as the god of cars on Niuo Mountain." Wang Lu only smiled faintly at such a childish nickname. As time passed, the important event of the evening began, with a selection of 4 cars from the dozen racing cars for a competition. Naturally, Wang Siming was one of the 4, along with 3 other cars, Qin Feng's Pagani Huayra, a Lamborghini Huracan, and a modified Ferrari 488. The mountain road was closed, and the 4 cars were perfectly aligned on the 4 lanes. As the signal gun was raised, Wang Siming nervously gripped the steering wheel. Bang! With a gunshot, the 4 sports cars shot out like arrows, extremely fast. Chapter 260. However, Wang Lu was now the driver of the McLaren and was completely unfazed. Wang Lu could only lament that the current driving environment was very poor. Every time he took a turn, Wang Siming's pig-like screams were incessant. If Wang Lu weren't a martial artist, he might have had his eardrums shattered by Wang Siming's noise. The scene returned to the mountain road, where Wang Lu was maneuvering the McLaren P1, preparing to enter a turn. This was a large turn similar to the previous one, but unlike the earlier area, this was a two-lane road, meaning there was only one lane in each direction, making it very narrow. Just then, the walkie-talkie warned that a truck was coming up the mountain, advising them to be careful. Wang Lu had a bad premonition. Sure enough, as he approached the turn, he saw the Pagani Huayra blocking the road. This maneuver was even more difficult than the last one, as this was a two-lane road compared to the previous four-lane one. Qin Feng was directly blocking the center of the road with the Pagani Huayra, but unlike before, he didn't get out of the car this time, as Wang Lu was too close for him to exit. However, Qin Feng didn't expect that Wang Lu, controlling the McLaren P1, was approaching at high speed while drifting. Chapter 261. Lan walked up to Wang Siming and asked, "Did Xu Yong just say you were racing? The accident happened because of the race?" Wang Siming awkwardly nodded. He knew Lan's serious personality well. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been transferred from the criminal police to the traffic police just to temper her character. Lan said coldly, "Don't you know racing is illegal? You all just know how to do these things every day. Fine, I won't hold it against you. But you need to take out the dashcam footage from your car, or you won't escape responsibility." Wang Siming and Wang Lu were a bit surprised. They didn't expect Lan to be so official and not show favoritism just because she was Hu Lianjia's fiancée. Wang Siming went directly to the car to retrieve the dashcam footage from today, which clearly recorded the start of the race and the entire process of Qin Feng setting up traps for Wang Lu and Wang Siming, as well as how Wang Lu accurately avoided Qin Feng's second attempt to trap him. The brief half-hour footage stunned Lan, the deputy captain of the traffic police. Lan looked at Wang Lu with a gaze of amazement. "Are you really human? Your driving skills are so good? Were you a professional driver before?" Chapter 262. At this moment, Lan was captivated by the aura Wang Lu exuded, unable to move from her seat. She knew Wang Lu was strong, but never expected him to be this strong, almost against the heavens. This suffocating aura was something Lan had only felt from her father, Lan Qianzun. Although the aura was not as strong as her father's, it was not far off. Despite Lan's 5th-level Huang grade strength, she couldn't sense Wang Lu's Earth-level strength. But she knew Lan Qianjuan's power, which meant Lan frantically denied her inner thoughts. At this moment, Wang Lu suddenly withdrew his aura, crossed his legs, and looked at Lan without saying a word. Lan seemed to be reborn, and the cold sweat on her back soaked her police uniform. Wang Lu smiled at Lan, whose face was pale. "Do you believe it now?" Lan shook her head. "Just because of you alone, at most you are not afraid of the Hu family. But you can't destroy them. Moreover, even though you're a martial artist, you will still be punished for destroying the Hu family." Wang Lu shook his head. "The Hu family colluded with the Jin family and the Chui family to kidnap my woman and attempted to eliminate me. That's the reason. As for how I will do it, you don't need to worry about it. By the way, I advise you not to spread this otherwise. Your martial artist association in Modu will no longer exist." Chapter 263. Wang Lu waited in the hall for another 10 minutes before Wang Siming was released. As soon as he came out of the interrogation room, Wang Siming began to complain. Although Wang Lu couldn't hear what he was muttering, he could probably guess it was about wasting his time. Upon seeing Wang Lu, Wang Siming seemed to have found someone to confide in and immediately jogged to Wang Lu's side, ready to spill out a whole essay, but was blocked by Wang Lu. "All right, I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Hurry up and get some late-night snacks. I'm hungry." Wang Siming was taken aback, looked at the time, and realized it was already 1 a.m. He touched his stomach and found he was indeed a bit hungry. The two casually found a roadside stall that seemed to be doing good business, ordered a pile of barbecue and stir-fried dishes, and started drinking beer. For Wang Lu, beer was like wheat juice, something he could drink endlessly. However, as they drank, Wang Lu noticed something was off. Wang Siming had been looking at him with envious eyes. Wang Lu put down his beer, picked up a fried peanut with his chopsticks, put it in his mouth, and said, "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't look at me with that disgusting gaze." Wang Siming awkwardly cleared his throat. "Ahem, do you have any way to turn me into a martial artist? I really crave cultivating, but I don't seem to have a talent for it." Chapter 264. Wang Lu kicked Wang Siming. "Hey, wake up." Wang Siming struggled to get up, and black, greasy impurities began to fall from his body. However, He found the surroundings were pitch black. What the hell? Why can't I see anything? Am I blind? Wang Lu said impatiently. You've got something on your eyes. Wang Siming touched his eyes and found they were covered by a layer of shell. When he peeled it off, there was a slight cracking sound. As the view brightened, Wang Siming was amazed to find that his vision seemed to have improved. Although he didn't wear glasses, he was slightly nearsighted, but now everything was incredibly clear. Wang Lu scanned Wang Siming with the system and was surprised to find that Wang Siming had actually reached the 5th stage of body refinement. Is the washing marrow pill this powerful? Not only can it start cultivation, but it can also directly take you to the 5th stage of body refinement. Wang Lu was somewhat astonished by the potency of the washing marrow pill. Wang Siming, feeling the changes, was excited and wanted to hug Wang Lu. But Wang Lu dodged. You should go take a shower first. You're all stinky and dirty. Chapter 265. Wang Lu looked relaxed. For someone like Wang Siming, he really didn't take it seriously and directly twisted the doorknob with his left hand, pushing open the door. Tao Chong was startled. He didn't expect Wang Lu to not be afraid of the knife in his hand and shouted, "Don't." As the door opened, the room was dimly lit. And in the corner, a little girl and a woman had their mouths taped shut and their hands and feet were bound. At this moment, the girl was already motionless, while the woman was struggling incessantly. In front of the woman was a shattered glass vase, with water and flowers scattered all over the floor. Wang Lu turned to Tao Chong. You really are seeking death. Tao Chong's expression was cold. Hee. Who told you to meddle? D. Tao Chong felt that Wang Lu must have discovered his secret, and he couldn't let Wang Lu leave just like that. It was better to eliminate him to prevent future troubles. Tao Chong raised the kitchen knife and swung it at Wang Lu's head. Wang Lu didn't move at all, and Tao Chong thought Wang Lu was scared silly, revealing a smug smile. But the next moment, Tao Chong could no longer smile. Wang Lu's body slightly swayed, and Tao Chong suddenly felt his hand lighten, only to find that the kitchen knife was no longer in his hand, but was now in Wang Lu's grasp. Chapter 266. Who are you? A voice, very pleasant to hear, came from a girl standing in front of Wang Lu. Wang Lu rubbed his eyes, thinking he had seen wrong, and exclaimed, You are the big star, Zhang Ruoyu? Zhang Ruoyu looked at Wang Lu with caution. What's wrong? Do you need something? Wang Lu awkwardly smiled. Nothing. I'm the landlord of this apartment. However, I see that the rental name is not yours. Is this apartment rented by you? Zhang Ruoyu didn't answer Wang Lu's question, but instead asked, Rent? I've already paid. It's not due for another 3 months, right? Wang Lu nodded. Didn't I just go to room 302 to collect the rent? I came by to check on you. Zhang Ruoyu frowned. Collecting rent from across the street? Then she seemed to understand. Oh, you're the big tycoon in the group, right? Building 3 is all yours. Wang Lu had black lines on his forehead. Building 3 is indeed mine, but I'm not used to being called the big tycoon. Zhang Ruoyu's reaction amused her. All right, come in. It just so happens that I need to pay the rent today. After all, I'm going to Yindu tomorrow, and I might not have time later. Chapter 267. Zhan Wushuang was wearing a sleeveless white dress today, with long hair cascading down her back and light makeup on her face, giving her an ethereal appearance. Especially her long legs, straight and slender, and her tiny waist that could be grasped with one hand, not to mention her impressive figure. When Wang Lu saw her, he felt a rush of blood, but fortunately, he was used to such situations from his time on the battlefield. If it had been when he first got the system, it probably wouldn't have been as simple as a nosebleed. Wang Lu initially thought Zhan Wushuang was not suited for this kind of attire, as her inherent heroism made it somewhat inappropriate. But today he realized he was mistaken. Wang Lu nodded. Wow, you look beautiful today. Zhan Wushuang's face flushed, and just as she was about to step out, she stumbled and fell towards Wang Lu. Wang Lu lazily caught Zhan Wushuang at such a close distance. He could clearly smell her feminine fragrance. Zhan Wushuang's face turned even redder as she punched Wang Lu's chest. Let me down. Wang Lu cleared his throat and set Zhan Wushuang down. Hey, if you can't wear high heels, just change your shoes. There's no need to make things hard for yourself. Zhan Wushuang pouted and huffed, then returned to her room to change into a pair of flats before coming back out. Wang Lu nodded. Although it's not as pretty as high heels, it looks good too. All right, let's go. Chapter 268. After entering the house, many servants kindly greeted Zhan Wushuang and Wang Lu. Seeing so many servants, Wang Lu was also amazed. Wow, this estate has more than a dozen servants and maids. It's really luxurious. Wang Lu doesn't like places with too many people. He prefers some private space. However, Wang Lu also understands that as the #1 battle family in all of Magic City, one must maintain a certain presence. Considering the size of this manor, having a dozen servants and maids isn't too much. Upon arriving in the living room, Wang Lu and Zhan Wushuang sat on the sofa, and soon a servant brought tea for both Zhan Wushuang and Wang Lu. Wang Lu took a gentle sip, nodded, and put the cup down. After waiting for a few minutes, Wang Lu saw a middle-aged couple coming down from upstairs, their appearance similar to Zhan Wushuang and Zhan Tian. Wang Lu guessed they might be Zhan Wushuang and Zhan Tian's parents, Zhan Tiexin, and Zhan Wushuang's mother, Gu Shuyun. Zhan Tiexin and Gu Shuyun entered the living room and focused their gaze on Wang Lu. Wang Lu also felt their gaze and exchanged friendly looks with the two. Zhan Tiexin was somewhat surprised to see no hint of fear in Wang Lu's eyes, while Gu Shuyun felt a good impression seeing Wang Lu's impressive demeanor and smiled as she approached him. "You must be Wang Lu, right? I've heard Wushuang mention you quite often lately." Chapter 269. As soon as she finished speaking, the room fell silent. Wang Lu frowned and looked at Chu Huaijin, as well as Zhan Xiaoqiao and the couple who Xiaoxia and Zhan Tailin beside her. It was clear from their expressions that this was premeditated. It seemed the Chu family wanted to use Zhan Tailin, a branch of the Zhan family, to first corrupt Zhan Tielin's family, and then seize the opportunity to propose marriage to the legitimate young lady, Zhan Wushuang. Once Zhan Wushuang married, the Chu family could use her as leverage to control or even absorb the Zhan family. With the strength of the Chu family, it would be easy to advance further in Yindu, leaving no worries beyond it. Chu Huaijin continued, "My brother asked me to say this. I know it's a bit abrupt, but my brother is very sincere in his admiration for Miss Wushuang. He really can't spare the time right now, but he will personally come to propose in a while. Dream on. You think you can marry my sister? Do you think I don't know what the Chu family is up to?" Zhan Tian angrily slammed the table and stood up. "Chu family's second young master. I can't interfere with your marriage to my niece, but the eldest young master of the Chu family wants to marry my daughter? That's not going to happen." Zhan Tiexin finally spoke. "Exactly. Do you think we don't know what the Chu family is planning?" Gu Shuyun also chimed in. Chapter 270. Zhan Tian stood opposite Chu Huaijin, both of them bearing some light injuries, but it didn't significantly affect either side's strength. However, in the next second, the aura around Chu Huaijin began to rise dramatically, and Wang Lu clearly felt that Chu Huaijin's strength had escalated from the first stage of the Xian level to the third stage. Zhan Tian also sensed the substantial pressure, and his expression grew serious. Wang Lu looked at Zhan Wushuang and said, "Your brother's going to lose." Zhan Wushuang nervously watched Zhan Tian, her eyes filled with concern. Then, a strange red glow emanated from Chu Huaijin's body, and with bloodshot eyes and bulging veins. He looked at Zhan Tian. "Zhan Tian, you're definitely going to lose." Then, Zhan Tian's body also exuded a white aura, but this aura exuded toughness and righteousness, clearly a sign of orthodox cultivation methods. Immediately, the two rushed towards each other, unleashing their strongest attacks. Boom! Dust flew up from the ground, and even the grass in the courtyard was lifted, showing just how terrifying their battle was. As the smoke cleared, both Chu Huaijin and Zhan Tian stood with their fists clashing against each other, appearing evenly matched on the surface. Chapter 271. Wang Lu naturally saw Chu Huaijin's figure, but he did not move. Then, a sinister smile appeared on Chu Huaijin's face as he approached Wang Lu and directly punched him in the chest. Wang Lu was sent flying back 5 or 6 meters, and, just as he steadied himself, Chu Huaijin reappeared behind him and kicked him in the back, sending Wang Lu into the air. Following that, Chu Huaijin clasped his hands together, jumped into the air, and forcefully struck Wang Lu's stomach. Boom! Wang Lu was deeply smashed into the ground. Zhan Wushuang screamed Wang Lu's name. Everyone present was surprised why Wang Lu showed no reaction at all. Zhan Xiaoqiao laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, Wushuang, your boyfriend is really funny. He clearly has no strength to fight back, yet talks so arrogantly. It's simply hilarious. You must have found him in a mental hospital." Zhan Wushuang shot Zhan Xiaoqiao a glance, but said nothing. Although she was nervous, she knew Wang Lu well enough. His strength was definitely not weaker than Zhan Tian's, so his lack of reaction, although strange, must have had a reason. Chapter 272. Wang Lu's words left everyone speechless. With the prestigious Zhan family, really need you to compensate for a pine tree? Wang Lu casually walked up to Zhang Wushuang, saw her tear-streaked face, and gently wiped away the tears on her cheek. Okay, I've avenged your brother. Are you happy? Zhang Wushuang rolled her eyes at Wang Lu, but he could tell she was still quite happy. Then, Zhang Tailin, looking displeased, turned to Zhang Tiexin. Big brother, Wushuang's boyfriend is too much. He actually knocked Chu Huaijin unconscious. Aren't you going to say anything as the head of the family? Zhang Tiexin snorted. Say what? Second brother. The Chu family's kid broke Tian'er's bones, and I didn't say a word. Now you're questioning me? Who are you siding with? I didn't see you say anything when Tian'er was hurt. Zhang Tailin was left speechless by Zhang Tiexin's retort. Hu Xiaoxia, unable to bear it any longer, hurriedly said, Big brother, you can't say that. After all, Wang Lu is an outsider. Chu Huaijin is still our Zhang family's son-in-law. Zhang Tiexin laughed. Wang Lu is still my son-in-law. What's wrong with that? Hu Xiaoxia exclaimed in shock. Big brother, are you really planning to offend the Chu family? You have to know the Chu family is not so easy to provoke. I suggest we send this kid and Wushuang directly to the Chu family to appease their anger. Chapter 273. When Zhang Weiguo said this, everyone, including Zhang Tiexin, was very surprised, as Zhang Weiguo's status was quite special, and he had never shown such importance to a younger generation before. Wang Lu hesitated for a moment, but then nodded and followed Zhang Weiguo to his study on the second floor. At this moment, only Zhang Weiguo and Wang Lu were present. Zhang Weiguo sat in a grandmaster's chair, quietly observing Wang Lu, who remained silent, puzzled about what Zhang Weiguo wanted to discuss. Zhang Weiguo looked at Wang Lu and said, At such a young age, achieving your level of strength is not easy. Have you entered the Dragon Pavilion? Wang Lu was somewhat surprised, but he knew Zhang Weiguo's experience far surpassed his own, so he quickly took out a silver dragon-shaped token from his space ring and handed it to Zhang Weiguo. Upon seeing the dragon token, Zhang Weiguo's weathered face showed a hint of surprise. This, you're a silver dragon? You've reached the Earth level? Zhang Weiguo had always speculated that at Wang Lu's age of 25, he would at most be at the high level of the Xian level or peak Xian level, which was already an impressive feat in all his military experience. He had never heard of anyone reaching the Earth level before the age of 30, except for a peerless genius who entered the Earth level at 26 over hundreds of years ago, and the whereabouts of that genius remain unknown to this day. Chapter 274. Wang Lu drove the Black Warrior at high speed on the road to Magic City, constantly pondering who exactly the protector of the nation mentioned by old Master Zhang was. However, Wang Lu was smart enough not to call Gu Changxing to inquire. After all, if Gu Changxing could tell him, he definitely would. If he didn't, it meant either Wang Lu's strength wasn't enough or his identity wasn't sufficient. Meanwhile, in Yindu, Chu Huayu angrily smashed his phone on the ground, shattering it into pieces. The women around him were so frightened that they huddled in a corner, afraid to make a sound. Chu Huayu gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, bastard. Hurry up and investigate. Who is this Wang Lu to dare cripple my brother? I want him to be torn to pieces. That's right, Wang Lu had deliberately kicked Chu Huaijin in the abdomen, directly shattering his dantian. The Chu family had invested enormous resources to help Chu Huaijin master the Shuro art, specifically so he could do things that Chu Huayu could not. And now that Chu Huaijin had only recently mastered the Shuro art, intending to test his skills against Zhang Tian, he was immediately crippled by some unknown brat. All the years of hard work had gone to waste, which was something the Chu family could not accept. Chapter 275. Father? The three of them were surprised to see that standing at the door was none other than Hu Yuanfeng, the head of the Hu family, along with Jin Xing, the head of the Jin family, and Cui Ziming, the head of the Cui family. Wu Lianzhi, Kui Xuan, and Jin Kui had no idea that their fathers were outside listening. Now, seeing their fathers, all three felt extremely awkward. What? You have the guts to plot such things, but not the guts to let us know? Hu Yuanfeng walked in, his gaze fixed on Hu Lianjie. Hu Lianjie lowered his head, not daring to look at Hu Yuanfeng. Father, I'm sorry. It was my planning mistake that caused our three families to suffer significant losses. Father, I was also wrong, Cui Xian said, his expression slightly awkward as he looked at his father. Dad, Jin Kui hung his head, unsure of what to say. Enough. What good is apologizing now? When your aunt sent the message last night, I had already made arrangements and contacted the Chu family in Yindu. The Chu family has now agreed to cooperate with us. After finishing, Hu Yuanfeng sat down at the round table with Jin Xing and Cui Ziming. Meanwhile, Hu Yinjia, Jin Kuei, and Chui Xian stood trembling to the side, afraid to speak, lest they anger their father. Hu Yuanfeng glanced at his son and snorted. Humph, you three brats almost put our three families in a grave situation. Do you know that? But now the situation is clarified. Fortunately, the Chu family has agreed to help us. Of course, I also know that the Chu family wants to take down the Shenglong group, but a strong dragon does not oppress the local snake. The specifics of the implementation will require our three families to carry out, and as for the Chu family providing us with experts and financial support, we must win this battle. Otherwise, we will truly be left with nowhere to bury ourselves. Chapter 276. Wang Lu was somewhat surprised by Qin Tian's words. It is said that the Dragon Pavilion is the strongest hidden fighting force in China, with many experts. Although he had already reached the Earth level, there should be quite a few who were stronger than him. Why do they want to find him? Qin Tian seemed to sense Wang Lu's concerns and explained. It's like this, Wang Lu. A small team from our Magic City branch was executing a mission in a county near Magic City called Chun County, but we underestimated the enemy's strength. The other side has Earth-level experts, while the highest level in our team is only at the peak of the profound level. Just last night, after the team conducted an in-depth investigation, they lost contact, and we couldn't reach them until this morning. All the Earth-level experts in our Magic City branch are already on their respective missions, and I learned from General Gu that you're in Magic City. So I wanted to ask you to take on this task. Wang Lu frowned, thinking that General Gu generally wouldn't expose his strength, but since it had been exposed now, it must be something very important. He decided to listen to what the task was before deciding whether to accept it. You first tell me what the task is, and I'll assess whether I can complete it, Wang Lu asked after careful consideration. Chapter 277. After Tofu Hiroshi said this, Sato Ki nodded in agreement. Understood, Lord Tofu. As citizens of the great Yamato nation, we have an obligation to dedicate everything for our country. Tofu Hiroshi shook his head after hearing this. No. It is for our Fujiwara family. You must know that we, the Fujiwara family, are part of the shogunate, a noble family. We carry part of the emperor's blood, and we are the noble subjects. These Chinese pigs are meant to be our test subjects. I understand now. Sato Ki nodded heavily. Just then, Pansy's body began to tremble uncontrollably, suddenly opening his eyes wide. The veins all over his body bulged, and he unexpectedly broke free from the special handcuffs binding his hands and feet. His eyes filled with bloodshot fury as he roared at Tofu Hiroshi and Sato Ki. But not a word of Chinese came out, as if he were a wild beast. Wow, Sato-kun, did you see that? Our experiment succeeded. He actually broke free from the specially designed handcuffs. Tofu Hiroshi's eyes sparkled, as if Pansy were his successful test subject. Sato Ki was also excited. Yes, Tofu-san. Next we need to observe whether he has any side effects and how long it lasts. The last test subject lost vitality and died in less than 5 hours. Hopefully, this time will be permanent. Chapter 278. At night at 9 o'clock, the moonlight outside shone onto Wang Lu's wooden bed. Wang Lu lay on the wooden bed with his eyes closed, but his ears were attentive to all the sounds outside. Suddenly, he felt his door being gently opened just a crack, and he pretended to keep his eyes closed, then sensed a gas blowing in from outside. After the refinement of the Xuanwu diamond art, while Wang Lu's body was not invulnerable, he was definitely immune to poisons. So this little toxin was of no use to him. However, Wang Lu still kept his eyes closed, pretending to be fainted by the poison gas. A few minutes later, the door was slowly opened, and Chong Ben Jingshan quietly walked in, but there was another person behind him. Wang Lu, with his eyes closed, couldn't discern the person's appearance, but he could tell from the footsteps that it was a man. Chong Ben Jingshan came to Wang Lu's side, patted Wang Lu's face, and softly called out, Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu. The man behind him impatiently said, All right, stop shouting. The drug powder I concocted will keep him asleep no matter how many times you cut him. Chong Ben Jingshan made a gesture for silence. Be careful. We happen to be short on experimental samples recently. This kid is young and strong, making him good experimental material. Let us hurry up and send him to Sato-kun. Chapter 279. When everyone saw Pansy, this humanoid monster, rushing towards them at high speed, they immediately dodged to the sides. Wang Lu also sidestepped to evade Pansy's attack. However, no one expected Pansy's speed to exceed their predictions, and he directly leaped towards Pang Yi. Pang Yi, with his second-tier profound level strength, was clearly no match for Pansy. Pansy's long claws scraped across Pang Yi's arm, leaving 4 visible wounds. Li Fu rushed over and kicked Pansy away, while Pang Yi covered his left arm to prevent further blood loss. Pansy was kicked away by Li Fu, seemingly unaware of the pain, and immediately got up to pounce on the crowd. Just as everyone was tense and focused on dealing with Pansy, a whistle suddenly sounded in their ears. It seemed that Pansy heard some command and suddenly froze. Then he jumped back, and a group of people, about a dozen, walked in through the laboratory door. Wang Lu discovered through the system scan that the leader was Tetsuya Fujiwara and Sato Gaya, and the rest were also from Japan, all with considerable strength, the weakest being the group of body refining realm practitioners seen upstairs, and the strongest at the peak of the Xian level. Chapter 2, ADA. Li Fu's painful scream reached everyone's ears. Seeing this, Pang Yi and the others shouted, "Team Li!" However, they had no way to support him. After all, it was already very difficult to withstand the attacks of other Japanese warriors, let alone help Li Fu, and with Pansy's strength, they couldn't hold him back. But a shocking scene occurred. As Li Fu fell to the ground, Pansy and the other 2 Xian-level warriors were about to deliver a fatal blow to him, when suddenly Pansy turned around and plunged his hands into the chests of the 2 Xian-level warriors. "No!" Sato Gaya and Tetsuya Fujiwara shouted in disbelief. Seeing this, everyone stopped their attacks, staring at the scene in shock. Li Fu was the most surprised. He looked at Pansy and saw a struggling expression on his face, as if he was resisting something. With the sound of a whistle, Pansy's expression returned to a ferocious state, and he slowly walked towards Li Fu. Li Fu shouted, "Pansy." Just when everyone thought Li Fu was about to be killed by Pansy, Pansy's expression showed intense struggle again. And then a human voice came out of Pansy's mouth with great difficulty. "Old Li." Chapter 281. At this moment, Wang Lu looked at the 2 red-skinned monsters with caution. He had been relatively calm before. Even though he was confident he could easily eliminate the 2 red-skinned monsters, he now sensed a dangerous aura from them. Both red-skinned monsters had reached the 7th stage of the Earth level, officially entering the late Earth level, which was not comparable to the mid-Earth level. The red-skinned monsters did not give Wang Lu time to react and charged straight at him. Wang Lu's expression was serious. He knew he had to use all his strength now. The sky-rending sword in his hand trembled slightly, and a sword light appeared on the sword body as Wang Lu swung the sword towards the 2 red-skinned monsters. A sword light flashed by, and before anyone could see what happened, there was a loud bang. Wang Lu was heavily struck and slammed against the steel wall of the laboratory, even denting the steel wall. "Wang Lu!" Li Fu exclaimed in shock. He wanted to rush over to check Wang Lu's condition, but the red-skinned monsters blocked everyone's way. Just as everyone thought Wang Lu had been defeated, one of the red-skinned monsters looked at its right arm in surprise, discovering that its right arm was completely gone. Chapter 282. However, unexpectedly, Tetsuya Fujiwara and Sato Gaya showed no intention of escaping. Li Fu thought the 2 had given up and were ready to surrender, but surprisingly, they grinned at a few people as if they had bitten into something, and then both of them simultaneously bled heavily from the corners of their mouths and collapsed. Li Fu approached the 2, checked their pulses with his fingers, and then shook his head at Pang Yi and the others, indicating that they were dead. "Damn it! They got off easy," Zhonghua said, stamping his foot in frustration. "I originally wanted to bring them back to Longge for a thorough interrogation." Zhuobing also expressed his dissatisfaction. "Well, it is what it is. There's nothing we can do now. We'll settle this account later." Li Fu sighed and turned to Wang Lu. "Are you okay?" Li Fu asked. Wang Lu stood up and sheathed the sky-rending sword. "I'm fine. Let's hurry up and leave to prevent any changes. If a few more red-skinned monsters come, I won't be able to save you all." Li Fu nodded and then had Zhonghua and Zhuobing take turns carrying Pansy's corpse as the 5 of them left the base. On the way back, Wang Lu reported today's situation to Qin Tian. Chapter 283. Li Xiaoyan, what are you doing? Li Fu saw Li Xiaoyan blocking Wang Lu and stepped forward to stop him. Wang Lu also sized up the young man, blocking him. According to the system scan, Li Xiaoyan was 32 years old with peak Xian-level strength, which was considered remarkable. But this talented individual seemed to have a strong dislike for him. Li Xiaoyan frowned at Li Fu and asked, "Old Li, don't meddle. I just want to challenge Wang Lu." Li Fu stood beside Wang Lu with a cold expression. "Challenge? Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? You should focus on your training. That's what matters most. You're already at peak Xian level at such a young age. If you're lucky, you might reach Earth level in a couple of years. Don't overreach." Li Xiaoyan scoffed. "Earth level? I'll break through in less than a year. I just can't accept it. Why can even the Suhai branch go on missions while General Qin doesn't trust us? If he can do it, so can I. You. Li Fu's face flushed with anger. He couldn't say that a peak Xian level like him shouldn't compare to someone at the Earth level. Moreover, Qin Tian had explicitly instructed the four of them not to reveal Wang Lu's true strength to avoid jealousy from other forces or those who like to suppress talent. Chapter 284 Wang Lu sidestepped to avoid Li Xiaoyun's move, which not only surprised Li Xiaoyun, but also astonished the surrounding Longa members. Only Li Fu, Ban Yi, Zhonghua, and Zhuo Bing remained expressionless. They had all seen Wang Lu's abilities and knew his true strength. If Wang Lu got serious, Li Xiaoyun would probably be dead by now. However, Wang Lu had no intention of playing with Li Xiaoyun. He deflected Li Xiaoyun's attack with his left hand and then slapped Li Xiaoyun across the face. Li Xiaoyun's eyes widened as he felt himself flying away from Wang Lu. An intense pain started to shoot through his face. Bang! Li Xiaoyun crashed into a nearby rockery, looking disheveled. Li Xiaoyun wanted to struggle, but before he could lift his head, he passed out. Damn! The onlookers knew Wang Lu was strong. But now they realized he was so strong that he could slap a peak Xian level like Li Xiaoyun away. My God, I'm convinced. Wang Lu is only 25. Yet his strength is so formidable. One Longa member exclaimed. Yeah, I thought Wang Lu was just bragging earlier, but it seems he was being modest. If he really fought, Li Xiaoyun wouldn't survive even a few times. Chapter 285, however, Prince Gaia still did not want to give up and continued to persuade Wang Lu. Mr. Wang, how about this? I am willing to buy your shares at a 50 premium over market price. Please consider it. This was the best condition Gaia could offer. Wang Lu was clearly taken aback. A 50 premium over market price? That's incredibly generous. But Wang Lu really had no intention of selling his shares in American Oil, as they were shares with value but no market. Selling them at market price would definitely lead to a frenzy of competition. However, if it were sold at a price 50 higher than the market price, almost no one would buy it. This means that this share is very important to Prince Gaia, so he would be willing to buy Wang Lu's shares at such a high price. The only thing that could give Prince Gaia such determination is the struggle for the crown prince. Since he guessed it, Wang Lu felt more confident and directly said over the phone, Prince Gaia, I guess you are willing to pay such a high price because it involved your throne, right? Prince Gaia on the other end of the phone was clearly taken aback, secretly thinking that it was bad. If he admitted it, it would prove that the other party had a hold over him. Seeing that the other party was silent, Wang Lu secretly laughed. Silence meant acquiescence. Wang Lu then said, Prince Gaia, you don't need to say anything. I already know. Of course, I'm not using this share to threaten you, but rather I want to make a friend with you. To be honest, I have no intention of getting involved in your struggle for the crown prince. I just want to make some money. If you can promise me some benefits, I will definitely remain neutral. Chapter 286. To be honest, even if Mr. Wang Lu has several hundred billion in savings, making him one of the richest people in the country, hearing such an offer would make anyone want to agree without hesitation. After all, how could one refuse such a price? Wang Lu's breathing became a bit heavy, but after thinking it over, he still refused. I'm sorry. I don't intend to sell this portion of shares. Yak frowned and did not respond, but explained to King Salman, who was drinking coffee behind him, Your Majesty, Mr. Wang does not intend to sell this portion of equity. King Salman, who had initially appeared calm and collected, also frowned. Not even with a 100 premium? Yak nodded. Yes. The other party is unwilling. King Salman sighed, then pondered for a moment and said, Tell him that if he remains neutral and does not get involved in the struggle for the crown prince, I can offer him some financial compensation. Yak conveyed King Salman's message to Wang Lu, who had no intention of getting involved in the struggle for the crown prince. So he agreed. Wang Lu had previously seen some news online. Saudi Arabia is a very special country, as almost all of its economic sources come from oil. Chapter 287, 1 nanometer? Are you kidding me? Do you know that several years ago, countries began researching 1 nanometer lithography machines, and now, after so many years, many countries have only had an idea, and in reality, there has been no progress at all. Where did you get the design of a 1 nanometer lithography machine? Xie Shiyin did not believe Wang Lu's words at all. Seeing that Xie Shiyin did not believe him, Wang Lu had no choice but to take out the blueprints from the system space and place them in front of Xie Shiyin. This is the blueprint for the 1 nanometer lithography machine, and it also includes blueprints for lithography machines below 1 nanometer. If you don't believe me, take a look. Xie Shiyin with doubts. picked up the blueprints, and looked at them. Although she was not in this profession, she had experienced quite a bit of smart chip integration over the years. And smart chips had become the absolute focus of Shenglong Group for the next 5 years. However, after looking for a while, the more she looked, the more confused she became. She then picked up the office desk landline and dialed a number. "Hello, Dr. Chun? Where are you now? I need you to come over." Dr. Chun was in the laboratory, throwing a fit. The 5-nanometer lithography machine he had been researching had just entered the experimental manufacturing stage, but was stuck at a certain point and could not be designed completely. Now Xie Shiyin wanted him to leave the lab and come to her. There was simply not enough time to chat. Chapter 288. Wang Lu continued to ask, "Then how long will it take to develop a 1-nanometer lithography machine and mass-produce chips?" Chun Jian pondered for a moment and said, "At least half a year, and the funding required is enormous. It might need 10 billion. Wang Lu was taken aback. 10 billion? Chun Jian nodded. "That's right, and that's a conservative estimate. It might require even more." Xie Shiyin was watching Wang Lu's joke on the side, scoffing that he was talking about money. Where'd he get 10 billion? Would they have to stop other businesses? What a big talker. Let's see how you embarrass yourself. Wang Lu frowned. Only 10 billion? That's too little. What? Xie Shiyin and Chun Jian were both stunned. Wang Lu raised a finger. "I will give you 100 billion, but I have conditions. I need to see results in 1 month. If you can't achieve it within a month, then I will add more money. If there are not enough people, hire more. If there isn't enough money, double the bonuses and salaries." Chun Jian was so shocked that he couldn't say a word, his lips trembling. Xie Shiyin angrily said, "Wang Lu, do you know what you're saying? 100 billion. Do you know what 100 billion means?" Wang Lu rolled his eyes at Xie Shiyin. "Nonsense, of course I know. Bring me the account of Shenglong Group." Chapter 289. After Chun Jian left Xie Shiyin's office, only Wang Lu and Xie Shiyin were left in the office. At this moment, the two were sitting face to face, and Xie Shiyin looked at Wang Lu. "Who exactly are you?" Wang Lu certainly knew what Xie Shiyin was asking, but he couldn't just say that all this money came from the Saudi royal family. Seeing that Wang Lu was unwilling to speak, Xie Shiyin sighed. "Forget it. I want to ask further, but it seems you do have the ability to help us deal with the Chu family." Wang Lu said with interest, "What's wrong? Have you come to a conclusion?" Xie Shiyin shot Wang Lu a glare. "Humph. If you first eliminate the Chu family and rescue my father, I won't mind." Wang Lu raised an eyebrow. "Really? What if you don't keep your word?" Xie Shiyin bit her lip tightly. "What do you think?" Wang Lu pointed his face. "First, give a deposit." Xie Shiyin was embarrassed and angry. "You, don't push your luck." Wang Lu acted indifferent. "What? I have to pay such a huge price to offend the Chu family. And you won't even give a deposit?" Xie Shiyin bit her lip, caught in a dilemma. To be honest, due to the relationship with Chu Mingfeng, Xie Shiyin had never had a boyfriend. She had focused entirely on her career, wanting to manage Shenglong Group well to counterbalance the Chu family. But now that there was hope to rescue Chu Mingfeng, of course, she wanted to save him. Chapter 290. That Tao Chong is your ex-husband, right? Wang Lu was actually quite curious about what happened that day. But since it wasn't his family matter, he didn't ask. Today, Su Qimen brought the child to express gratitude, and since he had time, Wang Lu asked, as gossip is human nature. Yes, it wasn't like this before. But after having Xiaoling, he soon became addicted to gambling, often going to casinos and gambling boats in Hong Kong and Macau, and at one point, he was in debt by 200 million. Su Qimen's eyes turned red as he recalled this past. Wang Lu then learned that both Su Qimen and Tao Chong were top students from Yindu Qingbei University, one being the school flower and the other the school hunk. During their university days, they were a perfect match. After graduation, they got married, and they should have had a life that others envied for a lifetime. However, because Tao Chong worked in the financial industry and frequently interacted with upper-class individuals, he picked up many bad habits. Su Qimen could tolerate smoking and drinking, but gambling was a deal-breaker. However, Su Qimen still gave Tao Chong countless chances until she learned that Tao Chong was in debt by 200 million. And then she resolutely decided to divorce. From graduation to marriage, in just 3 short years, Su Qimen found himself facing divorce, which took him by surprise. And he also took on most of Tao Chong's debts. Chapter 291. Delicious. Su Xiaoling's eyes sparkled like 2 bright crystals. Su Xiaoling looked very much like Su Shuya, who also had a pair of bright big eyes, though Su Shuya's eyes carried the marks of time and a touch of maturity. Both Su Shuya and her daughter praised Wang Lu's culinary skills, with Su Shuya even stating that the mango sago dessert made by Wang Lu was the best dessert she had ever tasted. Wang Lu specially opened a bottle of Romanée-Conti and poured some for Su Shuya, who did not object, as she had been enjoying her time with Wang Lu. Wang Lu actually hoped for someone to share meals with, especially since Bai Yameng and the others were busy lately, and he often couldn't meet Shin Sahan, while Zhang Wushuang was still not at that stage. Su Shaoling ate quickly and soon became full, so she lay down on the sofa and fell asleep. Children like her would just sleep wherever they got tired. After nearly an hour of dining, Wang Lu carried the sleeping Su Shaoling and Su Shuya to room 101. Su Shuya was very grateful to Wang Lu for bringing Su Shaoling back. Although Su Shaoling was only 5 years old, she was already a beauty. And with Su Shuya's height of 170 centimeters, Su Shaoling was not short either, so it was a bit heavy for Su Shuya. Chapter 292. Wang Lu was completely unaware of Su Shuya's emotions. At this moment, he was already sitting on the bed, starting his cultivation, aiming to advance to the second level of the Earth realm. Wang Lu's cultivation state was particularly aggressive today. Countless spiritual energies of heaven and earth surrounded Wang Lu. The fundamental reason for his rapid advancement was the Tao Sutra, which absorbed spiritual energy at a rate almost like flowing water. While Wang Lu's body acted like a parched sponge, madly absorbing the energy transformed by the Tao Sutra. After several hours of operation, Wang Lu felt his body suddenly tremble, as if a switch had been turned on and all the energy within him erupted. Wang Lu opened his eyes, a glint of excitement in them. I did it! After advancing to the second level, Wang Lu clearly felt a significant improvement in his physical strength. To seize this good opportunity, Wang Lu decided to keep going and practice the Xuanwu Diamond Fist and the Qingtian Sword technique. These two martial arts were definitely the ones Wang Lu needed to focus on before reaching the heaven level. So he planned to dedicate part of his daily practice to these two martial techniques. The next day, when Shin Sahan dragged her tired body to the bathroom to wash up, she saw Wang Lu sitting cross-legged on the living room carpet, meditating and covered in sweat. Chapter 293. Wang Lu, what are you doing here? You're not here to ask for rent, are you? Su Shuya was taken aback to see Wang Lu, not expecting to encounter him in this manner again. If I really needed rent, Woon Ti, I have to go to your house? I just happened to pass by and wanted to buy some jewelry for my parents. Wang Lu stepped closer, his gaze resting on Su Shuya. All right, National Day is coming up soon. I really should go home. But with your conditions, why not bring your uncle and aunt to stay with you? Su Shuya was quite curious about Wang Lu, especially recalling his slightly flushed face from yesterday. Wang Lu shook his head. They're used to staying in their hometown. They have many friends there. That's true. My parents are like that. It's normal. But it's really a coincidence that I came to my store to inspect and unexpectedly ran into you. Su Shuya felt there was some fate involved. Yes, Sister Shuya. Since it's such a coincidence, could you introduce me to some good jewelry? I do like to see what the elders like. Wang Lu naturally moved closer to Su Shuya. Su Shuya nodded, leading Wang Lu toward the inner room while saying, with your status, you definitely want to be interested in these outside. We have some better ones inside, but they aren't cheap. I'll give you a discount later. Chapter 294. At noon in room 101 of the Tangshan Shanping building, Wang Lu was sitting on the sofa, playing building blocks with Su Shaoling. Due to Wang Lu's extravagant spending of over 300 million, Su Shuya directly gave the store employees a day off today. It was a joke that it would take a year to earn 300 million, and he had cleared out all the high-end goods in the store, leaving only general quality jewelry for other customers. Su Shuya initially wanted to reduce Wang Lu's rent by 6 million, but Wang Lu insisted that Su Shuya transfer the money to him herself. Although Su Shuya didn't quite understand why, she still agreed. Thus, Su Shuya invited Wang Lu to her home for a meal, saying she wanted to thank him for supporting her business. Wang Lu felt he had nothing much to do in the afternoon, so he agreed. Of course, the happiest was Su Shaoling, who was overjoyed to see Wang Lu, her hero uncle, coming to their home again, and she eagerly pulled Wang Lu to play with her. While accompanying Su Shaoling with the building blocks, Wang Lu felt ecstatic, as he had just signed a contract with Su Shuya again and heard the best news of the day. Chapter 295. Especially Su Shuya, who drank an entire bottle. After finishing her meal, Su Shuya initially planned to wash the dishes, but she didn't expect the aftereffects of the Romanée-Conti to be quite strong, and she directly fell asleep on the table. Wang Lu was slightly tipsy but still quite clear-headed, so he got up and carried Su Shuya to the bedroom and laid her on the bed. Wang Lu thought about covering Su Shuya with a blanket to prevent her from catching a cold, but as soon as his hand left her, Su Shuya grabbed it. Startled, Wang Lu found Su Shuya gazing at him affectionately. "Wang Lu, don't you like me?" Wang Lu then realized that Su Shuya was pretending to be drunk. In fact, Su Shuya wasn't really drunk. She just wasn't as out of it as she could have been. She wanted to see if Wang Lu would take advantage of the situation. To her surprise, Wang Lu, instead of taking advantage, was just trying to cover her with a blanket, which made Su Shuya feel a mix of love and anger. Taking advantage of the alcohol, she decided to be brave. Wang Lu, at a loss for how to respond, instinctively said, I like you." At that moment, Wang Lu was also feeling somewhat flustered. He had reacted when he caught a whiff of Su Shuya's body fragrance while holding her, and now, in this heated situation, even someone as experienced as Wang Lu couldn't hold back. Chapter 296. The next morning, in room 4502 of the Tangshan Shangping, Wang Lu finished a night of cultivation and felt refreshed. He had previously consulted Qin Tian and Gu Changqing about the wonders of the Tao Sutra. Ordinary martial artists usually cultivate at night, but they generally need to rest after about 3 to 4 hours of cultivation, as the absorption of spiritual energy can damage a large amount of mental strength. Therefore, martial artists typically spend several hours catching up on sleep after a night of cultivation to restore their mental strength. However, Wang Lu found that cultivating the Tao Sutra did not have this effect at all, so he realized that the Tao Sutra was practically a cheat code for cultivation. He always felt exceptionally refreshed after finishing his practice. Wang Lu also specifically consulted the system about the reason behind this. The system explained that the Tao scriptures use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as nourishment for the body. At the same time, the level of the Tao scriptures is sufficiently high, so the spiritual energy absorbed during cultivation is filtered and purified by the Tao scriptures before being absorbed by Wang Lu. Therefore, Wang Lu absorbs this pure spiritual energy like a person lacking oxygen absorbing pure oxygen. Not only does he not feel tired, but one breath is equivalent to many breaths for others. In contrast, ordinary martial artists, while cultivating, are like someone lacking oxygen trying to breathe air with a low oxygen content. They not only fail to take in much fresh oxygen, but also become increasingly exhausted as they have to take more breaths due to the low oxygen levels. Chapter 297. Wang Lu initially thought it was the same as last time, where a heavily made-up green tea girl was taking pictures of his car. It wasn't until he got closer that he realized it wasn't. "Hey, did you see the video?" "No, but that car's license plate looks like the off-road vehicle that crashed into that blocking car last time." "Yeah, it looks exactly the same as in the video. That handsome guy was so good-looking." Hearing this, Wang Lu was startled and, taking advantage of everyone's inattention, secretly pulled out a mask from his storage ring and put it on. Damn it. Can being a good Samaritan still attract a crowd at a highway service area? I'm really annoyed. Wang Lu felt very frustrated. He wasn't surrounded by people in Suhai City, but here he was. However, Wang Lu was in a hurry to get on the road and couldn't waste time here. So he simply took the car key and unlocked his Black Warrior. As the people around saw the Black Warrior light up, all eyes turned to him. Wang Lu, wearing a mask and saying nothing, squeezed through the crowd, wanted to open the car door and sit inside. However, before he even reached the Black Warrior, he suddenly felt a hand grab him. He turned to see a reasonably good-looking woman looking at him. "Hello, sir. My name is Zhang Ying, and I'm a reporter. I happen to run into you and would like to interview you about your act of bravery." Chapter 298. Next to an old neighborhood in the southern part of Jiangsheng, there is a street with a moderate flow of people and small shops. Zhen Lanping was inside her tobacco and alcohol shop keeping accounts. Ever since Wang Lu was a child, Zhen Lanping and Wang Heng had opened a small tobacco and alcohol shop, although they didn't make much money. Their long-standing business integrity and reasonably priced cigarettes and alcohol kept their business relatively prosperous, with a stable customer base each year. A black off-road vehicle slowly passed by and stopped in front of the tobacco shop. Zhen Lanping looked up and frowned. "Who is this? Blocking my shop. And that car doesn't look cheap." Wang Lu got out of the car wearing a mask and walked directly into the store. Upon seeing Zhen Lanping, he realized that after 3 years, her hair had turned quite a bit white. He recalled that when he graduated, Zhen Lanping had a full head of black hair. But now, while the surface was black, most of it had already turned white underneath. Zhen Lanping looked at Wang Lu and found him very familiar. But she didn't recognize him, which was quite normal. It had been 3 years since she last saw Wang Lu, and they rarely spoke on the phone. They mostly saw him through WeChat video calls, but she couldn't see her son's full appearance. Chapter 299. Wang Lu opened the trunk of the Black Warrior, and instantly, 5 boxes of Mao Dai and some Zhonghua cigarettes filled Wang Hang and Zhen Longping's vision, while some neighboring shop owners also saw it and exclaimed, "What is this? Did you buy this?" Zhen Longping, who ran a tobacco shop, naturally knew the prices of these cigarettes and alcohol. She thought they were just ordinary Mao Dai and Zhonghua cigarettes. But even the ordinary ones were considered luxury items in her eyes. Although she had them in her shop, she had never dared to touch them. Wang Lu then opened the back door and said to Zhen Longping, "Mom, those are for Dad. These are for you. I bought a lot of jade, as well as clothes and shoes for you." When Zhen Longping saw this, she was first very happy, but then sighed. "Ah, son, I appreciate your kindness. But these things look very expensive at first glance. I'm happy that you can afford these things, which means you are really doing well now. But your dad and I definitely can't accept them. You're just starting your career. How can you spend money like this?" "Damn," Wang Hang blurted out before Zhen Longping could finish. Chapter 300. Can't you come alone? Zhen Longping didn't understand what Jiang Shuiwa meant, but suddenly thought of what Wang Lu had just said about the photos, where she could pick anyone. Zhen Longping looked at her son in disbelief. Wang Lu nodded seriously. "They're all mine." Wang Hang took a deep breath. "Damn." Zhen Longping shot Wang Hang a glance. "What's wrong? Are you envious?" Wang Hang quickly waved his hands. No. Jiang Shuiwa also felt her words were inappropriate and pretended to refuse, saying, "Annie, how about during the new year? I've been particularly busy at work lately, so I'll come over then." Hearing Jiang Shuiwa say this, Wang Lu breathed a sigh of relief. If Jiang Shuiwa came over, he might have to call all 6 others, which wasn't impossible. But the key was that this modern-day Wei Xiaobao's reputation would be solidified, and it wouldn't look good for the neighbors to see. Zhen Longping, seeing this, didn't insist and nodded. "All right, Shuiwa, when you come, Annie will make you something delicious." Jiang Shuiwa smiled. "Okay, Auntie, don't worry, I will definitely come." After hanging up the phone, Zhen Longping looked at Wang Lu with irritation. "You watched too much The Deer and the Cauldron when you were young, right? Are all these your girlfriends? What do you plan to do? Marry them all?" Chapter 301. After Wang Hang registered his ID card and driver's license, he took Wang Lu, Zhen Longping, and the sales representative Xiao Ma to test drive. Wang Hang's driving skills were quite good, as he had worked as a ride-hailing driver for a while to earn money. However, later, because Zhen Longping was getting older and lifting heavy objects caused her to have a herniated disc, he had to give up driving for ride-hailing and stay in the shop to help. Fortunately, by that time, Wang Lu had already been accepted into university, so the couple's financial pressure was not as great. After a round of driving, they returned to the 4S dealership. The 4 of them sat in the reception room, and Xiaoma looked at Wang Lu and the others. "What do you think of the A8? This car is very good. It's not only highly comfortable, but also has strong power. It's a standard choice for many company business cars and bosses. If you can place an order today, I will try to get you a good price." Wang Lu had a decent impression of Xiaoma, as sales in county towns were generally less slick compared to those in first and second-tier cities. Wang Lu turned to Wang Hang. "Dad, what do you think of this car?" Wang Hang was of course aware of the price of the Audi A8. How could a car of this level not be good? He was originally thinking of just test driving and then choosing an A3, which would still be quite nice at over 100,000. But he didn't expect his son to really want to buy one. Chapter 302. The atmosphere was very quiet. Wan Su, Wan Hang, and Zhen Longping all looked at Wang Lu in unison. Wang Lu smiled helplessly upon hearing this. Wang Lu looked at Wang Su. "Uncle, it's not that I don't want to help you. If Zhai Jing gets the position of factory director through normal competition, if I pull her down, that would actually be quite unfair to her." Wang Su shook his head. "She didn't get the order through normal channels. How should I put it? Of course, I've heard that she has a relationship with Lu Tao, the head of the procurement department at Shenglong Group's Siming City branch. Moreover, we charge them particularly low fees while still ensuring quality and quantity. Our boss is willing to take a loss at the beginning to maintain long-term orders from Shenglong Group. However, in reality, Zhai Jing and Lu Tao are in cahoots. Lu Tao has opened a trading company outside, and our factory's products must first be sold to this trading company before being sold to Shenglong Group. From Shenglong Group's perspective, Lu Tao and Zhai Jing are also harming them." Wang Lu continued to ask, "Uncle, do you know how big this order is?" Wang Su thought for a moment and replied, "I don't know the specifics, but it shouldn't be small. I've heard that it must be at least tens of millions a year, and they should earn at least $1 million a year from it." Chapter 303. At this moment, Lu Tao was consumed by anger and immediately rushed to Zhai Jing, grabbing her by the neck and pressing her down on the bed. Zhai Jing, being a weak woman, was no match for Lu Tao. With bloodshot eyes, Lu Tao yelled while choking her, "Damn bitch, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you seducing me with your body back then, I wouldn't have taken this step. Now everything is ruined. You ruined me, and I will kill you." Meanwhile, Zhai Jing was desperately trying to pry Lu Tao's hands off her with her weak hands, but Lu Tao's furious strength was too much. Within seconds, Zhai Jing rolled her eyes and her hands fell limp. Seeing that Zhai Jing was no longer moving, Lu Tao regained some sanity, checked her breath, and realized she was already dead. Panic-stricken, he quickly changed his clothes to flee. For Lu Tao, being sued by Shenglong Group and going to prison was a certainty. Having now killed Zhai Jing, he felt he had to escape even more. Once dressed, Lu Tao ordered a ride from a ride-hailing app from the Four Seasons Hotel to Siming City Airport. Just as he finished packing, the door to the room was kicked open, and a large number of police officers appeared. Chapter 304. Wang Lu stepped closer and could clearly hear the conversation among the group. I wonder if this Wang Su is reliable. If he calls the police, it could be quite troublesome. Troublesome my ass. Last time the boss killed someone, didn't he just find someone to take the blame? Nothing happened. And we've been in and out of the police station so many times, and every time we came out just fine. Don't forget our boss's relationship with Chief Chun of the police station. They're childhood friends. Yeah, I say we should just take care of this little girl. She's not even 18, very tender. Wang Shui, listening beside them, was filled with fear. One of them turned to Wang Shui, shook his head, and said, "We can't do that, at least not now. If Wang Su can confess, that would be best. If not, we still need this little sister as leverage against Wang Su. If we take her out, what if Wang Su finds out and goes all out against us?" The others nodded in agreement. Of course, after the incident at the Miss Bar, Wang Shui had matured a lot. Although she appeared flustered on the surface, she remained calm inside, constantly looking around for a way to escape. Then she looked up and surprisingly saw Wang Lu in the distance. Her ethereal eyes instantly filled with hope. Chapter 305. At the Jiangqing police station, after finishing their statements, Wang Lu and Wang Shui got into the car. Wang Shui said, "Thank you so much today, brother." Wang Lu shook his head. "Actually, this is partly my fault. If I had figured out Lu Tao's background yesterday, today's incident wouldn't have happened." Wang Shui said, "Brother, how can you blame yourself? You didn't know, and besides, you were doing this for my dad." Wang Lu remained silent. He did not deny that Wang Shui was speaking the truth, but he could have done more thoroughly. His eyes gradually deepened. He could not let those who harmed his family go free. After returning to the hospital, when Wang Shui saw Wang Su and Chun Yu covered in injuries, the three of them embraced and cried. "Wan Lu Pulet Wan Hang Ah Sai, Zat." The doctor just said that uncle and aunt don't have any serious injuries and can be discharged soon. You can drive them home later. I need to take care of some matters. Wang Heng nodded and then asked, "Taking care of matters? You're not planning to settle scores with them, are you? Although you have some skills now, those people are obviously thugs. Since Xiao Shui is back, there's no need to go." Chapter 306. When Lu Guang saw Zhao Debiao and Xiao Dao, the little bit of confidence he had vanished instantly. He knelt down in fear beside Zhao Debiao and Xiao Dao, saying, "I don't know how I offended you. Please give me a chance. I will definitely correct myself." Wang Lu walked over from behind, smiling. "Secretary Zhou, this Zhao Debiao is your man. What do you say?" When Lu Guang heard the words Secretary Zhou, he trembled all over. Could it be that it was Zhou Chongqing, the secretary of the Siming City Committee? My God, who is this kid to be able to invite the top leader of Siming City? At that moment, Lu Guang's peripheral vision caught Zhao Debiao, whose neck still bore lipstick marks. Clearly having just been caught after some intimate encounter, his expression ashen with no sign of resistance whatsoever. Secretary Zhou smiled. "Wang Xiaoyu, you don't need to worry. I truly didn't expect Zhao Debiao to do so many things that anger the people. I will definitely handle this fairly." Wang Lu nodded and sat down on the nearby sofa, crossing his legs to watch how Zhou Chongqing would act. Today, when Wang Lu left the hospital, he directly contacted Gu Changqing to get the phone number of the Siming City branch of Longa. Wang Lu went straight to the Siming City branch, where the person in charge, Sun Dong, immediately patted his chest and said he would help Wang Lu take care of this matter. Chapter 307. Jiangqing Shuiyue is currently one of the most expensive villa areas in Jiangqing. After parking at the sales center of Jiangqing Shuiyue, the four of them directly walked into the main entrance of the sales center. As the top-tier villa project in Jiangqing, there were actually a lot of people coming to see the houses, even though it was just past 9 o'clock. The entire sales hall was already crowded. Therefore, when Wang Lu and the others entered the sales center, no sales staff came to greet them. The reasons were twofold. First, there were simply too many people today, coinciding with the National Day holiday. Second, Wang Lu and the others were dressed like ordinary folks, not looking like buyers, at most just there to take a look. If they were in a place like Suhai or Modu, they might have been asked to leave. It's just that Jiangcheng, being a smaller place, wasn't that snobbish. However, just because the sales center staff weren't snobbish didn't mean others were, especially acquaintances. Wang Hang. A man's voice suddenly called out to Wang Hang and Zhen Lanping. Wang Hang and Zhen Lanping turned around in surprise. Su Songlin? Wang Lu nudged his dad. Dad, who is this person? I've never heard you mention him. Chapter 308. At this moment, Yang Kaiwa also came back to her senses after Su Songlin's artificial rescue. As soon as she woke up, she used all her strength to climb up and looked at Wang Shui. You little wretch, you guys a bunch of poor ghosts. Actually dare to make such a death-seeking request. You really don't know how to die. Let me tell you, if you lose, this little wretch will have to bow down and apologize to me. In Yang Saiwa's view, she originally came to buy a house today, and it didn't matter what kind of house it was for her. It was just an extra property. Besides, the sales manager of Jiangcheng Shuiyue was her old friend. Even if she bought it and returned it, the worst that could happen was losing a few tens of thousands in effort. As long as Wang Shui could bow down and apologize in front of her, it would be worth it. In the world of the wealthy, spending a little money to feel good is indeed very worthwhile. Wang Lu shook his head helplessly. Since Wang Lu became rich, he had seen many real wealthy people. Although many really wealthy people were indeed very extravagant, at least they were not brainless. For example, the Qi family before, and even now, the Hu family and Chu family in Modu spent a lot of time investigating and laying the groundwork before dealing with people. Their failure only came from Wang Lu's rise and the rapid increase in strength, with each unexpected occurrence. Chapter 309. Wang Lu couldn't be bothered to pay attention to these people and looked at Kai Xiaobing. Let's go take a look. Kai Xiaobing nodded and asked Wang Lu and the others to wait in the lounge while she went to get the keys. Su Songlin pulled at Yang Saihua's sleeve from behind and said, Wife, if that building is really bought by them, won't we lose? Yang Kaiwa looked at Su Songlin as if he were an idiot. What are you thinking? I've heard about this villa long ago. It costs at least 100 million. Such a price in Modu and Yindu is nothing, but in a county like Jiangcheng, let alone the building king. This could be the most luxurious villa in all of Jiangcheng. My entire net worth is only a few tens of millions, unless I sell the factory. Su Songlin finally gained some confidence upon hearing this. He looked at Wang Lu, who was playing with his phone, and couldn't help but sneer, wanting to see how this kid would embarrass himself. Not long after, Kai Xiaobing came running over. I'm so sorry for the wait. We can go see the house now. In fact, Kai Xiaobing had been quite hesitant earlier because many people wanted to see this building king and liked it. But no one really intended to buy it since the price of 120 million was simply too high. For ordinary people, not just for a lifetime. Even 2 lifetimes wouldn't be enough. Chapter 310. Just as Kai Xiaobing was about to leave under the watchful eyes of Su Songlin and Yang Kaiwa, Wang Lu suddenly called out to Kai Xiaobing. Wait, come back for a moment. Kai Xiaobing froze for a moment, secretly sighing. Is it really like this? She had seen many pretentious customers before, who said they would buy a house in full, but just as she was about to take their ID to process the paperwork, the customer suddenly claimed something came up and took back their ID, then ran away. Yang Kaiwa sneered from the side. TSK, I thought he was really some rich kid, but in the end he just backed out. He pretended so much that he even believed it himself, right? Su Wangda also reacted and laughed loudly. Exactly. A villa worth over 100 million, just like that? At first, I believed it. But it turns out he couldn't keep up the act. Wang Hang and Zhen Lanping looked at Wang Lu with puzzled expressions. However, if Wang Lu backed out, it was a good thing since a villa worth over 100 million was indeed a lot. They had always thought Wang Lu was just talking and were shocked when he said he wanted to buy it in full. The result that shocked everyone was that Wang Lu turned to Wang Shui. Xiao Shui, do you have your ID? Chapter 311. All the customers and salespeople at Jiangcheng Shuiyue noticed that something was off, and many had already heard the conversation between Su Songlin and Yang Kaiwa. They pointed at the 3 of them. Yang Kaiwa was someone who cared a lot about her image, and she was a somewhat well-known entrepreneur in Jiangcheng. All the people coming to Jiangcheng Shuiyue were prominent figures, and many recognized Yang Kaiwa, making it impossible for her to stay. Subsequently, Yang Kaiwa pulled Su Wangda and Su Songlin out of the Jiangcheng Shuiwe sales center. Wang Shui saw this scene and couldn't help but laugh, holding her stomach. Soon, everyone in Jiangcheng would know that this old cow had eaten the two peculiar flowers from the Su family. Wang Lu smiled, but he didn't plan to pursue it to the end, as he hadn't really offended his father, so he decided not to investigate further. After more than 10 minutes, Kai Xiaobing brought a well-dressed, middle-aged man to Wang Lu. The middle-aged man respectfully bowed to Wang Lu and said, "Mr. Wang, I am Song Quan, the sales director of Jiangcheng Shuiwe. It's truly an honor. Your presence at our Jiangcheng Shuiwe has really brought us great prestige. Here are your bank card and the IDs of your parents and sister. Please keep them safe." Chapter 312. That evening, Wang Lu's family and Wang Su's family enjoyed a lavish meal. Wang Lu specially chose the top hotel in Jiangcheng. However, aside from Wang Su and Wang Heng being drunk, Wang Shui, Chen Yu, and Zhen Longping only had a little to drink. After Wang Lu and Zhen Longping helped Wang Heng back home, Wang Lu began his training as usual. After all, he was only at the 3rd level of the Earth rank, which was not enough for him now. After a night passed, Wang Lu exited his training and let out a long sigh. After yesterday's training, he had come a step closer to the 4th level of the Earth rank. At the current pace, he should be able to advance to the 4th level in about 2 days. Early in the morning, as soon as Wang Lu stepped out of his room, he saw Zhen Longping had prepared a table full of breakfast. Seeing Wang Lu, Zhen Longping said, "Hurry up and wash your face and brush your teeth. I saw you didn't eat enough yesterday, so I prepared a bit more today." Wang Lu obediently went to the bathroom to wash up, then sat at the dining table and began to feast. At that moment, Wang Heng also stumbled out of the bedroom, shaking his head. Upon seeing Wang Lu, he couldn't help but scold. "Son, is that mitai you're drinking fake? Why does my head hurt so much today?" Chapter 313. In Modu, Shin Sahan was in her office preparing for the foreign inspection team's visit. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. A tall and graceful figure appeared at the office door. Shin Sahan looked up and smiled. "Wu Shuang, come in quickly. I just happened to have something to discuss with you." The visitor was Zhan Wu Shuang, who today wore a light green long dress, her hair neatly cascading behind her. She approached Shun Sahan's desk and said, "Teacher Shun, I have everything ready for tomorrow's foreign inspection team. I want to see if you needed anything on your end." Zhan Wushuang really liked this teacher, who was a few years older than her. Shin Sahan was approachable. Although she generally kept her distance from men, she was very friendly with her female students. It was said that Shun Sahan's boyfriend was also incredibly handsome. Shin Sahan smiled and said, "No need to be so nervous. Tomorrow, the inspectors from the schools in the United States and England are coming to discuss cooperation with us. We are only responsible for the reception. The detailed discussions will be handled by Principal Luo and the others. We're just here to help translate." Zhan Wushuang nodded. "Okay, I understand." Chapter 314. Wang Lu was driving when he suddenly sneezed twice. Achoo, achoo. My goodness, who is cursing me? Upon reaching Wang Lu's level, getting a cold or fever has almost become impossible. So Wang Lu concluded that someone must be plotting against him. In the basement of Tang Chunshang Pin, Su Shuya explained, "It's not what you think. I've only known Wang Lu for a few days." She recounted how she met Wang Lu. After hearing the full story, Shin Sahan nodded. "I understand. We're all sisters. Let's go upstairs and wait for him. He should be arriving soon. By the way, where's your child?" "Su Shui Zipli." "It's the National Day holiday, so I sent him to my parents' place for a few days. I'll pick him up on the last day of the holiday. It's not far anyway." Shin Sahan raised an eyebrow at this, took Su Shuya's hand, and said, "Shuya, we're good sisters." Even though Wang Lu is quite exceptional, it's really frustrating that he keeps messing with women. If you count, he probably has 7 women now. Today, let us team up and deal with him properly. Chapter 315. After Wang Lu got up, he found that both Su Shuya and Shun Sahan were no longer in bed. He then saw 2 WeChat messages on his phone. Shun Sahan, "Today, the college inspection team from the United States and England is coming to our school, so I need to head over early. Are you coming today?" Su Shuya, "Honey, I'm going with Sahan. There's also something going on at the company, and I need to pick up Xiaoling tonight since she's been away these past few days. I miss you." In addition to these 2 messages, there was another from Hua, a researcher at Xinghe Pharmaceutical, asking why Wang Lu didn't show up yesterday afternoon. Wang Lu frowned at this message. He felt that Hua was somewhat disrespectful. Not only did he not use a proper title to inquire, but he also questioned why Wang Lu hadn't attended. Wang Lu thought to himself that it seemed necessary to set things straight with Xinghe Pharmaceutical. Did they really think of their new boss as a soft touch? However, the priority was to head to Modu Fuxiao University, as he had promised Shin Se-han. After a quick shower and breakfast, the first thing he did after eating was to check in with the system. System. Check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. You have received 10 check-in points. Current check-in points, 22675. Chapter 316. For Lion, who was his boss, didn't matter at all, as long as he didn't lose his position as the executive president of Huifu Bank. This position was not only useful in England, but also globally, symbolizing power and wealth. The reason why Huifu Bank's profits were so considerable, with a market value exceeding 30 trillion US dollars, was that many enterprises and wealthy individuals in England and around the world placed their assets in Huifu Bank. In fact, over half of the companies in England had financial dealings with Huifu Bank, indicating how coveted the president's position was. Okay, I understand, boss, Lion replied respectfully. Wang Lu nodded and hung up the phone. He was well aware of the change in Lion's attitude and chose not to comment on it. Grabbing the car keys, he drove to Modu Fuxiao University. At the entrance of Modu Fuxiao University, a convoy consisting of a Rolls-Royce Phantom, followed by a Maybach and several Lincolns, slowly entered the campus. The convoy arrived at the entrance of the central building, and two middle-aged men got out from behind the Rolls-Royce Phantom, one with blonde hair, fair skin, and blue eyes, and the other with brown hair and blue eyes. Chapter 317. Shin Se-han nodded and quickly prepared to call Wang Lu. However, Luo Changlin thought for a moment and said, "How about this? We're almost done here, and later we need to go to the conference room to discuss the project details. Your boyfriend has research in this area, so why not bring him along? He could go directly to the conference room." Shin Se-han agreed, so she told Wang Lu to wait for them in the conference room on the third floor of the central building. Meanwhile, Shin Se-han and Zhan Wushuang awkwardly introduced some technical breakthroughs and current difficulties of the project to Richard and Robert. Then, Luo Changlin suggested going to the conference room to discuss the details. When everyone arrived on the third floor, Richard and Robert exchanged glances and looked at Luo Changlin. Principal Luo, since we're discussing details, it wouldn't be appropriate with so many people here, right? Luo Changlin immediately understood what Robert and Richard meant and said, "All right, I'll stay. The other technical staff and teachers can head downstairs first." Richard added, "Oh no, you still need a translator. How about this? Let Miss Shun and Miss Zhan stay as well." Chapter 318. Luo Changlin, Shin Se-han, and Zhan Wushuang exchanged glances filled with confusion. They thought the two had already received what they wanted. What more could they ask for? However, Luo Changlin figured that since they had gotten their money, there shouldn't be any further unreasonable demands. So he said, "Mr. Robert, Mr. Richard, if you have any further requests, please let us know, and we will do our best to accommodate." Richard looked at Shin Se-han and Zhan Wushuang, smirking. "Mr. Robert and I have both taken a liking to Miss Shun and Miss Zhan at first sight. We hope the two ladies can honor us with their company for dinner and spend a lovely evening together." Bang! Zhan Wushuang could no longer hold back. "You two lecherous men, are you dreaming? What a waste of the school's education for you two to be such lustful individuals." Although Shin Se-han was not as agitated as Zhan Wushuang, she also stood up and said, "Mr. Richard, Mr. Robert, you are indeed going too far. We cannot agree to that." Luo Changlin's face turned red. He genuinely did not expect these two foreigners to make such outrageous demands in front of him. If it was just money, as one of the school's leaders, he could understand. After all, this was the first time for both the US and England to extort money. But to ask for the female teachers and students of Fuxiao University to do public relations? What did they think this century-old prestigious institution was? A brothel? Chapter 319. At this point, Robert and Richard found themselves in a difficult position. In their impression, Chinese people were timid and afraid of trouble, always seeking cooperation with their country. How did such a strong-willed individual emerge? "Who are you? What business is it of yours?" Robert questioned. Shin Se-han immediately stepped forward. "I am Wang Lu's girlfriend. He is the chairman of Shenglong Group, one of the Fortune Global 500 companies. You must have heard of it." "What? Shenglong Group?" Robert and Richard were astonished. They had not only heard of it, but it was also a name they could not forget. In recent years, few Chinese companies had gained such a reputation, and Shenglong Group was the most famous among them. However, Richard quickly regained his composure and said, "Humph, so what if it's Shenglong Group? In your China? That may be something, but we are not your Chinese people, and this is nothing to us. Is that so? Fine, then I'll change my approach. Wang Lu took out his phone and directly called Lion. At that moment, Lion had just finished showering and was lying in bed, ready to sleep when his phone rang. Annoyed, Lion cursed, "Damn it, who is it? It's late, almost dawn, and I can't get any sleep." Chapter 320. Don't understand? Is your brain filled with shit? Shit. How could I arrange for a fool like you to go to Huaxia? You, a useless person with your mind clouded by lust. Actually want to think about the chairman of Hui Fu Bank's woman? I see you are tired of living. I now announce that you are fired. And don't even think about finding any university in England to work at. You don't need to come back. Hayes cursed loudly, and after announcing the result, he immediately sent the termination notice to Robert via email. At this time, Robert hung up the phone in a daze, and Richard also hung up the phone, equally lost. After exchanging glances, both looked toward Wang Lu. "It's you. You were the chairman of Hui Fu Bank." Robert and Richard questioned simultaneously. Wang Lu nodded. "Oh, it's not the time for you to be arrogant in front of us. Weren't you just upholding the honor of your respective countries?" Seeing Wang Lu confirm it, Luo Changlin, Shun Sahan, and Zhang Wushuang all opened their mouths in shock, unable to speak. Shin Sahan knew that Wang Lu had many secrets, but she could usually accept them because they were all industries within Huaxia. The most notable was the Lyran security, but Hui Fu Bank is a giant in the banking industry. Although Huaxia occupies the top 5 rankings among the world's top 10 banks, it's important to know that Huaxia's banks are state-owned, while Hui Fu Bank is different. Although a part of it is controlled by the English royal family, fundamentally, it does not belong to the state. Strictly speaking, it is a private enterprise. Now to tell her that the largest private bank is in the hands of the internet. How could this not be surprising? Chapter 321. Wang Lu smiled bitterly, thinking that Luo Changlin, this old fox, is really impatient. He hasn't even had a few sips of tea before he couldn't wait to speak. However, since he opened his mouth first, he certainly had to respond to the other party's questions. "Yes, Principal Luo, I just heard from your conversation that the main issues you're tackling now are integrated circuits, semiconductors, and photolithography machines, right?" Luo Changlin nodded. "Yes. This project is led by me. We have encountered some bottlenecks with the 5-nanometer semiconductor. In fact, these problems are nothing for the United States and England. They have already made some progress in researching 3-nanometer photolithography machines and have long conquered the 5-nanometer. Meanwhile, we are still struggling." Wang Lu nodded. "Then just give up." Luo Changlin was stunned. "Mr. Wang, what did you say? Give up? Are you joking? We have invested over tens of millions in funds and dozens of master's and doctoral students in research, and now that we have made some progress, you want us to give up?" Luo Changlin was very emotional. If Wang Lu didn't give him a reasonable explanation, he might even feel that Wang Lu was deliberately messing with him. Chapter 322. In the office, Wang Lu signed a contract with Luo Changlin, stating that Luo Changlin's current smart chip research team would join the chip research efforts of Shenglong Group, with all costs incurred covered by Shenglong Group. Moreover, Shenglong Group would also pay the corresponding remuneration to the chip research group of Fuzhou University and a portion of future chip technology authorization. After signing the contract, Wang Lu notified Chun Jiaming to arrange the work assignments for all newly arrived research department members and finally signed a confidentiality agreement regarding chip technology with Fuzhou University. After finishing everything, Luo Changlin accompanied Wang Lu, Shun Sahan, and Zhang Wushuang downstairs before returning to his office, demonstrating how grateful he was to Wang Lu. At the bottom of the central building of Fuzhou University, Wang Lu looked at Shun Sahan and Zhang Wushuang. "Today's matters are concluded. How do you two want to arrange it? Are you coming back with me to Tang Qinshangpin?" Shin Sahan looked at Zhang Wushuang in surprise. "Wushuang, do you also live in Tang Qinshangpin?" Zhang Wushuang nodded shyly. The most awkward thing in life is having 2 women serving 1 man. But what's even more awkward is that the 2 women know each other. Chapter 323. Gu Xian smiled and pulled out a chair to sit down, resting her chin on her hand, displaying her charm. "Brother, do you really just miss the food here? Don't you miss your sister?" Gu Xian was somewhat aware of the commotion Wang Lu had caused in recent days, such as the situation with the Zhan family, which was no secret. As for Wang Lu's group of women, Gu Xian didn't care at all. What she wanted was just Wang Lu himself. However, whether Wang Lu was qualified to have her was still something to test further. Wang Lu awkwardly took a bite of food and said, "Of course. I do think about it, But Sister Xian, I really have something to do later, which is why I didn't have the waiter inform you. I haven't stayed long, so I was afraid of bothering you. Gu Xian responded with an and then said, well, Sister forgives you. However, I have some news that you might want to know. Wang Lu's eyes brightened. What news? Gu Xian winked at Wang Lu, sending a chill down his spine. Sister Xian, please don't do that. I can't handle it. Gu Xian chuckled. Can't handle it? If you can't handle it, just endure it. It's fine to tell you. Sooner or later, the Zhang family will tell you anyway. Chapter 324. Wang Lu quickly finished his conversation with Gu Xian. After eating and drinking to his satisfaction, Gu Xian waived Wang Lu's expenses. Wang Lu naturally understood Gu Xian's intentions and accepted it. After all, at this point, if they were still too clear-cut, it would be difficult to get future information from Gu Xian. Wang Lu then drove to Xinghe Pharmaceutical. As the saying goes, to fight well in the front, one must ensure that the backyard does not catch fire. Arriving in front of the Xinghe Pharmaceutical building, Wang Lu had already investigated some basic information about Xinghe Pharmaceutical. As the #1 pharmaceutical company in East China, Xinghe Pharmaceutical has a market value of over 150 billion Huaxia currency. Although this market value is not very high, at least to Wang Lu, is not considered high. But in the pharmaceutical industry, it ranks among the top 3 in the country. However, in recent years, due to the impact of foreign drugs, the domestic pharmaceutical industry has not developed well, so the profits cannot be considered substantial, merely balancing income and expenditure. Currently, most pharmaceutical companies in Huaxia are lacking and are defunding. However, as the top pharmaceutical company in the country, Xinghe Pharmaceutical's office building is quite impressive, with the headquarters building having 16 floors, over 1,000 acres of medicinal planting fields, and a pharmaceutical factory covering 100,000 square meters. Chapter 325. Li Yin looked at Wang Lu with some admiration. You, young comrade, are quite handsome. I didn't expect you to have such ambition. Do you have a girlfriend? Wang Lu raised an eyebrow. Yes. Li Yin replied. That's all right. Our company has many girls. You're so handsome and young. It's normal to change girlfriends. All right. Let us go. I just need to report to President Hua. In fact, Li Yin was not interested in a young man like Wang Lu. Mainly, she was quite materialistic. Seeing Wang Lu's simple attire, it was evident that he had just graduated and was still struggling. As a seasoned HR person like Li Yin, she knew the importance of material needs for a woman. Wang Lu nodded and stood up, following Li Yin to the top floor. Swiping his card to enter the office area, Wang Lu was quite satisfied with the working environment of Xinghe Pharmaceutical. It was evident that the place had been recently renovated, and the office environment was also nice. Upon arriving at the president's office, Wang Lu saw a middle-aged man in front of the computer looking at documents through the glass. However, unlike a typical president, Hua Yin was dressed in a white lab coat, clearly convenient for moving in and out of the laboratory. Bang! Liao Tong slammed the table in anger, startling those around him, and said, Hui Yin, don't pretend to be high-minded with me. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? I'm working for everyone's benefit. The 4 medicines are selling so well. Why can't we imitate them? Starting a company is for making money, not like you, investing research funds piece by piece without seeing any results. At this rate, how long do you think Xinghe Pharmaceutical can last? Hua Yin suppressed his anger and said, I understand your point, which is why I didn't oppose you when you said the main focus should be on developing Western medicine. I only left a small team to develop traditional Chinese medicine. That should be enough for you to make your moves. But do you really think I don't know what you've been doing these years to undermine my authority? You colluded with several foreign pharmaceutical companies to maliciously acquire shares of Xinghe, aiming to use Xinghe's name to achieve your ulterior motives. The current state of traditional Chinese medicine is due to people like you who are blinded by money. I tell you, the research on traditional Chinese medicine cannot stop. No matter what you do, as long as I am still the president of Xinghe Group, I will not let this project be halted. Chapter 327. Wang Lu stretched lazily and said, I actually wanted to find you directly, but when I just arrived downstairs, the receptionist mistakenly thought I was here for an interview, so she brought me up. But this is also good. I can learn about the problems Xinghe Pharmaceutical is currently facing. Now I have a pretty good understanding of it, and the issues are significant. Liao Tong froze and sat down on the floor, his mind blank. He realized he was finished. In his earlier conversation with Hui Yin, He had inadvertently revealed that he had leaked the company's formulas and colluded with foreign pharmaceutical companies for a malicious acquisition of Xinghe Pharmaceutical, which was enough to land him in prison for a long time. At this moment, everyone on the scene was nervously watching Wang Lu. Although Wang Lu's demeanor appeared gentle, it carried an aura of authority that did not require anger to be felt. Wang Lu ignored the gazes of the crowd, walked through them, and stood before everyone, scanning the crowd, including Hui Yin and Liao Tong. Each person who made eye contact with Wang Lu dared not look him directly in the eye, constantly dodging. Wang Lu said, "Liao Tong, Hui Yin, come here for a moment." Then Liao Tong got up from the floor and walked with Hui Yin to stand before Wang Lu, both speaking in unison. Chairman. Chapter 328. After leaving the Xinghe Pharmaceutical office building, the entire employee group of Xinghe Pharmaceutical exploded with excitement. The new boss announced a month's salary as a welcome gift right after taking office, which was incredibly generous. Almost everyone was secretly speculating about the background of this new boss. Although Xinghe Pharmaceutical had never delayed salaries, everyone knew that they had cut costs wherever possible. Even the toilet paper had to be brought from home, let alone a welcome gift that was nearly due. With nearly 2,000 employees in Xinghe Pharmaceutical, all of whom had at least a bachelor's degree, the average salary was over 10,000 a month, just for the welcome gift. That was a baseline of 30 million Chinese yuan. At this moment, the newly appointed president, Liao Tong, spoke in the group. From now on, no one is allowed to discuss a single word about the boss. Violators will be dismissed. Liao Tong was a shrewd manager. From Wang Lu's unwillingness to publicly announce bonuses in a series of actions, it was clear that Wang Lu didn't lack money and preferred to keep a low profile. Wang Lu nodded in satisfaction at Liao Tong's announcement in the group. He indeed did not misjudge him. Although Liao Tong had some small thoughts, he was fundamentally a good person. From his genuine feelings towards Huayin and Xinghe Pharmaceutical, he was a person with business acumen. It was just that he previously lacked funds, so he had to resort to shady means. But now it was different. With his own funds injected, it wouldn't be long before the name of Xinghe Pharmaceutical would spread across China like it did years ago. Chapter 329. Zhang Weiguo, with a hint of alcohol on his face, smiled and said, "Well, there are indeed two things to discuss. The first matter is about the Chu family in Yindu. This is actually quite relevant to you. According to our news, Chu Huayu has brought a large number of elite members from the Chu family to Modu and has formed an alliance with the Hu and Jin families, as well as the Chui family, targeting your Shenglong group. The reason the Chu family has not attacked Shenglong group before, I believe you might not know." Wang Lu nodded. This was something he had always been curious about. In fact, given the strength of the Chu family, they could easily crush Shenglong group politically or even militarily, even if they might not be able to handle them economically. Zhang Wei sighed. "I know this kid, Chu Mingfeng. He is a rare talent in business, but he is burdened with too many shackles. If he were born in an ordinary family, he would surely be a true dragon. But unfortunately, he fell into the Chu family. After expanding Shenglong group, he made a deal with Longa, pledging 40 of Shenglong group's shares to Longa to ensure that Shenglong group would not be disturbed by the Chu family for 10 years. This year happens to be the 10th year, and it's also the time for the pledged shares to return to Shenglong group. However, that kid got a head start. Do you know how many people have waited 10 whole years, especially the Chu family, just to acquire 40 of Shenglong group's shares?" Chapter 330. Who? Zhang Tiexin stood up and looked towards the door. At this moment, dozens of people were already standing at the entrance of the Zhang family, while the Zhang family's guards were confronting them. "Uncle Zhang, it's been many years. I wonder if you still remember me?" The crowd discovered that the leader was actually a handsome young man, flanked by 4 men in black robes whose faces were obscured. "Zhu Huai?" Gu Shuyun exclaimed in surprise, recognizing the visitor as the eldest son of the Chu family. Wang Lu sat in his chair, intrigued, looking at Chu Huayu. So this was the legendary eldest son of the Chu family? He really was a person of remarkable talent. However, from his earlier words, Wang Lu could tell that Chu Huayu was here to cause trouble today. "Old Master Zhang, is this how the Zhang family receives guests?" Chu Huayu said with a smile, ignoring the reactions of the Zhang family members as he looked at Zhang Weiguo. "Everyone, step aside." Zhang Weiguo waved his hand, signaling the Zhang family's guards to make way. Seeing this, Chu Huayu walked straight into the hall, his eyes scanning the crowd before stopping briefly on Wang Lu, then focusing on Zhang Wushuang. "Wushuang, we've met before. Don't you remember me?" Zhang Wushuang snorted coldly. So what if I remember? Chapter 331. What do you mean? Chu Huayu's eyes were unfriendly. Wang Lu shrugged. Isn't it obvious? You're trying to use the death of Chu Huaiqin to sever my ties with the Zhang family, so the Zhang family won't support me. But do you think your calculations are too good? Do you really think I'm afraid of your Chu family? Having been directly exposed by Wang Lu, Chu Huayu stopped pretending, sneering. So what if it is? Are you not afraid? Wang Lu sighed. Where do you get the idea that I should be afraid of your Chu family? Chu Huayu did not speak. Among the four black-clad old men beside him, three stepped forward, exuding a powerful aura. Wang Lu sneered, what? You think you can turn the tables with just 3 peak Xian-level trash? Trash. Everyone present was astonished. These were 3 peak Xian-level experts, just a step away from the Earth level. Any one of them would be a true expert in a top family in Modu. Chu Huayu's expression turned cold. It was the first time he had been so looked down upon by a peer. Just as he was about to raise his hand to order the capture of Wang Lu, a solemn voice interrupted his actions. Impudent. The cane in Zhang Weigu's hand struck the ground, and he stood up. Chu family's young man, do you really think so little of my Zhang family? Chapter 332. Upon hearing Wang Lu's words, Chu Huayu was momentarily stunned. He was unwilling to believe that Wang Lu had such capability, but Wang Lu's confidence made him uncertain. However, he could not allow the Chu family to face such a situation. If Wang Lu truly had connections with ExxonMobil and Huifa Bank, the Chu family would indeed be in serious trouble. Chu Huayu picked up the phone and dialed. Hello, father. What is it, Huayu? Chu Huayu's father was the current head of the Chu family, Chu Mingzhong, the very man who had framed his own brother, Chu Mingfeng. Is there a problem with our relationship with ExxonMobil? Chu Huayu asked carefully. Chu Mingzhong replied with confusion. Huayu, what do you mean? Everything is fine. Chu Huaisai in Li. It's nothing, father. I'll talk to you later. After hanging up, Chu Huayu looked at Wang Lu with a mocking expression. Wang Lu, you really know how to pretend. Did you hear that? My father said the Chu family has a good relationship with ExxonMobil. You didn't expect me to expose your lies on the spot, did you? Everyone at the scene heard what Chu Huayu said on the phone, and now, except for the Zhang family, everyone looked at Wang Lu with mocking expressions. Chapter 333. Thud. Hu Yinjia also collapsed to the ground, followed by Cui Ziming, Cui Xian, and Jin families Jin Xing and Jin Kuei. The 3 major families all bowed down before Wang Lu that night. Lan Lan looked at Wang Lu with a different gaze, while Lan Qianjuan's eyes hid something. This Wang Lu has such great power. He either doesn't act, or when he does, he directly brings down the 3 major families in Modu. It's simply terrifying. Lan Lan was also a woman who admired strength. The reason she had never liked Hu Lianjia was that he always relied on the resources of the Hu family for both cultivation and external business. Without the Hu family, Hu Lianjia would just be a moderately talented warrior. But Wang Lu was different. With just a flick of his hand, he obliterated the top 3 families in Modu, and his own strength was also frighteningly strong, even comparable to her father's. This overwhelming impact lingered in Lan Lan's heart, and even she, who admired strength, could not help but feel differently about Wang Lu at this moment. Wang Lu looked at Chu Huayu with interest, Chu family's young master. How does it feel to lose everything because of one mistake? Chapter 334. Chu Huayu considered himself the #1 genius in Yindu, having reached peak Xian level at just 30 years old. But when he encountered Wang Lu, who had entered the Earth level at 25, he was instantly left with nothing. A 25-year-old Earth level versus a 30-year-old peak Xian level. Even a fool could tell who was superior. Kid, I'll give you a chance. Hand over that weapon and come back with me to the clan. I guarantee you can become the direct disciple of our family head. With your talent, you will definitely reach the heavenly level within 10 years, and you will be the youngest heavenly level warrior. Zhong Qi's gaze was fixed on Wang Lu, as Wang Lu's displayed strength shocked him greatly. If Wang Lu was willing to return with him to the clan, what would it matter if the Chu family directly gave up? As an ancient martial arts family, the Zhong family sought to recruit someone like Chu Huayu from the Chu family to use the secular family as a springboard to prepare for entering the secular world. Now, with Wang Lu not only possessing wealth rivaling nations, but also extraordinary talent, he was the most suitable representative for the ancient martial arts family in the secular world. And his talent was the best trump card for the future Zhong family. As for how to control Wang Lu, the Zhong family had plenty of methods. Chapter 335. For Wang Lu, killing these people would bring nothing but trouble and blood that could not be washed away. It held no real significance, since the wealth of the Hu, Chui, and Jin families had basically all fallen into Wang Lu's hands. Even nearly half of the Chu family's business had been cut off by Wang Lu, leaving the Chu family in Yindu only at the level of an average first-rate family. Hu Lianjin knelt on the ground like a dog, begging Wang Lu, Brother Wang, I beg you, spare our Hu family. I promise. I promise I won't dare provoke you again. Our Hu family will leave Modu immediately and will never appear before you again. Seeing the Hu family begging for mercy, the Chui and Jin families quickly knelt down as well, pleading for Wang Lu to spare their lives. With their warrior strength, they could live well anywhere. Lan stood with her hands behind her back, looking disdainfully at Hu Lianjia. She was very glad she had not married him. If she had, would she also be kneeling and begging for mercy today? With her pride, Lan would never be willing to do so. Lan Xianjuan's gaze towards Wang Lu also shifted from contempt to caution. Although the Warrior Association and Longa originated from the same lineage, after such a long time, they had long since become two independent organizations, even having some opposition. Chapter 336. Chu Huayu was sealed in his dantian by Wang Lu's overwhelming internal power and was locked in a storage room on the first floor. While everyone present obediently sealed their dantian and followed Lan and Lan Qianjun out of the Zhan family's estate. After the farce ended, the Zhan family members and Wang Lu sat in the living room drinking tea. Zhan Tian was the first to stand up and raise his teacup. Wang Lu, after today, I acknowledge you. I accept this brother-in-law. Wang Lu also stood up and said, Big brother-in-law. Ha ha. The two exchanged a smile. Meanwhile, Zhan Wushuang was so embarrassed he could have dug a 3-bedroom apartment into the ground. Zhan Tiexin laughed and said, All right, everyone sit down. By the way, since the Chu family is sending someone over tomorrow, Wang Lu, you should stay here today. We have plenty of rooms. Ha! What plenty of rooms? We have no rooms here. Ge Xian shot Zhan Tiexin a glare, then smiled at Wang Lu. Wang Lu, our Zhan family is small, with only 4 rooms in total. 1 for me and your uncle Zhan, 1 for your grandpa Zhan, 1 for Tian, and the only remaining one is for Wushuang. If you don't mind, you can squeeze in with Wushuang. Anyway, we also agree on your matters. What do you think? Chapter 337. Wang Lu was left speechless. Do I need to teach you? What kind of joke is this? Seeing Wang Lu's expression, the 4 from Zhan Weiguo felt a bit awkward and immediately said, Well, we'll go to sleep now. You two take your time. After saying that, they hurriedly left. Wang Lu sighed and returned to his room, finding Zhan Wushuang looking tense. They've all left. Zhan Wushuang silently nodded and said softly, Turn off the lights. The next morning, Wang Lu surprisingly did not practice, mainly because he didn't expect Zhan Wushuang to be so strong. However, it was the first time in days that Wang Lu felt so refreshed. Although he had a few hours left to practice yesterday, he wanted to take a break this time. After sleeping until after 8, Wang Lu got up and began washing up. When he arrived at the dining room to have breakfast, he was puzzled as he saw his uncle, aunt, and Tian Ge. What is wrong with you guys? Wang Lu noticed the big dark circles under their eyes, as if they hadn't slept well last night. However, Zhan Weiguo still seemed to be in good spirits. Zhan Tian rolled his eyes at Wang Lu. The gunfire lasted all night yesterday. Who could sleep? Chapter 338. Wang Lu. What else do you want? Chu Huayu could no longer endure it. Feeling so disheveled but still not allowed to leave, Wang Lu smiled and said, I don't want anything. But you've crippled my Uncle Chu's dantian. Shouldn't there be some compensation? Hua Xian then bowed and said, Is this Mr. Wang Lu? Seeing Wang Lu not respond, Hua Xian continued, The dantian of the second family head was already crippled many years ago. It was not something we did on a whim. Therefore, please be magnanimous, Mr. Wang, and let us go. Wang Lu sneered. Many years ago? I don't care about that. What I see is Uncle Chu with a crippled dantian. So I will hold your Chu family accountable for this. You have 2 choices. 1, I want one of Chu Huayu's hands or a leg. 2, let Chu Huayu cripple his own dantian. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. Chu Huayu could no longer bear it. Wang Lu, don't bully us too much. According to our agreement, we've already given you Chu Ming phone. Are you going back on your word now? Wang Lu's expression remained unchanged. What if I go back on my word? Your family head, Chu Mingzhang, jealous of Uncle Chu's talent, forced him to be self-reliant. And in the end, wanted to capture Uncle Chu back to the Chu family and cripple his dantian. Do I need to keep my word with people like you? Chapter 339. At this moment, Chu Mingfeng's whole body was a sight to behold. If he stripped off his clothes, Wang Lu would see every pore slowly secreting black impurities, emitting a foul odor. Wang Lu frowned. After all, this smell was quite overpowering. He moved a bit further away, knowing that the process of cleansing the marrow would not be short and would take at least several hours. Taking this opportunity, Wang Lu could only sit cross-legged on the ground and begin a practice. After 5 or 6 hours, Wang Lu felt hunger in his stomach and woke up from his meditation, only to find that Chu Mingfeng had turned into a black statue. Suddenly, the sound of cracking shells echoed. Chu Mingfeng slowly emerged from the black shell, and when Wang Lu saw him again, Chu Mingfeng had completely transformed. Although he was still very thin, his skin condition had improved a lot, and he looked 20 years younger. Originally, Chu Mingfeng looked like a man in his 50s. Now he appeared to be just in his 30s or early 40s. Wang Lu scanned Chu Mingfeng and noticed that his realm had reached the peak of the Xian level. In fact, considering Chu Mingfeng's age, being in his early 30s at the peak of the Xian level was already considered genius. And it was even more impressive without any resources from the Chu family. Chapter 340. A tall and imposing figure walked in from outside. When Xie Shiyun and Ruoshi saw him, their long-awaited father, tears quickly streamed down their faces, and the two beauties instantly turned into a pair of tearful women. Chu Mingfeng's eyes also became moist, his reddened eyes filled with tears. Father, Dad, Xie Shiyun and Ruoshi rushed into Chu Mingfeng's arms. Chu Mingfeng opened his arms, embracing Xie Shiyun and Ruoshi, feeling the warmth of his two daughters. He could no longer hold back his tears, which flowed uncontrollably, while he repeatedly murmured, "I'm sorry. Yuner, Liner, Dad is sorry for you, making you suffer." Seeing the father and daughters reunite, Wang Lu wisely slipped out quietly, thinking it would be better to give them a peaceful environment to reconnect. At this point, Wang Lu began to contemplate whether Ruoshi and Xie Shiyun would come together at night or one by one. However, what if Chu Mingfeng didn't agree? Wang Lu suddenly realized that if Chu Mingfeng didn't agree, this matter would be impossible to resolve. He couldn't just say to Uncle Chu, "Your two daughters can use their bodies as a trade for me to save you." Although it was the truth, it felt a bit unreasonable. Chapter 341. While sitting outside playing on his phone, Wang Lu suddenly sneezed loudly. He helplessly rubbed his nose, sigh. It must be that Chu Mingfeng knows about my deal with Xie Shiyun and Ruoshi and is scolding me. Meanwhile, in the office, Xie Shiyun and Ruoshi exchanged glances, each with their own emotions. Compared to Ruoshi, Xie Shiyun liked Wang Lu more, but it wasn't to the point of willingly becoming his lover. As for Ruoshi, she had only met Wang Lu once. She felt some fondness for him from their time at Walker Entertainment, but it couldn't be said that she liked him. However, Ruoshi's character was even more stubborn than Xie Shiyun's. So when Wang Lu brought Chu Mingfeng back, Ruoshi understood that she would definitely be Wang Lu's woman for life. As for feelings, they could develop slowly, at least in her heart. Wang Lu had a much higher favorability than other men. Wang Lu was aware of this too. When he scanned Ruoshi with the system and saw that her favorability was only 20, he understood that she didn't really like him. Therefore, at Qingya Xiaozhu, Wang Lu didn't force Ruoshi to directly offer herself. Chapter 342. Suhai City, Murong family's old residence. Murong Hanyuan and Murong, you were discussing the situation of the unknown forces invading Suhai City in their room. Dad, in the past few days, many families in Suhai City have inexplicably appeared with very strong warriors, some of whom are already at the Xian level, Murong Hanyuan said. Murong Yu tapped his fingers on the table. I heard Gu Changqing mention this. Right now, everyone in the Long Pavilion Suhai branch is on a mission, and there is simply no personnel to allocate. Even Gu Lao has gone on a mission. Recently, foreign forces are also restless, causing chaos in East China, and many civilians have been killed. The Long Pavilion has no time to manage the affairs here in Suhai. Murong Hongyuan's expression was very anxious. What should we do? If the Long Pavilion can't manage it, then it's up to our Murong family. However, the strongest in our family are only you and me, and we are only at the Xian level. I'm afraid we are not their match. Murong Yu considered for a moment before saying, let's hold off for now. Before we have a better plan, we should focus on self-preservation. This situation is very unusual. Such a large number of warriors have never appeared in Suhai, so we can't act rashly. Otherwise, the Murong family's legacy could be destroyed. Chapter 343. Nighttime, Tangchun Shangping. Looking at the two sleeping beauties, Xie Shiyun and Ruoshi, lying on the bed, Wang Lu wore a satisfied smile on his face. He never expected to have such stunning twin sisters in his life. At this moment, Wang Lu even thought about going to thank Chu Huayu. Without the Chu family, he probably wouldn't have been able to have Xie Shiyun and Enruashi. After all, Enruashi's affinity level was only a little over 50, not even reaching the 80 level of lovers. However, Xie Shiyun's affinity level had risen to 90, which indirectly proved that she did have genuine feelings for him. Nevertheless, the urgent matter was to focus on cultivation first. After taking care of Chu Mingfeng in the afternoon, Wang Lu had already touched the threshold of Earth Level Stage 5 and planned to make a breakthrough to Earth Level Stage 5 tonight. Just as Wang Lu was about to enter his cultivation state, his phone suddenly rang. To his surprise, it was Mu Rongyu. A sense of unease gripped Wang Lu. Something must have happened in Suhai. He had a bad premonition all day, feeling that something significant was going to happen in Suhai. Just as that feeling arose, Mu Rongyu called. Chapter 344. Mu Rongqinga looked in the direction where Mu Rongyu had left, and a picture of a man appeared in her mind. Tall, perfect in appearance, often wearing a confident smile, and exuding an aura that looked down on others, which often attracted Mu Rongqinga. I believe in you, Mu Rongqinga murmured before returning to her room to rest. Jinhua Grand Hotel in Suhai City. Mu Rongyinhai sat in his room, fuming as he looked at the two young girls lying on the large bed, cursing, "Tch, useless. They can't even last 2 hours." It seems that women from the secular world really can't do anything without cultivation. Mu Rongyinhai shouted towards the door, "Come here, get rid of these two daughters. Just seeing them makes me angry." Hearing the voice outside, Mu Rongqinga entered and frowned at the two girls lying on the floor. After checking their pulses, his frown deepened. He clapped his hands, and 4 men in black entered without a word and carried the two lifeless girls away. As they left, Mu Rongqinga added, "Be discreet about it. Don't let the police find out." The 4 men in black nodded and quickly cleaned up the scene. Chapter 345. How do we cooperate? Mu Rongyinhai asked. Hong Yuan pondered for a moment before slowly explaining. Young Master Murong should know that although your Murong family is considered a strong family among the hidden sects, compared to powerful hidden sects like Tianshan and Kunlun, you still fall short. If you want to occupy Modu, it will be quite difficult. However, with our Hahuan sect, it will be different. Although our strength is not as strong as your Murong family, when it comes to gathering intelligence and information, you are far behind us. Murong Chanting nodded. In fact, he had heard about Hahuan sect before. Although individual members of Hahuan sect were not strong, due to the uniqueness of their cultivation method, every member was a rare beauty, capable of charming men and even male warriors. As a result, many high-ranking officials and nobles had lovers or wives who were members of Hahuan sect. Moreover, Hahuan sect was one of the most unique hidden sects, special enough that it had entered the secular world long before all other hidden sects decided to reveal themselves, and it was so secretive that even Longa couldn't catch them. Chapter 346. Recently, Lu Jin had been feeling very melancholy. Various powerful forces had been trying to acquire Tianxiong Grand Hotel, but since all the shares were under Wang Lu's name, Lu Jin managed to decline their offers. However, some so-called hidden families that had emerged recently were very aggressive, seemingly wanting to forcibly occupy Tianxiong Grand Hotel. Just as Lu Jin was contemplating how to respond, there was a knock on the door. "Guomin," Lu Jin said. Su Man entered the office, and upon seeing her, Lu Jin felt much better. After all, Su Man was well known as one of Wang Lu's women, and Lu Jin had been reluctant to contact Wang Lu directly for fear of being blamed for not helping him. Meeting Su Man allowed him to gather information indirectly. Su Man walked in and said, "President Lu, the boss is coming back today. The Lu family and the Jiang family have also been arranged to stay at the hotel." Lu Jin nodded. "We should just listen to the boss on this." "When will the boss arrive?" Su Man glanced at her phone. "He is already on the way. Should arrive in about half an hour." Lu Jin nodded. "All right, prepare to welcome the boss." Chapter 347. I didn't expect you to come so early. Mu Rongyu was quite surprised that the other party arrived so early. He initially thought Wang Lu would arrive first, but it was still not yet 9 o'clock. Seeing Mu Rongyu and Mu Rongqinga together, Mu Rongyinhai couldn't help but feel a bit happy. He had a great interest in Mu Rongqinga, not only because of her exceptional beauty, but also her cool demeanor. Some people were so twisted in their hearts that they wanted to destroy Mu Rongqinga's cold elegance, turning her into a plaything for Mu Rongyinhai, which was far more exciting than simply possessing a beautiful woman. Mu Rongyinhai walked into the hall and scanned the crowd. finally landing his gaze on Murong Yu. Old man Murong, how about it? Will you agree to be our representative for the hidden Murong family in the secular world? Murong Yinhai was relatively polite, considering Murong Chinga's presence, as he certainly didn't want to forcibly occupy Murong Chinga amidst a pool of blood. That would be too bloody. Murong Yu shook his head. Sorry, we do not agree. So please, young Master Murong, choose someone else. I must clarify that I, Murong Yu, am a retired copper dragon of Longa and am under its protection. Once Longa finds out about you, it will be your doom. Chapter 348. You call me trash? Murong Yinhai widened his eyes in disbelief, pointing at himself. Everyone had praised him since childhood as the #1 genius of the Murong family in recent decades. He was already at the peak of the Xian level before turning 30, while Murong Chongting didn't reach Earth level until over 40. With Murong Yunhai's talent, it was very likely he would reach Earth level before 35, leading Murong Chongting by nearly a decade. Wang Lu nodded seriously and said, "You're just trash." Murong Yunhai exploded in anger, flipping his hand to reveal a long sword, and charged at Wang Lu. Murong Hong and Murong Chongting tried to stop Murong Yinhai, but failed. Murong Yinhai lunged at Wang Lu, stabbing with his sword. Wang Lu's figure flickered and instantly vanished. Murong Yinhai was shocked, not having time to look for Wang Lu's trace, when he suddenly heard Murong Hong's voice behind him. "Yinhai, behind you." Murong Yinhai felt a tightness in his back, a hand gripping his waist as Wang Lu lifted him up and then punched him hard in the abdomen. As Murong Yinhai flew out, he spat out a mouthful of blood, like a rain of blood. Chapter 349. Wang Lu was indeed surprised to see that the woman covered in a black veil was Lin Xiaoxiao. How could an ordinary woman like Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly become a third-tier Xian-level martial artist? Could it be that Lin Xiaoxiao also had a system? Seeing Wang Lu so shocked, Lin Xiaoxiao felt much more composed and sneered. "What's wrong? Wang Lu, are you surprised to see me?" Wang Lu did not respond, but instead scanned Lin Xiaoxiao with the system. To his surprise, he discovered that Lin Xiaoxiao had a special physique. System. What is this jadine body? Wang Lu was a bit confused about this physique. Host, the jadine body is a naturally suitable physique for absorbing yang to replenish yin. This physique is extremely toxic, as every time it engages in intercourse with a woman, it absorbs a portion of the partner's original power to enhance its own strength. The system explained. Wang Lu was somewhat astonished. Wow, is there really such a powerful physique? Does that mean that the martial artist who becomes Lin Xiaoxiao's husband will gradually be drained dry by her? No wonder Lin Xiaoxiao's strength increased so quickly. It seems she must have engaged in numerous encounters with men. The thought made Wang Lu feel a bit nauseous. Seeing that Wang Lu was silent, Lin Xiaoxiao assumed he was attracted by her charm, then lightly exhaled a fragrant breath and said, "Wang Lu, haven't you always wanted to be with me? From now on, I will be your woman. Recently, I've learned many new tricks to ensure your satisfaction." Chapter 350. Wang Lu first set Murong Hongyuan's broken bone before using acupuncture to unblock his obstructed meridians. After the meridians were unblocked, Murong Hongyuan clearly felt much better. Wang Lu advised, "Uncle Murong, although martial artists have a much faster recovery ability than ordinary people, your injury is not minor. At least you need a week to get out of bed, and it's best not to engage in any fights for a month." Murong Hongyuan nodded. "Thank you, Wang Lu." Wang Lu shamelessly replied, "Uncle Murong, you're too polite. We're family. No need for such formality." Murong Hongyuan frowned, wondering what Wang Lu meant. Murong Chinga's face flushed, and she pinched Wang Lu hard. Wang Lu yelped and quickly covered his waist, while Li Qing laughed. "What Wang Lu said is right. We're family. No need to be polite." Murong Chinga's face turned even redder, and she simply stopped talking. Then Murong Chinga and Li Qing stayed upstairs with Murong Hongyuan while Wang Lu went downstairs and found Lu Yanran, Jiang Shuiwei, and Su Man watching him. Wang Lu asked, "Why are you three looking at me?" Lu Yanran, who had a good relationship with Murong Hongyuan, asked, "How is Uncle Murong? I heard he broke his ribs." Chapter 351. Bang. Yun Shi, Yun Chuan, and Yu Shuanghua stared in disbelief as 3 corpses fell heavily to the ground. Yun Shi could hardly believe what was happening before his eyes. "Brother Wang, you killed them so easily?" Wang Lu tilted his head. "What? Do you want to torture them?" "That's fine if you like. You can do it yourself. I don't have time for that." The 3 were speechless. Yun Shi's intention was clearly not this. Why was Wang Lu so strong? Wang Lu untied the three's bindings, and Yun Xuan and Yu Xuanhua bowed to Wang Lu. Thank you, Wang Lu. You are our savior. If you ever need anything from the Yun family, just let us know. We will never hesitate. Wang Lu waved his hand. Uncle Yun, you're being too serious. I didn't come here to save the Yun family, just to make them bow down. Yun sure stepped forward and said quickly, Brother Wang, you don't need to decline. I know our Yun family's help isn't worth much to you, but let us do our part. Wang Lu shook his head. Let us talk about this later. The Twin Blade sect should still be in your Yun family's main building, right? Let's deal with that first. Chapter 352. Wang Lu gently rubbed the Qin Kong sword with his fingers, causing it to vibrate and emit a humming sound. Wang Lu had no intention of answering any questions. He swung his sword, and the heads of 4 initial and mid-tier Xian-level opponents flew into the air. The members of the Twin Blade sect looked astonished as the heads spun in mid-air, and when they landed with a thud. It felt like a heavy hammer struck the hearts of every Twin Blade sect member. What are you? Who are you? Guo Huai looked at Wang Lu in shock, unable to believe that Wang Lu's strength far exceeded his expectations. Wang Lu coldly regarded Guo Huai, the Qin Kong sword in his hand, radiating a cold light. Old fool, you deserve to die. Guo Huai was pulled back to reality by Wang Lu's indifferent gaze and sneered. Kid, don't think that just because you defeated a few Xian-level disciples, you can provoke me. Let me tell you, I am a D-level martial artist. Do you know what a D-level martial artist is? It's not something you've ever seen at the Xian level. Before Guo Huai could finish, he suddenly found himself facing his own body. In my head, Guo Huai's eyes widened, then he slowly closed them. This Elder Guo is actually dead. The remaining members of the Twin Blade sect kneeled and begged for mercy. Master, please spare us. We beg you, spare us. We want to dare again. Chapter 353. The heads of various family leaders turned towards Huaqian as they understood. Originally, these families thought only they had been favored by the so-called hidden sects and families, but they had not expected that the hidden sects had infiltrated all first-tier families. This was clearly an attempt to undermine the entire secular families of Suhai City and control the whole city. Head of the Mu Rong family. Are you saying that your Mu Rong family has also been favored by the hidden family? Qin Shi asked. Hua Guang and Hua Qian's heart sank. Could it be that the hidden sect really supported the Mu Rong family? But that made sense. The Mu Rong family's strength was indeed the strongest in Suhai City. If there really were hidden sects or families supporting the Mu Rong family, who else in Suhai City could be a rival? Mu Rong Yusnird, hidden sects. Hey, indeed, we were previously favored by the hidden Mu Rong family. Mu Rong family. All the families present felt a jolt. Even those hidden sects and families were wary. Especially the Hua family. While the hidden Hua family was already quite good within the hidden sects or families at a mid-level, the Mu Rong family was one of the top hidden families, stronger than the hidden Hua family. Chapter 354. What? Everyone present looked at Hua Gang in disbelief. Could it be that the young master of the hidden Hua family was interested in Mu Rongqinga? However, it wasn't surprising. Mu Rongqinga was first-rate in both looks and figure, and there were hardly any women in Suhai City who could compare to her. Mu Rongqinga looked at Hua Gang's hypocritical face with disdain and chuckled. Sorry, I, Mu Rongqinga, have no interest in your Hua family, and even less in you. Hearing this, Hua Gang's face instantly turned cold. Mu Rongqinga, I, Hua Gang of the hidden Hua family, am interested in you. To make you my woman would be the greatest fortune of your life. If you refuse, do you believe I will annihilate every single person in your Mu Rong family, including the servants, making you regret it? Mu Rongqinga's expression remained unchanged. Fine, you can try. Do you know why our Mu Rong family is still intact and able to gather all the families here after rejecting the invitation from the hidden Mu Rong family? Mu Rong Yinhai is also interested in me. Guess what happened to him in the end? Hua Gang's eyes turned cold. Mu Rongqinga's words awakened him. He had heard of Mu Rong Yinhai, a person who must possess beautiful women. Since the Mu Rong family was targeted by the hidden Mu Rong, it proved that Mu Rong Yinhai must have seen Mu Rongqinga. Chapter 355. Hua Gang frowned, looking at the young man not far away with a puzzled expression. Who are you? How dare you defy my wishes? Wang Lu laughed. If it weren't for the fact that you seem to have some brain, I would suspect your brain is rented. Who do you think you are for me to explain myself to you? Hua Gang's expression instantly turned ferocious. No one had ever insulted him since he was a child. Even Mu Rong Yinhai from the Mu Rong family couldn't do it. Although the Mu Rong family was slightly stronger than the Hua family, it wasn't by much. How could Hua Gang A proud son of heaven, allow a young man he had never met to insult him to his face? Kid, you're seeking death. Gang gritted his teeth in anger. Wang Lu, Murong Chinga, and Murong Yu hurriedly ran to Wang Lu's side when they saw him coming. Wang Lu looked gently at Murong Chinga. Sorry, I'm late. What happened to your face? And elder you, what about your face? Wang Lu immediately noticed the clear five-finger marks on Murong Chinga's delicate face, with some blood at the corner of her mouth, which was obviously from being slapped. It's nothing, Wang Lu. Murong Chinga shook her head. Wang Lu stopped her. Don't worry, whoever dares to hit you will definitely die. Chapter 356. Hua family's Hua Kun is dead. When Hua Kun's corpse fell to the ground, everyone knelt down. Even the elders of the hidden Hua family were killed in an instant by Su Yan. These hidden small families were no match for Wang Lu. Was this even human? Moreover, Wang Lu was still so young, and his future was limitless, which was Murong Yu's thought in his heart. Wang Lu carried the Qing Kong sword on his shoulder, step by step walking towards Hua Gang, who seemed to see a grim reaper and continuously retreated on the ground. It wasn't that he didn't want to run, but he was so scared that his legs had turned to jelly and he couldn't stand up. What? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Tell me, which hand slapped Chinga and Elder? Wang Lu stepped on Hua Gang's right hand, staring at him. Hua Gang screamed in pain, but he was no match for Wang Lu's strength and couldn't break free. It wasn't me, it was my second uncle, and he has already been killed by you. Wang Lu frowned and looked back at Murong Chinga, indicating that Hua Gang was telling the truth. Murong Chinga nodded, and Wang Lu felt a bit awkward, then rubbed his nose. Well, we have an old saying in Huaxia, uncle's debt should be repaid by the nephew. Have you heard of that? Hua Gang's face turned dark. He wanted to say he hadn't heard of it, but he didn't dare. Hua Gang looked at Wang Lu pleadingly. Wang Lu, brother Wang, spare me. I promise our hidden Hua family will never come to the secular world again. I guarantee it. Please let me go, okay? Chapter 357. Lu Yanran, Jiang Shuwei. And Su Man became worried when they heard Wang Lu was going to Yindu. Even Murong Chinga's eyes were filled with concern. Murong Yu looked at Wang Lu. Wang Lu, your current strength and influence in the East China region are unmatched, but Yindu is a place that has never lacked strength and influence. If you go there, it might be very troublesome. Many people are eyeing your Shenglong group. Even if you're the silver dragon of the Dragon Pavilion, your status might still be insufficient. Wang Lu hesitated for a moment and nodded. I understand, but for both public and private reasons, I have to go to Yindu. First, as a member of the Dragon Pavilion, I must clarify this incident. What caused so many hidden families and sects to emerge? Second, I have some grievances with the Chu family that I think it's time to settle. Seeing Wang Lu so determined, the women knew there was no need to persuade him. With Wang Lu's character, it would be futile to try. Murong Yu didn't continue discussing the matter, and soon they all began to eat and drink. In the evening, Wang Lu chose to sleep separately from the three women to avoid making Murong Chinga uncomfortable. However, the long night was still difficult for him. Although he could choose to cultivate to pass the time, the small restlessness in his heart was hard to release and felt very uncomfortable. Chapter 358. Wang Lu cleared his throat twice to ease the awkwardness. I'll pay attention next time. However, everyone teased Wang Lu, as they all knew how powerful he was. A night of passion was routine for him. So Wang Lu's women hoped he could have more women to help share the burden. Around noon, Wang Lu prepared to set off back to Modu. Originally, Lu Yanran, Jiang Shuiwei, and Su Man wanted to follow Wang Lu, but first, although Su Hai had stabilized, the Murong family still needed Murong Chinga's help. Lu Yanran, Jiang Shuiwei, and Su Man all had their own matters to handle. Seeing this, Wang Lu decided not to take the women with him. In the end, Wang Lu drove to Modu amidst the reluctance of the women. In the center of Modu, at the Qingya Xiaozhu, Gu Xian was listening to someone report Wang Lu's recent deeds. After finishing, Gu Xian dismissed her people, frowned without speaking, and tapped her fingers lightly on the table. After a few minutes, Gu Xian's brow relaxed, and her lips curled up. Wang Lu, my good brother, I didn't expect you to give me such a big surprise. It seems I underestimated you before. Chapter 359. Wang Lu nodded. He had heard some of this. Seeing Wang Lu silent, Chu Mingfeng continued. As the former second young master of the Chu family, I do have some understanding of the prominent families in Yindu. Wang Lu learned from Chu Mingfeng that the major economies in Yindu are controlled by the legendary 8 great families of Jingmen. The Chu family in Yindu is one of the 8 great families, but is at the bottom, The 8 great families of Jingmen are divided into the upper double families, the middle 3 families, and the lower 3 families. The lower 3 families are Chu, Gu, and Wu. The middle 3 families are Gu, Feng, and Bailey, while the upper double families are the Xianyuan family and the Long family. Among the 8 families, the Xianyuan and Long families are extremely mysterious. The Long family has some members still active in the market, but the Xianyuan family has had no members active in nearly 100 years, making them very mysterious. According to Chu Mingfeng, each family of the 8 great families has strength that would not be weaker than the Shenlong group, which is why Chu Mingfeng resolutely left Yindu for Modu. In Modu, there was still a glimmer of hope for him, but in Yindu, there was no hope at all. Without any assistance, it was simply impossible to develop a large group like Shenlong group in Yindu. Chapter 360. Seeing the person in front of her suddenly turn into the tall and handsome Wang Lu, Xie Shiyun and Chu Mingfeng were stunned. Xie Shiyun's beautiful eyes were filled with tears. How? How did you do this? Wang Lu smiled. It's this mask I'm wearing. As long as I put it on, I can turn into whatever I want. Xie Shiyun angrily punched Wang Lu's chest. I told you not to scare me. Wang Lu hugged Xie Shiyun tightly and said, All right, I didn't do it on purpose. I just wanted to see the effect. Chu Mingfeng was speechless, shouting in his heart, You too can be affectionate, but can you please untie me first? Xie Shiyun seemed to sense her father's outcry and quickly said, Wang Lu, please untie my dad first. Wang Lu slapped his forehead. Oh my God, I forgot. He hurriedly released Chu Mingfeng from the meridian seal. Wang Lu scratched his head in embarrassment. Sorry, Uncle Chu. I mainly wanted to test the effect of my mask. Although Chu Mingfeng was somewhat displeased, he understood that it was for realism and waved his hand. It's fine. But speaking of which, Wang Lu, this mask effect is really a bit terrifying. Is it really that realistic? Chapter 361. Wang Lu could hardly believe it. You. What did you say? Be my husband. Gu Xian's expression remained unchanged. Yes, be my husband. I wonder if my little brother is interested in that. Wang Lu felt like his brain had been shaken, but recalling what Chu Mingfeng said about Gu Xian, he suddenly understood and cautiously asked, A shield? Wang Lu was very good at being a shield, having taken on that role many times before, although he always ended up with a beauty. Being a shield for Gu Xian didn't seem as easy. Gu Xian's tone was steady. You can say it's a shield, or you can say that as long as you help me complete what I need to do in Yindu, I, Gu Xian, will be your Wang Lu's woman from now on. Wang Lu was genuinely surprised. Sister Xian, don't joke around. I have more than one woman. You should know that, right? At this point, a hint of a smile appeared on Gu Xian's face. Are you scared, little brother? But it's okay if you don't agree. Then I'll just let someone else have the chance. Wang Lu's eyes widened. Sister Xian, do you have other options? Chapter 362. Gu Xian stared wide-eyed at Wang Lu as he left, gently touching her lips. Although Gu Xian often teased Wang Lu with her words, she really hadn't intended to do anything. That was still her first kiss. She gently bit her red lips, watching the direction Wang Lu left. Back at the Tangshan Shangpin, when Wang Lu opened the door, he was stunned. Why are you all here? At that moment, the scene of 8 beautiful women, Shun Sahan, Bai Yumeng, Su Shuya, Xie Shiyun, and Ruashi, Tu Qianqian, and Zhang Wushuang, gathered on the sofa chatting shocked Wang Lu. Especially Bai Yumeng, Tu Ta, and Tu Qianqian. Weren't they supposed to be filming? How did they come back? When the 8 women saw Wang Lu return, they all showed expressions of surprise, especially Bai Yumeng. Tu Ta and Tu Qianqian, who had seen Wang Lu for almost a month, immediately rushed into his arms. Wang Lu stroked the 3 girls' hair and asked, Why are you back? Bai Yumeng, feeling the warmth of Wang Lu's body, looked blissful. The director gave us a day off today, and we missed you too much, so we came back to see you. You want to be mad at us, right? Chapter 363. Although Wang Lu didn't know if it was because of the genetic serum or his own breakthrough in cultivation, he noticed that although his appearance hadn't changed dramatically, his features were noticeably more refined and proportional. Moreover, his skin was whiter and smoother than those of his women, and his muscle definition was more pronounced, looking not only powerful, but also without an ounce of fat. Wang Lu was confident that just based on his looks and this top-notch physique, he could charm countless girls. Just as he was about to take a shower, he suddenly heard some noise. Wang Lu sighed and shook his head, putting down his hand that was about to turn on the shower and walked directly to the door, pulling it open. Seeing the 8 women eavesdropping at the door, Wang Lu frowned. What are you doing? Tua jumped into Wang Lu's arms. Honey, we were scared to death when we heard you scream inside. We wanted to know what happened. Tu Qian said softly. Yes, honey, we were so worried about you. Xie Shiyun asked. Are you okay? Zhan Wushuang looked anxious. Did you encounter some difficulties in your cultivation? Chapter 364 at that moment. Wang Lu looked at the stunning beauty with a face full of impatience, completely ignoring the gentleman who was trying to talk to her. The gentleman, undeterred, continued to try to strike up a conversation. Wang Lu tapped the gentleman. Sorry, brother, but this is my seat. The gentleman turned and adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses with a look of disdain. Brother, we're all in first class. How about we switch seats? My seat is right in front. You can just move over there. Wang Lu gently shook his head. Sorry, I just want to sit in my own seat. The gentleman's face showed some displeasure. What? You want money for switching seats? Fine. How about 100,000 Chinese yuan? Consider it my treat for this flight. Without waiting for Wang Lu to agree, the gentleman pulled out a checkbook, quickly wrote a check for 100,000 yuan, tore it off, and handed it to Wang Lu. Take this check and get lost. The commotion attracted the attention of other first-class passengers, some looking down on them, while others looked enviously. After all, 100,000 Chinese yuan was not a small sum. Even a first-class ticket from Modu to Yindu cost less than 50,000 yuan. Chapter 365. When the glasses-wearing man saw the Rolls-Royce Phantom in front of him, he was shocked. How could this be? Wasn't he this guy a loser? He looked like he was worth less than 1,000 yuan. The watch was probably the only valuable thing he had. How could he afford that? As soon as the glasses man saw the Rolls-Royce Phantom, he realized it was something he couldn't mess with and quickly drove away. After the driver loaded Huang Yu's luggage into the car, he opened the back door, inviting Wang Lu and Huang Yu to get in. Once inside, Wang Lu said to the driver, Can you take the lady next to me wherever she wants to go? The driver respectfully replied, Of course. This car is specially provided for presidential suite guests at the Zybost Hotel. As long as you're a guest at Zybost, you have the right to use this car, and you can go wherever you want. Huang Yu looked at Wang Lu in surprise. Wow, I didn't expect you to be quite wealthy. The Zybost Hotel is one of the best hotels in Yindu, and just the price of the presidential suite is 300,000 Chinese yuan per night. Wang Lu smiled, quite a bit. Huang Yu held her head high. Of course, who in Kyoto doesn't know about the Zybost Hotel? Chapter 366. Huang Yu was smug, wanting to see how surprised her proud grandfather would be when he learned about Wang Lu. Old Huang grabbed Huang Yu's hand and asked, Yeah, is what you said true? This person is more talented than you? You are the first genius of our Huang family in 100 years. Huang Yu nodded seriously. I'm sure. This Wang Lu, according to my investigation, indeed defeated the elder of the clan with his own strength. As for the title of first genius, Grandpa, don't tease me. Wasn't he at you 100 years ago? Huang Lao smiled and said, Yeah is still more impressive. But this kid named Wang Lu actually reached the high level of Earth rank at just 25 years old. Doesn't that mean he could potentially reach the heaven rank by 40? How is that possible? Lao Long, what do you think about this? Long Lao sighed. What can I say? Now, the hidden sects everywhere are restless, and all the main forces of the Dragon Pavilion are on missions. Even within the Dragon Pavilion, there has never been such a gifted person. However, I believe this person is a friend, not a foe. After all, he can defeat the hidden sects, which proves that the hidden sects and this kid named Wang Lu are rivals, so that makes things much easier. Chapter 367. Looking at the old, ugly, and short middle-aged man in front of him, Gufan rubbed his eyes several times and said, Brother Wang, is that you? Was your photo photoshopped? Wang Lu frowned. What do you mean photoshopped? Then he realized, I have undergone disguise. It's safer in Yindu this way. Doesn't it look bad? Wang Lu thought his carefully disguised appearance was quite safe. Gufan was puzzled. It's not about safety. It's too safe. You don't need to go to a bar or nightclub like this. No one will pay attention to you at all. How can you gather information? You need to at least appear more high profile. Wang Lu's eyes turned, and he seemed to find Gufan's words reasonable. So he said, All right, wait a moment. Then Wang Lu went to the restroom of West Boston and used a disguise mask to change his body shape and appearance again. In just a few minutes, a young man about 180 centimeters tall and of average looks walked out of the restroom. Fortunately, Wang Lu carried many sizes of clothes with him. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to match his suddenly changed appearance and body shape with clothes. Gufan looked at this relatively ordinary-looking young man in disbelief and trembled. Brother, You can transform? Chapter 368. Wang Lu quickly stood out in the crowd thanks to his excellent drinking capacity. Wu Kuei, drunkenly putting his arm around Wang Lu's shoulder, said, "Brother Lu, you really have a huge capacity. You down 2 bottles of Hennessy and still have no sign of being drunk. Amazing, amazing." Wang Lu smiled and said, "Wu Xiao, you flatter me. It's mainly because your wine is good. It doesn't hit hard, so I just drank a bit more. Are you feeling heartbroken, Wu Xiao?" Gulgui sput, fished. "Brother Lu, you don't know my strength. This consumption of a few 100,000. Can the Wu family in Yindu even care about that? That's just the cost of a meal. Besides, you and Gu Fan are good brothers. How could you not know our Wu family?" "Brother, you're just teasing me, haha." Wang Lu smiled and said, "Wu Xiao, just joking. By the way, when will Feng Xiao arrive? I've been looking forward to it for a long time. I heard that the Feng family is one of the 8 great families in the capital, and Feng Wushang is a well-known young master in Yindu." Wu Kui, clearly a bit drunk, hugged Wang Lu's shoulder and said, "Brother Lu, I'll tell you that Feng Xiao will be here soon. You must perform well when he arrives. The opportunities that Feng Xiao has are worth billions. Ordinary people can't get them." Chapter 369. Wang Lu was puzzled. "Feng Xiao, what do you mean? Didn't I hear that you have a marriage contract with Gu Xiyin from the Gu family? Why are you now interested in Zhang Wushuang?" He continued, "As for Zhang Wushuang's matter, the Chu family and Gu Fan should be clearer about it, right?" When Gu Xiyin was mentioned, Feng Wushang seemed a bit awkward. "As long as Gu Xiyin doesn't leave Magic City, I can't do anything about her. Besides, although the Zhan family is a bit weaker than the Gu family, with the help of our Feng family from the hidden family, we don't care about this little gap." Wang Lu pretended to be surprised. "Hidden sects? What is that?" When hidden sects were mentioned, Feng Wushang deliberately avoided the topic. "Let's not talk about that for now. The Chu family has closed off information, and Gu Fan should know less about the Zhan family than you do. You tell me, and I'll find some good opportunities to reward you. How about that?" Wang Lu nodded, thinking that he should first give Feng Wushang a little sweetener to gain trust before gradually figuring out the matters of the hidden families in Yindu. Wang Lu said, "Then I'll mention something, but I can't guarantee its authenticity. If I say something wrong, I hope Feng Xiao won't blame me." Feng Wushang smiled. "Just a casual chat. Brother Lu, feel free to say." Chapter 370. Slaughter the entire Gu family? Wang Lu frowned. Is the hidden sect, Xinjian sect, really that ruthless? Shouldn't they, like those martial arts novels, at least pretend to be righteous and proper on the surface, while actually being hypocrites? Now these hidden sects don't even pretend anymore? However, based on Wang Lu's encounters with some hidden sects and families, they're indeed just garbage that occupies property, aside from having higher cultivation than secular families. They might be worthless otherwise. Gu Fan seemed to think of something and quickly looked at Wang Lu. "Brother-in-law, can you save her family? I heard my sister say that your medical skills are remarkable, even curing Grandpa Yu of the toxins in his body. You must have the ability to help our Gu family, right?" Wang Lu looked at Gu Fan's sincere expression and couldn't bear to ignore him. Gu Shuyun had always treated him well. Even when Zhan Tian had conflicts with him, Gu Shuyun had always treated him with courtesy. For the sake of the Zhan family, he had to help. Wang Lu nodded. "All right, I'll go take a look with you, but I can't guarantee I will succeed. As for the Xinjian sect, if it's just Earth-rank martial artists, I'm not afraid." Chapter 371. Gu Yu was surprised. "Wang Lu, are you serious? Do you have a way to save my father?" Wang Lu smiled and nodded, "Of course. I should say, as long as he is not dead completely, there is no one in this world I can't save." What a big mouth. "You're not afraid of your tongue getting twisted." A discordant voice sounded from his side. Wang Lu frowned and looked at the person, asking, "May I ask who you are?" The person, who bore some resemblance to Gu Yu, coldly snorted, "I am." Before he finished speaking, Gu Yu said, "Sorry, Wang Lu. This is my younger brother Gu Feng. You can also call him Gu Ershu. He has this kind of temper, likes to pick at things. But he's not a bad person, so don't take it to heart." Gu Feng, hearing Gu Yu say this, got anxious. "Big brother, don't believe this kid's nonsense. How could someone so young be so capable? The renowned families of Huaxia can't even cure our father, so I don't believe this young kid has a way." "Shut up, little brother. If you say another word, I'll confine you. If you don't believe me, do you not believe Shuyun? Shuyun says Wang Lu has the ability to bring the dead back to life. Then I believe him. You don't need to say more. Ye you school dead." Gu Feng still didn't believe it and anxiously said, "Bro, you must not be fooled by this kid." Chapter 372. Wang Lu, you are our Gu family's benefactor. I will kneel for you. The members of the Gu family all knelt down in gratitude. Wang Lu quickly helped Ge Yu and the others up, saying, Uncle Ge, if you say that, it will be too much for me. I'm just a junior, and also your nephew-in-law. You are my uncle. Ge Yu shook his head. A debt of gratitude is a debt of gratitude. You saved my father, so you are our Ge family's benefactor. Wang Lu is helpless. Whatever, just don't kneel to me. Nephew, I apologize for my earlier behavior. Please forgive me. Ge Feng deeply bowed and sincerely apologized. Wang Lu helped Ge Feng up. Just as Ge Feng was about to say something, Wang Lu took out a silver needle and quickly pricked him several times. Suddenly, Ge Feng's whole body flushed red, and the little tent below stood upright. The people around looked extremely awkward. Wang Lu withdrew the silver needle and said to Ge Fan, Xiao Fan, bring me paper and a pen. I'm going to prescribe some Chinese medicine for Uncle. He must not have any contact with women or solve it himself for a week. No matter how much he feels the urge, he must endure. After a week, Uncle, you will be able to return to normal. Chapter 373. There's a saying passed down from the matriarchs of the Gu family, which is that men are merely tools for their own use. Each generation of Gu family matriarchs possesses extraordinary beauty, using their looks and charm to control powerful figures through the ages. Gu Xian and Gu Qingsheng are both descendants of the modern matriarch, Gu Mingyan. This is also why the Gu family has remained prosperous for hundreds of years. In the Gu family, Gu Mingyan, lying in the arms of the elder Xianming from the Xuanwu sect, looked enchantingly at him. Elder, from now on, we'll rely on you to take care of us. Xianming, with a greedy expression, replied, Mingyan, don't worry, as long as you are with me. I will definitely take care of the entire Gu family. And that kid Xian so listens well. Qingsheng will definitely be able to control him. Gu Mingyan's fingers glided over Xuanming's chest. Although Xianming, as the elder of the Xuanwu sect, was already in his 60s, his body, being a peak Earth-level expert, still had the vitality of a middle-aged man, except for his head full of white hair. Xianming, provoked by Gu Mingyan, could no longer hold back. But Gu Mingyan stopped him. Hey, elder, you promised me that our matters would be after Xian, Su, and Qingqing's wedding. Chapter 374. Tang Qing looked at the suddenly beautiful faces of the Ge family with a hint of a smile and slightly bowed, saying, since the Ge family has a miraculous medicine that can repair the internal organs and meridians, then congratulations to the head of the Ge family. The sudden softness in her tone left Wang Lu and the Ge family somewhat at a loss. What was wrong with the saintess Tang Qing, suddenly becoming so amiable? The two elders from Xianjian sect behind Tang Qing understood what she meant and remained silent, quietly watching. Ge Dongshan frowned. What does Saintess Tang mean? Is she not planning to attack my Ge family anymore? Tang Qing smiled slightly. Head of the Ge family, our Xianjian sect would never indiscriminately invade others' property. It was just some misunderstandings last time. Since there is no major issue with Grandfather Ge, we can rest assured. Ge Yu, somewhat confused, looked at Ge Feng and whispered, Second brother, is the saintess of the Xianjian sect out of her mind? After killing so many of us last time, how can she say this? Ge Feng also felt bewildered. Eldest brother, I don't know either, but it's better than continuing the conflict. Chapter 375. What? You treated him? Tang Qing and all the members of the Xianjian sect were astonished. How could such a young boy, at most 25 or 26 years old, possess such medical skills? Impossible. You want to deceive me? Tang Qing simply did not believe that Wang Lu had such medical skills. Wang Lu sneered. Don't believe? Tang Qing. Do you really think your hidden sect has the world under its control? You should understand that this is in Huaxia, where there are countless ancient legacies you know nothing about. Your hidden sect is just a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. Yet you still want to meddle in the secular world. You hidden sects aren't so poor that you don't even have a mirror, are you? If not, go take a piss and look at yourself. Don't think that just because you're a bit stronger, you can act invincible. If you were really that strong, why would you still be hiding from the Dragon Pavilion? Tang Qing was momentarily speechless from Wang Lu's retort. Kid, what nonsense are you talking? Do you have any evidence that you can heal him? Elder Yun, behind Tang Qing, said. After being reminded by Elder Yun, Tang Qing reacted. That's right. What evidence do you have to prove it? Wang Lu's gaze fell on Tang Qing for a few seconds, making her feel somewhat puzzled. Just as she was about to scold Wang Lu as a lecher, unexpectedly, Wang Lu's words made her furious. Chapter 376. This matter warrants a big punishment for each of you. Do you think you can flaunt your power here in the Ge family? Wang Lu's expression was cold as he surveyed the angry members of the Xinjian sect. You little brat, how dare you hit me? Elder Yun was so furious that his beard was flying, his right hand shaking as he pointed at Wang Lu. If it weren't for his earth-level strength, he might have been infuriated to death by Wang Lu. In the Xianjian sect, Elder Yun was considered one of the higher-ups. He had never suffered such humiliation. Wang Lu clapped his hands. What? Do you want another one? I think it's better to skip it. Mainly, your old face is too greasy, and my hand is now covered in it. Elder Yun's hand trembled even more as he pointed at Wang Lu. You, what are you all standing there for? Grab him. Ye Dongshan Huoted, Gran Son. Wang Lu turned back and gave Gu Dongshan a reassuring look. Soon, more than a dozen disciples from the Xianjian sect surrounded Wang Lu. Wang Lu looked coldly at the crowd around him and sneered. You little Earth-level experts think you can take me on? I'll say this up front. I'm not gentle. If you die, don't blame me. Chapter 377. The members of the Xianjian sect and the Gu family stared in shock at this scene. Especially the members of the Xianjian sect. Just now, this Lu was fine, agreeing to be with Tang Qing. Yet suddenly he slapped her and sent her flying. What on earth was going on? At this moment, Tang Qing had gotten up from the ground, her beautiful face clearly showing 5 handprint marks. She looked at Wang Lu with disbelief, her heart filled with rage, wishing she could kill him immediately. However, Wang Lu's sword had a sword spirit. If she forcibly killed him, the Qing Kong sword would likely seal itself, making it no different from scrap metal. Tang Qing pretended to look pitiful as she gazed at Wang Lu. Brother Lu, why did you hit me? It hurts so much. You have to compensate me, okay? I won't blame you. Wang Lu suddenly pointed at Tang Qing and yelled, Vile woman, if I didn't know some medicine, I might have been deceived by you. Tang Qing frowned, not understanding what Wang Lu meant, and asked, Brother Lu, what do you mean? Wang Lu snorted coldly. I didn't see clearly from a distance just now, but now I see clearly. Your forehead is blue, and your cheeks are flushed. Can't ordinary people see it? Do you think I can't? You are just a shameless woman, and you still want to trick me into marrying you. Chapter 378. With a thud, Tang Qing sat down on the ground, looking at the tall, handsome young man in front of her in fear. Tang Qing never expected that the young man she looked down upon would actually be an extraordinary genius. Without the support of sect, he had achieved such a level in the secular world. What else could he be but a peerless talent? Elder Zhang at this moment had already started to have second thoughts. If he continued to stay, the entire Xianjian sect might die here. After thinking for a moment, Elder Zhang decided to cut his losses and, without any hesitation, waved his sleeve to unleash a gust of wind towards Wang Lu before retreating towards the door. Wang Lu had anticipated this. Even if the door was closed, with his peak Earth-level strength, Elder Zhang could not escape. Elder Zhang was just about to strike at the gatekeeper from the Gu family when he was interrupted by a dangerous aura behind him. With all his strength, Elder Zhang managed to dodge an attack from Wang Lu. He initially thought he could take the opportunity to escape, but unexpectedly, Wang Lu was much faster, kicking directly into Elder Zhang's abdomen. Elder Zhang spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out, unable to get back up. Chapter 379. What? The Xianjian sect actually failed. At this moment, Feng Wushang was at the old residence of the Feng family, enjoying the services of a beautiful woman he had just flirted with. Just after finishing, he heard from his subordinates about the news that none of the Xianjian sect members had returned safely that morning. Feng Wushang was very nervous, as anyone who could annihilate the Xianjian sect could also destroy the hidden sect behind him. Although Feng Wushang was debauched, he was not foolish. He immediately sent his subordinates to investigate who had wiped out the Xianjian sect in a single morning. Throughout Yindu, not only the Feng family but also the Wu family, the Chu family, the Bailey family, and the Gu family were all frantically trying to find out who had destroyed the Xianjian sect, as this matter concerned their future fate. And carelessness could lead to the destruction of their century-old foundations. Within the Xianjian sect, Yu Kuan was looking angrily at the disciples. This morning, the life tokens of our Xianjian sect as Saintis, Elder Zhang, and dozens of disciples were shattered, which only proves one thing. Our operations in the secular world have failed, and Tang Qing and the others have been silenced by the enemy. As he spoke these words, a hint of sorrow appeared on Yu Kuan's face. After all, women like Tang Qing were rare even in the Xianjian sect and hidden sections. Now that Tang Qing was dead, Yu Kuan, who had been a lecher for many years, could no longer stay calm. Chapter 380. The Yindu Raw Stone Exchange Conference was a gambling stone event held quarterly in Yindu, where many raw stone suppliers would rent a booth to showcase their company's raw stones. The first goal was to highlight the quality of the jade, raw stones, from their mines. And the second was to gain some commercial channels through the raw stone exchange or public auction. After parking the car, Gufan led Wang Lu towards the venue of the raw stone exchange. Wang Lu looked at Gufan, who was familiar with the place. With a puzzled expression, "Xiao Fan, you should still be in school, right?" Gufan nodded. "I'm at Qingbei University, now in my 3rd year, majoring in jewelry design and finance. Our Gu family's main economic sources are the jewelry company and financial investments, and I'm studying dual majors." Wang Lu was somewhat surprised and had to admire Gufan's strong capabilities. After all, Qingbei University was not easy to get into, and he was studying 2 majors. Moreover, it was said that Gufan's grades were outstanding. He was truly a genius. However, no matter how it was, Wang Lu had the system, which was a unique advantage. Upon entering the venue, Wang Lu saw such a novel scene for the first time, with booths lining both sides of the street, each displaying dozens of raw stones of various sizes. Chapter 381. Gufan was dumbfounded. Wow, Wang Lu really knows how to pick stones, and he is so impressive. Gufan quickly took the jade from Sundali's hands and examined it closely. "Ice type, this is a piece of high-quality ice type yang green. My goodness. Brother-in-law, you really are amazing." Wang Lu's expression was calm as he quietly enjoyed this moment of showing off. It was really exhilarating. Although he already knew there was jade inside and that it was ice type, the joy of discovering such jade was irreplaceable. Wang Lu thought, no wonder so many people are so obsessed with gambling stones. Many even go bankrupt over it. It turns out this thing is quite similar to gambling. At this moment, Sundali couldn't help but admire Wang Lu. "Bro, you're really amazing. You actually found a bargain with this 5,000 yuan stone? My goodness. This ice type can be made into several pendants or jade plaques, and even a few small bracelets. If sold, it could be worth 7 to 8 million. Wang Lu waved his hand. "Just a small matter, nothing to fuss about." Just then, a voice came from behind the three. "Oh, isn't this the young master of the Gu family? I heard your Gu family is not doing well recently." "What? You come to the raw stone market hoping to turn things around?" Chapter 382. What? You want to raise the stakes? This kid, doesn't he know how formidable Master Guhan is? He is looking for trouble. People around began to discuss, wondering what had gotten into Wang Lu to dare challenge Master Guhan. Guhan smiled. "Young man, I've been studying gambling stones for decades and have some achievements. I advise you to know when to back down. You seem to have just entered the industry. You're still young and shouldn't ruin your bright future." Wang Lu looked at Guhan's hypocritical demeanor and sneered inside. Despite his old age, Guhan was disrespectful to the young. Otherwise, why would he collaborate with the Feng family? Wang Lu didn't respond directly to Guhan, but turned to Gufan. "Xiao Fan, do you believe in your brother-in-law?" Gufan answered without hesitation. "I believe. Brother-in-law, not only do I believe in you, but I also support you unconditionally. Our Gu family exists today because of you. Otherwise, we would have been finished long ago. Just tell me what to do." Chapter 383. Feng Hai looked at Gufan and Wang Lu with a sly smile. "Gu family kid, President Shun is here. You probably don't have a chance to cheat. What? If you want to back out, kneel to me and my son's woman, and I'll let you go." Gufan sneered. "Feng family head, I see you're like a toad looking at a swan, ugly and dreaming big. Don't think I don't know your thoughts. You just want to swallow our Gu family because we've lost a bit recently. No problem. Today I'll give you a chance. Our Gu family will gamble with you alongside my brother-in-law." Feng Hai was shocked and glanced at Wang Lu. Gufan actually had such confidence. Could it be that he really had some great skill? Feng Hai looked at Guhan. "Master Gu." Guhan waved his hand. "Feng family head, you've already asked once. If you don't trust me, you can choose someone else." Guhan was also somewhat angry, although Gufan was young. He had someone who believed in him unconditionally. Feng Hai was clearly not someone who could accomplish great things. Feng Hai nodded repeatedly. "All right, Master Gu, I believe in you." Wang Lu stepped forward. "Words are not enough. Bring the contract for both parties to sign." Chapter 384. Everyone wipe it all. When everyone heard Wang Lu's words, they were first taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Huh, this kid, what is he saying? Wipe all 10. Does he know what wipe means? How long will it take? 10 raw stones? He'll be wiping until next year?" At this moment, Feng Jianshang and his son were laughing uncontrollably, unable to stop. Feng Jianshang pointed at Wang Lu. "Kid, if you came and made jokes, go to the circus, okay? I'll definitely book you a show and feed you a meal. And you want to wipe all?" You don't even know if there's jade in there. Wang Lu was too lazy to respond to Feng Jianshang and looked at Sun Dali. I told you to wipe. You just wipe. There are definitely good things, trust me. Sun Dali had previously witnessed Wang Lu's ability to select stones. So he disregarded the ridicule from those around him and picked up a piece of rough stone the size of 2 fists to start rubbing. As a result, less than a minute into the process, a crystal-clear green light emerged, leaving everyone staring in disbelief. Wow, it really turned green, and this green seems. Shen Ziqing's eyes lit up. What is this? Even when Master Gu selected the rough stone, Shen Ziqing wasn't too surprised when it turned out to be ice-type. After all, while ice-type is rare, it isn't extremely scarce. But Wang Lu's piece. Chapter 385. On the way back. Gu Fan looked seriously at Wang Lu, brother-in-law. Today, not only did you save my family, but you also helped the Gu family instantly restore its former scale. I really don't know how to thank you. And you even helped us secure high-end jade sources. Wang Lu waved his hand. There is no need to be so polite among family. Besides, this wasn't just for you. I was merely solving some problems along the way. As for those 10 pieces of jade, red, purple, and imperial green, I want to take one to make some bracelets or pendant for your sisters. Gu Fan was surprised. Sisters? Does my sister know? Wang Lu smiled. She knows, and not only your sister, but your aunts and uncles also know. Gu Fan's worldview shattered. In fact, given Wang Lu's identity and status, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he could have many women. However, the Zhan family is a prestigious family. How could they agree to Wang Lu having other women besides Zhan Wushuang? With the Zhan family's conditions, even if Wang Lu were the national leader, the Zhan family would probably still have the power to refuse. This only proves one thing. Zhan Wushuang truly likes Wang Lu and loves him deeply. Chapter 386. However, it seemed like Su Huaishu thought of something and asked, Xian, I heard that this young man Wang Lu is very outstanding and his business talent is almost unmatched. But it seems he has relationships with several daughters from the Zhan and Morong families. Su Huaishu was not opposed to the fact that Wang Lu had many women. After all, he himself had many. This is a need for martial artists who reach a certain level. However, considering Gu Xian's temperament, Su Huaishu was worried that his little niece might be too strong and suffer grievances. Gu Xian shook her head. Uncle Su, I don't mind this. I already have some feelings for Wang Lu, and I don't care about the other women. Su Huaishu nodded. All right, if that young man Wang Lu bullies you, tell me, and I will definitely deal with him. Gu Xian smiled. Thank you, Uncle Su. For the next 3 days, Wang Lu stayed at the West Boast Hotel in seclusion, preparing to break through to the heavenly level. However, for some unknown reason, Wang Lu felt that after reaching the peak limit of the earthly level, he had been lacking a bit of opportunity to reach the heavenly level. System, I've been at this earthly peak for several days. Why can't I break through to the heavenly level? Wang Lu was ready to place his hopes on the system. Chapter 387. It turns out that after Wang Lu picked up Gu Xian to avoid exposing her whereabouts, he directly took her to a commercial complex in exchange for a disguise mask for her in the system. Then the two changed their appearances and slipped away right under the noses of the Gu family members. In fact, Wang Lu and Gu Xian could have confidently gone directly to the Gu family, but Wang Lu was worried that Gu Xian's identity would attract too much attention, especially since the Feng family, the Chu family, and many families in Yindu were not only watching Gu Xian, but also him. Although Wang Lu knew that his arrival in Yindu was no longer a secret, to avoid unnecessary troubles, he chose a more hassle-free method. At this moment, while Wang Lu and Gu Xian were discussing how to disrupt the Gu family's awareness, suddenly, Gu Qingsheng and her mother Gu Mingyan appeared in the lobby, accompanied by a man dressed in a black robe. The young man was Xian Su, the young master of the Xuanwu sect, and the old man in the black robe was Xian Ming, the grand elder of the Xuanwu sect. Everyone was congratulating Xian, Su, and Gu Qingsheng, as the Gu family was a major player among the 8 great families of Jingmen, and many in Yindu wanted to align themselves with them. Chapter 388. Gu Dongshan from the Gu family was somewhat surprised. Wasn't Wang Lu supposed to have raised objections on his side? How did another woman come into the picture? Wang Lu never expected to encounter Huang Yu here, and Huang Yu was so domineering, directly raising an objection. It's important to note that in this situation, only the wealthy families of Yindu could raise objections. For the first time, Wang Lu felt that he couldn't see through someone, and, at that moment, Huang Yu gave him that feeling. Gu Xian was slightly surprised when she saw Huang Yu. Wang Lu was somewhat surprised. Do you know her? Gu Xian whispered. Huang Yu. She's from the Huang family. Wang Lu frowned. Huang family? Is it impressive? I don't think I've heard of the Huang family in Yindu. Gu Xian said, You know the 8 great families of Jingmen, right? Wang Lu nodded. How could I not know the 8 great families of Jingmen? The Shang family, the Xianyuan family, the Long family, the Ping family, the Bailey family, the Gu family, and the Feng family, with the 3 lower families being the Wu family, the Chu family, and the Gu family. Gu Xian nodded cautiously and said, Huang Yu is from the Xianyuan family. Wang Lu's eyes widened. What? Gu Xian continued to explain. The name Xianyuan is too heavy, so 100 years ago, the people of the Xianyuan family changed their surname to Huang. And outsiders also refer to the Xianyuan family as the Huang family. However, only those from the 8 great families of Jingmen know this. Outsiders believe that the Xianyuan family is the leader of the 8 great families. Chapter 389. Their men? The male attendees widened their eyes in disbelief, with Feng Wushang saying incredulously, No, it's impossible. How could there be someone better than me? Gu Xian, you must be lying to me. Xian Su's eyes narrowed, his gaze never leaving Gu Xian. Gu Qingqing approached Xian Su and pulled on him. Husband, what's wrong? Do you also have your eyes on my sister? Xian Su looked at Gu Qingqing and suddenly felt that the once stunningly beautiful Gu Qingqing was now just average, only slightly prettier than ordinary women. Without comparison, there would be no harm. In Wang Lu's view, Gu Qingqing was already a rare beauty with a score of at least 90, even roughly estimating it to be 90. But Gu Xian's looks scored a high 95, so there was a significant gap. Sister Xian. Huang Yu ran towards Gu Xian when she saw her, followed by a man who was also staring at Gu Xian. Yeah, it's been a long time. How have you been? Gu Xian was very happy to see Huang Yu, as she had few friends since childhood, and Huang Yu was definitely one of them. The two not only had comparable looks, but were also close in age, so they felt like sisters upon their first meeting. Chapter 390. The crowd present didn't really care about who the head of the Gu family was. Aside from the Feng family, it was just for the show. However, the reputation of the Xuanwu sect caused quite a stir among those present. The Xuanwu sect is quite famous among hidden sects, and compared to the Sima family of the Feng family, it is not at all inferior. This is also the reason why Gu Mingyan is so eager to take control of the Xuanwu sect, with the Xuanwu sect as a backing. The future of Yindu might even be able to balance against the ancient Huang family. One must say that Gu Mingyan's ambition is indeed quite large. Hearing Xuanming's words, many people are indeed discussing it, especially since the Xuanwu sect has made its stance clear. The head of the Gu family must be the future wife of the Xuanwu sect's young master, which means Gu Xian has lost her eligibility to be the head of the family. Gu Qingqing sees that the time is right and pulls Xian Su out. That's right. I am Xian Su's fiancé, so it is only natural that the head of the Gu family belongs to me. Everyone present agrees with this statement. Indeed, since the Gu family has a partnership with the Xuanwu sect, it makes sense for Gu Qingsheng to take that position. Huang Yu furrows his brow and steps forward. Oh, the hidden sect Xuanwu sect, is it? Have you forgotten the agreement between your hidden sect and our Long Pavilion? How dare you enter the secular world so ostentatiously, and even arrange a marriage with a secular family? Do you think the Huang family and Long Pavilion don't exist? Chapter 391. What? Gu Xian actually rejected Xian Su? What is Gu Xian thinking? Xian Su's strength is at the earth level, and he is under 30. Isn't he on par with Huang Yu from the Huang family? This is something many women dream of, yet she actually rejected it. Gu Mingyan, upon hearing Gu Xian's refusal, is also in disbelief. She has done so much to prevent Xian Su from liking Gu Xian, yet unexpectedly, Gu Xian herself rejected him. Gu Qingcheng is ecstatic on the side. Gu Xian, this is your own choice, so don't blame me. As long as I become Xian Su's woman and improve my charm techniques, I don't believe Xian Su 1T return to my side. Xian Su frowns. You? What did you say? You rejected? Huang Yu stands in front of Gu Xian. Xian Su, do you still want to forcefully take her? Do you really think little of my Huang family? Xian Su coldly snorts. Huang family? I have certainly heard of it. The Xianyuan family, right? Is your Huang family's old master still alive? Even if he is, how much longer can he live? By the time your Huang family's old master dies, your Huang family will only have your father left at the heaven level. Do you think your Long Pavilion can still hold up then? Chapter 392. Oh, I didn't expect that on my first visit to Yindu, I would be so famous. How embarrassing. Wang Lu smiles at everyone. Xiansu looks cautious. You are the hidden first genius of Long Pavilion. Wang Lu. Wang Lu frowns. First genius? I never said that. This title is the first time I've heard of it. If you say more, I might get a bit proud. Gu Xian pulls at Wang Lu's sleeve, signaling him to stop being so shameless. Wang Lu grins and hugs Gu Xian's slender waist. Sister Xian, you called me well just now. Why not call me again? Gu Xian bites her lip, looking at Wang Lu with annoyance. Husband. Wang Lu beams. Good wife. Let us see how husband deals with him today. Wang Lu releases his grip and pushes Gu Xian to Huang Yu. I leave my wife to you. Huang Yu, looking at Gu Xian in disbelief, says, Lu Wang. Wang Lu, your name is really casual, and weren't you quite indifferent before? Why do you seem like a different person now? Wang Lu shrugs. I can't draw attention, right? We'll talk about it later. Right now, I need to deal with this group of waste first. Chapter 393. Seeing that Xiansu actually despises her so much at this moment, Gu Qingcheng's resentment erupts from the bottom of her heart. Xiansu, I gave my body to you. I'm even pregnant with your child. And you treat me like this. Do you deserve me? If you don't kill Gu Xian today, I'll tell you, I'll 1T let this go. You 1T get a single cent from the Gu family. After saying that, Gu Qingcheng lunges at Xiansu. Xiansu, with a look of disgust, kicks Gu Qingcheng in the stomach, causing her to scream and fly back 4 to 5 meters, clutching her stomach and fainting from the pain. Her elegant long dress is now dirty and disheveled, with fresh blood flowing down her legs. Xiansu looks at the blood and frowns. I didn't expect her to really be pregnant. Forget it. There are plenty of women. Gu Mingyan, seeing this, is alarmed and rushes to Gu Qingcheng. Qingcheng, quick, someone take the young lady to the hospital. Watching Gu Qingcheng being carried away, Wang Lu squints his eyes. Xiansu, you really are a scoundrel. Although Gu Qingcheng is not your official wife, you do have a marriage agreement and have acted as a couple. Doesn't your hidden sect value propriety the most? How can you do this? Is this even human? You can abandon your own child. You're truly a beast. How could all the families present possibly cooperate with someone like you? Chapter 394. At this moment, Wang Lu shows no signs of retreat. Instead, he becomes more courageous and clashes again with Xianming and the other three. Wang Lu forces Sima Changxing back with one sword, withstands Xuanming's palm, and with the Qingkong sword glowing with golden light, a crescent-shaped blade as large as a man flies out directly towards Yinfeng. Yinfeng struggles to resist with the Earth-grade spiritual sword, but Wang Lu's sword light is too powerful this time, shattering the Earth-grade spiritual sword. Yinfeng, startled, conjures a protective shield, but the shield is easily torn apart like tofu by the sword light. Wang Lu suffers a palm strike from Xianming, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he is sent flying backward, barely managing to support himself with the Qingkong sword after retreating for over 10 meters. More than 10 meters away, Yinfeng is sprawled on the ground, a deep wound visible on his chest, bleeding profusely. Clearly, Yinfeng is seriously injured, and the other members of the Xianjian sect rush over to apply medicine to him. Elder, are you okay? The Xianjian sect members shout. Yinfeng gasps for breath. I'm fine, I won't die. First, give me some pills to recover my internal energy, and then apply some medicine for my wounds. Yinfeng needs to recover quickly. Otherwise, it will be the Sima family and the Xuanwu sect that benefit later. Chapter 395. Although Wang Lu's outer clothing is soaked in blood, all his wounds have healed at this point, even if he hasn't advanced to the heaven level. Wang Lu can easily handle Yinfeng and the other three. Sima Changxing and Xianming look horrified. No, this is impossible. How can he enter the heaven level? The heavenly Dao's luck hasn't shown any signs of depletion. How could he possibly enter the heaven level? Sima Changxing can't believe Wang Lu has reached the heaven level. A 25-year-old heaven level is simply inhuman. Xianming is stunned, unable to comprehend how someone could enter the heaven level at 25. Huang Yu looks at Wang Lu with admiration. Brother Wang Lu, have you reached the heaven level? My goodness, how is this possible? Could it be that Brother Wang Lu is even more powerful than my great-grandfather? All martial artists know that the old master of the Huang family is the benchmark for martial artists. Even he entered the heaven level after 40. Wang Lu has jumped directly over 15 years, which is something even one born with cultivation cannot achieve. Elder Yinfeng from the Xianjian sect cries out in despair. I've been looking forward to reaching the heaven level for 50 years, only to be surpassed by a 25-year-old. Chapter 396. The scene fell silent as Wang Lu nodded. Let's disperse. As soon as he finished speaking, all the members of the Yin family rushed outside in a frenzy, fearing that Wang Lu would hold them accountable if he was unhappy. Just as Wang Lu turned around, a delicate figure rushed into his arms. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Gu Xian. He never expected that such a strong woman would be crying like a little girl in his embrace. Wang Lu smiled and said, "Sister Xian, what's wrong?" Gu Xian looked up, her face covered in tears. You still call me Sister Xian? Wang Lu scratched his head awkwardly. "Xian, don't cry. It's not a good look." Gu Xian wiped her tears and huffed. "Stinky brother, you're just like those men, you only like my face." Wang Lu held Gu Xian tightly. "Well, liking your face isn't a bad thing. After all, who told you to be so stunning?" Gu Xian pouted. "You're just sweet-talking." Wang Lu patted her back, indicating her to stop crying. At that moment, Huang Yu and Huang Yu approached Wang Lu. Huang Yu said, "Brother Wang Lu, thank you so much today. Otherwise, my sister and I might have been in great danger." Chapter 397. The next morning, Wang Lu woke up in bed. Surprisingly, he hadn't tea practiced yesterday, as he felt he deserved to enjoy life after fighting all his life. Looking at the peach blossom on the bedsheet, Wang Lu felt a bit like he was dreaming. Glancing around the room, he found a note on the bedside table. "Hubby, I'm going to check on the Gu family's business. I'll be back tonight. Gu Xian." Wang Lu was a bit surprised. Gu Xian had hardly slept the previous night, yet she seemed so energetic today. It could only mean that the Gu family's business was very important to her. Although Wang Lu didn't care about the Gu family's little business with his current background, it didn't matter as long as Gu Xian liked it. Besides, he couldn't be a lord forever. It could get quite boring. Eating and drinking every day was comfortable, but over time, one would lose their goals. Eventually, he needed to find something to do to realize his value. After washing up, Wang Lu sat at the dining table, eating the breakfast delivered by the hotel when a knock sounded at his door. Wang Lu frowned. There shouldn't be room service at this time of day, and a 7-star hotel like West Boster wouldn't have such services. With a sense of confusion, Wang Lu opened the door and was taken aback. Chapter 398. Wang Lu was secretly astonished. Huang Wenchang, truly the top figure in Huaxia, could clearly sense that he had no heavenly Tao fortune. In fact, ever since Wang Lu was promoted yesterday, he had discovered that he possessed no so-called heavenly Tao fortune, but rather something called sage fortune. Although the system didn't explain what this sage fortune was, after a night of reflection, Wang Lu had gained a basic understanding of it. Wang Lu nodded. "Hello, old Master Huang. My name is Wang Lu, and I indeed have no heavenly Tao fortune." Huang Wenchang's slightly aged eyes showed a hint of surprise. Let's sit and talk. Pour some tea." Wang Lu nodded and sat down on the stone bench in front of the old man. Huang Wenchang glanced at Wang Lu and nodded. "Without heavenly Tao fortune, you still become a heavenly level powerhouse, and you have a kind of aura I find very appealing, very peaceful and righteous. Little kid, can you tell me what it is?" Wang Lu hesitated, contemplating whether to tell Huang Wenchang that it was sage fortune. Seeing Wang Lu hesitating, Huang Wenchang chuckled. "Hee, I'm being presumptuous. It's fine if you don't want to say." Chapter 399. Huang Wenchang didn't understand what Wang Lu meant and was about to say something when Wang Lu stepped forward and placed his right hand directly on Huang Wenchang's wrist. Huang Wenchang felt Wang Lu's aura flowing within him, yet he made no attempt to resist. Having lived for so many years, he could naturally discern Wang Lu's intentions. When Wang Lu made contact with Huang Wenchang's pulse, he clearly sensed that the old man's internal organs were aging at an alarming rate, over 10 times faster than normal for his age. At this rate, forget 3 days. If Wang Lu hadn't come today, Huang Wenchang might not have made it through the night. Wang Lu frowned, releasing Huang Wenchang's wrist and looking at him. "Old Master Huang, your condition is quite serious. There are severe long-standing internal injuries, and there's also a potent poison continuously corroding your internal organs. This is what's causing your current state." Huang Yu anxiously called out, "Wang Lu, I already know all this. The previous doctors said the same, but they were helpless. Can you treat him? If you can, our Huang family will be extremely grateful." Chapter 400. Wang Lu felt it was time to purchase a heavenly level martial skill focused on close combat. Otherwise, he would indeed find himself lacking. Currently, had the peak level Xuanwu Diamond Sutra, as well as a mid-level sword technique and a sword combination that was practical and not inferior to peak level. But he felt his hand-to-hand combat skills were somewhat lacking. Although the ancient 8 Extremes fist was powerful, It was merely in Xian-level martial skill. Even if all 108 hidden forces were unleashed, it would only have the strength of a ground-level martial skill, which was still far from heavenly level. Huang Yi naturally noticed that Wang Lu's martial skill level was somewhat low. So he took out the dark long staff he had just retrieved. I heard Xiao Yu say you use a sword, so let me experience your swordsmanship. Wang Lu frowned, hesitated for a moment, then flipped his right hand to summon the clear sky sword, causing Huang Yi's long staff to vibrate as the sword appeared. Huang Yi frowned. This fear? How is that possible? This Shanghai staff is a heavenly level beginner treasure that I barely obtained. Wang Lu, of course, was unaware of Huang Yi's thoughts and swung his sword down towards him. Huang Yi raised his staff to block, and a heavy metallic clanging sound echoed, making everyone around think a great bell was ringing. Chapter 401. Old Master Huang, I'm all better now, Wang Lu said as he stood up and looked at Huang Wenchang. Huang Wenchang nodded with satisfaction. Your recovery is so quick. It seems your martial arts are not simple. Wang Lu humbly replied, Old Master Huang, you flatter me. Please, let us move to the inner hall. Huang Yu immediately helped Huang Wenchang up gently, slowly walking into the inner hall. Wang Lu entered the inner hall and looked at Huang Wenchang lying on the bed. He turned to Huang Yu. Old Master Huang's internal injuries are quite severe and have consumed a large amount of his bodily functions. First, give this pill to Old Master Huang to take, and, combined with my acupuncture, he should be able to recover. Wang Lu exchanged a recovery pill from the system and handed it to Huang Yu. Huang Yu nodded, trusting Wang Lu, as he wouldn't need to go through all this trouble if he intended to harm Old Master Huang. Huang Wenchang showed no hesitation, directly swallowing the recovery pill. As soon as the pill entered his stomach, he felt a warm current enveloping all his internal organs through his blood, continuously repairing them. In just 10 minutes, a flush began to appear on Huang Wenchang's face. Chapter 402. Huang Yu exchanged a glance and nodded heavily. Don't worry. After saying that, the two hurried outside to gather personnel and arrange for security. Wang Lu looked at Huang Yi, his expression turning serious. Uncle Huang, the Taishian needle is very mysterious, so we only have one chance. You must not hesitate when transmitting your internal energy, understand? Huang Yi nodded. Don't worry. However, Huang Yi later thought, for some reason, Wang Lu had a natural aura of a conqueror about him, while Huang Yi also carried a leader's aura. But compared to Wang Lu, it was indeed a small difference. Wang Lu walked to Huang Wenchang's bedside and instructed him to remove all his clothing, leaving only his underwear. However, Wang Lu's gaze was very firm, and Huang Yi felt a bit embarrassed. Don't be shy, Uncle Huang, Wang Lu reminded, sensing Huang Yi's discomfort. Huang Yi nodded, then placed both palms on Wang Lu's back. Wang Lu looked at Huang Wenchang. Grandpa Huang, no matter what happens, you must not obstruct my actions, otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain, understood? Huang Wenchang laughed. Don't worry, little one, I absolutely trust you. Chapter 403. Grandpa Long, what are you talking about? Tell me. Huang Yu shook Long Songhai's arm. Long Songhai chuckled. The secrets of heaven must not be revealed. You will know when your great-grandfather recovers. Now, I must take my leave. Hey, Huang Yu hadn't finished speaking when Long Songhai leaped away and disappeared. Huang Yu jumped down from the rooftop, and Huang Yu said to a nearby Earth-level martial artist, notify them to repair the rooftop. Yes, young master. After receiving the order, Huang Yu nodded and took Huang Yu into the inner hall. Upon entering the inner hall, the scene startled both of them. Inside, Wang Lu and Huang Yi had collapsed on the ground from extreme exhaustion, while Huang Wenchang had closed his eyes and fallen into a deep sleep. Wang Lu, great-grandpa. Huang Yu rushed to Huang Wenchang's side to check his breath and found it steady, which relieved him. Huang Yu hugged Wang Lu, looking anxious. Wang Lu, are you okay? Huang Yu frowned from his side. Sister, shouldn't you be more worried about Dad? Suddenly, Huang Yu had a bad premonition. Damn. Could it be that my little sister has fallen for Wang Lu? What exactly is Wang Lu's background that attracts so many beautiful women? Chapter 404. As soon as Huang Yi said this, Huang Yu became anxious. Dad. Great-grandpa, how can you do this? Wang Lu just saved your lives, and now you want to treat him as a pawn? Huang Wenchang laughed heartily. Yeah, what are you thinking? How could our Huang family do such a thing? However, even if we don't use Wang Lu as bait, he will likely find it hard to protect himself in this situation. This matter still needs to be planned carefully. We're just going along with the situation. Huang Yi nodded, But this matter still requires Wang Lu's consent. I need to discuss it with him face to face to seek his agreement. Huang Yu raised her small hand. I'll go. Huang Yu shook his head helplessly, while Huang Wenhua stroked his beard and laughed. All right, then it's up to you, yeah. Remember, whether Wang Lu agrees or not, he is still our benefactor. Huang Yu giggled, understood. Achoo! On his way back, Wang Lu rubbed his nose. Who is cursing me? At his current level, catching a cold and having a runny nose was completely impossible. As for sneezing, it might be attributed to some kind of metaphysics. Chapter 405, Gu Xian thought to herself. What is so great about Wang Lu that so many exceptional women are willing to follow him? Is it just because he is a bit handsome, gentle, has endless money, and is the strongest martial artist of the younger generation? What's so special about that? Wait, does he even have flaws? If so, it's that Wang Lu is indeed too flirtatious. However, women who understand martial artists, especially high-level ones, know that often a woman won't be just one. But Wang Lu has too many. Covering her small abdomen, Gu Xian compromised. Wang Lu is indeed terrifyingly strong. 10 of him might not be enough. Well, since you are willing, I will definitely be happy. If Wang Lu bullies you in the future, just tell me, and I will help you deal with him. Huang Yu happily nodded. Sister Xian, you treat me the best. After sending Huang Yu and Gu Xian out, Wang Lu was about to do something. But upon returning to the hall, he suddenly found an old man with white hair sitting in the main hall of the Gu family. Wang Lu sensed a dangerous aura from the old man. Could this old man be a heaven-level expert? Moreover, his strength was above his own. Wang Lu cupped his hands and asked, Senior, I apologize for not welcoming you properly. I wonder what brings you here. Chapter 406, after long, Songhai mentioned it. Wang Lu finally understood why Huang Wenchang, a high-level heaven-level expert, had become so weak before reaching 200 years old. It was because of this reason. Wang Lu continued to ask, since that's the case, can old Huang still hold on for another 3 to 5 years? Then we can suppress those heaven-level experts again, right? Long Songhai shook his head. Actually, what you said is also a method, but it's not the best one. If you hadn't appeared, maybe old Huang, and I would have used this method to hold off those people for another 3 to 5 years. But what happens after 3 to 5 years? If Huang, he hasn't grown to old Huang's level, then chaos will erupt in Huaxia. Wang Lu frowned. Then why do you need to find me? Long Songhai stroked his beard and smiled. Because you are the variable, and you are the hope of Huaxia. Wang Lu pointed at himself in confusion. I am the hope? Long Lao, don't joke with me. I can't bear such a heavy burden. Long Songhai knew Wang Lu wouldn't believe him. I'm not joking. Both old Huang and I share the same thought. Although this is my first time meeting you, I originally had doubts, but when I saw you, the heavenly fortune in my body actually felt fear. At that moment, I knew you were the one who can change the world as pattern. Chapter 407 the next day. Wang Lu woke up early, glancing at Huang Yu, who was still sound asleep, and suddenly felt a bit reluctant. It had happened too many times. Every time after being affectionate with his woman, he had to leave for something. It seemed that getting stronger wasn't necessarily a good thing. Wang Lu thought to himself. Carrying his luggage, he walked to the hall, ready to have breakfast before leaving. Sitting at the dining table waiting for breakfast, Wang Lu shouted at the system. System. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host, sign in successful. You have accumulated a total of 3 times. Would you like to continue accumulating? The system's voice echoed in his mind. Wang Lu said, no more accumulation, just give me the rewards. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing 3 sign-ins. You have received a private jet, the Apollo Nebula, and 30,000 sign-in points. Currently, you have 86,252 sign-in points. The Apollo Nebula has been parked at Yindu International Airport. Please check it. Wang Lu's eyes couldn't hide his excitement. He had wanted a private jet for a long time, but he never had enough time to buy one. Now, unexpectedly, he had his own private jet, though he had never heard of this model. Wang Lu checked online and found that the Apollo Nebula was actually the most advanced civil private aircraft in the world, and it was a custom version from Apollo Company, made from rare metals found in meteorites, with only 3 units produced globally. Chapter 408. So this Gu Xian thinks of me as a breeding pig, right? But come to think of it, I have had relationships with Bai Yamong, Lu Yinran, and the others, and now it's been a month without anyone getting pregnant. Could it really be because the warrior's genes are too strong? Is it making it difficult for me to have offspring? Wang Lu looked at the 10 beautiful flight attendants in front of him, waved his hand, and continued. I can rest by myself. You all stand by, and I will call you if needed. Okay, boss, we are on standby at any time. We'll take our leave now. The flight attendants looked regretful. Back in the lounge, the flight attendants began to discuss among themselves. Does the boss not think highly of us? I don't know. We are considered beauties in the outside world. Yet here it seems Mr. Wang has no interest in us. Mr. Wang is so handsome. I would even want to pounce on him, even without pay. Just look at his figure and face. He already has a private plane at such a young age, my goodness. All right, is this something we can discuss? Don't forget our identities, the head flight attendant said sternly. Inside the cabin, Wang Lu was lying on the bed with his eyes closed, not intending to sleep. The Apollo Nebula flew much faster than regular passenger planes, almost at double the speed. Chapter 409. 10 minutes later, the Apollo Nebula successfully took off. Xie finally understood the power of technology. On the Nebula, almost all facilities could be operated by voice, making this pilotless aircraft something that money couldn't buy. The distance from Magic City to the island country wasn't very far, just slightly further than from Yindu to Magic City. In less than 2 hours, the Apollo Nebula safely landed at the airport. As soon as he got off the plane, Wang Lu had Lu Xinyue keep the 10 flight attendants on standby and gave them a bonus of 1 million as he left. Then Wang Lu exited the airport with Xie Shiyun and checked into the best 5-star hotel in Tokyo, the capital of the island country. Before coming, Wang Lu had already researched the Amaterasu Group. The Amaterasu Group was the largest technology company in the island country, primarily focused on the chip sector. Due to its affordability and quality, the chips produced by the Amaterasu Company were very popular among the people of Huaxia. Wang Lu heard from Xie Shiyun that although the Amaterasu Group was not the highest valued company in the island country, its status in the technology field was unparalleled. Upon learning that the Shenglong Group was about to develop its own 3-nanometer lithography machine, the Amaterasu Group began to suppress the Shenglong Group in every possible way. But due to Wang Lu's connections, Chapter 410, looking at the passage in front of him, Wang Lu was dumbfounded. He thought to himself that the servility of these islanders was truly innate. Do they really need to kneel to solve a mechanism? I can't believe it. However, despite his disbelief, Wang Lu still walked into the passage. Following the passage forward, after walking for more than 10 meters, a secret room appeared before him. Wang Lu then realized that it was actually structured like a prison. Moreover, with Wang Lu's perception, he found that there were quite a few Earth-level masters inside. Fortunately, there were no sky-level ones, which eased Wang Lu's heart considerably. Mr. Yamamoto, what are you doing here? Wang Lu suddenly heard someone speaking to him in the island language. Fortunately, Wang Lu could understand a little bit of it, but he couldn't speak. If he did, he would give himself away. Seeing that the person was an Earth-level beginner warrior, Wang Lu did not speak and took out a cigarette from his pocket that he had just killed a warrior for and handed it over. Slap. The cigarette Wang Lu took out was slapped away by the other party. Baka, don't you know you can't smoke here? Did you smoke just now? I've said it so many times, the other party was very angry. Wang Lu bent down, imitating the actions from island TV dramas, keeping his hands close to his pants and nodding vigorously. Sorry. Chapter 411. Holding the clear sky sword, Wang Lu's imposing aura swept over everyone in the Amaterasu Group. Uncle Chu, you don't need to make a move. Just protect yourselves and leave the rest to me. Wang Lu's voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority. Okay, I understand. Chu Mingfeng nodded heavily. He understood that the current situation was beyond his capability to intervene and couldn't be resolved with intelligence. And it had to be Wang Lu who resolved it forcefully. Wang Lu suppressed the killing intent in his heart and looked at Honda Junichiro. I'll say it again. Step aside or bear the consequences. Honda Junichiro laughed heartily. What? Kid, I'm being nice to you. Do you think our warriors from the great island nation are easy to bully? Today, even if you're sky level, you have to stay here. We have over 20 Earth level warriors and 7 or 8 peak Earth level ones. Do you think you are our match? Wang Lu's gaze was icy. Although I don't know who you are, there's a saying in Huaxiao that I don't know if you've heard. Honda Junichiro frowned. He didn't understand what this young kid was trying to pull. Wang Lu pointed his sword at Honda Junichiro. Those who offend Huaxiao will be punished, no matter how far. Chapter 412. Some of the terrified security personnel fainted on the spot, while the remaining daring ones turned and ran. Under the black cloak, 2 pairs of eyes stared at the fleeing people, but they only glanced once before the black-robed, serpent-headed figure moved towards Xie Shiyun. Hee. That woman just now was too hard to digest. You look more appetizing, but before I eat you, I want to enjoy you first. The serpent-headed figure, with its scaly right hand raised, unleashed a pulling force towards Xie. However, unexpectedly, the serpent-headed figure could not control Xie because a black-robed figure also appeared in front of her. Strangely, this black-robed figure emitted no aura. The serpent-headed figure frowned. Strange. Where did this come from? I didn't notice anything. Who are you, and why are you interrupting my good time? Wu couldn't speak, so did not respond. Seeing that the other party was silent, the serpent-headed figure thought the opponent was afraid to speak and waved its right hand, sending an attack powerful enough to kill an ordinary Earth-level warrior flying towards Wu Ying. Wu Ying extended her hands, using the black robe to block the attack. Fortunately, as a peak Earth-level warrior, Wu Ying was able to deflect the serpent-headed figure's attack. Chapter 413. How is this possible? Why is he so strong? The serpent-headed figure had always thought that Wang Lu, being so young and reaching sky level, must have relied on the entire nation of Huaxia to push him up to save the declining situation of Huaxia. However, its realm was clearly 2 levels higher than Wang Lu's, but it did not expect Wang Lu to actually be able to injure it. You dare to hurt me? For so many years, no one in the entire island nation has been able to hurt me. You are dead. The serpent-headed figure looked at the bright red blood in its hand, furious. Wang Lu scoffed, just you? Your island country is so small. It can't even compare to a single Jiangnan province in Huaxia. It's normal that such a few people can't hurt you. There are hardly any in Huaxia who can hurt me. Sharp-tongued, seeking death, the black-robed snakehead wielded a pitch-black katana, with internal energy surging wildly, gradually flowing out and wrapping around the sword. Although it wasn't obvious, Wang Lu could feel the energy emanating from the black katana. Damn it. If it weren't for the fact that I took the blood explosion pill in advance, I wouldn't find it so easy to defeat you. Wang Lu sneered and swung his right hand, charging toward the black-robed snakehead with his sword. The black-robed snakehead was shocked by Wang Lu's boldness. Clang! The golden light of the clear sky sword clashed with the black light of the katana, creating a loud metallic sound that resonated in the surroundings. Chapter 414. Wang Lu's figure appeared above the black-robed snakehead. Why aren't you running anymore? The black-robed snakehead looked at Wang Lu in terror. Shocked. How is this possible? How did he find me? Wang Lu had no intention of hesitating. Otherwise, if the black-robed snakehead ran again, he would have to spend 5 more sign-in points. Without a second thought, the black-robed snakehead vanished from its spot. Wang Lu turned to the distance and unleashed a massive sword aura. Tried to escape. With a tearing sound, the sword aura struck the black-robed snakehead hard from behind, causing blood to spurt from its mouth and leaving a sword wound. However, the black-robed snakehead couldn't care about the pain at this moment. No way. If I hesitate any longer, I'll be dead. The black-robed snakehead shed its scales, and tens of thousands of snake scales shot toward Wang Lu at high speed. Wang Lu rotated the clear sky, sword in his right hand, knocking down most of the scales, but a few still pierced into his body. Powerful toxins flowed through Wang Lu's veins. He exchanged for a recovery pill from the system and stuffed it into his mouth, then used his internal energy to force out the snake scales and toxins. Wang Lu gritted his teeth. Damn it, I'm going to waste 5 sign-in points again. Chapter 415. Changbai Mountain, deep within Tianqi. Behind a massive waterfall was a dark cave, inside which countless runes flickered, clearly etched in blood. Deep within the cave, a burly old man was bound by 16 thick iron chains, which were inscribed with the same runes as those on the cave walls. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes, looking at a distance with a fierce expression. Ah, another heavenly level being has fallen. No worries, continue. The more that fall, the weaker my rune power becomes. When I see the light of day again, I will absorb all the heavenly luck. You, Huang family, Long family, just wait. I'll not disappoint you. Within China, at the Huang family mansion, Huang Wenchang was recuperating when he suddenly opened his eyes and disappeared from a bed, appearing in the courtyard, looking surprised at the distance. Soon, Huang Yi also appeared. Grandpa, did you feel it too? Huang Wenchang nodded. Yes, it seems this little brat Wang Lu is indeed quite powerful. I didn't expect him to easily kill a heavenly level powerhouse. From what I sense, it should be that snake from the island country. Chapter 416. The next morning, Wang Lu and Xie Shiyun got up early, before the high-ranking members of the island country discovered that the black-robed snakehead was dead. They took the members of the Shenglong group on the Apollo Nebula back to China. On the Apollo Nebula, Wang Lu was sitting with his legs crossed, holding a goblet of red wine, gazing out the window. After a night of rest, the after effects of the blood explosion pill had completely vanished. "Honey, you see much better?" Xie Shiyun leaned on Wang Lu's shoulder, enjoying the tranquility. For some reason, Xie Shiyun felt an immense sense of security just by being near Wang Lu. However, Wang Lu was not in the mood for romance right now. Where did the transparent halo from last night go? Wang Lu had seen the heavenly luck flying toward China. Could it be? If the heavenly luck was obtained by a hidden sect, the situation in China might change again. But this was before old Master Huang recovered. Now that old Master Huang had recovered, it wasn't too bad. Wang Lu was very grateful that Huang Yu had invited him to treat Huang Wenchang. Otherwise, if the heavenly luck fell into China and Huang Wenchang died, China would be finished. Chapter 417. At Yindu International Airport, as the Apollo Nebula landed, Wang Lu bid farewell to Chu Mingfeng. Uncle Chu, I'm leaving first. I have important matters to attend to, and Shiyun is still sleeping. Wake her up when you get to Modu. Chu Mingfeng nodded. Don't worry. I'll take care of Shiyun and Modu. You don't have to worry about anything else. Wang Lu nodded, opened the cabin door, and stepped out. As soon as he exited the airport, Wang Lu saw a red Maserati President parked by the roadside. He took a couple of steps forward, opened the car door, and sat in. You're quite punctual, huh? Huang, you flipped her hair. Of course. I must tell you, Great-Grandpa specifically instructed me to bring you back. Wang Lu nodded. Just now. Huang, he had sent him a message stating that a new heavenly level had emerged from the Hahuan sect. And Wang Lu knew that the situation in China was likely to become chaotic. In the past, in the secular world, the Long family and Huang family dominated, suppressing hidden sects and factions for hundreds of years. Now that the hidden sects finally had the strength to deal with the Long Pavilion, wouldn't they jump at the chance? If he hadn't acted back then, old Master Huang would likely have already passed away by now, even without the emergence of a new heavenly level. The hidden sects and factions could hardly contain their resentment against the Huang family's encroachment. Chapter 418. Wang Lu woke up from an entire night of cultivation, feeling that he was now somewhat powerless. After advancing to the second tier of heavenly level, Wang Lu felt that his cultivation speed had slowed down even more. Originally, he felt it would take about 10 days to progress from the first to the second tier of heavenly level, but now, after a night of cultivation, he felt it would take at least 15 days to move from the second to the third tier. By this reasoning, Wang Lu would not be able to break through to surpass heavenly level before Huang Wenchang's breakthrough. However, Wang Lu also knew that he could only proceed step by step. There was no other way. Wang Lu said to the system, "System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in. You now have 2 accumulative sign-ins. Would you like to activate the sign-in reward?" Wang Lu replied, "Activate." Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 20,000 sign-in points. Current sign-in points remaining, 106,543. Wang Lu was overjoyed. He initially thought it would take a few more days to reach 100,000 points, but he didn't expect to reach it now. However, when it came to spending the 100,000 sign-in points, Wang Lu hesitated a bit. He was facing 2 choices. One was to use 50,000 sign-in points to exchange for a heavenly level shadowless, which possessed peak heavenly level strength and could basically resolve issues with hidden families and sects. Chapter 419. Inside the hall of the manor, people from Xuanwu sect, Xinjian sect, Hawan sect, and the Sima family were present, while the Morong family, the Zhong family, and some small families from the Double Knife sect were outside. For these small sects and factions, there was no need to voice their opinions. They simply needed to follow the major sections. After all, the final goal was either to become cannon fodder or to gain some benefits in the struggle. The leader of the Xuanwu sect, Xian Qi, saw that most people had arrived and then spoke up. "Everyone is here. Shall we start if there are no objections?" The leader of the Xinjian sect, Tang Zhe, frowned. The leader of the Hawan sect has not yet arrived. Sima Hai Ming expressed the same opinion. Xian Qi revealed a surprised smile. "She won't be coming, but the heavenly level warrior from the Hawan sect is not who you think it is. It's someone else. She is unable to make an appearance, so she entrusted me to speak on her behalf, and she has no intention of competing in today's matter." Tang Zhe and Sima Hai Ming exchanged puzzled glances. Could it be that the Hahuan sect and the Xuanwu sect had already colluded? From the current situation, it indeed seemed that way. Tang Zhe and Sima Hai Ming's reactions were also within Xian Qi's expectations. Xian Qi lightly coughed and said, "Today, We gathered everyone here for one thing, to elect someone who can lead the hidden sects and families to overthrow the rule of the Dragon Pavilion. I believe that the capable should take the lead. In terms of the ordinary levels of the major sects, the number of Huang level, Xian level, and D-level warriors is about the same. The Xianjian sect, the Sima family, and our Xuanwu sect have the most D-level warriors. Each of our three sects has one heavenly level warrior. This actually makes it quite simple. As long as our three heavenly level warriors agree, then this alliance can be established. Chapter 420. Almost everyone believed that Xianqi would lose this duel because everyone in the hidden sects and families knew the power of the Xianjian sect. Previously, the Xianjian sect just entered the world more slowly, which allowed the Bailey family and the Feng family to be invaded early by the Xuanwu sect and the Sima family. If given the same amount of time, the Xianjian sect would definitely have surpassed the Xuanwu sect and the Sima family. In fact, the Xuanwu sect was the weakest existence. However, what shocked everyone was that the black whirlwind in the sky instantly shattered the water dragon after entangling with it for a long time, turning it into countless water droplets that fell on everyone's faces. The black whirlwind did not stop and flew towards Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe did not expect his water dragon technique to be broken. He was struck by the black whirlwind and fell from the sky, spitting out a mouthful of blood upon landing. Xianqi landed and looked at Sima Haiming. Master Sima, now that Master Tang Zhe has been defeated, what are your thoughts? Tang Zhe lay on the ground in disbelief. Xianqi, how could you be so strong? Are you a heavenly level 7? Xuanqi's nird. No, I'm a heavenly level 8. Everyone present immediately began to discuss Xianqi's words. Chapter 421. Xianqi's words gained the agreement of everyone present. After everyone dispersed, Xianqi returned to her room. As soon as she entered, she saw a seductive woman in red gauze sitting on the bed. However, her face was obscured by a light veil, making it impossible to see her features. But the alluring aura emanating from her was something even the heavenly level Xianqi found hard to resist. Is everything taken care of? The woman's voice was melodious, making one feel weak in the bones. Xianqi nodded, taking off her outer garment and placing it aside. It's just a small matter. Have you taken care of the few things I entrusted to you? The woman in red gauze said, the matters you mentioned are also trivial for me. Currently, the Waterville family in Western Europe, the Heyman family in the United States, the De Ben family in the island nation, and the Pullman family in Great Britain. All the clan leaders are under my control. As long as you give the order, although the economy of Huaxia may not necessarily be chaotic, the economy of Yindu is still fine. Xianqi raised an eyebrow. Oh, you resolved it so quickly? The woman in red gauze chuckled. What? Does Sect Master Xian not trust me? Xianqi shook her head, sitting beside the woman in red gauze and pulling her into her embrace. How could I not trust you? If it weren't for you, how could I have broken through to heavenly level 8? Chapter 422. On the way back, Wang Lu called Xie Shiyun again. Shiyun, how's the research on the telomere extension reagent and lithography machine at Xinghe Pharmaceuticals? Xie Shiyun was sitting at her desk, looking at reports on the telomere extension reagent and the lithography machine, and replied, what a coincidence you asked that. I'm looking at the clinical reports and experimental reports right now. Currently, there are no issues with the lithography machine. Our prepared production capacity and raw materials are still abundant. However, the telomere extension reagent doesn't have any remarkable effects, as nobody knows if it actually extends lifespan. But for now, there are no side effects. Wang Lu nodded. All right, then let's do this. Please send the telomere extension reagent over by private jet. This matter is very important, understand? Xie Shiyun nodded. Previously, she had heard Wang Lu mention that 4 of the 8 major families in Jingmen had united with dozens of smaller families to deal with Wang Lu. If they succeeded, the entire economy of Huaxia could really fall under their control. On the phone, Wang Lu instructed Xie Shiyun to arrange for the telomere extension reagent to be sent directly to the Gu family. He had no intention of going anywhere to celebrate. Chapter 423. Wang Lu looked at Xianqi coldly. Sorry, I'm afraid I can't do that. Xuanqi frowned. He actually didn't have much patience left. Are you really not afraid of death? In fact, Xianqi wanted to kill Wang Lu, but he knew he couldn't do that until the last moment. Wang Lu smiled, crossing his legs. I refuse. Xianqi, enraged, laughed. All right, you're quite something. Wang Lu, you're the first person in this world to dare refuse me. But don't regret it. I warn you, I currently control trillions in wealth. All the top families in Huaxia are under my control. You're doing well too, but with your current wealth, do you think you can compete with so many families? Wang Lu scoffed. Do you think wealth alone can influence the economy of Huaxia? Qianqi frowned. What do you mean? Wang Lu shook his head. I mean nothing. Please leave. Don't waste my time here. Qianqi remained silent, staring intently at Wang Lu. After a long time, a gentle breeze blew, and Qianqi disappeared from the spot. Wang Lu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Qianqi had really left. Finally looking up at the ceiling, Grandpa Long, stop hiding, come down for a drink. Chapter 424. Upon hearing Wang Lu's words, Long Songhai also breathed a sigh of relief. After thinking for a long time, Long Songhai could not come up with a better plan. So he said, all right, I'll listen to you for now. I'll go back and discuss it with old Huang. This matter still requires some advanced planning. At the very least, we should recall most of the Dragon Pavilion's elites first. Wang Lu nodded. Just as he was about to leave, Long Songhai suddenly thought of something and turned back. By the way, how do you plan to fight this business war? Don't you need our help? The Long family and the Huang family have a very strong foundation, and our assistance could be significant. Wang Lu smiled and shook his head. No need, not for now. They want to play business wars with me? I'm currently brewing a big gift to send to them. However, I anticipate that since Qianqi failed to recruit me today, they will likely start targeting my industries for suppression starting tomorrow. But it doesn't matter. I'm not easy to deal with. Seeing Wang Lu's confidence, Long Songhai felt reassured. All right. I trust you. I'm leaving. Long Songhai's shadow flickered and disappeared from the spot. After Long Songhai left, Wang Lu continued to sit cross-legged on the bed and began his cultivation. If it hadn't been for Qianqi's interruption just now, Wang Lu might have directly broken through to the third tier of the heavenly level. Chapter 425. The next morning, Wang Lu was very awake. He had originally thought that long hours of cultivation would leave him very tired, but unexpectedly, the more he cultivated the Tao scripture, the more energized he felt. Since obtaining the Tao scripture, Wang Lu had hardly slept, yet he still felt spirited every day. While Wang Lu was washing up, someone outside notified him. Sir, there are people from Shenglong Group outside seeking an audience, saying they are here to deliver something. Upon hearing this, Wang Lu immediately replied, all right, no problem. After finishing his wash, Wang Lu went to the Gu family's hall, where the people from Shenglong Group respectfully walked in holding a box. Mr. Wang, I am here on behalf of General Xie to deliver this. Wang Lu waved his hand. Well done. I will tell Shi Yun to give you a bonus. After the people left, Wang Lu carefully opened the box. Inside lay 2 vials of deep blue liquid. Seeing the reagents, Wang Lu felt a bit excited. This was something developed from the formula provided by the system, and he was looking forward to its effects. Wang Lu called Gu Xiyin and drove to the Huang family. As soon as they entered, Huang Yu grabbed Gu Xiyin and walked in without acknowledging Wang Lu. Wang Lu smiled wryly and shook his head. Women's hearts, like needles in the sea. After just a few words, they completely ignore me. Chapter 426. Because the entire hospital served the Huang family. The reports were processed quickly and handed over to Huang Yi. Looking at the report in his hand, Huang Yi excitedly handed it to Huang Wenchang. Grandpa, this is real. It really extends life by at least 30 years. Huang Wenchang also looked at the report. The final data, although not particularly precise, still indicated a lifespan extension of at least 30 years. For this data, Huang Wenchang felt it was very worthwhile. Once, Huang Wenchang thought he was not afraid of death, and even considered that dying early was a good thing. After all, the millennia-long foundation and pressure of the Huang family had always been borne by him, and it was only after Huang Yi advanced to the heavenly level that he shared some of the burden. Years of war and struggle had already turned his body into a mass of scars. In fact, when Wang Lu predicted that he had less than 3 days to live, Huang Wenchang even felt that he was finally going to be liberated. Now, being able to live for at least another 30 years, it was worth anything. Thank you, Wang kid. You saved this old man's life, Huang Wenchang said, his eyes reddening with gratitude as he looked at Wang Lu. Huang Yi nodded and said to Wang Lu, although I am Ye's father, but business is business. You have greatly benefited the Huang family, and in the future, any request you make, as long as it is not illegal, the Huang family will definitely agree. Chapter 427. Wang Lu, do you need help? Our Huang family and the Long family can help. At the dinner table, Huang Yi informed Wang Lu of this news. Huang Wenchang, Huang Yu, Huang Yu, and Gu Xian all looked at Wang Lu nervously. After all, this was not a small matter. Almost all the noble families across China had begun targeting all of Wang Lu's enterprises. In just 1 hour, the Juanhe law firm under Wang Lu received hundreds of court summons. At the same time, Jiming also contacted Wang Lu to inform him of a solution. Jiming meant that although most of these hundreds of summons were unfounded, there was still a small portion that involved malicious attacks and defamation. However, handling so many cases simultaneously at the Juanhe law firm would still be somewhat difficult. Wang Lu said, "It's all right, we can respond normally." Huang Yu asked with some worry, "Wang Lu, do you really not need our help at all?" Wang Lu smiled. "Help with what? Don't forget, although I have nearly 10 trillion in assets, my main focus is on Shenglong Group and a few companies that I hold 100 shares in. Since these companies are all fully owned by me and I'm not listed, what can they do to me? It's impossible for them to short my stock." Chapter 428. When Wang Lu heard about this matter, he suddenly felt something was off, then slapped his forehead and thought, "Oh, I was wondering why the system hadn't delivered any industries to me for a long time, and at this critical moment, it actually sent me such a big gift." Wang Lu first brought Xie Shiyun and the others to the Huang family's reception room. After the three sat down, Xie Shiyun spoke first. "Hubby, actually 2 days ago, some metal material suppliers that our Shenglong Group had contacted, I don't know if they went crazy or what, but they chose to pay high penalties to completely cut ties with us, which led to us not having enough materials to produce the lithography machines." Gu Xian nodded. "Yes. Wang Lu, what do you think we should do now? The press conference is about to start in the afternoon. The telomere extension reagent can indeed help many companies resume cooperation with us. But if the lithography machine project is seized by other enterprises, then, with our high-tech strength, we won't be able to enter the market quickly once the materials are cut off." Wang Lu smiled at the three women. "Don't be so nervous. It's just a lack of metal materials. I'll handle it." Chapter 429. What? A 3-nanometer lithography machine? How is that possible? Yes. Does our China even have a 3-nanometer lithography machine? ISNT, that's something only abroad has? Moreover, I heard that even abroad, they have only produced samples and have no capability for mass production. Xie Shiyun and Gu Xian looked at the reporters and family members below who were discussing animatedly, with no sign of turmoil in their eyes, because they had already anticipated that once today's matter was revealed, many would doubt it. Such doubts were within their expectations, so they had prepared countermeasures. Wang Lu looked at Xie Shiyun from below, murmuring, "In this world, sheer force can break all laws. The best way to resolve doubts is to prove everything with facts." Xie Shiyun glanced at the bodyguards below. Upon seeing her, the black-clad bodyguard nodded and opened a small safe. Xie Shiyun addressed the crowd. "To prove that our Shenglong Group has developed a 3-nanometer lithography machine, we specifically produced a batch of chips in advance, engraved with our Shenglong Group's logo. Please take a look." Xie Shiyun opened the safe and took out a tray containing about 100 3-nanometer chips. Chapter 430. Wang Lu did not intend to stop here. He picked up a remote control and pressed a button aimed at the large screen. Immediately, the large screen displayed real-time monitoring from factories in Modu and other locations. Inside, thousands of lithography machines could be seen in operation. Witnessing this scene, many people on site were moved to tears of excitement. Is it real? Is it true? Our China actually has its own chips, and their performance far exceeds that of Western countries. I really can't believe it. I feel so proud. Yes, that person was just questioning Shenglong Group. He doesn't think about it. With the scale of Shenglong Group, how could they possibly lie at a product launch? If they wanted to go bankrupt, wouldn't it be better to just close the doors? They would ruin their own reputation. Exactly. That person just now. Get out. How dare he point fingers at Shenglong Group? Is he seeking death? Get out, get out. However, when everyone wanted to find that speaker from earlier, they suddenly realized he had disappeared. Wang Lu wasn't concerned and looked at the crowd. "I would like to reiterate that everything we said today at Shenglong Group is true. If there are doubts, I welcome you to verify. But if there are slanders and rumors, don't blame me for sending you to the police station and making you serve time." Chapter 431. However, the most important thing now is to see what Shenglong Group will do next. After instructing his subordinates, Xian Qi focused his attention on Wang Lu. Wang Lu naturally felt Xian Qi observing him. Ever since Xian Qi appeared, Wang Lu felt that Xian Qi's gaze had hardly left him. Damn it, this guy isn't a creepy old man, is he? Wang Lu thought to himself. Before this product launch, Wang Lu had made all the necessary preparations. He was waiting for today, for the hidden family led by Xian Qi to see a bit of color. To think they could defeat him in business, haha, the odds are even slimmer than if they went to war directly. The venue of the launch was already filled with voices of doubt, with even foreign countries fiercely criticizing China's Shenglong Group as the largest fraud company in the world. Some people even questioned whether the previous 3-nanometer lithography machine was just a scam orchestrated by Shenglong Group. Many foreign experts and countries believe that China's technological level still has a significant gap compared to many European countries, the United States, Japan, and other developed nations. Chapter 432. In fact, Wang Lu, Xie Shiyin, and Gu Xian were also eagerly watching the changes in the three people, mainly because, apart from Huang Wenshang, all the previous experiments had been conducted with young people. There were some elderly participants, but the effects were not particularly noticeable. Hundreds of millions of viewers were watching the changes of the three elderly individuals through 3 screens. Just a few seconds later, all 3 began to undergo earth-shattering changes. The 2 elderly men over 90 years old started to look more energetic, and their skin began to improve significantly. Of course, it wasn't like they were regressing to childhood, but it was visibly clear that their skin condition was much better than before, resembling that of a 60-year-old. Seeing such results, the entire venue erupted in exclamations that Shenglong Group was truly amazing. However, when everyone looked at the elderly man in his 80s, they were stunned. His once white hair was actually starting to turn black. Of course, not all the hair turned black, but there were already signs of black hair at the roots. Wow, this is incredible. So incredible. I can hardly believe this is real. Don't say that. I can't believe this is real either. Oh my God, this is terrifying. Chapter 433. Wang Lu cleared his throat twice and directly answered the reporter's question. I understand what you're saying, but I want everyone to know that our intention at Shenglong Group is to ensure that all citizens over 90 can purchase this reagent. So I never required that only the wealthy could buy it. Seeing the reporter shocked by his statements, Wang Lu continued, life expectancy is priceless. Of course, we have costs. So charging several hundred billion is not a problem. However, Wang Lu faced some criticism. He looked at the comments in the online live stream and felt somewhat displeased. Scammer. To charge 100,000. I've worked hard for decades just to save 100,000. To the person upstairs, having 100,000 is already good. I don't even have 10,000. Stop listening to those 2 barking upstairs. 100,000 is already quite considerate, okay? You have to understand that 30 years of life. If offered, all the wealthy would buy it. Don't say 100,000, even if it were 1 billion. I believe they would agree. Exactly, real wealthy people wouldn't even flinch at offering all their assets. You have to know this is life, allowing you to live at least 30 more years. How many 30-year spans can one have in a lifetime, my God? Chapter 434. However, as the saying goes, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Wang Lu had finally reached the 5th level of the heavenly rank after a week of cultivation, and just when he was about to celebrate, he saw numerous negative international news about Shenglong Group. Moreover, the criticisms weren't solely aimed at Shenglong Group. Most of the news directly targeted China. In fact, more than half of the criticisms came from the United States. The United States prides itself as the world's #1 country, leading in economy, military, and technology, far ahead of other countries. Even though China has significant gaps in various aspects compared to the United States, its progress over the past few decades is evident, and it has begun to show signs of surpassing the United States in some areas. Therefore, Wang Lu remembered that the United States had frequently used public opinion and various forces to suppress China's growth. The rise of Shenglong Group had completely ended the United States and some Western European countries' monopoly and suppression in the chip industry. Not only could they no longer suppress China, but the chips produced by Shenglong Group also far surpassed those made by the United States and Western European countries in performance, and their prices were 30 lower. Chapter 435. Huang Qingshan was very troubled looking at the document in his hand, which was a joint denunciation from foreign countries, accusing Shenglong Group of refusing to sell the telomere extension reagent to the outside world. The intentions of these countries were quite clear. They wanted Wang Lu's Shenglong Group to open sales channels for the reagent, and even mentioned in the document that it would be best to provide them with the formula directly, and Shenglong Group could take a cut from it, with the proportion dropping to a mere 28. Don't be surprised. Wang Lu's Shenlong Group could only take 20 of the profits from abroad. Huang Qingshan was troubled because if it were just a foreign issue, it would be one thing. But now the entire country was facing both internal and external troubles. If it were only foreign matters, Huang Qingshan wouldn't be so troubled. The current situation was that Huang Qingshan knew Wang Lu's character would never agree to provide the formula, nor would he even be willing to grant agency rights to those foreigners, let alone provide the formula. That would be a joke. This problem would have to be solved by Huang Qingshan himself, and even if Wang Lu was willing, his uncle Huang Wenchang's character would also make it impossible. Don't be fooled by Huang Wenchang's refined appearance now. In his youth, he was the type to start a fight at the slightest disagreement. Chapter 436. While saying this, Wang Lu suddenly recalled an advertisement he saw as a child regarding infant formulas tailored for the physical constitution of Chinese babies. He didn't expect it to be useful now. Huang Qingshan was somewhat uncertain. Is this really feasible? At the same time, Huang Qingshan also turned his attention to Huang Wenchang. But Huang Wenchang gave Huang Qingshan a comforting look, which expressed that it was fine to do as Wang Lu suggested. Shortly after, Wang Lu picked up a pen and paper and began to write a prescription. A few minutes later, a complete prescription was written out and handed to Huang Qingshan. This is a prescription I wrote myself. It indeed has the effect of prolonging life. But the effect is not very obvious. If made into a potion and taken continuously for 10 years, it might extend life by a year or two. Huang Qingshan was puzzled. Can this really work? Wang Lu nodded. It will definitely work. Trust me, my medical skills are quite profound. Even if they take this formula to the most advanced analysis equipment, they won't be able to identify anything. After all, this prescription can genuinely prolong life. However, just as Huang Qingshan was about to agree, he suddenly thought of something and continued to ask. Even so, this means giving up on the overseas market, which is a significant source of wealth. Are you willing to do that? Chapter 437. Yindu City, Shenlong Group. Inside the hall, medical personnel from Shenlong Group were serving those in line to purchase DNA telomere extension reagents. Everyone, please don't panic. We will first serve those elderly patients with organ failure due to advanced age. It's okay if you wait a little longer for the rest. The medical staff explained the purchasing guidelines. This was a rule set by Wang Lu when launching the new product. Elderly individuals over 80 years old could have priority in purchasing, and those who could show a medical diagnosis proving they had severe health issues and urgently needed to extend their lives could also have priority. This regulation was quite humane, allowing many elderly individuals to avoid long waits and also prioritizing the preservation of their lives. Moreover, both online and offline. This rule by Wang Lu garnered immense support from the youth, with about 99% in favor of Wang Lu's approach. Many believed that they were healthy and young and not in a hurry to extend their lives, but the elderly were different, even ants desire to live, which is a common human sentiment. However, there were still some individuals whose hearts were not warm. Chapter 438. What are you doing? The medical staff looked at Luo Wenhao and his companion with anger, but despite being employees of Shenlong Group, they couldn't rashly take action against them. Luo Wenhao looked at the glass bottle of reagent that had fallen to the ground, wearing a sarcastic expression. To everyone's astonishment, Luo Wenhao actually stepped on the glass bottle, causing it to explode and then ground it underfoot. This action was seen by everyone as a sign of disrespect, even insult, towards Shenlong Group. After all, every DNA telomere extension reagent was the result of Shenlong Group's hard work and represented their honor. It was well known that Shenlong Group had become a household name and a source of pride for the entire nation, making it a matter of face for the Chinese people worldwide. Many onlookers criticized Luo Wenhao for his actions. Damn it, is being rich impressive? Do you know this medicine can save lives? Exactly, it's just a matter of waiting a few minutes. Can't you wait? What the hell is the Luo family? They are nothing compared to Shenlong Group. Luo Wenhao, unfazed by the shouts from behind him, pointed at the medical staff and said, "Hurry up. I want to buy all the reagents, or I won't leave today." Chapter 439. What? You're Wang Lu? Luo Wenhao was nearly scared to death by these two words. He had always heard his father say that the hidden sects and families were secretly competing with Longa and warned him not to anger anyone from Longa. However, Luo Wenhao always thought it was impossible for Wang Lu to personally visit Shenlong Group. After all, how could a heavenly-level expert come to the scene to oversee a drug sale? But Luo Wenhao did not expect that Wang Lu not only came, but also personally arrived at this time. which truly meant disaster for him. Thud! The sound of Luo Wenhao kneeling was loud, and everyone present heard it clearly. Mr. Wang, please spare me. Luo Wenhao repeatedly knocked his head on the ground, pleading for Wang Lu's forgiveness. Wang Lu's expression was indifferent, as if Luo Wenhao's actions had nothing to do with him. The seductive woman beside them, unaware of the seriousness of the situation, pointed at Wang Lu and scolded, "You little brat. You seem young. Do you know who our young Master Luo is? He is the heir of a first-class family, worth hundreds of billions. Don't think you can deceive our young master with some inexplicable identity. Be careful the Luo family makes you disappear and ends up begging on the streets." Chapter 440. Outside Yindu, at Long Lake Manor. Xianqi was enjoying a massage from several beautiful women when suddenly the door was knocked on. Xianqi leisurely ate the fruit handed to him by a nearby beauty and mumbled, "Come in." Xiansu opened the door with a respectful expression. Xianqi asked, "What's going on? Is something wrong?" Xiansu's face was not good, looking like he wanted to say something but hesitated. "Speak quickly." Xianqi's expression darkened. He hated such hesitation the most. Xiansu nodded. "Yes, father, the Luo family has been destroyed by Wang Lu." Xianqi was slightly taken aback. The Luo family? The first-class family in Yindu? Xianqi was uncertain because there were other Luo families in different places. If it was from another place, that would be fine, but if it was the one in Yindu, it would be troublesome. After all, among the 8 prominent families in the capital, other than the Sima, Feng, and Chu families, the strongest was the Luo family along with a few other first-class families. If the Luo family was destroyed by Wang Lu, the power in Yindu would be significantly reduced. While it couldn't be said to be a serious injury, it was still a loss of blood. However, the fact was as Xianqi thought. Xiansu nodded. It is indeed the Luo family, and it seems they brought this upon themselves. Chapter 441. Wang Lu naturally understood what Huang Wenchang meant, but he had considered this point, although he had not fully made up his mind. Wang Lu looked at Huang Wenchang and said, "Great-grandfather, this is what I think. The foreign forces, after we send them the formula, probably won't uncover it quickly. At least it will take a month for them to manufacture the finished potion and even start selling it before they can realize that the formula we gave them is just a defective version." After hearing this, Huang Wenchang did not continue speaking, merely nodding to indicate Wang Lu to go on. Wang Lu thought for a moment and continued, "I believe the Hidden Alliance won't focus their attention on Yindu for the time being." Huang Wenchang's eyes brightened. "Oh, how do you figure that?" Wang Lu's expression was normal. "It's simple. If they were to engage in a direct confrontation or aim to strike at the heart of the matter and eliminate us, then starting a war in Yindu would undoubtedly be the best choice. However, if they're using a flanking strategy, then Yindu would be the worst choice." Huang Yu, beside them, did not understand, seemingly lost in the clouds. But Wang Lu did not see any ripples in Huang Wenchang's eyes, and he couldn't help but admire the depth of thought of this old senior. Chapter 442. On an unknown small island in the Pacific Ocean, the island is not large, just about half the area of Suhai City. However, apart from a large manor on the island, there are only a few residential houses around the edge of the island. The rest is all rocky mountains and jungles. Fortunately, this small island has a well-maintained road that connects directly from the airport to this super manor covering over 500 acres. Seeing this, Wang Lu felt a bit envious. Xie Shiyun was sitting behind, leaning on Wang Lu's shoulder, her eyes fixed on the beautiful scenery outside the window. Noticing Wang Lu's expression, she asked, "What's wrong? Do you like this kind of life? Don't you find it boring?" Wang Lu was somewhat speechless. Boring? Of course it would be boring, but buying a small island like this wouldn't cost much. Tens of billions would be enough. We could come here for a vacation and stay for a few months. That wouldn't be bad. Xie Shiyun rubbed her small face against Wang Lu's shoulder. Tens of billions? I'm afraid there aren't many people in all of China, or even the world, who can casually mention tens of billions. Wang Lu gently patted Xie Shiyun's small hand. Am I an ordinary person? I've been in the second class since I was young. Chapter 443. However, at first glance at the few people, Wang Lu felt that Andre was not wrong. Except for the 3 black security company presidents and 2 white presidents who looked at him with goodwill, the other 4 people, including their secretaries, showed some hostility. However, in Wang Lu's perception, this hostility was not strong. This meant that today's conversation should still go relatively smoothly. "Oh, you're the boss of Lianren Security, Wang Lu?" One of the taller white presidents said in fluent foreign language. Andre reminded Wang Lu from the side. Mr. Wang, this is the boss of Vanguard Security, Winnings. Wang Lu nodded. He had an impression of Vanguard Security, which was ranked second among security companies, one place above Lianren Security, and was one of the hostile ones. Wang Lu remained calm and just nodded. That's right, I am Wang Lu. Let's sit down first. We can't chat while standing, can we? Wang Lu still used Chinese, and he didn't know if the others could understand. Oh, Wang, you are really humorous, said a black president. Wang Lu had seen this person on the website. He was Andrew, the boss of Lingfeng Security, but Wang Lu knew the other party was expressing goodwill. Chapter 444. Boom. The immense shock in the hearts of the 20 presidents and secretaries present. Wang Lu's pressure on them was something they could not bear. Moreover, everyone present had different levels of cultivation, and Wang Lu could precisely control the limits that each person could bear. The 20 presidents and secretaries couldn't even utter a word. Wang Lu stared at them and slowly said, However, you're now being ruthlessly crushed by me, this lowly yellow-skinned person. Winnings seemed to want to say something, but he only moved his throat and couldn't speak at all. Winnings was at the level of Earth. Although only at the initial stage, he was still a strong figure. However, Wang Lu didn't even move and directly pressed him to the point where he couldn't breathe, which left Winnings astonished. Andre was someone without any cultivation at this moment. He admired Wang Lu even more. Although he didn't know what Wang Lu had done, he could feel that the aura Wang Lu emitted made people want to submit. Wang Lu felt it was enough and dispersed the pressure that enveloped the 20 people. The 10 female secretaries instantaneously soaked their professional outfits with sweat. And Wang Lu felt a bit awkward because he noticed that 2 of the female secretaries weren't wearing bras. Chapter 445. In the following month, Wang Lu did not sign in but stayed behind. Wang Lu had a premonition that his next sign-in would be of great use. So he was not in a hurry to sign in. And in that month, just as Wang Lu had thought, the reagent sales centers established by Shanglong Group in various places faced disruptions every now and then. Fortunately, they were all blocked by the warriors Wang Lu arranged. A few times, large-scale battles broke out, affecting some innocent civilians. This was the only regret Wang Lu had. The rest were just small skirmishes, which were acceptable to him. Moreover, during that month, Wang Lu's income increased significantly. Originally, Wang Lu had over 4 trillion in cash, and in that month, the profits from his 2 top products, one being the lithography machine, generated over 1 trillion in profit. The DNA telomere extension reagent brought in nearly 4 trillion in profit. This brought Wang Lu's wealth close to 10 trillion, but Wang Lu knew that such wealth accumulation was only temporary. The production, manufacturing, and sale of lithography machines only yielded profits in the thousands of billions, but the wealth from smart chips could be infinitely compounded. Chapter 446. At the Huang family's main hall in Yindu, Huang Yi, Huang Wenchang, and Long Sanhai were all sitting inside. The expressions of the 3 did not show any happiness for having blocked the hidden alliance. Instead, they were even more serious. At this moment, Wang Lu walked in slowly from outside and saw the 3 with unsightly expressions and asked, What's wrong? Huang Yi sighed. Sigh, it's because of your fake formula. Now, those scientists abroad have discovered that your formula is equivalent to drinking nothing, and they are publicly denouncing you. Wang Lu smiled and said, Denounce me? For what? I didn't take their money. I gave it to them for free. Besides, it's not poison. It just has no effect. Long Sanhai said, although that's true, those old Russians abroad are not like us who reason. Several countries are already secretly gathering troops to prepare to jointly attack our Huaxia. Wang Lu looked indifferent. Let them attack. We already have plasma cannons. Are we still afraid of them? Seeing the others silent, Wang Lu continued. This war has actually been dragged on for more than a month. The fight still needs to happen. Unless we hand over the real reagent formula, otherwise, they probably would have been unable to hold back and would have attacked us a month ago. Chapter 447. Hearing Xie Shiyun's words, Wang Lu was a bit stunned. He really didn't expect these foreigners wanted to stay, which was something Wang Lu had not anticipated. Why? Wang Lu voiced his confusion. Xie Shiyun hesitated a bit on the phone because she felt it was somewhat low-level to say, but since Wang Lu asked, she couldn't avoid it. It's just that those people feel that the living conditions in Huaxia are much better than their original conditions. They said not only is the food delicious, but the salaries are also high, and the people of Huaxia are very friendly to them. So they feel very comfortable living in Huaxia and don't want to go back, even if their current salary is cut in half, or even lower. They're willing to stay. Upon hearing this, Wang Lu finally understood. It turned out this group of people had stayed in Huaxia for so long that they didn't want to go back. However, it was also normal. After all, the food abroad is really hard to eat, commonly referred to as white people's food. Even a bowl of ramen or a boxed meal in the country is considered a delicacy to them. Wang Lu originally did not plan to keep them, but he was not an unreasonable person. These bodyguards were martial artists and very powerful. If he could recruit them, it would just mean an additional salary of over $1 billion each month. Wang Lu could exchange for $100 billion just from his daily check-ins without counting rewards. Would he care about this little bit? Chapter 448. Wang Lu, Long Songhai, and Huang Wenchang all looked at Huang Yi, knowing what he meant by they have come. Huang Wenchang was the first to ask, "What is the current situation?" Huang Yi's expression was not very good. "The situation is worse than we imagined. I thought they would directly attack us like before. But unexpectedly, they managed to persuade several nearby forces to attack us first, catching us off guard." Wang Lu and the others exchanged glances, with Long Songhai being the most surprised. "What? They are attacking together? What should we do?" Huang Yi nodded. "That's right. The eastern Dongjing, the northern Xinhua, and the southern Ningnan, among other small forces, launched a surprise attack on us today. Additionally, the eastern Yunnan and the western Tanya also attacked, leaving us surrounded." Wang Lu was a bit surprised. He didn't expect those people to have such strong persuasive abilities to convince the surrounding weaker forces to attack them. Wang Lu knew that these small forces weren't scary, but they could still cause some problems. As the saying goes, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. But these small forces coming together could be quite a headache. Chapter 449, a submarine. Wang Lu was still quite curious about submarines. After all, as a man, most are interested in money, cars, and beautiful women. However, most of these men are actually more interested in firearms, tanks, armored vehicles, and military aircraft. After all, these things are undeniably cool, and that's something no man can resist. Thinking about riding a submarine, Wang Lu was excited and thought, "I've lived for over 20 years and have never been on a submarine." However, Wang Lu also realized that with his current strength, he could easily reach Liu Bei without taking a submarine, but the temptation was too great. After much consideration, he decided to go for it. After dinner that night, Wang Lu and the women sat around a large round table. Wang Lu wiped his mouth and said, "I will be leaving Indu today. You can handle things here on your own. Only contact me for very important matters, understood?" The women showed worried expressions upon hearing Wang Lu's words. Lu Yanran said, "Husband, I want to go with you." Shen Sahan also nodded. "The sisters all want to go with you." Chapter 450. I didn't expect the deep sea to be like this. When Wang Lu first saw the scenery of the deep sea, he was still a bit curious. The new type of submarine from Huaxia could dive to depths of about 2 to 5 kilometers below the sea surface, where many unknown creatures lived. However, sea monsters were still rare. But whether it was Wang Lu's good luck or bad luck, suddenly a huge tentacle wrapped around the submarine. The submarine shook violently, causing panic among the hundreds of soldiers on board. Deng Yu arrived at the command room and used the periscope to observe what they had encountered. Upon seeing it, Deng Yu was directly shocked. "What is that?" "It's too huge." Wang Lu sensed that a creature nearly 200 meters long was wrapped around the submarine. "What the hell is going on, Chief?" A soldier beside him anxiously asked Deng Yu. Deng Yu was still observing the surroundings through the periscope. "I can't see clearly. Transfer all the images to the big screen," Deng Yu shouted. Earlier, they had only used the periscope to save power, but now it was clear that it was useless. Yes, the soldiers began to operate, and in just a few seconds, a large amount of footage was directly transmitted to the enormous screen in front of them. Chapter 451. When Wang Lu saw Deng Yu again, he noticed that Deng Yu's eyes not only contained respect, but also admiration, which left Wang Lu a bit confused. What happened? Deng Yu respectfully approached Wang Lu and saluted. "Mr. Wang, thank you very much this time. On behalf of all the soldiers on the submarine, I thank you." Wang Lu nodded. "It's just a small matter. How much longer until we reach the Liu Bei area?" Deng Yu replied, "We are almost there. About 40 minutes away from the designated position. However, the designated position is still nearly 10 nautical miles from the Liu Bei coastline, so we can't get too close." Wang Lu waved his hand. "It's okay, this distance is enough." On the way to the command room, all the soldiers he encountered saluted Wang Lu. "Thank you, Mr. Wang, for saving us." Wang Lu just nodded in acknowledgement, as it would be too troublesome to return each salute. 40 minutes passed quickly, and Deng Yu notified them that they were 1 kilometer from the designated position. Wang Lu nodded, and, as the submarine slowly surfaced, he walked out through the top hatch, looking at the pitch-black night sky, which had no starlight at all that night. Chapter 452. At the door of room 329 in the guest house, a woman in a red, sexy dress pushed Wang Lu inside and closed the door with her heel. At that moment, Wang Lu was pinned against the wall of the guest house by Chi-Chi. Wang Lu did not expect that he would be wall-slammed by a woman of questionable background. However, from Wang Lu's experience, this woman might not necessarily be what she seemed. Although her appearance was somewhat provocative, she was still attractive enough, perhaps a solid 6 out of 10. With some dressing up, she could be considered a beauty, and she didn't appear to be too old, at most 27 or 28. No matter how you looked at it, a woman like her couldn't possibly be truly available for just $100, right? Who knew the woman was already beginning to undress, the red sexy dress falling to the floor. However, Wang Lu noticed she was still wearing clothes underneath, just more revealing, with her cleavage clearly visible. "Hey, do you want it?" Chi-Chi whispered in Wang Lu's ear, trying to entice his desires. Wang Lu sighed inwardly, thinking this woman was quite bold. He decided to play along and pushed Chi-Chi down onto the bed. Chi-Chi was startled. She didn't expect Wang Lu to change so quickly, feeling a bit flustered, as she was not actually a prostitute, but just pretending to be a woman of loose morals for a trick. Chapter 453. What? Are you out of your mind? You actually want to give us money? Yu Xiaodong couldn't believe what Wang Lu was saying. Wang Lu took out 100,000 Lu Bei coins from his space ring and tossed them on the ground. 100,000, take it or leave it. Upon seeing this, Yu Xiaodong was shocked and quickly knelt down. "Sir, I didn't know you were a martial artist. Please spare my life, don't kill me." Wang Lu raised an eyebrow. "Oh, I didn't expect you to have some insight." Wang Lu also didn't expect that someone in this remote town would recognize a martial artist. Yu Xiaoqi beside him looked incredulous. Although they had grown up supporting each other after losing their parents, Yu Xiaodong had always been quite proud. How could he kneel down and beg for mercy from a young man without reason? "Brother, what are you doing? Why are you kneeling to him? What kind of martial artist is he?" Yu Xiaoqi tried to pull Yu Xiaodong up, but he shook her off. Just now, Yu Xiaodong only guessed that Wang Lu was a martial artist because he had just seen Wang Lu conjure a stack of cash out of thin air. This kind of thing can only be done with a spatial ring, which can only be activated by inner strength. So Yu Xiaodong believed without a doubt that Wang Lu was a martial artist. Chapter 454. What? You don't want to? If you don't want to, that's fine. I don't mind. Seeing Yu Xiaodong so surprised, Wang Lu said. Yu Xiaodong shook his head violently. "No, I do want to. Our Yu family has always supported Liu Bei as part of Huaxia. So since childhood, my parents have told us that we are Huaxia people. Moreover, you're able to come from Huaxia to Liu Bei at this time. You're definitely not an ordinary person. I am willing." Wang Lu nodded, not expecting Yu Xiaodong's analytical ability to be quite strong. It seemed his instincts were not wrong. At this moment, 3 little brothers also walked in from outside. Looking respectful, "Sir Donggu, the car is waiting downstairs." Wang Lu nodded. "All right, since you want revenge, then tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, you siblings will go to Liu Bei with me, just in time to help me drive. I don't feel like driving." Yu Xiaodong nodded repeatedly. Yes, sir. Please rest well. We won't disturb you. It is my honor to drive for you." Wang Lu waved his hand. "Don't call me sir all the time. My surname is Wang. Just call me Mr. Wang." Yu Xiaodong quickly replied. "Yes, Mr. Wang, please rest well. My sister and I will be waiting for you downstairs at 8 in the morning." Chapter 455. Seeing Yu Xiaodong's incredibly surprised expression, Yu Xiaoqi ran a couple of steps to stand in front of Yu Xiaodong and sweetly said, "Brother, you're here." Yu Xiaodong's eyes widened as he pointed at Wang Lu and then at Yu Xiaoqi. You too?" Seeing Yu Xiaoqi's flushed face and strange walking posture, Yu Xiaodong understood that he had inexplicably become Wang Lu's brother-in-law. Wang Lu also felt a bit awkward. Last night, he could be domineering, but now that Yu Xiaodong had become his brother-in-law, it was indeed a bit melodramatic. However, Wang Lu still looked at Yu Xiaoqi with admiration. Until just now, he and Yu Xiaoqi had hardly slept. Although Wang Lu was energetic, he was somewhat surprised that Yu Xiaoqi could hold on until now. Yu Xiaoqi whispered a few words in Yu Xiaodong's ear, and his expression changed from surprise to joy, then to confusion. Yu Xiaodong then glanced at Wang Lu, looked at Yu Xiaoqi, and sighed. "Well, whatever, since my brother has protected you for so long, now it's Mr. Wang's turn to protect you. You're used to being spoiled, so you need to behave well with Mr. Wang in the future. Don't throw tantrums. If Mr. Wang gets angry, I can't help you." Chapter 456. As they entered the entrance of Liu Bei City, Alpha was stopped. Yu Xiaodong rolled down the car window and saw two soldiers in military uniforms standing in front of his car. Yu Xiaodong deliberately asked, "What is going on, brothers?" Yu Xiaodong naturally knew about the recent issues between Huaxia and Liu Bei. Liu Bei was conducting checks to prevent a large influx of people from Huaxia. The two soldiers came to the window and looked inside. "We need to check for prohibited items. Please show your driver's license, ID card, and vehicle registration." Yu Xiaodong pretended to be unwilling and said, "That is not right. If there is going to be a check, it should be the traffic police. Why are soldiers checking?" The two soldiers were impatient and directly took out their credentials, speaking in an impatient tone. "This is our identification. Please do not resist, or we have the right to kill you directly." Yu Xiaodong's heart sank, but he still unbuckled his seatbelt, opened the trunk, and took out his documents. However, after getting out of the car, Yu Xiaodong suddenly found that Wang Lu was missing. The person standing next to his sister had turned into someone he didn't recognize. Although that person was also young, he was definitely not Wang Lu, and even their heights were different. Chapter 457. Hearing that the nobleman actually wanted her to leave first, the woman was a bit confused. "What's going on? Hasn't he been pursuing me for several months? I was about to agree to go to a hotel with him tonight. Why suddenly does he want me to leave? Yi Tian, are you really letting me go?" The beautiful woman couldn't believe it, even suspecting that this was a ploy to lure her in. Yi Tian didn't even glance at the woman in front of him. "Xiao Yu, hurry up and leave. I originally wanted to play with you. These past few months were fine, but I suddenly lost interest, so you can go. I have things to do. I've already bought my ticket." "No, brother Yi Tian. Don't go. I have already fallen in love with you. How can you treat me like this?" Xiao Yu couldn't believe it and desperately tried to keep Yi Tian. Yi Tian completely ignored Xiao Yu's pleas, leaving her feeling defeated as she sat helplessly in a chair. However, Xiao Yu noticed that Yi Tian didn't leave immediately, but walked toward a position diagonally across from the window. There were 3 people eating there, and Yu Xiaodong had his back to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu couldn't see clearly, but she could clearly see Yu Xiaoqi's appearance. What a beautiful woman. I feel ashamed. For the first time, Xiao Yu felt insecure about her own looks. Chapter 458. Wang Lu clearly felt the hostility rising rapidly from Yu Xiaodong, and his eyes gradually turned red. If he guessed correctly, the Xiao family might be the ones who exterminated the Yu family back then. Xiao Yu was also startled by Yu Xiaodong's expression and quickly retreated behind Yi Tian. Yi Tian protected Xiao Yu behind him, as one of the Xiao family's lackeys. He still needed to give some face to the Xiao family. "Brother, why are you looking at Xiao Yu like that? Who are you?" Yi Tian hesitated, always feeling that Yu Xiaodong looked a lot like someone, but he couldn't remember who it was. "Xiaodong." Wang Lu's voice reached Yu Xiaodong's ears, and strangely, upon hearing Wang Lu's voice, it felt as if everything could be calmed down. The bloodlust in Yu Xiaodong's eyes gradually dissipated. "Wang Lu, I." Yu Xiaodong hesitated. Wang Lu raised his hand, indicating that he understood and didn't need an explanation. At this moment, Yi Tian finally noticed Wang Lu and was instantly surprised. Although he had only thought Wang Lu was somewhat handsome before, now he realized that Wang Lu seemed to be someone extraordinary, able to calm down the person from earlier with just a word. He was definitely a martial artist. Chapter 459. Hearing that the other party was going to her Xiao family, Xiao Yu was extremely panicked, but there was nothing she could do. If she didn't comply, she would die immediately. The Xiao family was also considered a first-class family in Liu Bei. Although they were not as well known as the Yi family, they were still quite famous, and one could easily find out about them. Xiao Yu thought that if she could delay her fate, she might find a chance to escape, and moreover, the old master of the Xiao family was also of high-level strength, perhaps not weaker than the man in front of her. She might just be saved. In southern Liu Bei, at the Xiao family ancestral home, Xiao Fang, as the head of the Xiao family, was respectfully pouring tea for the elder across from him, his expression extremely excited. "Dad, Xiao Yu sent me a message today saying that Yi family's young master Yi Tian has invited her to dinner at a hotel. Xiao Yu also mentioned that she might not come home today. As long as our Xiao family can cling to the Yi family, we will no longer be their vassals." The old man is Xiao Fang's father, Xiao Chongshan. Hearing the news about Xiao Fang, the already aged and wrinkled face of Xiao Chongshan showed a hint of a smile. After hearing that Xiao Yu was going to win over Yi Tian, there was a glimmer of admiration in Xiao Chongshan's eyes. "Good, very good. As long as Yuer can capture Yi Tian and become the young mistress of the Yi family, The Xiao family is likely to rank among the top 3 families in the Lubei region. Such a good thing must be handled well by Yu Wei. For Xiao Chongshan, Xiaoyu is just a tool. Chapter 460. Just now, Wang Lu also crippled Xiao Chongshan's cultivation, leaving both Xiao Chongshan and Xiao Fang as ordinary people. Yu Xiaodong vented all his anger on Xiao Fang. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of bat hitting flesh was incredibly delightful to Yu Xiaodong. However, as Xiao Fang's face became unrecognizable, the malice within Yu Xiaodong began to dissipate, but only partially. Xiao Fang had already been beaten to death by Yu Xiaodong. But Yu Xiaodong was oblivious, still swinging the baseball bat until he finally ran out of strength. Wang Lu knew that Xiao Fang was long dead, but didn't remind him, knowing that Yu Xiaodong needed to vent. Otherwise, this pin-up anger would ruin his life. Yu Xiaodong turned around and looked at the bloodied Xiao Chongshan lying on the ground, and somehow mustered the strength to raise the baseball bat and charge at Xiao Chongshan. Xiao Chongshan was horrified. His son Xiao Fang was beaten to a pulp, and he would rather die than end up like Xiao Fang. However, unexpectedly, Yu Xiaodong was stopped by Wang Lu. All right, I still have questions to ask. Chapter 461. Yi Tian covered his neck. No, it's nothing. Yi Lin and Yi Wu Dao exchanged glances and approached Yi Tian, saying, Xiao Tian, quickly tell us who hurt you. I guarantee he will die a terrible death. Yi Tian felt a bit helpless. He had been wandering outside for a while, trying to conceal the injury on his neck, but after a long time, he couldn't get rid of it and had to return home. Just as Yi Tian was about to speak, the front door was suddenly smashed open. It's me. Everyone present was stunned as they watched the door of the Yi family old residence being shattered. Wang Lu, holding the Qing Kong sword, stepped onto the doorframe first, followed by Yu Xiaodong and Yu Xiaoqi, each holding ropes tied to Xiao Chongshan and Xiaoyu. You, how did you come? Yi Tian's eyes widened in terror upon realizing it was Wang Lu. The shadow Wang Lu had cast over him resurfaced. That suffocating feeling was something Yi Tian never wanted to experience again. Xiao Tian, is it him who hurt you? Yilin pointed angrily at Wang Lu. Wang Lu squinted at Yilin. Old man, let me tell you, I hate it the most when people point at me. Every person who has pointed at me is dead. Chapter 462. Wang Lu looked at Yi Tian. To be honest, given your current situation, even if you were given the power of the Yi family, you wouldn't survive. Rather than that, you might as well give the power of the Yi family to Yu Xiaodong. Once the Yu family controls Liu Bei, you can come back to Huaxia with me. You can choose anywhere in Huaxia. I won't interfere with your choice. Moreover, I will give you 1 billion Huaxia coins. Enough for you to live freely for the rest of your life. How about it? In fact, Wang Lu had data on Yi Tian. He was not a useless person, but rather had some brains. With the 1 billion funds from Wang Lu, as long as Yi Tian didn't self-destruct, starting 100 billion enterprise shouldn't be a problem. At that moment, Wang Lu seemed like a deity, and Yi Tian understood that killing for revenge was only natural. Initially, his father and grandfather had killed Yu Xiaodong's family, so it was normal for Yu Xiaodong to seek revenge. Okay, I agree. Yi Tian nodded. In fact, Wang Lu was also fulfilling his promise to spare Yi Tian's life. The next day, Yi Tian publicly announced on a platform that he was officially transferring all of the Yi family's assets and positions to Yu Xiaodong. And Yu Xiaodong's appearance received widespread support from the right wing. It was even possible that the right wing's power had accumulated for too long, leading to an exceptionally fierce backlash this time. Chapter 463. Huang Yi and the others were extremely helpless. They never expected that after worrying for so long about any accidents, Wang Lu was just looking for some extra time for love. Damn, it's like those who are dry die of drought, and those who are wet die of flooding. All right, hurry back. Huang Wenchang nodded. Upon returning to the Huang family, Wang Lu let the women return to their rooms to rest. When he arrived in the hall, he found Huang Wenchang, Huang Yi, and Long Tsanghai already waiting in the inner hall. Wang kid, are you free now? Long Tsanghai smiled, stroking his beard. In fact, Wang Lu's nature had always suited Long Tsanghai's taste. Smart, upright, highly talented, and responsible, willing to shoulder the burden for the country. Unfortunately, the Long family lacked beautiful women. Long Tsanghai suddenly felt a bit envious of his old friend Huang Wenchang. Just as Long Tsanghai was thinking, Huang Wenchang asked, Wang Lu, you did a great job in Liu Bei this time. Even we were impressed, and you supported a new person to the top who can also support Huaxia. This way, Liu Bei can officially return after many years. Wang Lu waved his hand. It's a small matter. I wonder how the situation is in other places. Huang Yi handed Wang Lu a battle report, and Wang Lu glanced at it, surprised. All done? Uncle Huang, you are indeed the god of war of Huaxia. I admire you.